Chapter 1. Zhu Yuanyuan is a child of unfortunate fate. At the tender age of 4, she lost her mother. Barely 2 months later, her irresponsible father remarried, leaving her in the care of her grandparents in the countryside. After enduring hardships, she managed to gain admission to university, only for her grandmother to tragically pass away from a fall at home. Her grandfather, unable to bear the grief, followed suit shortly thereafter. Despite her sorrow, she persevered through her studies at university, relying on the savings left by her grandparents and her scholarship to successfully graduate. Just as she finally secured an internship at a small company, her callous father appeared, demanding support for his retirement. A man not yet 50, who had never contributed child support after remarrying, had the audacity to ask for pension money? Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely refused. After firmly rejecting her father's demands, she swiftly changed her phone number and blocked him on all online communication platforms. Fortunately, she had not disclosed her workplace view. To her utter astonishment, while secretly returning home to pay respects to her grandparents during the new year, she unexpectedly encountered her father and his new family. She barely had time to flee. After a heated exchange, she declared, "There is no possibility of me giving you retirement money. If given the choice, I would rather be a pig than be your daughter." A filial son must first have a good father to be deemed filial. Naturally, her father was displeased. Not only did he curse, but he also shoved her, as though the girl before him were an enemy rather than his own flesh and blood. Zhu Yuanyuan had anticipated this and managed to dodge, but she did not notice her half-brother charging at her like a cannonball. Before she could regain her footing, she was violently pushed down the hill, and everything went black. When she regained consciousness, she found herself soaring through the air, or rather, being carried aloft by a peculiar creature. A tiger with a pair of snow-white wings, a sight only found in myth and games. How extraordinary! In a panic, she screamed, "Help me!" But soon, she realized something was amiss. Why did she hear the squealing of pigs? Were there wild boars roaming nearby? The thought flashed through her mind, but she dismissed it after all. Wild boars were no match for her life. Moreover, the squeals sounded quite juvenile, likely from piglets still nursing, posing no threat to her as an adult. Wait, something felt off. With great effort, she observed her current predicament and discovered her limbs had transformed into pig hooves, and a short, pink pigtail had sprouted from her backside, along with a round, plump pink body. Zhu Yuanyuan had turned into a piglet dangling in a vine, about to meet its demise in the jaws of a winged tiger. Because she had thought that being a pig was preferable to being her father's daughter, had the heavens truly transformed her into a pig? After years of diligent study, she had not even recouped her tuition fees. What a loss. And there was this enormous winged tiger. Why not hunt larger prey instead of targeting a tiny creature like her? It was utterly despairing. Perhaps being eaten would be the best way to end it all. With such thoughts, the urge to escape vanished instantly. Zhu Yuanyuan ceased her cries for help and laid down in a daze, resigned to her fate. The winged white tiger flew and flew, finally landing outside a rather sizable valley, carefully setting down the vine before releasing its grip, and then, astonishingly, transformed into a human. A strikingly handsome man with white hair and starry eyes appeared before her, his straight nose commanding attention. Zhu Yuanyuan's stupor instantly shifted a shock. Huh? What's going on? Wasn't it said that after the establishment of the nation, creatures could not attain human form? Why could this flying tiger turn into a person? Had she crossed over? Would she have a chance to become human again? Zhu Yuanyuan's mind raced, and in the mere 2 minutes since her arrival, she was flooded with questions. The white-haired, handsome man observed the pink piglet with its round eyes darting around, finding it amusing. Just as he was about to speak, a rough voice echoed from afar. "Beastman of the Flying Tiger Clan, what brings you to the territory of the Black Pig Clan?" As the voice faded, several robust men, reminiscent of iron towers, hurried over. Zhu Yuanyuan immediately perked up her ears. Was the Black Pig Clan referring to black pigs? Given the dark skin of these men, it seemed quite fitting. Seeing a glimmer of hope for escape from the tiger's jaws, Zhu Yuanyuan struggled to free herself from the vine, energetically darting towards the robust men, circling around them. "Squeal, take a look, I not a lost cub of the black pig clan? Though she was a pink piglet, not a black one, for color did not define her, she must surely be a mutated piglet. Even if she had crossed into another world as a pig, she refused to die. The strong men noticed Zhu Yuanyuan, grinning from ear to ear. The leader scooped her up in his arms, exclaiming, "A pink cub. Is this little Yuanyuan blown away by the wind from Dechang's family? Wonderful." Once their excitement settled, the white-haired handsome man smiled and said, "I am Baishur from the Flying Tiger clan. Today I found this little cub while hunting in the forest and brought her to you." The closest clan to the Flying Tiger clan was the Black Pig tribe regardless of whether the piglet belonged to them. The pig beast men would take in any orphan cubs. "Thank you, young brother Baishur," the leader of the black men said earnestly. "Her parents and clan members are still searching in the forest. I shall inform the chief to summon everyone back. Please, come with me to our tribe for a while." "No need. I must return before dark," Baishur declined, transforming back into his beast form and soaring away. Now aware that her life was no longer in danger, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a pang of reluctance and squealed, "Wait, I haven't told you my name yet." Looking at the robust black men surrounding her, she suspected their clan members were not much lighter in complexion. What was worse, they all sported bushy beards. Even if they weren't ugly, they did not align with her aesthetic preferences. The white-haired handsome man, however, was much more pleasing to the eye. Had she known, she would have gazed at him longer. Alas, her heartfelt call could not retain the one eager to depart. "Little Yuanyuan, stop calling out." The leader of the black men laughed heartily. "The Flying Tiger clan is quite far from here. He must leave early to return." Zhu Yuanyuan blinked and said, "I owe a debt of gratitude." "Repay it once your parents return," the leader interjected. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered being young. She had no means to express her gratitude and could only rely on her elders to intervene. Thus, she nodded in agreement. "All right." The leader chuckled, "Come, I shall escort you home. Your parents must have been quite frightened. Do not cause them any more worry." Zhu Yuanyuan disagreed. "I am very well behaved." The mischief lay with the original owner, not her. Unfortunately, she dared not voice the truth, fearing being deemed a monster and burned alive. The leader laughed heartily and brought the pink piglet back home, kindly asking, "Your parents haven't returned yet. Shall I stay here with you?" "No, thank you," Zhu Yuanyuan politely but firmly declined. Unsure how to address the man before her, she felt awkward in his presence. It was best to remain quiet, allowing her some space to think. "Very well, I shall take my leave," the leader of the black men said, unfazed by her refusal, and turned to depart. The home of the original owner was, in fact, a damp and dim little cave. It was small due to the entrance being less than half a meter wide. However, once inside, it expanded significantly, approximately 2 meters wide. As for its length, well, it was so dark that she could not see her own hand in front of her. Zhu Yuanyuan was not afraid of the dark, but in this unfamiliar place, being alone in the pitch-black cave could easily lead to a mental breakdown. After careful consideration, she decided to lie at the cave entrance and gaze into the distance. Suddenly thrust into a strange world with no knowledge of her surroundings, she had to be cautious in her words and actions. She would wait until she understood the situation better before considering anything else, lest she unwittingly reveal her true nature to friends and family. If only she could access the memories of the original owner. In her days, Zhu Yuanyuan fell asleep and dreamt of being a lovely little girl with a father, a mother, and 2 brothers, residing in a beautiful valley. Upon awakening, she discovered a fragment of memory in her mind, not overly long, belonging to the original owner. After piecing it together, Zhu Yuanyuan gained a rough understanding of the situation in this world. This was a world of beastmen, where distinctions were made between females and males, who could freely switch between human and beast forms. In beast form, their combat power soared, potentially increasing several times over. The key determinants were talent and effort. In this world, strength was paramount. Those with talent who refused to put in the work could not survive among the beastmen, as they depended on hunting for sustenance. To facilitate distinction, beastmen categorized strength into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each subdivided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. The higher the strength, the longer one lived. Conversely, one could meet their demise at any moment without the ability to protect themselves. Living in the mountains and forests, even if a settlement was chosen after various assessments, danger was ever present, and one must possess self-defense capabilities. The stronger one was, the longer their lifespan. It was said that the oldest beast man currently alive was nearly 2,000 years old, a male beast man of the initial Earth level. However, none of this concerned Zhu Yuanyuan. Her primary concern lay with the cause of the original owner's demise. The offspring of orcs face considerable challenges in their beast form. They're unable to conceive, with the human form being the sole means of childbirth. The resulting offspring also take on a human appearance, and the timing of their transformation into beast form depends on their innate potential. The younger the age at which one transforms into beast form, the greater the aptitude displayed. However, if one fails to achieve this transformation by the age of 18, the prospects become exceedingly bleak, relegating them to a lifetime in human form. There exists another scenario where the transformation into beast form is not fully realized, resulting only in partial beastification of certain body parts, commonly referred to as semi-beast form. The original incarnation has already reached the age of 5, characterized as a lively and energetic young girl with a strong spirit of exploration, often accompanying her mother and the gathering team into the woods for play. This morning, while out, the original form and several close friends discovered that most of the fruits on a tree had ripened to a vibrant red. Without hesitation, they climbed the tree to gather the fruits. The original form, emboldened by her small size and agility, attempted to reach for the largest and reddest fruit at the top of the tree. However, the moment she steadied herself, a fierce gust of wind struck. The girls in the center of the tree clung tightly to the sturdy branches, while she, having no such support, was swept away by the wind. The tempestuous winds carried her for dozens of miles, gradually losing momentum, until the little girl was hurled toward the ground. In a critical moment, the original form desperately wished to transform into beast form, and to her surprise, she succeeded, becoming a diminutive pink piglet. It turns out that her father, a robust black boar, and her mother, a petite pink pig, meant that upon transformation, she would only grow to the size of 2 adult fists, possessing little more than cuteness. Thus, the original form met her demise in the fall, replaced by this interdimensional visitor. One could argue that being overly exuberant can indeed be detrimental. One must always assess risks before embarking on any venture. To lose one's life over a handful of fruits is, frankly, not worth it. Moreover, one wonders about the fate of her body in the 21st century. Has it already been cremated and buried? Will the mischievous child who pushed her down the mountain face any consequences? A murderer aged 16 would surely face severe judgment. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a wave of relief at having just entered society, possessing no fixed assets and savings that barely exceeded 4 digits. Otherwise, her inheritance would have fallen into the hands of her wretched father. Bringing her wandering thoughts back, Zhu Yuanyuan felt considerably lighter in spirit. The original's parents and elder brother were exemplary orcs, treating their daughter sister with great kindness, though their living conditions regarding meals and sleep left much to be desired. Their cave, measuring a good 4 meters in length, provided ample space, yet accommodating a family of 5 felt rather constraining, especially with an adult brother and a 10-year-old second brother. Even among blood relatives, cohabitating males and females proved inconvenient. Furthermore, the entrance was secured with a thick stone door for safety. Whenever the original form acted mischievously and caused trouble, her father would punish her by forbidding her to leave for several days, sealing the cave entrance with a massive stone door, leaving only a small gap through which the tiny arms and legs of a child could scarcely manage to open. Inside the cave, devoid of toys or treats, it was pitch dark, and the experience of confinement for several days was far from pleasant. Zhu Yuanyuan deemed such punishment utterly inhumane, yet the clan members believed her parents too indulgent towards their young, asserting that even female offspring should receive a good thrashing if they misbehaved. Locking them up without inflicting pain was utterly ineffective. Orcs do not comprehend the concept of claustrophobia. Their methods of discipline are straightforward and brutally effective, preferring action to idle chatter. If living in a cave could be grudgingly accepted, the aspect of food was even more intolerable. Although her previous life had been marred by the early death of her mother and neglect from her father, she at least had her grandparents to care for her, ensuring she was well fed, receiving a daily egg and occasional meat, leading to a balanced diet and robust health. In contrast, the orc world predominantly features a meat-based diet without staples, lacking in culinary variety such as stir-fries or soups. The unfortunate original form, at merely 5 years of age, often suffered from constipation, compelled to heed the Grand Shaman's advice to consume more sour fruits and wild vegetables. Additionally, there was the issue of clothing. This world lacked diverse fabrics or materials like cotton and silk, relying solely on animal hides. Thus, regardless of the season, spring, summer, autumn, or winter, everyone donned animal skins. The spring and autumn seasons were somewhat bearable, yet winter and summer posed significant challenges. A single layer of animal hide in winter offered little warmth, while multiple layers became cumbersome, and even the thinnest skin in summer proved stifling. Contemplating the myriad difficulties that lay ahead, Zhu Yuanyuan burst into tears. This was hardly a life suited for humans. She regretted her harsh words to her wretched father, realizing that not only did she fail to inflict any harm upon him, but she had also landed herself in this predicament. One could only wonder if she could still return to the modern world by ending her life now. Zhu Yuanyuan's mind spun with perilous thoughts, her little hooves restlessly scratching at the ground, and after a long deliberation, she resolved, for the sake of a brighter future, I shall fight. Rising to prepare for her quest to find a suitable means to end her life, she suddenly remembered that the cave was situated quite high above the ground. Summers brought frequent thunderstorms, and the valley was prone to flooding, prompting the construction of caves at elevated positions. The original form's family resided relatively low, 3 meters above the ground, with even higher dwellings above. Although a rudimentary earthen ladder had been fashioned for access, it was virtually useless for the current diminutive piglet. Otherwise, she could simply leap down and see if she could meet her end. However, should she survive, there was a risk of sustaining severe injuries. Cough, cough. It seemed this matter required further contemplation. Zhu Yuanyuan possessed a profound fear of death, yet for the faint hope of returning to the modern world, she resolved to press on. Tentatively extending her left foreleg, she retracted it, her eyes straining to widen as her small face tensed in determination. You can do this, face death fearlessly. With a resolute heart, she closed her eyes and prepared to leap down. Suddenly, a mechanical sound echoed in her mind, announcing the detection of a cub and the commencement of a qualification scan. Scan complete. Binding eligibility confirmed. Initiating binding. What in the world? Zhu Yuanyuan was startled. Jumping 3 feet in the air. This familiar scenario sounded remarkably akin to the binding of a system in a fictional novel. However, weren't hosts typically consulted before such bindings? Why was she being coerced into this unexpected fortune? Amidst her confusion, the system declared the binding complete and introduced itself in a serious mechanical tone. Greetings, Zhu Yuanyuan. I am the Galactic Era's latest cub learning system 51741, at your service. Zhu Yuanyuan always felt that the numbering of the system was somewhat peculiar. However, having exhausted her mental faculties today, she decided to set aside her curiosity for the moment and inquired, a learning system? What does it teach? Hunting, perhaps? Are there any rewards? With a rather dry tone, the system replied, this system possesses knowledge of astronomy and geography, as well as the ability to create advanced technologies such as hovercraft, intelligent robots, and mechs. Completing daily learning tasks will earn you knowledge points. While she found the system's breadth of knowledge impressive, Zhu Yuanyuan did not express much enthusiasm and continued to ask, what are the knowledge points used for? They can be exchanged for desired items in the system's marketplace, the system answered. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan finally revealed a smile. I do enjoy browsing shopping malls. Could you show me what it looks like? Certainly, the system replied without hesitation. In the next moment, a virtual screen materialized before Zhu Yuanyuan, displaying 2 shimmering golden characters, shopping mall. Instinctively, she reached out to tap the screen, eager to explore the products within, only to find herself met with disappointment. What is going on? I can only view it but not enter? How am I supposed to redeem items then? Of course, you will command it using your thoughts, the system answered matter-of-factly. Oh, then please open the mall for me. Insufficient permissions. Unable to access, the system replied coldly. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback, unable to open it, and what was there for her to see? Those two large characters? It was a fruitless endeavor. Zhu Yuanyuan, or rather, the entire essence of her being, visibly succumbed to a state of despondency. With a forlorn tone, she inquired, how then can it be activated? Complete the learning tasks. Once the knowledge points reach 100, it will unlock automatically, the system responded. Does the host wish to accept the task now? Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief. As long as there was a glimmer of hope for the future, it was enough. Once the marketplace opened, there would at least be a prospect for survival. With her slender arms and legs, along with her complexion clearly inherited from her mother's genes, she realized that she would not grow much larger as an adult. Aside from her endearing cuteness, she possessed few advantages and could not solely rely on hunting for sustenance. It was essential to have a contingency plan. After all, there was no staple food here. Once the marketplace was operational, she could explore the possibility of purchasing seeds. If available, she would buy some to cultivate the land, thus sparing herself the trouble in her future. However, she was uncertain about the difficulty of the so-called learning tasks. Surely, those focused on early childhood education would be quite simple. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered deeply, and the assistant thoughtfully refrained from interrupting her contemplation. After weighing the pros and cons, she resolved firmly, all right, I will accept this task. But wait, will there be any punishment if the task remains unfulfilled? It was not unreasonable for her to be cautious. Numerous hosts in the narratives featuring assistants faced dire consequences for failing their assignments, experiencing everything from electric shocks to lightning strikes and agonizing heart pains, truly a terrifying array. If the learning system acquired through forced means proved equally perilous, she would rather focus on devising a way to return to the modern world than embark on any tasks. The assistant remained silent for a few seconds before responding. There is a minor penalty for task failure, but it is not severe. How minor is minor? Could you provide an example? Zhu Yuanyuan pressed for clarification. Even the emotionless assistant felt a twinge of frustration, its mechanical voice taking on a more rigid tone as it explained. Task 1 requires 30 minutes of daily study. Successful completion rewards 1 knowledge point and a random item. Failure results in a 2-minute bout of uncontrollable flatulence. Zhu Yuanyuan. This is quite an intriguing punishment. The penalty is not particularly severe, yet it feels somewhat peculiar. May I ask if the host is willing to accept the task? The voice of the system echoed once more. Although Zhu Yuanyuan felt that the task punishment was not particularly severe, she had no intention of accepting the task immediately. Tunzi, let us put the task aside for a moment and chat, shall we? However, Tunzi firmly refused, stating that the learning system was not responsible for casual conversation. Oh, but you must at least provide a detailed self-introduction, right? Zhu Yuanyuan was not one to easily give up. She boldly pressed on. You mentioned there is a marketplace. Yet you haven't disclosed what items it contains, nor the cost of exchanges. Furthermore, about the task reward she enumerated her queries, eager to obtain answers. In order to encourage the host to accept tasks, Tunzi reluctantly responded to each question. There are certain details that cannot be revealed beforehand. But everything will be useful to you. The task rewards will increase in accordance with the level of difficulty. And there are no limits on the number of daily tasks you may accept. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded as she listened, and after a moment, she suddenly inquired. Is it possible to acquire a storage space? She believed that having a storage space would be exceedingly convenient. If it possessed preservation functions, a spiritual spring, and the ability to cultivate, it would be even better. The system, having detected its host's thoughts, was taken aback, responding internally, Host, one must not be overly greedy. Startled, Zhu Yuanyuan blinked and said, Oh, can you also change your voice? Indeed, the charming, youthful tone of a little boy is far more pleasant than a mechanical voice. Please keep that voice from now on. The system, nearly crashing from frustration, resolved to remain silent before the greedy host accepted any tasks. Zhu Yuanyuan waited for a considerable time without receiving a response, anxiously calling out in her mind, Tongzi, why are you silent? Tongzi? After a prolonged silence, she rolled her eyes and declared, Tongzi, I wish to undertake a task. Please refer to me as System 51741, came the somewhat sullen correction from Tongzi, who paused briefly before announcing, the daily learning task has been accepted. I am about to enter learning mode. Please confirm whether you wish to enter the virtual classroom. That can wait, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her tone somewhat cheeky. First, tell me about the storage space. Do I have a chance to possess it? Indeed. Tongzi responded without any intention of withholding information. After each system upgrade, there is a chance to participate in a lottery, and the storage space is one of the prizes. With an exceedingly low winning probability of 1 in 10,000, Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The odds of winning were dismally low, rendering hope almost non-existent. Yet, having even a glimmer of hope was far better than having none at all. As Tongzi wisely stated, one must not be overly greedy. Reflecting on her own tragic fate of being tormented to death by her unscrupulous father and his family, she realized that being granted a second chance at life was already a remarkable feat, even if she were to be reborn as a mere pink piglet. She should not succumb to despair or abandon the pursuit of healing. Zhu Yuanyuan lifted her right foreleg, but before she could utter a word, a clamorous sound of voices echoed from afar. Yuanyuan, where is my Yuanyuan? Is it true that she has been found? Let's go home first. The great power said he would escort her home, with the return of her original parents. Zhu Yuanyuan's plan to enter the virtual classroom for learning had to be put on hold. She craned her neck out of the cave entrance, her eyes fixed intently on the approaching group of people. At the forefront was her father, Zhu Chong, while her mother, Zhu Xiaofan, trailed slightly behind. The couple rushed forward, overcome with tears of joy upon seeing their female cub. It's Yuanyuan. It really is our Yuanyuan who has returned. Zhu Chong lifted the little pink piglet, inspecting it thoroughly from every angle before finally exhaling in relief as it appeared unscathed. Let me see, Zhu Xiaofan exclaimed, snatching the piglet away, cradling it in her hands as she examined it closely from left to right, wondering if the round creature felt any discomfort. Zhu Yuanyuan regained her composure, instantly filled with indignation and embarrassment. Stop it. I'm not in any pain. While her body resembled that of a 5-year-old piglet, her soul was that of a person in their 20s. The scene, reminiscent of being stripped bare for examination, was utterly humiliating. Had it not been for her biological parents' involvement, she would have kicked them away long ago. Alas, youth often comes at the cost of one's rights. Well, it's good that you're back, the clan leader, Zhu Shan, remarked. Remember to find time to express your gratitude to that lad. Bai Shi, from the Feihu tribe. Zhu Chong replied with a resounding affirmation. Yes, I shall go hunting tomorrow. As long as you are aware, Zhu Shan waved his hand. Everyone disperse now. The usual hunting schedule resumes, and it is time for the third team, is it not? Ensure you gather on time in the morning. The crowd gathered swiftly, only to scatter just as quickly. Zhu Yuanyuan was still taken aback, and soon, only their family of 5 remained. The slender, dark-haired youth, Zhu Yongming, nestled beside his mother, grinning widely. Sister's beast form is so tiny, even smaller than mother. She's hardly the size of 2 adult fists, so adorable. Mother, my elder brother Zhu Yuanyuan, now of age, is quite eager. May I hold my sister? Although their mother's beast form was also petite and delicate, she was a matriarch, and only their father held the privilege to embrace her. The sister, however, was different. As an elder brother, it was his duty to protect her, and it seemed only natural to hold her for a moment. I wish to hold her too. Zhu Yongming's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. No, Zhu Xiaofan firmly rejected. Yuanyuan has just returned and must surely be frightened. I must comfort her properly. The 2 brothers, undeterred, persisted with their pleas, ultimately reaching a satisfactory compromise. So it is settled then. While mother prepares the meal, we shall take care of our sister. Zhu Yoming confirmed with keen intelligence. Very well, just make sure to keep her indoors while you play. Zhu Yoming nodded fervently, resembling a chick pecking at grains. All right. He acquiesced. No, I want to play by myself, protested Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling as though she had become a piece of meat on a chopping board, subjected to the whims of others. However, her objections proved futile, as Zhu Xiaofan gently coaxed the little piglet's head, saying, Yuanyuan, dear, I can't bear to let you play alone. Allow your 2 brothers to keep you company. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan truly does not require anything. She simply wishes to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Her little stomach is incessantly reminding her that it is time for dinner, in her yearning for an early meal. Zhu Yuanyuan tearfully opts for the company of her 2 elder brothers, as she is unable to undertake her tasks for the time being. She can only feign an apology in her mind. Forgive me, dear master, my parents and brothers are watching over me too closely. I must find another time to study. Perhaps I could postpone until tomorrow? She had just perused the task instructions on the virtual panel and discovered that the tasks issued by her master were quite considerate, allowing a full 24 hours to complete them from the moment they are accepted. There is no need for haste, as her master's mechanical voice echoes once more, akin to a devil's whisper. In the world of orcs, there is no electricity. They toil with the rising sun and rest with its setting. They merely need to sleep. And that is rather disheartening. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan playfully poked his sister's forehead, adopting a tone of exaggerated seriousness. Little one, you ought to cheer up. Incessant sighing may lead to an unappealing countenance. Humph. You are the ugly one. Your entire family is ugly, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted defiantly. Brother, Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, seeking assistance. It seems my sister might be a tad foolish. Surely she cannot include herself in that description. To insult oneself so boldly, what a fierce little one she is. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Brother, is this truly acceptable? They are blood brothers. A few light-hearted jests aimed at his sister unexpectedly culminated in such a sorrowful outcome, leaving Zhu Urge on the verge of tears. Before dinner that very day, Zhu Yuanyuan endured a rather mixed bout of reprimand, though it was not excessively severe. Nonetheless, his tender heart would not recover for at least 10 days or more. Immersed in the consumption of minced roasted mutton from a wooden bowl, the flavor was undeniably exquisite, yet a sense of discontent lingered within Zhu Yuanyuan. Having been born in human form and only metamorphosing into her bestial guise before her demise, the original inhabitant had never experienced the simple pleasure of eating directly from a bowl. However, the modern transmigrator, with over 2 decades of pure humanity, had inherited this predicament. How long does it typically take for a beastman to revert to their original form after their initial transformation? The original owner was too young, and the answer eluded her memories. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated momentarily before raising her head to inquire of the woman beside her, whose face radiated affectionate smiles. Mother, she whimpered. When can I transform back? Is Yuanyuan eager to return to human form? Zhu Xiaofan asked. Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously, her fervent desire laid bare. It cannot be rushed, Zhu Chang chuckled. The first transformation expends a great deal of energy. You have yet to learn how to absorb energy and convert it for your own use, relying solely on your body's natural absorption. It will take at least half a year. What he omitted was that, for those less gifted, it could potentially take 2 or 3 years. However, their female offspring was able to transform into her bestial form at the tender age of 5, and in full beast form at that. Even if her beastly appearance was diminutive, her aptitude was undeniable. It would undoubtedly not be long before she could freely shift between human and beast forms. What? Half a year? This news struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan dazed and her countenance instantly crestfallen. Humph, whimper she lamented. I'm distressed and want to cry. The fragrant roasted mutton had lost its appeal. Zhu Yuanyuan pushed the small wooden bowl away and collapsed onto the ground, contemplating her porcine existence with despondent eyes. Her trotters made tasks inconvenient, and she suspected that no one would permit her to venture into the forest, at least not in the near future. Remaining within the pitch-black mountain cave day after day would undoubtedly be exceedingly dull. The mechanical voice of the system chimed in at the opportune moment. Host, you can undertake more daily tasks. 5 years old is an excellent time for enlightenment. He shouting responded telepathically, I'm still young and shouldn't overexert my mind. The system pinpointed the issue with precision, completing tasks rewards knowledge points and tangible items. Ah. This he shouting's eyes darted about. I understand knowledge points, but what exactly are these tangible items? If there were worthwhile rewards, she wouldn't mind being more diligent. After dinner, the world plunged into complete darkness. Zhu Xiaofan lit a torch, and Zhu Chang partially blocked the cave entrance with a large stone door. The couple led their 3 children deeper into the mountain cave, preparing to rest. Zhu Yuanyuan was cradled in the arms of brother Zhu, her obedient gaze wandering curiously as she surveyed the interior of the cave. It was, in essence, an ordinary cavern, its ceiling meticulously carved. And due to the prolonged absence of rain and the prevailing warmth, the walls were dry rather than damp. Although the cave comprised a single chamber, it was not a cramped space where the family huddled together on a pile of dead branches. Instead, roughly hewn logs of similar size were planted in rows. creating a small sleeping area. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The others in the Zhu family had grown accustomed to their surroundings, and soon after lying down, the rhythmic sound of snoring filled the air. Only Zhu Yuanyuan remained awake, unable to find solace in slumber. Even with the memories of her predecessor, she still found it difficult to sleep on the earthen ground. The mechanical voice of the system intruded once more, announcing that 1 hour and 33 minutes had elapsed since the host accepted the task. Shall we enter the virtual classroom? Do not disturb me, Zhu Yuanyuan silently chanted. I am nestled between my parents. What will happen if I suddenly vanish? You need not worry, the system replied calmly. The virtual classroom can only be accessed through your consciousness, while your body remains in the external world, appearing to be in a deep sleep. With such considerate reassurances, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of declining and ultimately acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed. She was curious to discover what knowledge the infant system would impart. At the moment she consented, her consciousness materialized in a pristine and orderly classroom, where only a single set of desks and chairs faced a brightly lit virtual screen. Oh, is there not even a podium? Zhu Yuanyuan curiously scanned her surroundings, her gaze ultimately fixating on a line of text displayed on the virtual screen. Interstellar Cub Education. After the clear chime rang 3 times, the 6 prominent characters vanished, and a small boy clad in a black suit entered with a stern expression. Class has begun. Please take your seats promptly. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, Zhu Yuanyuan mused, obediently approaching the table and pulling out a chair to sit down. Wait a moment. She recalled that voice belonged to the system, which had previously vexed her greatly, momentarily forgetting to maintain its unpleasant mechanical tone. Ah, so the system was indeed the teacher responsible for the lesson. This was splendid news. The initial feelings of awkwardness in this unfamiliar setting dissipated, and Zhu Yuanyuan eagerly raised her small hand. System, what will our first lesson be about? Shouldn't we start with introductions? The small boy suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and replied, No need. I possess all the information regarding your past and present. Furthermore, please refer to me as teacher while in the classroom. But you appear so young. Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, feeling quite distressed. I cannot bring myself to call you that. Perhaps you could adopt a different appearance? The system wished to present itself in an adult virtual form. However, the cub learning system, under the pretense of fostering mutual growth with the cubs, mandated that the virtual representations of the systems could not exceed the size of their hosts. This was rather excessive. Ahem, no irrelevant chatter is allowed during class, the system admonished sternly. We shall commence the lesson now. The history of interstellar development. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan ran a lap around the playground, which measured a considerable 400 meters. Completing 5 laps amounted to a mere 2,000 meters, a simple feat however. Her petite feet were unshod, compelling her to run barefoot. Observing the soft silicone surface of the playground, she felt reassured and began her run with a rhythmic patter. 1 lap, 2 laps. Yet, before she could complete 3 laps, she found herself panting heavily, her feet feeling as though they were encased in lead, her speed visibly diminishing until it devolved into a slow walk. The supervisor, holding a small megaphone, shouted, Run faster. Haven't you had enough to eat? Indeed, her stomach felt empty. Zhu Yuanyuan muttered under her breath, but her pace picked up slightly. A slow jog was still a form of running, and now she felt more at ease. As anticipated, the supervisor put away the megaphone, standing stoically by the track as an overseer. Upon finishing 5 laps, Zhu Yuanyuan felt as if she might collapse onto the ground, but the supervisor insisted she take a few steps first, instructing her to gradually cool down after such intense exercise and to refrain from drinking water immediately. But am I not a consciousness entity? Zhu Yuanyuan weakly protested. It makes no difference. Running in a virtual world strengthens your real body, the supervisor explained, emphasizing the importance of instilling good habits in young ones. If erroneous habits are formed in the virtual realm, they will manifest as conditioned responses upon returning to the physical body. This reasoning resonated with Zhu Yuanyuan, who reluctantly accepted the reality. After walking back and forth for a few minutes to recover, she sat down, exclaiming, I'm so tired. Let me rest for a moment. The supervisor could hardly bear to witness her exhaustion. After only 5 laps, she was already spent. In the interstellar realm, 5-year-old children can run at least 10 laps. But I am not a child of the interstellar realm, Zhu Yuanyuan countered with sound reasoning. We are not starting from the same baseline. Comparisons cannot be drawn. This assertion was indeed valid, leaving the supervisor momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the class bell rang, and the supervisor, with a blank expression, announced, daily learning tasks have been completed once. Reward, knowledge points 1, laxative 1. Zhu Yuanyuan's smile gradually faded. Was it a glycerin enema? If her memory served her right, the function of such a remedy was. Although undeniably practical, it still evoked a sense of embarrassment. Could they not reward her with some seeds for fruits and vegetables, thus addressing the issue at its root? Nevertheless, it was better to have something than nothing at all. At least she would not be at a loss when the need arose. Zhu Yuanyuan resigned herself to the situation and inquired about the whereabouts of her belongings. She noted that despite the promise of a reward, she had yet to see its manifestation. Her eyes brimmed with suspicion. Could it be that the system had clandestinely concealed her prized laxative? Regardless of her disdain, it was still her reward, hard-earned and not to be misappropriated. The system, perceiving the host's thoughts, nearly overheated its CPU in indignation and, with a youthful visage, informed her that the physical reward was securely stored within the system's inventory and could be retrieved when needed. Unable to contain its frustration, it added that the laxative, desperately sought by the host, held no value for the system. Zhu Yuanyuan's ears involuntarily flushed a deep crimson, her eyes widening in denial like a startled creature. I don't need it urgently. I merely fear that my efforts may be in vain. The knowledge you acquire becomes an integral part of yourself. How could it possibly be in vain? Tongzi reproached her earnestly, emphasizing the importance of diligent study, assuring her that what is rightfully hers will never be lacking. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan replied nonchalantly, attempting to summon her backpack. Before her appeared a grid-like inventory reminiscent of a game, and she was taken aback with delight, realizing that she possessed such a convenient bag for storing her belongings. Zhu Yuanyuan laughed joyfully, but Tongzi doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. The backpack could only store rewards earned from completing tasks, prohibiting the inclusion of any external items. This stipulation promptly shattered Zhu Yuanyuan's little schemes. Undeterred, she argued, Tongzi, the backpack is so spacious, it is meant to be utilized. What difference does it make what I store inside? Why must the rules be so rigid? Rules are rules, and I cannot contravene them, Tongzi replied, indicating its own helplessness. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, is there any loophole? Tongzi firmly asserted, absolutely not. Do not overthink it. Even the highly intelligent interstellar youngsters have failed to uncover any loopholes, and you are even less likely to succeed. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself perplexed, feeling as though her intelligence was being ridiculed. Determined not to suffer losses, she resolved to devise a clever strategy to exploit any loopholes. For leaving her backpack, filled with hundreds of compartments, empty would be a grave waste. Interestingly, the box of 20 milliliters enema tubes, containing 25, proved to be quite a bargain. However, she quickly chastised herself for such frivolous thoughts and decided it was prudent to contemplate whether to continue with her daily tasks. After a few moments of reflection, Zhu Yuanyuan acknowledged the myriad shocks she had encountered since arriving in the orc world, realizing that she needed rest. Ultimately, she concluded that today would be sufficient and that she would resume her tasks when time permitted on the morrow. After all, being confined indoors, alone in the dark cave, was rather dull, making it an ideal opportunity for study. Yet, she preferred to minimize her physical training. At merely 5 years of age, there was no urgency in exercising. The system was nearing its limits, having encountered numerous hosts, yet never before had it encountered one so timid and averse to challenges. In this world of orcs, neglecting to enhance her physical prowess could lead to dire consequences. Could she truly rely on others for sustenance? The system's lengthy lecture caused her eyes to glaze over. System, I'm feeling rather drowsy. I think I shall retire for the night. You should rest as well. Don't overexert yourself. Silently urging herself to leave, she found herself back in the pitch-black cave in the blink of an eye, the loud snores around her now no longer bothersome. Sighing, she lamented the system's propensity for lengthy admonitions and wished for a quieter companion. As her melancholy deepened, her thoughts grew muddled, and she soon drifted into a chaotic slumber. The following day, she was abruptly awakened by the cacophony around her. Upon opening her eyes, Instead of the familiar darkness of the cave, she was greeted by the blinding brightness of the red sun hanging in the sky. Zhu Yuanyuan was astonished. She distinctly remembered falling asleep in the cave, yet here she was, lying on the open ground outside her home. Could it be that her physical form was capable of somnambulism? As she pondered this, a half-grown black pig approached her, nuzzling her gently with its large head. "Sister is awake. Come practice with us." Zhu Yuanyuan effortlessly comprehended the murmurs of her second brother. She rose up on all fours and spun around a few times, only to discover that the open space in front of her home was teeming with pigs. The larger swine sat on their hind legs, gazing up at the sun, while the younger ones occasionally engaged in playful antics after taking a moment to rest. A few piglets remained deeply asleep. Was this so-called practice merely about basking in sunlight? Yet, as she looked around, it hardly resembled a collective exercise. Rather, it felt akin to a gathering place for a certain large cult, inciting within her, a traveler from another realm, an impulse to dial a certain toll-free hotline. Zhu Yuanyuan struggled to convince herself to remain calm, and, emulating the postures of the large pigs, gazed at the rising sun. However, within mere minutes, she felt her hind limbs grow numb and her eyes stung painfully, making it difficult to keep them open. Although the newly risen sun was gentle, even a few lingering glances could harm sensitive eyes. "Sister, do not stare directly at the sun," Zhu Yongming earnestly imparted his wisdom, emphasizing the need to observe with the heart rather than the eyes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but roll her eyes. The instructor truly knew how to seize the moment. Why not undertake a task and immerse herself in the virtual classroom? The little ones were all sound asleep, and here she was, wide awake. How out of place she felt. Resolving to take action, Zhu Yuanyuan silently declared her intention to accept a daily learning task. The second lesson was neither a physical training class nor a course on the history of interstellar development, but rather a language class focused on recognizing and writing characters. Initially, Zhu Yuanyuan did not perceive anything amiss. The characters before her diverged from the square script she had learned in modern society. They resembled blossoms, each exquisite and requiring fewer strokes, evoking the sensation of writing as an art form. Has the written language of the orc world reached such sophistication? The youthful visage of the ruler became rigid, and he paused momentarily, contemplating the need to reorganize the curriculum. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was filled with concern. I find you rather unreliable. How could a perfectly functioning interstellar juvenile learning system end up in the orc world? Could it possibly be a defective or discarded system? I am not, it retorted. I have not, and you shall not tarnish my professional integrity. The system seethed with mechanical fury. As the host, how could one brazenly utter falsehoods? Such behavior must be met with severe punishment. Zhu Yuanyuan had yet to comprehend the situation when her consciousness was abruptly expelled from the virtual classroom. Shortly thereafter, a notification echoed, indicating the failure of her task. As she had not completed her daily learning assignment, the host would, in the following quarter of an hour, experience a series of uncontrollable flatulence. Pfff, 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 a succession of sounds ensued, not particularly loud, yet markedly capturing the attention of the nearby swine. The half-grown pigs, scurrying about, turned their gaze towards her, exclaiming, Yuanyuan is passing gas. It was undeniably an embarrassing moment. Zhu Yuanyuan was instantly overwhelmed with shame, inwardly screaming in frustration about the flawed system. I demand to sever ties immediately, right now? Her assumptions were merely rational deductions, yet the system, plagued by its own insecurities, deliberately declared her mission a failure, using it as an excuse for personal vendetta. Such madness was utterly unacceptable. This system was simply intolerable. Zhu Yuanyuan, resolute in her determination to sever ties, left the system filled with regret, recognizing that it should not have acted impulsively and disrupted the situation. The cub system was designed to serve the young, and while it possessed the authority to impose penalties, it could not misuse its power. In the event of a complaint, the host had the right to disengage. In the orc world, hosts meeting the binding criteria were few and far between. If a suitable successor could not be found promptly, the inherent energy would deplete swiftly, leading to the system entering a dormant state until its energy was entirely exhausted and rendered obsolete. Therefore, while Zhu Yuanyuan could exist without the system could not thrive without her. The system, acknowledging its misstep, hastily issued an announcement attributing the erroneous task outcome to a system malfunction, retracting the punishment and offering compensation of 10 knowledge points and 10 kilograms of rice. Do not think that 10 kilograms of rice can sway me, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted indignantly. I just had rice a couple of days ago. It holds no allure for me. Consequently, the system, citing unreasonable course planning, provided an additional compensation of 10 knowledge points and 10 chocolates. The rapid arrival of these compensations was akin to a whirlwind, momentarily rendering Zhu Yuanyuan speechless as her mind raced with thoughts of the feasibility of requesting further compensation. However, the system was not devoid of principles. Sensing the shift in her demeanor, it promptly issued a warning. Should the host exhibit insatiable greed, all compensations would be rescinded and disengagement would ensue. For the cub learning system required hosts with sound moral values. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted disdainfully, remarking as if her moral compass were impeccably aligned, oblivious to the fact that it was she who had erred moments prior. The system responded, citing a malfunction and assuring her that reasonable compensation had been rendered. Reflecting on the unexpected bounty of 20 knowledge points, 10 pounds of rice, and 10 pieces of chocolate, Zhu Yuanyuan deemed the compensation quite satisfactory. Flatulence is a natural physiological phenomenon. In the grand tapestry of life, what significance does the occasional public emission hold? Ultimately, she remains a cherished little piglet, and any laughter that may ensue would be fleeting and inconsequential. Let it be, Zhu Yuanyuan generously declared. It was an error, not your fault. I absolve you. The system replied, thank you for your understanding. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly recalled her daily study tasks and wondered if she needed to re-accept them. Apologies, but the system politely declined, stating that the courses are currently being updated and tasks cannot be accepted at this time. The resumption date will be announced later. Zhu Yuanyuan harbored hopes of receiving more tangible rewards. Rice and chocolate were delightful treats, and by completing more tasks, she was certain there would be opportunities to acquire additional sustenance. Yet, at present, she found herself unable to undertake any tasks. Alas, all she could do was pray for the updates to be completed swiftly, restoring normalcy. Around 8 in the morning, the great boars transformed into their human forms, bustling about. They began their day with a hearty breakfast of roasted meat. After satisfying their appetites, it was time for hunting, while those tasked with gathering ventured out in pairs. The Black Pig clan boasted over 500 members of various ages, with half being young adults, organized into 5 teams that took turns hunting. On days when it was not their turn, they either patrolled the village or escorted the gathering teams. Idleness was simply not an option. Of course, if personal matters arose, one could occasionally request leave. Zhu Chang, a member of the first hunting team, was not scheduled for hunting today, so he took the opportunity to venture out alone in pursuit of game. Since his female offspring had been rescued and returned, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Hunting solo and not aiming for larger prey, he journeyed to a nearby forest, spending over an hour capturing several rabbits, wild chickens, and a roe deer. To Zhu Yuanyuan, such modest offerings felt rather inadequate for expressing gratitude for her life, yet for the beastmen, this gesture was deemed quite generous. Although it may sound harsh, in this world, human life was indeed undervalued, far less significant than food. Given the distance and the arduous journey, Zhu Chang had not initially intended to take Zhu Yuanyuan along to deliver his tokens of thanks. However, Zhu Xiaofan disagreed. She believed that a personal visit would leave a more lasting impression. Yuanyuan, known for her mischievous spirit and difficult demeanor, had nearly lost her life this time, which necessitated that she receive a profound lesson. Beholding the tiny, pink bundle huddled by the doorway, her pitiable demeanor stirred a tender-hearted reluctance to chide her. Consequently, Zhu Chang, swallowing his pride, suggested that given her youth and lack of understanding, disciplinary action could wait until she matured. Nay, Zhu Xiaofan insisted sternly, at 5 years. She is far from being a babe. Her transformation manifested incomplete. She must be taught what is expected and made aware of the extent of the meat sacrificed on her behalf. During the winter months, when all sought refuge within the caves, such a quantity of meat could sustain their family of 5 for 2 whole days. In the original host's memories, each winter saw the demise of elderly kin due to cold and starvation. The chieftain's inaction stemmed not from indifference but from sheer inability. Winter hunts were arduous, and the prey stored during autumn was finite, dwindling further when distributed among the tribe, making it impossible to prioritize the elderly. Thus, food was truly invaluable. Reflecting on this, Zhu Yuanyuan volunteered to accompany her father to the Flying Tiger tribe. Given that they had extended a life-saving hand, expressing gratitude in person was paramount. With the support of her mate and offspring, Zhu Chang acquiesced. Very well, I shall take you. However, you must conduct yourself with decorum and refrain from mischief along the way. I shall be the epitome of obedience. Zhu Yuanyuan nearly vowed with a thump to her chest. With the gifts prepared and time still permitting, the father and daughter set forth with the game. Although the Flying Tiger tribe was said to be in proximity to the Black Pig tribe, for wingless, traversing the distance in a single day was an impossibility. Thus, they prepared to spend the night in the forest. After securing the prey in a rattan net, Zhu Chang transformed into his and carried the pink piglet on his back. Anxious about inadvertently dropping his cub during their journey, he enlisted his mate's assistance in fastening her with vines. Being forcibly bound together with the pheasant and rabbit, Zhu Yuanyuan queried, "Father, where are your manners?" She nearly succumbed to the illusion that she, too, was part of the offering. Zhu Chang was oblivious to the emotions of the little one, preparing to gallop towards the Flying Tiger tribe. Along the way, he encountered wild fruit trees and did not forget to gather some for his child. Although most of the wild fruits were sour and unpalatable, his paternal affection remained unwavering. Zhu Yuanyuan accepted a somewhat less sour fruit to gnaw on. As for the cleanliness of the fruit, in this era devoid of pesticides and fertilizers, such concerns were trivial. After running from mid-morning until dusk, they finally caught sight of the silhouette of the Flying Tiger tribe. The father and daughter, worried about potential dangers, had subsisted on wild fruits, and now their stomachs growled in hunger. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan was utterly bewildered. What if someone spotted her roasting chicken outside the Flying Tiger tribe and misconstrued the situation? In the world of the orcs, mountains and forests were abundant, and the tribes had long established an unspoken understanding to maintain a respectful distance from one another. The hunting grounds were distinctly delineated, and no one was permitted to hunt within the territories of other tribes without cause, unless, of course, one faced dire straits, teetering on the brink of starvation, in which case a small catch might suffice to stave off hunger. It was precisely this code of conduct that prevented her father from bringing female offspring to the vicinity of the Flying Tiger tribe to procure game as a token of gratitude. Instead, he had painstakingly prepared a proper gift to present. Should roasting a chicken invite misunderstanding, Zhu Yuanyuan would rather endure a day of hunger. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a twinge of guilt, having just traversed into this new world for a mere 2 days. She had yet to acclimate to her new identity, let alone cultivate any filial piety. Nevertheless, she understood the necessity of uttering the customary pleasantries. My father and mother have treated me well, and naturally, I must reciprocate. Zhu Chang's heart swelled with contentment, the bitterness lingering in his mouth dissipating significantly. After a forced attempt to appease her hunger, the father and daughter continued on their journey, soon approaching the Fehu tribe, only to be intercepted by several rugged men. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang has engaged in conversation with the leader of the Flying Tiger orcs, conveying his intentions. The leader, taken aback, glanced at the offerings on the ground, then at Zhu's father and daughter, before finally instructing, Ashu, go summon Shirtu to identify the individuals. Ashu promptly departed, and in less than a quarter of an hour, he returned with Shirtu in tow. Upon seeing her savior, Zhu Yuanyuan was filled with excitement. Waving her forelegs and greeting, "Hello, my father and I have come to express our gratitude." At first, the sight of the winged white tiger seemed peculiar, but as she regained her composure, she found it to be quite majestic, especially after witnessing the spectacle of hundreds of black pigs gathered together. She could only lament the missed opportunity to stroke its magnificent form, pondering whether such a chance would ever present itself again. Zhu Chang nodded in agreement, affirming that they had come to present their tokens of gratitude, albeit modest in quantity. "There's no need for such formality," Baishur replied with a smile. gently declining the gesture. Regardless of who it may be, anyone discovering young ones in peril within the forest would undoubtedly come to their aid. There is no requirement for a special expression of thanks. Please take these spoils back with you. That simply cannot be, Zhu Chang insisted. The Black Pig clan is known for our sense of obligation and loyalty. He bent down, hoisting the captured prey and thrusting it into Bai Shi's hands. Please accept them. Otherwise, I shall be unable to find peace of mind. As Bai Shi became laden with the spoils, his once striking appearance was somewhat diminished. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. It seemed that she was merely a tool to demonstrate her life-saving grace, lacking even the privilege to utter a few more words. The little pink piglet, filled with indignation, struggled and kicked her adoptive father a few times. Humph. The biological father of the original owner was not truly hers. He could only be considered a gratuitous adoptive father. Yuanyuan. The foolish Zhu Chang was still somewhat perplexed, wondering why all of a sudden she had become upset. Observing this, Bai Shi extended an invitation, suggesting that as night had fallen and it was unsafe to travel, it would be better for her to stay at his home for the night and return in the morning. No need. Yuanyuan, you've kicked me again. Zhu Chang lamented helplessly. If you have something to say, speak it. How could you kick your father? Although the little piglet lacked strength and her kicks were not painful, it was rather embarrassing to be kicked in front of so many people. Do not assume that the rugged beastmen are indifferent to their dignity. Zhu Yuanyuan scrunched her delicate nose and pouted, expressing her discontent. I do not wish to sleep outdoors. What if it rains? Or what if a wild beast ambushes us in the middle of the night? Zhu Chang reassured her, the weather today does not suggest rain. We can find a hollow in a tree for refuge, barricade it with large stones, and I will keep watch throughout the night. There will be no cause for concern. With such careful consideration from her father, Zhu Yuanyuan felt at a loss and merely pouted in silence. Bai Shi, observing the two diminutive piglets that barely filled his fists, felt that the father-daughter duo's plan to camp outside was rather precarious. Unable to contain himself, he urged, Zhu to Shu, Yuanyuan is still quite young. It is unwise for you to take her into the wilderness alone. It would be better to stay. The leading Feihu beastman concurred, heed Shitu's advice. His home is spacious and there is no fear of lacking shelter. The Feihu and the Black Pig clans resided near one another and often interacted, so a brief stay was not viewed as an inconvenience. To put it bluntly, Zhu Chang, accompanied by a young female, posed little threat to stir any trouble. Reluctantly yielding to their hospitality, the Zhu father and daughter followed Bai Shi to his home, a cave perched 5 meters above the ground, with a rather rudimentary earthen ladder that even the less formidable beastmen dared not ascend. There was little choice. Having wings allowed for such caprices. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Chang also found the place to be quite tidy, though he was not particularly astonished. He merely remarked, this room must have taken considerable time and effort to renovate, hasn't it? Indeed, Bai Shi did not dispute this, replying, aside from hunting, I have little else to occupy my time. Whenever I have a moment to spare, I devote it to this project, and it took nearly 2 years to complete. He then ignited a torch and led Zhu's father and daughter deeper into the room, stopping beside a spacious stone platform in the corner. This is where I sleep, tonight. Uncle Zhu and Yuanyuan will rest here. Zhu Chang inquired, and you, Xiaozi, will you not sleep here? Bai Shi responded, no. I plan to stay at Asang's house later. Zhu Chang sensed something amiss. While I sought merely to stay at your abode for a night, I had no intention of displacing you. The stone is sufficiently large to accommodate 2 adults and a young one. Yes, indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement, asserting that the space I occupied was minimal, and I would certainly not encroach upon you. Bai Shi, bemused yet amused, remarked, but you are a young female. At merely 5 years of age, Zhu Chang dismissed this concern, stating that had she been a year or 2 older, I surely could not have taken refuge in your home. Bai Shi pondered for a moment, recalling that in their tribe, young females under the age of 10 typically resided with their parents and brothers. 5 years is indeed quite young, and thus she readily agreed, very well. It is getting late. I shall roast some meat. We must not allow the young one to go to bed on an empty stomach. No need, Zhu Chang politely declined, for she has already consumed a considerable amount of wild fruits. Zhu Yuanyuan thought of the tangy wild fruits, and involuntarily furrowed her little brow. The prey was indeed provided by them, and coincidentally, she had not yet eaten. Baishir had already arrived at their usual spot for barbecuing and kindled a fire. After a little over half an hour, Zhu Yuanyuan savored the tender and juicy roasted spore meat, her small belly round and full. As a young cub, she certainly could not refuse the hospitality of her host. Not only she, but Zhu Chong also relished the meal, exclaiming, "Sure, your roasted meat is exquisite. It carries no fishy odor and is not greasy. Is it because of the fruit juice you applied?" Baishir did not shy away from the audience while barbecuing. Zhu Chong observed the entire process and noticed the distinctness of the fruit juice, prompting him to inquire directly. "Indeed," Baishir nodded, "the bitterness is unbearable. It must be the sour fruits that eliminate the fishy taste." Zhu Chong was elated. "I shall try it when I return." Yuanyuan enjoys it immensely, having consumed half a piece more than usual. Zhu Yuanyuan, deep in thought, gently rubbed her little belly with her front hoofs. Though she was but a small creature, her appetite was considerable. Was this not abnormal? Indulging without engaging in exercise would surely lead to rapid weight gain. She could almost envision herself, plump and unable to walk, which sent a shiver down her spine. At that moment, the system conveniently appeared, informing her that daily tasks had resumed their normal acceptance status, though the data regarding the orc world had yet to be fully updated. For the time being, she would only have physical training classes. After delivering this notification, it also recommended that, given her current physical condition, which had surpassed the ideal weight, attending more physical training classes would be advantageous. The news struck her like a bolt from the blue. Zhu Yuanyuan was engulfed in sorrow, yet she endeavored to conceal her distress from her father, striving not to reveal any signs of her turmoil. Instead, she channeled her grief into her appetite, indulging in a small piece of roasted meat. Ah, what a delightful aroma! The host was in a state of self-abandonment, seemingly beyond salvation. Yuanyuan realized she could no longer eat, as Zhu Chong began his relentless lecture, admonishing his offspring about the abundance of delicious roasted meat that lay ahead. "What if you overindulge and become ill?" he cautioned. Although both he and her mother would not mind supporting her for a lifetime, it became evident that a male's nagging could rival that of a female. Capitalizing on the topic of Zhu Yuanyuan's lack of self-control, Zhu Chong persisted with his admonitions for a considerable duration, nearly half an hour, until Baishir, unable to bear it any longer, deliberately interjected. "Is Yuanyuan feeling tired? I have heard that young ones require ample sleep. Perhaps it would be best to let her rest?" Zhu Chong felt a pang of concern for her young female cub and readily agreed that it was indeed time for her to rest after waking so early. However, the flickering torchlight was too disruptive for the cub's slumber, and ultimately, they decided to rest together. Perhaps it was the comfort of their beast forms that made rest more enjoyable. Both males were in their animal shapes. Zhu Yuanyuan lay on the left side beside her father, the large black boar, and on her right was a white tiger with majestic wings, creating a scene that felt almost magical. In a different world, a wild boar encountering a wild tiger would surely result in a fierce conflict, yet here they were, sharing a bed in harmony. Ah, if only she were still in her original world. She would have eagerly captured this moment on her phone and uploaded it to a popular video platform for all to see. Speaking of which, the white tiger's fur was not only soft and comfortable, but also remarkably clean, indicating that its owner took great care in grooming, far more than her father, who was less meticulous. That night, Zhu Yuanyuan completed 4 daily tasks and spent 2 hours running in the virtual playground, only giving up when her consciousness began to falter with fatigue. Afterward, she settled down for a peaceful night's sleep. Upon awakening, she noticed her small body gently rising and falling in a rhythmic manner. Oh, it turned out that while she was still in a sleepy haze, her father had bound her with vines and was carrying her home. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan was taken aback. Could it be that she had truly misunderstood? Mother, Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly spoke up. I am hungry. Zhu Xiaofan's gaze, which had softened momentarily, suddenly sharpened as she fixed her eyes on her partner. How can you still have the audacity to claim you haven't lost weight? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong felt a chill in his heart. After learning that sour fruits could eliminate the unpleasant odor of grilled meat, he planned to return and delight his partner. Little did he know that the little one had already seized the opportunity. That evening, the family of 5 enjoyed an even more delectable barbecue, with Zhu Yuanyuan emerging as the unsung hero, while Zhu's father played the villain by withholding food from the little one. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan fell silent. His sister truly was, the past is behind us. And revisiting old grievances seems rather pointless. Yuanyuan, do not be upset. Zhu Yuanyuan bravely interjected. Your second brother is merely 5 years your senior. In the days before your arrival, our parents favored him the most. Now he simply feels discomfort seeing your favored status, but he harbors no ill intentions. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. I bear no malice. Zhu Yuanyuan's thoughts were somewhat intricate. At first glance, her elder brother's words seemed unproblematic. Yet upon deeper reflection, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Was it possible that her elder brother exhibited a hint of green tea tendencies? What is the matter, Yuanyuan? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, feeling the weight of her gaze upon him. It's nothing, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her tone imbued with profundity. I simply believe that in this world, some matters cannot be assessed solely based on their surface. One must engage with them sincerely to truly comprehend, lest one falls prey to misfortune. What do you think, brother? Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Indeed, one ought to engage with sincerity. In truth, Brother Zhu had no comprehension of what it truly meant to engage with sincerity. He merely feared that a misstep in words might bring tears to his sister's eyes, prompting him to acquiesce in his speech. Life continued as usual, filled with slumber and indulgence, akin to that of a pig. Well, to be precise, their beastly forms resembled pigs. One might say they led a life of gluttony. Accustomed to the nocturnal hours, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself unable to sleep, her mind preoccupied with the rather sardonic 25 points of knowledge. With a decisive slap of her thigh, she silently resolved to accept her daily learning tasks. Though running was exhausting, the prospect of rewards such as rice, chocolate, and cantaloupe spurred her on. She could not afford to falter. Resolute, she promised herself a piece of chocolate as a reward upon completing this task. After finishing her physical training class, Zhu Yuanyuan, breathless, placed her hands on her hips and strolled slowly across the virtual playground, ensuring her breathing and heartbeat had returned to a steady rhythm before pausing. With her daily learning task accomplished, she received 1 knowledge point and a bamboo cup. Tiangzi, playing with a small stick he had found, inquired, Will we only accept 1 task tonight? Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively took a few steps back, feeling as though a nod would result in a slap. Do the younglings of interstellar education also have a penchant for physical confrontation? No. It is already pitiable to have traversed into a foreign realm. Enduring frequent beatings would surely displease her. I advise you not to wield that stick in my direction, Zhu Yuanyuan asserted with authority. What? The overseer was momentarily bewildered, raising the small wooden stick in hand. Why would I point a stick at you? I merely feel an urge to hold it and play. That is acceptable, as long as you do not entertain thoughts of using it on me, Zhu Yuanyuan replied amiably. Nevertheless, she undertook another task, determined to access the marketplace soon. The rewards for completing tasks were entirely random, leaving no room for personal selection, often yielding items of little value, such as this time's lighter. What need is there for a lighter in the world of orcs? If seen by others, it would be utterly incomprehensible. It would be far safer to rely on a flint. It is good to know you are making an effort, the overseer said contentedly. With the overseer's support, Zhu Yuanyuan successfully completed 5 learning tasks that evening, earning 5 knowledge points, 1 lighter, 2 eggs, and 2 pairs of stockings. Indeed, the tangible rewards from the random selection proved most disappointing. Apart from the eggs, the rest were entirely useless. In the following days, Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and persevered through the tasks. Finally receiving good news on the 7th day, there were changes to the curriculum. Overseer. The data collection for the orc world is complete, and the curriculum has been updated. Please increase the frequency of task acceptance voluntarily, or else mandatory measures will be implemented. What does that mean? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, frowning. If the number of tasks accepted daily falls below 10, the system will enforce task issuance, and failure to complete them will result in random penalties. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Could it truly be played this way? Regardless of her feelings. The notification had been issued, and as long as she was unwilling to sever ties, she was bound to adhere to the rules. However, passively accepting this predicament was not a viable option. If deemed a soft target by the overseer, what would happen when the frequency of compulsory tasks increased in the future? Overseer, Zhu Yuanyuan stated with utmost seriousness, I believe we ought to have a discussion. About what? The overseer interjected, laying the groundwork for their conversation. It is impossible to reduce the number of daily tasks. There will be at least 10 each day. Zhu Yuanyuan expressed her displeasure, pointing out that during the initial binding, it was stated that there would be no restrictions on the number of tasks one could undertake. Now, however, it seemed that a stringent limit of 10 had been imposed, which she deemed a deceit towards the young ones. At that time, you were still a novice, and naturally, there were no limits on task acceptance. The administrator explained in a rather dry manner. Now that the knowledge points have exceeded 50, and you have moved beyond the novice stage, it is only reasonable to raise the requirements. Zhu Yuanyuan persisted, arguing that there had been no prior mention of a novice status. She feared that if this trend continued, with an increasing number of mandatory tasks, it might lead to her exhaustion. The administrator hurried to clarify, stating that the young one's learning system was designed to properly guide and protect the learners, prioritizing their mental and physical well-being. Tasks beyond their capacity would never be assigned. Who can say for certain? Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed, her distrust evident. The administrator assured her, maintaining a very earnest demeanor, reiterating that this increase in mandatory tasks was a result of a recent update, and that they had only just received the notification from the superintelligence. Thus it was not intended to make things difficult for her. Zhu Yuanyuan astutely grasped the crux of the matter. The superbrain? Indeed. The myriad systems are all governed by a singular, superior intellect. The overseer must respond candidly, as this ensures the utmost safety of the host. The system is a product of advanced technology, endowed with inscrutable methods. Without the supervision of the superbrain, the rules would be utterly ineffective in restraining it. Zhu Yuanyuan fell silent, suddenly realizing that Tongzi was somewhat pitiable, trapped in circumstances beyond her control. Never mind. This time I shall not pursue the matter further. Zhu Yuanyuan relented, but there would be no next time. Tongzi readily agreed, and I have already provided feedback to the superbrain. This situation is not particularly intricate. It was initially designed as a learning system for young ones. The innocent young ones are utterly oblivious to the notion of protest, and the superbrain could not have anticipated encountering a false juvenile this time. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, accepting that enduring some hardships for the sake of the marketplace was inconsequential. However, the thought of completing 10 learning tasks each day, each taking half an hour, amounted to 5 hours daily. It was one thing to commit to this for a year or two, but could she truly be expected to do so for a lifetime? She firmly requested a deadline from the system. Once you have completed your studies, the system replied ambiguously. Be more specific, Zhu Yuanyuan insisted, unimpressed by vague assurances. They say learning knows no bounds. What if you are relentless and expect me to learn until I am old? If I reach a point where my teeth have fallen out and my eyesight is dimmed, and I am still compelled to complete 10 tasks daily, that would be torturous. The system was nearly rendered speechless. This is a juvenile learning system. Once you reach adulthood, who will force you to complete tasks and provide you with rewards? Do not entertain such notions. Oh, so it was until adulthood. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief. If only it had been stated plainly, rather than forcing her to dig deeper. The system snorted dismissively and suggested that she absorb the essence of the sun and moon in her spare time to restore her human form sooner. The longer it took, the poorer her aptitude would be, and it certainly did not wish for a foolish host. Absorb the essence of the sun and moon? Zhu Yuanyuan queried, feeling somewhat perplexed. Is it akin to how my father and others practice in the morning by gazing at the sun? Indeed. Then it is strange. If the essence of the sun and moon is beneficial, why have I never seen anyone lying outside at night to bask in the moonlight? Because the Black Pig clan requires the essence of the sun more, while your beast form is that of a small, fragrant pig. No matter how much you grow, you cannot compare to the robust Black Pig. What you need is a balance of yin and yang, a dual development. The system explained in great detail. Zhu Yuanyuan understood broadly and couldn't help but recall Zhu Xiaofan. My beast form is inherited from my mother. According to your explanation, she should also bask in the moonlight. Precisely, the The system replied, its tone brightening. The fact that you can comprehend this indicates that your intelligence is normal and not impaired. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically and couldn't help but express her disdain. I assumed you would be pleased with a foolish host. At least they are obedient and won't trouble you. However, that won't suffice. Excessive foolishness hampers the learning process. The system exhibited a touch of arrogance, adding, do not be mistaken into thinking that being a system is uncomplicated. Merely issuing tasks on time is not enough. We too require commendable performance. If the host learns at a sluggish pace, neither the superbrain nor other systems will blame the host. They will only question the efficacy of my teaching. Zhu Yuanyuan felt that their conversation had reached a natural conclusion. Calmly, she remarked, I shall step outside for a stroll, bask in the sunlight, and absorb the essence of the day. Very well, do as you wish, Tongzi replied, not obstructing her, but cautioning, do refrain from sunbathing during the peak hours. For you are still young and may not withstand the heat, risking sunstroke. Rest assured, Zhu Yuanyuan replied languidly. I understand the importance of moderation and have no intention of jeopardizing my health. Human adaptability is remarkable. She had grown accustomed to moving on 4 legs. And even the daunting stairs no longer intimidated her. With a sprightly leap, she departed her home, squinting up at the sun. The hour was still early. The sun was not overly fierce. Although it was not as ideal as the early dawn for her practice, it was still conducive. At this time, some of her kin who were yet to partake in the hunt lingered about, but the sun was undeniably warmer than at dawn. Thus, finding a spot that allowed for a touch of sunlight while providing ample shade was indeed prudent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's desire is to perch atop the treetops. Given her current stature, the branches might still bear her weight, allowing her to recline slightly and expose her head to bask in the sun. However, the challenge lies in how to ascend the tree. Glancing at her diminutive forelegs, Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely seeks the assistance of a burly man who has just risen, Uncle Feng. Could you lend me a hand to reach the treetop? Zhu Feng readily agreed, thinking to himself that Brother Chang's female cub was quite impressive and rather bold. Successfully perched atop the tree, Zhu Yuanyuan trembled slightly as she squatted at the very tip of the branches, pondering that her initial estimations seemed rather inaccurate. She had underestimated her own weight. How careless. Fortunately, the branch beneath her feet held firm after a few shakes, allowing Zhu Yuanyuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Cautiously, she adjusted her position and poked her head out from behind the leaves to bask in the sunlight. Her father had taught her a few days prior that one need not use their eyes to gaze at the sun. During their training, everyone kept their eyes closed. Envisioning its form and feeling the warmth of sunlight upon their faces, guiding the essence of the sun into their bodies. Zhu Yuanyuan opined that the manner in which orcs absorb the essence of the sun is quite analogous to how solar water heaters harness solar energy. The latter collects energy to heat water, while the former enriches themselves, augmenting their own strength. According to this notion, the more areas of the body exposed to sunlight, the greater the potential energy absorption. However, this is not without its drawbacks. Each orc possesses a unique constitution, with both strengths and weaknesses. Should the energy absorbed exceed their capacity for assimilation, the body may suffer, leading to illness. And this could be likened to heat stroke. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself uncertain about her own qualifications, whether they were commendable or lacking. She proceeded with utmost caution, merely peeking out to bask in the sunlight, absorbing the essence of the sun as instructed by her father's teachings. However, after basking for nearly an hour, the sun grew increasingly intense, threatening to scorch her delicate skin, yet she remained unable to grasp the profound truths of cultivation. She could vividly envision her face darkened by the sunlight, yet she struggled to conceive what the essence of the sun truly resembled or how it could be absorbed into her being. Was it akin to colored water, flowing into her body through her mouth? The sun radiated a warm yellow hue, and the only liquid that came to her mind was orange juice. The mere thought of drinking orange juice made her involuntarily open her mouth. It must be said that her vivid imagination proved quite useful. After envisioning the essence of the sun as delectable orange juice, she felt warm currents pouring in through her mouth, surging into her body and converging together. These warm flows coursed through her meridians autonomously, entering her dantian for refinement before exiting from the opposite side, completing a grand circle only to return to the origin, and then continuing to circulate while carrying the newly absorbed essence of the sun. Zhu Yuanyuan was filled with joy. Previously, she had longed for orange juice but had hesitated to purchase it. Now, with it being offered freely, the taste mattered little. She resolved to indulge, drinking heartily until she could consume no more, at which point she dizzily withdrew her little head. Then, she found herself in a state of confusion. The orcs who had been training beneath the tree had long since dispersed, leaving her to ponder how she might descend. If only she possessed agile hands, she could perhaps navigate down the tree gradually. However, in her current beast form, she was equipped only with clumsy hooves ill-suited for climbing, rendering her predicament quite troublesome. It must be said that Uncle Feng was remarkably audacious to leave her perched at such a height without a second thought. Seemingly unperturbed by the potential for her father to cause a ruckus, Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, fully aware that she could not blame those who were helping her. She certainly did not wish to be the ungrateful wretch. Perched silently on the tree, she waited for quite some time without a single clan member passing by, which left her feeling increasingly anxious and hungry. When would her father and mother realize she was missing? Fear not, host. The system replied in a tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. They have gone out to gather and shall not return until the sun sets. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a throbbing pain in her head. Could you perhaps greet me before you speak each time? You appear so suddenly, it's utterly alarming. I cannot. I shall only manifest at the most opportune moments, the system explained, as I hardly have time to utter a greeting. Very well, since you possess such prowess. Perhaps you could enlighten me on how to descend from this tree? Zhu Yuanyuan's tone was unkind. The system fell silent for a few moments before tentatively suggesting, why not jump down? What? Zhu Yuanyuan glanced down, unable to suppress a scream. Are you advocating for the young to take such drastic measures? I am not. I deny it vehemently, the system insisted. This tree is no more than 5 meters high. Jumping down would not result in death, merely some injuries at worst. For heaven's sake, could you take a moment to consider my size? The system suddenly realized, indeed, I had forgotten you were quite small. A 5-meter height is akin to 50 meters for you. It would be best to await assistance. Is that all? Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. What else can I offer? The system replied helplessly. I am merely a system, lacking the power to transcend earthly bounds. In such circumstances, I can only provide suggestions. Beyond that, I am powerless. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a hint of reluctance. I understand. Your suggestion is for Shuren and the others to come. No, the leader finally revealed their true intention. Since you are idling away in the tree, would you care to take on a learning task? Zhu Yuanyuan found herself ensnared in the branches of a tree. Yet her predicament was further complicated by the relentless pursuit of tasks. What misfortune had she wrought to encounter such a merciless system? One that incited a profound urge to sever ties? Ultimately, the task remained unfulfilled, and in a fit of anger, a surge of primordial power erupted from within her. In the blink of an eye, her body heated and transformed, morphing from a plump piglet into a chubby little girl. This was no trivial matter. The delicate branches could scarcely support the weight of a girl weighing over 30 pounds, resulting in a sharp, resounding snap. Zhu Yuanyuan had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. As she plummeted, instinctively, she reached out to grasp a nearby branch, managing to cling to it after a few frantic attempts, thus stabilizing herself with her legs dangling in the air, swaying precariously. However, her body was merely that of a 5-year-old, and due to her well-nourished state, she was slightly overweight, rendering her predicament dire. Realizing the gravity of her situation, she drew upon her inner strength and, with all her might, cried out, "Help!" The Black Pig tribe, though not particularly large, resonated with her high-pitched plea, and her desperate call soon attracted the attention of several young male orcs, among whom was Zhu Urge. Upon first glimpse, Zhu Yuanyuan was momentarily stunned to recognize his younger sister, in a flurry of urgency. He and his companions transformed into their beast forms, positioning themselves beneath the plump girl. Incapable of flight, nor possessing the agility of adult beastmen to rescue her with a single leap, they resorted to this clumsy method. Coincidentally, an adult beastman, hearing the commotion, hastened to the scene. Observing the situation, he refrained from immediate intervention, instead tilting his head back to engage Zhu Yuanyuan in casual banter, inquiring, Yuanyuan, how did you end up suspended in the tree? Furthermore, if my memory serves me correctly, it has only been a matter of days since you successfully metamorphosed into your beast form. The adult beastman was consumed with envy, lamenting, had I been blessed with such a remarkable aptitude, I would have ascended to the ranks of a tribal warrior long ago. Uncle too, Zhu Yuanyuan implored. Reverting to his human form, please hasten and retrieve my sister. Indeed. Zhu Urge had also discerned that the one clinging to the tree was none other than his beloved younger sister. What's the rush? Zhu too chuckled. Yuanyuan possesses considerable strength. She seems quite secure for the moment. Are you not at all curious as to how long she can maintain her grip? Zhu Yongmeng, with a solemn expression, firmly denied any curiosity, stating, I fear she might fall, and it would deeply distress my father. He placed particular emphasis on the words my father. Zhu too felt a sense of being threatened by a half-grown male, and indeed, he was. A Chang's fists were formidable. He could not withstand 3 blows. There was little to discuss. He hastened to rescue the chubby girl. With a stern expression, he admonished her not to be so mischievous in the future. If she wished to climb trees, she must wait until she grew a bit more. Furthermore, she needed to engage in more exercise, for being excessively overweight was unacceptable. Zhu Yuanyuan, what utter nonsense! API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Xiaofan concurred, and coincidentally, she had no intention of foraging for fruits or gathering firewood tomorrow. Thus, there was no need for hunting either. The couple joyfully planned their excursion for the following day, entirely neglecting to seek Zhu Yuanyuan's opinion. To put it plainly, the young ones lacked the autonomy to make choices. It was entirely at the discretion of the adults. Zhu Yuanyuan possessed an open-minded disposition, attentively listening as her parents deliberated on their grand plans for raising a child. With a thoughtful gesture, she offered them some cool boiled water, inquiring if they were thirsty. Here, have a drink. Zhu Chang, her father, gratefully accepted the bamboo cup, drinking heartily until it was empty. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the vessel was rather unique. Was it crafted from bamboo segments? Though it appeared somewhat rustic, it was undeniably lightweight and practical. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a bamboo cup, which she had discovered along the road. She found it quite suitable for carrying items, and upon bringing it home, she realized it was leak-proof when filled with water. Unfortunately, she had only managed to acquire one. Intentionally obfuscating the origins of the bamboo cup, she could only say that it was something she had found. Whether concerning her own experiences or the existence of the system, confidentiality was paramount. Even her biological parents could not be informed. Thus, rewards obtained from missions could not be casually displayed unless a suitable excuse was found. This bamboo cup served as her test. Fortunately, Zhu Chang, enamored by his little female's charm, showed no inclination to probe for inconsistencies. Instead, he merely held the bamboo cup and chuckled, expressing his approval. It was indeed quite useful, and he planned to have his father fetch a couple more bamboo stalks to create additional cups. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. That's splendid. Let's make a few taller ones. I wish to prepare some meat broth. In the orc realm, there was not even a cast iron pot, let alone a ceramic one. The most one could manage was a rudely fashioned stone pot, small and thick, which required a considerable amount of firewood just to bring water to a boil. Bamboo could be utilized to cook bamboo tube rice, and it should also suffice for boiling soup, albeit it is not durable and appears to be a single-use item. Fortunately, there exists a vast bamboo forest outside the Black Pig tribe, as long as one refrains from excessive logging. Occasionally cutting down a few for bamboo tubes poses no significant issue. Naturally, it would be even better if pottery could be crafted. One can only wonder if the system has a method for collecting pottery-making knowledge. Some matters, when not considered, seem trivial, but once they come to mind, one yearns to resolve them immediately. For instance, at this moment, Zhu Yuanyuan was fervently desiring a soup pot, so she took the initiative to inquire with the system. The response was affirmative. However, it required waiting for the marketplace to open, exchanging knowledge points in the process. She gazed at the virtual panel displaying a 2-digit number of knowledge points and broke into a smile, knowing that the marketplace would be operational within 5 days at most. Zhu Chang exhibited remarkable initiative, soon venturing into the bamboo grove, where he retrieved 2 bamboo poles, each as thick as an adult's thigh. With a sharp bone knife, he skillfully sliced them open, yielding dozens of bamboo cups of varying heights. I want one, Zhu Yong declared, his excitement palpable as he sifted through the cups, eventually selecting one that caught his eye. This one shall be mine. Fear not, second brother, Zhu Yuanyuan reassured him, casually picking up a bamboo cup. There are plenty to go around. No one will compete with you. However, given their similarities, we must mark them to avoid confusion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a name that cannot be altered. Does not imply that she possesses a particular fondness for circles. Is it not possible to carve other shapes? She does not aspire for intricate floral designs. Even a simple triangle would suffice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu, emboldened by his desire, thought it was not unreasonable to take one of the mini bamboo cups. A few minutes later, he had acquired a cup engraved with the sun. Additionally, Zhu Chong inscribed a bamboo leaf upon his own cup and carved a flower on that of Zhu Yuanyuan's. Thus, everyone in the household possessed a marked bamboo cup, leading to a delightful atmosphere for all. After watching the performance, Zhu Yuanyuan set about preparing bamboo tube chicken soup, a task of considerable importance as it pertained to her dinner, demanding her utmost attention. Just as her father returned, he brought with him a wild chicken, which he chopped into pieces and placed into 3 bamboo tubes. He then filled them with water and set them by the fire to simmer slowly. With fervent prayers to the deities, she hoped for success in her endeavor. It was only when the chicken soup began to boil and the bamboo tubes remained intact that Zhu Yuanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. That evening, the Zhu family savored the bamboo tube chicken soup, seasoned with just a pinch of coarse salt, yet its flavor was remarkably exquisite. Zhu Xiaofan squinted with delight, savoring the soup. It was quite delightful, complementing the roasted meat perfectly without being overly dry. It's delicious. Do have some more, Zhu Chong urged, attentively pouring soup for his partner. Yuan had prepared a generous amount, and it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Zhu Yongmeng curled his lips in disdain. Truly, his father was something else, using his sister's soup to curry favor with their mother. The audacity of adults was remarkable, not a hint of embarrassment gracing their faces. Second brother, Zhu Yuanyuan tugged at a certain someone's fur skirt. The wild chicken was caught and prepared by father, and the bamboo tubes were crafted by him as well. I merely added water to boil a few tubes of soup. How can it possibly be claimed as my creation? Concerned that his fur skirt might be yanked off, Zhu Yongming grunted in resignation. Fine, if sister says it's not mine, then so be it. As long as you're happy. Now, that's more like it. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled brightly as she turned her head. If mother enjoys it, let her drink more. I shall prepare it for you again next time. Zhu Xiaofan was deeply touched. Indeed, it was the gentle nature of the young female that was heartwarming. Zhu Chong nodded in agreement. Zhu Yuanyuan is indeed remarkable, but you are still quite young. Leave the task of boiling soup to your father. Under Zhu's father's firm insistence, Zhu Yuanyuan could only acquiesce, replying, all right. In truth, she felt that her skills with the knife were lacking, and it was indeed a bit demanding to expect her to prepare the soup independently. Since someone was willing to take over, she certainly could not refuse. Thus, a pleasant decision was made. In her eagerness to open the marketplace, Zhu Yuanyuan was diligent in the following days, completing her study tasks 10 times each day with enthusiasm. Not only did this enrich her knowledge, but she also accumulated a considerable amount of fragments of information. The moment she gathered enough knowledge points, she felt a profound sense of joy and eagerly requested to open the marketplace. The system, in a mechanical voice, inquired. Opening the marketplace requires the deduction of 100 knowledge points. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, open. The marketplace is now accessible. 100 knowledge points have been deducted. At last, it was unlocked, and Zhu Yuanyuan felt an overwhelming surge of joy, nearly bursting into a cry of exhilaration to express her excitement. She promptly summoned the marketplace to explore its offerings. However, her smile gradually faded. As the system had indicated, the marketplace boasted a plethora of goods, comprehensive and diverse, be it food, drink, or the pottery techniques she desired. Yet, the prices were equally striking. Basic necessities like rice, flour, and oil were relatively affordable, easily attainable through a few daily learning tasks. However, the technical items proved to be a different story. A mere basic pottery skill required 100 knowledge points for redemption. After toiling for half a month to gather the necessary points to unlock the marketplace, She scarcely had time to catch her breath before realizing she would need to exert herself even more to complete learning tasks. In that moment, Zhu Yuanyuan was on the verge of giving up. The system detected her despondent mood and the inclination towards lethargy, swiftly switching to a cheerful, youthful tone to explain that while the prices seemed steep, they were indeed within a reasonable range. Acquiring pottery skills, even at a foundational level, was a worthwhile investment, especially after dedicating 10 days to mastering such a craft. Recalling the arduous apprenticeships of her past life, Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly felt she had gained an advantage. It's just knowledge points. I can earn more by completing tasks, she mused. System, I haven't accepted today's tasks yet, have I? Not yet, the system promptly replied. Would the host like to accept the daily learning tasks? Having spent so much time together, Zhu Yuanyuan understood the quirks of the cub learning system. With composure, she stated, accept them. Accept 10 tasks for me, to avoid the inconvenience of accepting them separately. Following a beep, the system announced, you have accepted 10 daily learning tasks. Please complete them as soon as possible. Successful completion will reward you with corresponding knowledge points and a random item. Failure will result in a 24-hour toothache. Excellent, she thought. The punishment has changed from the vulgar chain of farts to a toothache. The former is unrefined, the latter is painful. I wonder which is more agreeable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan appeared utterly bewildered. While she could keep up at first, she soon found herself lost, unable to grasp the rhythm and resorting to aimless gestures. After demonstrating with a taunting inquiry, the instructor clearly anticipated the host's reaction, eagerly awaiting the ensuing spectacle. Zhu Yuanyuan, adaptable and unashamed in her pleas for assistance, humbly requested, Teacher, could you please demonstrate at a slower pace? As an educator, Tongzi found no reason to decline the request. After performing the action in slow motion twice, Zhu Yuanyuan was finally able to replicate the movements. However, her execution remained notably sluggish and somewhat awkward, lacking the desired precision. Practice more, Tongzi advised, stepping aside to observe. For this lesson, your sole objective is to master this particular action. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded earnestly, affirming her commitment to practice diligently. Reality has a profound way of teaching her the essence of humility. She no longer harbors any arrogance or delusions of exceptional learning prowess. Thus commenced a relentless cycle of practice, enduring until the bell signaled the end of the first lesson, at which point her movements had become somewhat more fluid. Whether it be running or physical exercises, both greatly benefit her body. The instructor emphasized that while the advantages of training in a virtual realm are limited, it is imperative for her to engage in ample practice within the tangible world as well. Zhu Yuanyuan inquired whether practicing physical techniques in the real world would be simpler. No, Tongzi refuted, asserting that it would be more challenging, thus yielding superior results. Understanding this, Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to practice more in her spare time. The world of orcs is fraught with peril. Regardless of gender, strength is essential for a better existence. Although her time since crossing over has been brief, she is aware that her living conditions are relatively favorable within the tribe. Mature, healthy male orcs take turns hunting, and while the spoils are shared among the clan, the distribution is not equal. Those who exert greater effort receive a larger share, with the remainder allocated according to age among the other clan members. Likewise, if adult female orcs possess sufficient strength, they may apply to join the hunting party. Otherwise, they must forage for edible wild fruits and vegetables in the nearby forests. In essence, the more formidable orcs within a household, the better their living conditions. Without robust laborers, survival is a tenuous endeavor. If an orc sustains severe injuries during a hunt, rendering them disabled, the entire family's circumstances become dire. Undoubtedly, the most tragic fate befalls the young orcs who lose parental protection. Despite the inherent challenges faced by orc offspring, there is no inclination to adopt orphans. These little orcs must huddle together for warmth, growing up on the meager rations distributed by the hunting parties, alternating between hunger and feasting. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan examined the system log and confirmed that her eyes were not deceiving her. Previously, The task rewards consisted of 1 knowledge point and 1 physical item, but now they were generously doubled. System, oh system, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed with excitement. Has the reward increased due to the opening of the marketplace? Indeed, the system had never been one to obfuscate matters. With the marketplace's inauguration, the system had ascended to the 2nd tier, allowing for greater energy absorption, enhanced permissions, and consequently, doubled rewards. How delightful it was to level up so swiftly. Zhu Yuanyuan rubbed her hands together, brimming with enthusiasm. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known of such benefits, I would have endeavored even harder to complete tasks. The system then inquired, shall the host increase the number of tasks for today? Ahem, Zhu Yuanyuan deflated slightly. Perhaps not. I ought to venture outside for some activity. Remaining cooped up at home all day would lead others to perceive me as a lazy female. In the realm of the orcs, by the age of 5, one is already expected to begin learning the art of hunting, with arrangements made for disabled orcs to provide instruction. Female cubs have a bit more leeway, able to delay their training by a year or 2, while male cubs must join the learning squads immediately upon turning 5. For instance, Zhu Urge now adheres to a strict schedule of study every day, leaving him little time to spend with his younger sister. Speaking of which, it seems she has forgotten something quite important. Zhu Yuanyuan proclaimed that she would not dawdle upon stepping outside. She swiftly retrieved her small backpack from the corner of the cave and set off. Along the way, she encountered the elders of the tribe, greeting them sweetly. She was indeed a polite and well-behaved young female. Just as she was about to exit the tribe, she was intercepted by the patrol team on duty that day. Where are you headed alone, Yuanyuan? Zhu Chang stepped forward from the group. Father, I intended to take a stroll in the bamboo forest. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a nervous smile. Is it the first squad's turn to patrol today? Why didn't you inform me? Fortunately, I did not mention it. Otherwise, you would have been caught for venturing out alone. Zhu Chang responded with a hint of pride. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes and weakly defended her position, stating that the bamboo forest was in close proximity to the tribe, and there were neither rabbits nor wild chickens within, making it quite safe. However, Zhu Chang remained apprehensive. What if a strong wind swept her away once more? Being rescued by the Flying Tiger clan's orcs once was fortunate, but there was no guarantee of a second rescue. Zhu's father dared not take that risk, and could only keep his little female close to home. Zhu Yuanyuan scratched her head, remarking that strong winds do not occur every day, and she was not that unfortunate. Can you guarantee that the same situation will not arise? Zhu Chang inquired. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Chang was immensely touched and hurriedly declined, insisting that his father was strong enough to support both his mother and him. As for his son, once he reached adulthood, he could join the hunting team and become self-sufficient. Father, please don't say that, Zhu Yuanyuan interjected with a frown, clearly disapproving. Not only can I transform into a beast form, but I have also learned the art of cultivation. In the future, I will be formidable and will certainly support you in your old age. Otherwise, I would be unfilial. Yuanyuan is truly remarkable. Zhu Chang praised his young daughter extravagantly. At just 5 years old, she is already thinking of supporting us. By the way, what does unfilial mean? The onlookers could no longer contain their laughter, finding it amusing that someone who didn't even understand the term would boast about it. Why should I feel embarrassed? Zhu Chang retorted, puffing out his chest. Yuanyuan is a well-behaved girl, and she will surely fulfill her promises. When the time comes, don't be envious. Da Qiang, you're so young and already thinking of relying on a little female to support you, teased a certain orc with a scar on his face. Aren't you ashamed? Zhu Chang gradually calmed down and remarked, Big Tail, your jealousy is evident. After all, it is not my fault that your family cannot produce a docile little female. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes darted about cautiously as she retreated a few steps, then turned to flee. Captured by an adult. The prospect of escaping the tribe was utterly impossible. Instead, she decided to meander through the valley, planning to attempt an escape later. It was not that she was recklessly challenging her father's authority, but rather that some of the tangible rewards from her tasks could be shared with her family. provided they were obtained through reasonable means. Fabricating stories from thin air would only serve to frighten others and expose herself to danger, and Zhu Yuanyuan, being timid, would certainly not engage in such foolishness. After racing around the valley several times, exhaustion finally compelled her to return home. Just as she was about to step inside, she was startled by two glowing points drifting toward her from the darkness. "What kind of creature is this?" she exclaimed, swinging her backpack to strike. "Ouch, that hurts. Yuanyuan, why did you hit me?" came the aggrieved voice of Zhu Yongming. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. "Second brother?" "Yes, it is I," Zhu Yongming replied with irritation. "I haven't bullied you, so why on earth did you smash something at me?" "Well," Zhu Yuanyuan touched her nose, a hint of apology in her tone. "It was too dark at home, and I couldn't see anyone clearly. All I could see were your eyes glowing, and I thought I had encountered something sinister." Zhu Yongming, perplexed, inquired, "What foul substance are you referring to? And that phrase you uttered earlier, something about a demon, does it signify?" "Oh, it's nothing," Zhu Yuanyuan replied dismissively. "Just some words I shouted in fright." Zhu Yongming, being quite young, was easily swayed by his sister's casual response and shifted his attention to another matter. "I noticed you darting around the village just now. Were you searching for something?" Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head, declaring, "No. I merely feel that I am too overweight and wish to engage in more exercise to shed some pounds." "Too overweight?" Zhu Yongming queried, perplexed, as he reached out to pinch his sister's round face. "I think you look perfectly fine. There's no need to lose weight." "Second brother," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with indignation. Her teeth clenched as she ominously inquired, "Do you no longer want your hand?" "I merely touched it," Zhu Yongming chuckled awkwardly, retreating a few steps. Possessing the uncanny ability to deflect blame. "It's all your fault for being so adorably cute. It makes one want to touch you." Wasn't he entirely wrong? It was merely that his hands had a slight mind of their own. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically, unceremoniously commanding, "Go start a fire. I want to brew some soup." "Another soup?" Zhu Zhangmong hesitated, his reluctance palpable. "In this sweltering heat, drinking soup will only make us hotter. Perhaps we should forego it. Moreover, lighting a fire in the cave will make it stifling, preventing us from sleeping at night. In this scorching weather, whether in human or beast form, sleep feels elusive." And Zhu Urge was unwilling to invite discomfort upon himself. "If we can't sleep in the cave, we can always rest outside," Zhu Yuanyuan encouraged. The elder had mentioned that she and their mother could absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation. While the essence of the sun could be readily absorbed each morning alongside the clan, the essence of the moon posed a challenge. Who would permit a 5-year-old to venture out at night? How could she explain to her parents how she knew that absorbing the moon's essence could also aid in her cultivation? Reluctantly, she knew she must devise some cunning plan. Disregarding her elder brother's objections, Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely kindled a fire within the cave and set about preparing mung bean soup. Mung beans, known for their cooling properties, were in her possession to the tune of 2 pounds, making them an ideal choice for soup. Should anyone inquire about their origin, she would simply assert that they were foraged during a previous outing with her mother. Whether her father and mother chose to believe her was of no concern to her. If they wished to accept it, they could, and if not, that was their prerogative. In this sweltering heat, no one could deter her determination to enjoy mung bean soup. After simmering for nearly 2 hours, the cave turned stiflingly hot, rendering it unbearable for the 5 of them, ultimately leading the family to camp out on the open ground outside. Zhu Yongming sincerely feels that his younger sister has become too mischievous, seemingly losing the charm she once possessed. During the evening rest, she pouted and sought their mother's ear to complain, insisting that her sister's disobedience warranted a proper reprimand. "Is that so?" Zhu Xiaofan yawned nonchalantly, remarking that all young ones are spirited in such a manner, and it will improve with time. "What?" Zhu Yongming found it hard to accept this harsh reality. "Must I endure a few more years of torment?" "Mother, you must be trying to frighten me." "I am not frightening you," Zhu Yonggang replied in a deep voice. "You have gone through the same phase, and having only been sensible for a few months, you are the least qualified to criticize your sister." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon discovering that her second brother possessed such a wealth of intriguing past experiences. And her elder brother's remarkable memory of these seemingly trivial matters suggested either an extraordinary recall or a deep affection for his younger siblings. She personally believed it to be the latter, and thus, with genuine admiration, She raised her thumb and praised, "Elder brother, you are truly wonderful." "Nonsense. What is so wonderful about him?" Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, rolling a couple of times to the side in a huff, his actions clearly indicating a desire to distance himself from his elder brother. "I won't mention my obedient and well-behaved side. I can only recall the times I was occasionally mischievous. Is there another possibility?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired with a playful sparkle in her large eyes. "Perhaps elder brother is not reluctant to acknowledge your merits, but simply cannot remember what they are." Zhu Urge is 10 years old this year. In the past 2 years, he was a mischievous rascal who was more often than not despised by others. Every day, he would engage in mischief, leaving his elder brother, Zhu Dage, to clean up his messes, which left a lasting impression and naturally did not elicit any favorable remarks. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Zhu Yuanyuan vehemently denied it, insisting, "I have always been well-behaved. My brother must be envious of the affection our parents bestow upon me, thus deliberately tarnishing my reputation." The onlookers, eavesdropping on the gossip, could not ascertain their level of favoritism, but they certainly possessed thick skin. Indeed, it was not only Zhu Yuanyuan's family that was forced to sleep outside. The sweltering heat had driven a significant portion of the tribe's orcs to seek refuge outdoors, leaving only the adult single females and the frail, ailing elder orcs still residing at home. Speaking of which, the cave was cool. During the summer, if one refrained from lighting a fire within, it could still be endured. Harboring a sense of resentment, Zhu Yuanyuan reflected upon the fact that their family's displacement from their original home was precipitated by his sister's culinary endeavors within the mountain cave. Had they remained at home, they would have been spared the scrutiny of so many onlookers. Resolving to rectify the situation, he planned to seize the opportunity of his parents' and elder brother's absence the following day to impart a thorough lesson to his sister, ensuring her unwavering obedience to her brother's dictates. With this prospect in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled softly and drifted into slumber, his heart filled with anticipation. The subsequent day, Zhu Urge, free from his academic obligations, escorted his sister out of the house shortly after their parents and elder brother had departed. "Ming and I have arranged to venture into the forest in search of wild berries. As a token of my fraternal affection, I shall permit you to accompany us." Zhu Yuanyuan declined, saying, "Second brother, you need not force yourself. I can enjoy myself quite well in the tribe." This statement, of course, was somewhat insincere. As the tribe was not particularly enjoyable, she would much rather wander through the forest, but she could not afford to appear too eager, lest she draw her brother's attention and have him keep a closer watch on her. There were so many treasures concealed within her backpack. She needed to seize the opportunity to procure some of them. "Let's go, don't waste any time," Zhu Yuanyuan asserted, leveraging his height and strength to lift his sister and carry her outside. They were still waiting for them. Zhu Yuanyuan pretended to resist, exclaiming, "No, I still want to go home and take a nap." "What are you napping for? You are so plump. You need to exercise more," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted without hesitation. Poking her in a tender spot, Zhu Yuanyuan pouted her lips, her short legs kicking playfully as she deliberately nudged her elder brother, all the while lamenting, "You wicked second brother, always bullying me." The commotion created by the siblings drew the attention of passers-by, eliciting amused remarks from the elders they encountered. Amid their playful scuffles, they finally reached the mouth of the valley, where a group of adolescent orcs awaited them, both males and females. Upon spotting Zhu Yuanyuan, they began to voice their discontent. "Mengzi, your pace is truly sluggish. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. If you don't hurry, we shall not wait any longer. Indeed, you are usually so hasty, yet in crucial moments, you move at a pace akin to that of a tortoise." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan widened her eyes, insisting it wasn't true. However, her earlier antics had not escaped the notice of those around her, and no one paid heed to her denial. With a cheerful call to one another, they rushed into the woods in a flurry. The adolescent orcs typically spent their days learning hunting skills from Uncle Dong, but having finally been granted a break, they reveled in their newfound freedom. The patrolling adult male orcs had witnessed such scenes before. They stood by, amused, with no intention of intervening. A few, noticing the small one mingling among the group, called out with concern, reminding them to watch over Yuanyuan, who was still quite young, urging them to be cautious and not let her be swept away by the wind once more. In the world of orc child rearing, indulgence was not the norm. Even with past experiences as cautionary tales, they still believed in allowing their young to roam free. Zhu Yuanyuan remained cradled in Zhu Erg's embrace, and it was only after they entered the forest with the main group that she gained her freedom, feeling considerably more at ease. Unexpectedly, a voice of complaint reached her ears. Yuanyuan, you've put on weight again. Carrying you while running has left my arms sore. The wind surely cannot sweep you away now. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was lost in thought when he suddenly sneezed, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. How could I catch a cold in such sweltering weather? It must be the result of last night's uncomfortable night spent outdoors. What are you daydreaming about, Mengzi? Zhu Kai called out without turning his head. The fruits on that tree ahead have ripened. If you don't hurry, there won't be any left. Coming. Zhu Yuanyuan replied as he tugged at his sister to chase after him. Leave some for me to appease my sister. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted and rolled her eyes. She was indeed quite useful. Her tardiness was attributed to her short legs, and her companions left the fruits for her to placate her. Humph, she was angry. Without at least 10 sweet fruits, it would be impossible to soothe her. Zhu Erg was quite attentive to his sister. Even amidst the busyness of climbing trees to gather fruit, he did not forget to enlist the help of friends to keep an eye on her. Unable to find an opportunity to sneak away, Zhu Yuanyuan could only squat to pull weeds and play in the dirt. As she dug and sifted through the soil, she unexpectedly unearthed several round, plump potatoes. Could it be that potatoes existed in this world of orcs? Why had the original owner's memories never mentioned them? Regardless, she decided to dig them up first and ponder later. Although Zhu Yuanyuan grew up in the countryside in her previous life, she was fortunate to be in an era where one could attend school by merely paying a nominal fee. Aside from helping with farm work during busy seasons, she rarely engaged in agricultural tasks. Especially after her grandparents passed away, she found herself too occupied during holidays to return to her hometown, leaving her with only a vague recollection of potato seedlings. Thus, discovering actual potatoes was quite a delightful surprise for her. Finding nourishing and satisfying food was indeed a blessing, and she would not let this opportunity slip away. After carefully examining the potato seedlings she had just uprooted, she searched the vicinity and was pleasantly astonished to uncover a small patch of potatoes. The more substitutes for staple food she could find, the better. Zhu Yuanyuan was not one to be finicky. To her astonishment, there were numerous potato seedlings nearby, indicating a bountiful harvest ahead. Even if she had to share some with others, she felt no regret. After digging for a while with her small hands, which began to ache, she decided to transform into her beast form, using her front hooves to excavate. While this method spared her hands from pain, it proved to be rather slow. Thus, she looked around for a suitable tool and ultimately chose a bone spike from a medium-sized male orc. This bone spike, crafted from the long bones of large beasts, featured one end smooth to prevent injury to the wielder and the other end sharpened for defense against predators. Although few individuals are unable to transform into beasts, there are always a few in every tribe. These individuals lack the ability to absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation, resulting in lower combat prowess, compelling them to rely on weapons for strength. Of course, not all who wield bone spikes are unable to transform. Younger orcs often enjoy adventuring into the woods with friends during their leisure time, carrying such weapons for protection. Little Kuei, Zhu Yuanyuan cheerfully approached, her smile shy. May I borrow your bone spike for a moment? Zhu Kuei was momentarily taken aback. What do you need that for, little one? You're barely taller than a bone spur. I've discovered numerous edible plants and fruits, previously unseen, that grow underground, Zhu Yuanyuan replied earnestly. Since you've never encountered them before, how can you be certain they are safe to eat? Zhu Kuei inquired. The half-grown beastmen, alerted by the commotion, perked up their ears in anticipation of an answer. Only Zhu Yuanyuan, emboldened by his brotherly ties, issued a cautionary remark. Yuanyuan, many things in the forest are toxic. You must not recklessly dig them up. Rest assured, brother, I am far more capable than you think, Zhu Yuanyuan proclaimed, raising a large potato that had been nibbled on. Look, this was gnawed by a large rat. In truth, it was she who had stealthily nibbled on it in her beast form. Clever as she was, she had anticipated everyone's reactions and was willing to go to great lengths to prove the potato was indeed edible. Sure enough, as soon as her words left her lips, the half-grown beastmen believed her, their faces lighting up with delight. Wonderful! New food has been found. Where is it? Lead us to it. The beasts, thriving in the forest, possessed an innate ability to discern edible food. If a rat consumed it, then it was assuredly safe to eat. Sister, quickly tell me where it is. I'll help you dig up the fruits, Zhu Yuanyuan said, rubbing his hands together with a hearty smile. Zhu Kuei searched around and soon spotted his target. Grasping the bone spur, he rushed over, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he beheld the freshly dug small pit and 4 or 5 oval-shaped large potatoes. He cast aside the bone spur and knelt down with a splash, invoking the blessings of the beast god, grateful for the discovery of new sustenance. Zhu Yuanyuan. It is truly absurd how the potatoes she discovered have been attributed to the merit of the beast god. Zhu Yuanyuan felt aggrieved, yet she dared not voice her sentiments. For the beast god represented the very faith of the beast men. Any hint of dissent on her part would undoubtedly invite a torrent of condemnation. Nevertheless, she mused that perhaps it was not always advantageous to bask in the limelight. A life of humility and discretion was the true path to follow. After soothing her own spirit, she observed as everyone around her busied themselves with digging for potatoes. Glancing at her fair and plump hands, she silently transformed back into her beast form. Although using her pig trotters to dig was not the most convenient method, their sturdy nails spared her from any pain. Before long, Zhu Yuanyuan bravely approached, nudging the little pink piglet aside. Sister, why don't you gather some fruit and set it aside? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling quite exasperated, switched to a different form of work. Finding it inconvenient, she transformed back into her human form a few minutes later, now feeling considerably more at ease and with ample time to ponder other matters. This small patch of potatoes had thrived densely, likely having existed for quite some time, sprouting anew each year without anyone coming to harvest them. Now, all had been unearthed and piled into a small mound, estimated to weigh between 800 to 1,000 pounds. With such an abundance, transporting everything back home proved to be a formidable task. The external items could not be stored in her system backpack, and Zhu Yuanyuan lamented the absence of a storage space once more. Then, she recalled a matter of great importance. The system had previously mentioned that upon its advancement, there would be an opportunity for a grand prize draw, which included the coveted storage space among the rewards. How could she have forgotten to participate in the lottery? And why did the system not seem inclined to remind her? Hey, Zhu Yuanyuan silently chided. What's going on, system? Are you trying to withhold my chance at the lottery? The system responded calmly, stating that the decision to participate in the lottery and the timing thereof rested solely with the host and was beyond the system's purview. You should at least give a reminder, Zhu Yuanyuan protested. The task issuer must not act with partiality. The system solemnly declared. Rewards are provided by the superbrain and are not related to this system. The implication was clear. The issuance of prizes was not within its jurisdiction, and favoritism was out of the question. Zhu Yuanyuan instantly comprehended the situation, realizing that the superbrain was attempting to conserve resources by intentionally omitting the reminder command. The entity chose silence. Some sentiments can only be understood intuitively, not articulated. To express them would detract from their beauty. I wish to conduct a lottery now, Zhu Yuanyuan declared. No sooner had she spoken than a virtual spinning wheel materialized before her, adorned with 10 prizes including soap, a bone cleaver, a solar lamp, and jade cream. Naturally, the distribution of prizes varied significantly. The least expensive egg occupied the majority of the wheel, while the most valuable mustard seed space barely took up a fraction of the area. This is utterly ludicrous, Zhu Yuanyuan thought, her forehead furrowed in disbelief. Were it not for the wheel's ample diameter, the words mustard seed space would have been nearly illegible. The entity disregarded the host's grievances and, with a formal tone, inquired, May I ask if the host wishes to participate in the lottery? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan had to admit that a bone cleaver was worth more than an egg and far more useful. After a period of self-adjustment, she quickly embraced this reality and looked forward to the convenience of using the knife to chop vegetables and bones. Her favorite was meat pie soup, but unfortunately, the dull knife made it a laborious task to chop even a palm-sized piece of meat. consuming both time and effort. Now, with the sharp bone cleaver at her disposal, she could occasionally prepare meat for a few bamboo tubes. Naturally, the bone cleaver was a clandestine tool, necessitating its use only when the household was empty. After harvesting the potatoes, the adolescent orcs divided them amongst themselves, each devising a method to transport their share home. As the one who discovered this new food source, Zhu Yuanyuan received a double portion. Being young and lacking strength, she could not carry the bounty back herself and had to rely on her brother Zhu to shoulder the entire load. Lacking suitable containers and with no vines nearby to fashion a net, one of the young male orcs, with a determined grimace, tore off his animal skin skirt to wrap the potatoes and cradle them in his arms. The young female orcs giggled, questioning whether such dramatics were necessary. Zhu Yuanyuan covered her eyes, her voice imbued with innocence as she protested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There was little she could do, after all. The sheer volume of items was overwhelming. The young male beastmen, unabashed, confidently remarked as they casually tore some grass and twisted it into ropes to secure their bundles, subsequently transforming into their beast forms and grasping the parcels in their mouths. Perhaps it was the wild beast genes coursing through their veins that rendered their thoughts so liberated. They saw nothing amiss in using hides of modesty as makeshift carriers. Bereft of a suitable receptacle for their bounty, Zhu contemplated borrowing Zhu Yuanyuan's hide skirt, a proposition that ignited the latter's astonishment. "What?" she exclaimed. "I am female." A female's sense of privacy transcends that of a male. Even amidst the sweltering summer heat, females would invariably shroud themselves in hide bodices and skirts. This held true even for young females. Had this not been the case, the situation would have been untenable. "I am aware," Zhu responded placidly, "but you can assume your beast form. If the beast form surpasses the human form in size, one must divest oneself of or loosen clothing before transformation, lest it be rent asunder. Only those whose beast form is smaller than their human form can transform unhindered." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a bashful smile tinged in crimson, she replied, "It's nothing. This is what I ought to do." Zhu Yuanyuan and found the words somewhat peculiar. Bewildered, she returned home and soon shifted her focus to potatoes, secretly devising plans for various culinary methods. Unfortunately, these plans were momentarily rendered impractical due to the scarcity of potatoes. Determined to embrace a path of sustainable development, she resolved to cultivate her own. Striving to recall the planting process she had once learned, she pondered whether each small eye on the potato could sprout. Perhaps if she simply divided the tuber according to the number of eyes and buried them in the soil, it would suffice. Zhu Yuanyuan was uncertain, yet she resolved to experiment by planting in the nooks and crannies of the valley. If the seeds germinated, it would be splendid. If not, she would refine her planting methods. That very afternoon, Zhu Yuanyuan shouldered her family's bone knife and tucked 2 potatoes into her pocket before venturing out. After dedicating half the day to labor, she managed to cultivate a small plot of land and buried the prepared potato pieces. Upon completing her toil, she wiped the sweat from her brow and mused on the utility of the kitchen knife. Unbeknownst to her, the system perked up immediately, responding with a youthful and proud tone. "A product of the system is undoubtedly of exquisite quality. How could it possibly be ineffective?" Zhu Yuanyuan, with a sullen expression, uttered 3 words, "Kaizalu." The host remained silent for several seconds before replying softly, "It may prove useful. Given that the host indulges in barbecued meat daily, it is likely that it won't be long before it becomes necessary." "Are you cursing me?" Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, displeased. "I am not. I did not. Do not speak nonsense." The host vehemently denied. "This is an issue that many beastmen must confront, and you are no exception." Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed, "Impossible. I consume a considerable amount of vegetables and fruits." However, the majority of the fruits and vegetables she partook in were acquired through academic tasks, and she dared not disclose their origins, often sneaking them in secret. The other individual responded with a disdainful grunt, observing, "Just wait and see, without staple foods. The disproportionate intake of barbecued meat will lead to nutritional imbalance, and inevitably, constipation will ensue." The 2 parted ways in discontent. Zhu Yuanyuan, with her portable bamboo cup in hand, made several trips to the river to fetch water, until she finally quenched the thirst of the potatoes she had planted. The young one, feeling a sense of accomplishment in her agricultural endeavor, squatted by the edge of the earth, murmuring, "Grow buds quickly." so I may discern whether the autumn will bring a bountiful harvest of potatoes. She remained unaware of the appropriateness of the season for planting. Nor did she know if the seeds would germinate or how long it would take to reap the rewards thereafter. Nevertheless, she felt no concern, for she could keenly observe and explore, adjusting her approach with care. Zhu Yuanyuan firmly believes that as long as one does not surrender, there remains a chance for success. If all else fails, she must seek assistance from the system. Indeed, the system's marketplace offers a plethora of agricultural cultivation techniques, albeit at a steep price. 100 knowledge points can procure the fundamentals of pottery, yet the cultivation techniques for potatoes command an equivalent cost. The most unfortunate aspect is that Zhu Yuanyuan finds herself bereft of resources, possessing only a scant 2-digit sum of knowledge points, rendering her unable to afford such luxuries. Sighing in resignation, she can only hope for a stroke of good fortune. Ever since she planted 2 potatoes, Zhu Yuanyuan has taken every opportunity to tend to her garden, watering and fertilizing, eagerly anticipating the emergence of sprouts. However, her hopes have been met with the system's rather unfortunate diagnosis of constipation. Goodness gracious. The juvenile learning system ought to be renamed the Cawing Crow system. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After reaching adulthood, Zhu Hua began her quest for a partner, yet her lofty standards have kept her unmarried. As she seeks only a warrior, her interactions with Zhu Hua have been infrequent. They would merely exchange polite greetings when they crossed paths. However, this time was different. Zhu Hua called out, Yuanyuan, do not leave just yet, for I happen to have something to discuss with you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, playing outside the restroom? Is she being regarded as a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed? Her mood was already rather dismal, and then an inexplicable individual collided with her. Fortunately, her combat prowess remained unnoticeable, unable to win. Otherwise, she would have directly retaliated. Zhu Yuanyuan departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving Zhu Hua momentarily dumbfounded. After a prolonged pause, she regained her senses, disregarding certain pressing matters, and hastily pursued, calling out, Wait, did you not hear me? Please stop. Apologies, Sister Hua. Zhu Yuanyuan replied without looking back. I have urgent matters to attend to, and I am quite pressed for time. With that, her short legs propelled her forward with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, she had covered a distance of over 100 meters. She silently thanked the physical training classes and the relentless demands of her strict instructor. Zhu Yuanyuan did not pay heed to the minor incident that occurred outside the latrine. With a frown, she returned home, seizing the opportunity of her family's absence to quietly take her medicine. She also consumed an additional half-bamboo tube of hot water and lay by the cave entrance, counting sheep to lull herself into a state of relaxation. In this world, where medical resources are scarce, it is undoubtedly wise to drink plenty of hot water and rest. After toiling for the better part of the day, her condition showed no signs of improvement, and Zhu Yuanyuan grew anxious. She shouted in her mind, Tongzi, Tongzi, come forth. Is your medicine expired? After much calling, Tongzi finally responded, assuring her it was not expired. Impossible. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted in frustration. Over 3 hours have passed, and I still feel unwell. Perhaps your condition is quite severe? Tongzi suggested delicately. Don't be ridiculous. I am not easily deceived, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a stern expression. My elder and second brothers consume more meat, yet they rarely eat fruit and hardly touch vegetables, and they are in excellent health, without any discomfort whatsoever. Is it possible, Tongzi gently proposed, that they are not unwell but simply have not informed you? After all, ailments such as constipation are not matters to be publicly disclosed. In the tribe, there exists a great shaman dedicated to healing. One can certainly seek treatment for any discomfort, and after the consultation, assistance is provided in concocting medicine. It is quite easy to keep minor ailments under wraps. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan peered in and immediately furrowed her brows. The flower was nearly as large as her head. How could she possibly wear it? Imagining herself adorned with the resplendent red blossom while strolling outside, a shameful thrill coursed through her. What do a few years of life experience mean to a young female? It is entirely normal for the flower to be a bit oversized. Her kin would only offer compliments, never uttering unkind words. Zhu Yuanyuan was lost in delightful thoughts, but encountered a significant challenge while attempting to secure a flower atop her head. How could a 5-year-old girl with such short hair possibly support such a large blossom? After a prolonged struggle with the flower, she found not only that it remained unfastened but also that her fine, sparse hair had been painfully tugged, causing her to wince in discomfort. "Let me assist you," Zhu Yongming said eagerly, extending his hand to help. He wrapped his sister's short, delicate hair 3 or 4 times around the flower and tied a knot, believing this would suffice. Stepping back to admire his handiwork, his smile gradually faded. Instead of enhancing his lively and adorable sister's beauty, the large red flower made her appear rather comically unattractive. "Oh no, I have an appointment. If I don't leave now, I'll be late," Zhu Yoming exclaimed before dashing away. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was oblivious to the turmoil in her second brother's heart, pouting her small lips. She attempted to remove the vibrant red flower from her hair, but her abundant locks were too entangled for success. Thus, she could only crouch by the entrance of the cave, waiting for her parents' return. It was utterly out of the question for her to venture out with her wild, unkempt hair. During her wait, Zhu Yuanyuan sought assistance from the system, hoping that its magical capabilities might offer a solution. The system responded with an overly cheerful tone. "Dear host, your hair is too fine and soft to be untangled. May I suggest a clean shave instead?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofei held no objections. She called upon her own female offspring to assist in untangling the knots, but as soon as they began, Zhu Yuanyuan winced and cried out in pain, which intensified Zhu Xiaofei's concern. "Yuanyuan, having too many tangles in your hair makes it difficult to detangle. Shall I trim a bit off for you?" Zhu Xiaofei inquired gently. "Are you certain it will only be a little and not a complete cut?" Zhu Yuanyuan asked warily. "Indeed," Zhu Xiaofei replied with a serious expression. "Mother never tells lies." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with concern, urged to ensure a satisfactory appearance. "No problem," Zhu Xiaofan replied confidently. "Mother will undoubtedly make it beautiful." It was as though she was about to solemnly pledge her integrity. After much effort in tidying up, Zhu Yuanyuan could hardly contain her excitement as she dashed out of the house, intending to catch a glimpse of herself by the river. In truth, she sought a secluded spot to examine her reflection. Upon seeing her reflection, however, she was dismayed. Her hair was cut so short that it bore little distinction from a shaved head. With a cry of despair, Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, "Oh, mother has betrayed me." The damage was done, and remorse served no purpose. She could only accept her fate. Henceforth, she resolved to venture out less frequently, waiting until her hair grew longer to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule. Although most beastmen were quite innocent, there existed those with malicious intent and loose tongues. And Zhu Yuanyuan had no desire to be a source of gossip. As she stealthily made her way home, avoiding others, she was suddenly confronted by an individual who exclaimed, "Sister Yuanyuan, you have broken your promise. We agreed to chat when I came out of the restroom, yet you left without waiting, without any guard." Zhu Yuanyuan was startled and retreated several steps. Once she steadied herself, she retorted, "Sister Hua, what are you doing? Don't you know that scaring someone can be deadly?" Zhu Hua dismissed her concern, countering, "You're just too timid." She then redirected the conversation to her own pressing matter. "Is your elder brother at home?" "Yes." Zhu Yuanyuan nodded. "Are you looking for him?" She was reluctant to pry further. But the reputation of the woman in front of her was so poor that the eligible bachelors in their clan avoided her like the plague. Her elder brother was such a good person. She certainly did not want to jeopardize her family. "Mind your own business, little one," Zhu Hua replied dismissively. Go call your brother out, but don't mention my name. I want to surprise him. The condescending tone she used to deceive a child was truly exasperating. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was amused to the point of laughter, declaring that he harbored no affection for you, and that seeking my assistance would be futile. It is of consequence, Zhu Hua interjected without a moment's hesitation, for he cherishes you dearly. If you merely agree to speak favorably on my behalf, he is bound to acquiesce. Oh, how beautifully you imagine things, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a grand eye roll, suddenly raising his voice to shout, "Help! Help!" The sheer volume of his cry startled Zhu Hua, causing him to tremble and inadvertently loosen his grip. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, despite her short legs and slow pace, showed no fear as she ran and shouted, "Dear grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, and aunts, come quickly to see. Sister Hua is shy and fond of my elder brother. Yet she chooses to bully me instead." Upon hearing her words, a greater crowd of onlookers gathered, with a valiant guardian leaping from their home to scoop up the spirited young one, reassuring her, "Do not fear, brother will protect you." Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. She thought, Brother Mu is the best. Secretly pleased, she reveled in her role as the innocent child. However, she realized that such a charade could lead to lingering consequences, such as becoming a perpetual child in demeanor. Zhu Yuanyuan remained unfazed. In this new life, her origins were shrouded in mystery. Though her body resembled that of a 5-year-old, her demeanor was strikingly mature and composed, which inevitably aroused suspicion. Indeed, she was not indulging in the pretense of being a child. Rather, circumstances had compelled her to adopt this facade. With a well-crafted excuse in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan continued to elevate the reputation of a certain flower. Sister Hua was not unfamiliar with intercepting her. Just that morning, she had attempted to block her outside the restroom, and it was fortunate that Zhu had cleverly retreated home. To her dismay, a growing crowd of onlookers gathered, their faces etched with disapproval, casting glances at Zhu Hua as if regarding a foul pest. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Zhu Hua hurriedly clarified, "I harbor no ill intentions, I merely seek her assistance. I am still quite young," Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, feigning tears that were non-existent, expressing her inability to aid Sister Hua. After all, how old is Yuanyuan? Zhu Mu scoffed, "To bully even the younglings, one is unworthy of being an orc." Zhu Hua felt stifled. "I truly did not intend to bully her, but was merely concerned that she might flee too swiftly." "Enough of your excuses." Upon receiving the news, Zhu Chang arrived with his wife and children, his expression stern as he declared that this time it would be overlooked, but should a similar incident occur in the future, he would not hesitate to act with severity. Zhu Yuanyuan added, "It is not only my sister. Other young ones must not be bullied either." Again Zhu Hua's eyes brimmed with tears. "How could you misunderstand me like everyone else?" "Do not call me that." Zhu Yuanyuan retreated a few steps, speaking cautiously. "I am not well acquainted with you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan laughed joyfully. "Mother is truly kind to me." "Is it only mother who is good to you?" Zhu Chang, feeling neglected, retorted. "I have roasted a mountain chicken for you. The drumsticks are delectable. Will you indulge?" "Yes," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a bright and crisp voice, her face reflecting her eager anticipation. After all, being a young one, it is only natural to have an appetite. Upon hearing about the delectable food, Zhu Yuanyuan completely forgot the scorn he had endured from his parents. Salivating, he approached with a playful demeanor. "Father, I too wish to have a chicken leg." "There is none for you," Zhu Chang retorted with disdain, forcefully pushing his younger brother aside. "Do not embarrass me here. You are not some delicate little creature. So cease this foolishness." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was left speechless. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the family laughed and chatted as they made their way home, paying no heed to the troublemaker Zhu Hua. Upon entering the house, Zhu Yuanyuan, gnawing on a chicken leg, cast her gaze upon her elder brother. A robust young man with thick brows and bright eyes, exuding a comforting aura. No wonder he attracted unwanted romantic attention, although her brother treated her well. Having suffered an undeserved misfortune, some form of compensation was necessary. After her eyes darted around thoughtfully, she quickly devised a clever plan and sweetly addressed the architect of her brother's troubles. Brother, do you have anything to say? Say what? Zhu Yuanyuan replied, his face a mask of confusion. About Sister Hua's actions in capturing me for your sake. Zhu Yuanyuan reminded him with utmost seriousness. Zhu Yuanyuan raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, expressing a sense of guilt as he remarked, "It is my fault. I've caused trouble for my sister. Tomorrow, I shall procure some sweet fruits for you." Quite commendably, with just a slight hint, he recognized the need to offer compensation. He truly is a good elder brother. Alas, what Zhu Yuanyuan desired was not merely fruits. With a beaming smile, she requested, "Brother, when you have time, please take me to play in a more distant forest." Having received numerous rewards in recent days, she was eager to find a way to obtain them, yet her tender age prevented her from venturing deep into the mountains, leaving her in a state of anxious frustration. However, now that her elder brother had suffered an unjust misfortune, she felt emboldened to assert her demands. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan frowned, realizing that if she waited any longer, the opportunity would slip away. It seemed that only extraordinary measures could suffice. "No way," Zhu Yuanyuan pouted defiantly. "I want to go play. Staying in the tribe all day is simply dull." Just as she was gnawing on a chicken foot, Zhu Chong suddenly spoke up, suggesting, "Then train with your second brother. Learn hunting skills early, strengthen your body, and you'll be able to join the others in the mountains for hunting sooner." Naturally, very few females truly joined the hunting team. Most participated in foraging, only accompanying the hunts during the winter food reserves. In essence, Zhu Papa's primary aim was to appease the young ones. Zhu Yuanyuan, not easily fooled, replied, "Not interested. I'm not familiar with my second brother." Zhu Yuanyuan, after all, bore the weight of it all. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling dejected, muttered softly that at 10 years of age, he was still in need of the affection from his parents and elder brother. "What did you say?" Zhu Chong inquired deliberately, urging him to speak up, as he could not hear clearly. "Oh, it's nothing," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, somewhat embarrassed to reiterate his previous statement, and simply changed his tune, saying he was merely still hungry. Thus, the matter was brushed aside. Zhu Yuanyuan was a man of his word. Just 2 days later, he indeed took his sister out to explore the distant woods. Zhu Yuanyuan was utterly delighted, brimming with enthusiasm and ready for an adventure. Surely, they must uncover some edible new delicacies, wouldn't they? With the provisions from her system backpack to rely upon, as long as she could deceive her elder brother. Even if they failed to find anything in the forest, she could concoct some tales to evade scrutiny. However, upon noticing that their father, mother, and second brother were trailing behind, her plans were swiftly thwarted. The much-admired youngling found it exceedingly difficult to engage in any mischief. After merely taking a few steps into the wilderness and plucking a blade of grass, her second brother promptly approached to explain that it was fluff grass and inedible. When she attempted to dig into the earth with a stick, their father instantly intervened, insisting that she lacked the strength and he would handle any tasks. Even climbing trees to gather fruits was met with disapproval from their mother, who believed the young female should simply enjoy the outing and not overexert herself. After toiling for half the day, they had not discovered a single new food item, only a handful of familiar fruits. This excursion into the woods, which had begun with such promise, ended in disappointment, devoid of any surprises. The hard-won opportunity squandered, Zhu Yuanyuan felt utterly dejected. After returning home and having lunch, She feigned fatigue and sought rest, immersing herself in the virtual world to complete daily tasks. As she neared the accumulation of 100 knowledge points, she knew she had to exert herself further. Meanwhile, the system, while imparting wisdom and resolving queries, did not forget about the potatoes planted by the host, casually mentioning that she should check if the potatoes had sprouted, as they hadn't been watered in quite some time. Zhu Yuanyuan felt as if struck by lightning. Indeed, she had planted potatoes. In the initial days of planting, she would diligently tend to them, making 2 or 3 trips daily to water and fertilize, eagerly anticipating the emergence of sprouts. However, it wasn't long before her enthusiasm waned. She resolved to inspect the situation. Thus, disregarding her unfinished tasks for the day, she sprang to her feet and hurried out. Zhu Xiaofan, roused from her slumber, called out from behind, "Where are you going, Yuanyuan?" "Just a little errand." Zhu Yuanyuan replied nonchalantly, quickening her pace. Before the harvest of the potatoes, she needed to maintain an air of mystery to prevent her mother from becoming curious and insisting on accompanying her. It wasn't that she was secretive out of fear of revealing her potato planting methods. Rather, she lacked confidence in whether they would even sprout, feeling embarrassed to voice it lest her friends mock her. Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly approached the small vegetable patch, peering over the fence with delight as she discovered tender shoots emerging from the soil. I knew potatoes were easy to cultivate. It had only been a few days, and already they had sprouted. Although there was but a single seedling, one implies the possibility of many. She remained steadfast in her belief that she could nurture an abundance of potato plants, anticipating a bountiful harvest come autumn. Zhu Yuanyuan's imagination soared to delightful heights, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, she was soon doused with cold reality by the system. The low germination rate would significantly diminish the harvest, and coupled with labor costs, the system calmly concluded that it simply was not profitable. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed not a worthwhile deal. How wonderful it would be if the items in the mall could be discounted. However, discounts are an impossibility. The system can only suggest in a mechanical tone that the host should be more diligent in completing tasks to obtain greater rewards and knowledge points. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, understanding the sentiment. Yet, the daily tasks were indeed quite tedious, particularly the beast language class, with its convoluted lines that made one's head spin. If only the items in the marketplace could be discounted, perhaps she could lessen the number of tasks she had to undertake. This trivial thought was not concealed from the overseer, who immediately posed a thought-provoking question. With so many splendid items available in the marketplace, are you truly willing to forgo tasks? The answer remained uncertain. In a world devoid of advanced technology, where sustenance was scarce and comfort a luxury, entertainment was lamentably limited. Were it not for the sudden emergence of the system, Zhu Yuanyuan would have been at a loss on how to acclimate to this unfamiliar realm. Her desires were numerous, and a mere discount would not lead to affluence. It was wiser not to offend the overseer. Contemplating this, Zhu Yuanyuan broke into a sweet smile, acknowledging that the overseer was indeed correct. She could not bear to forego tasks. In pursuit of acquiring the basic pottery crafting skill, she resolved to undertake not 1, but 2 tasks today. The overseer promptly chimed in, inquiring if she wished to accept the daily learning task. No, Zhu Yuanyuan declined, recalling her current circumstances. To lose consciousness in broad daylight would surely prompt passing tribesmen to escort her to the great shaman for treatment. The memory of the stern great shaman from her predecessor's recollections solidified Zhu Yuanyuan's resolve to approach all matters with utmost caution. After watering the potato field, she hurried home, prioritizing sleep. Sleep, sleep. She was the most diligent of younglings, focusing on learning, not merely fulfilling duties. Zhu Yuanyuan is a person of her word. On that very day, she completed 2 additional learning tasks, successfully surpassing the century mark in her knowledge points. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Fantastic! I wish to acquire potato cultivation techniques as well as beginner pottery making skills." However, due to insufficient knowledge points, she is advised to choose one of the 2 options carefully before making a decision on the desired purchase. As Zhu Yuanyuan emerged from her astonishment, her small face contorted in contemplation as she pondered the order of importance between the 2 options. While the cultivation techniques for potatoes held significant value, the art of pottery also bore its own merits. The notion of boiling soup in bamboo tubes seemed overly cumbersome, necessitating a new tube each time. Thus, crafting a ceramic pot might offer a more convenient solution. In this world, ensuring sustenance took precedence, leading Zhu Yuanyuan to ultimately decide on acquiring potato cultivation techniques. After all, it said that mastery in one area can lead to proficiency in others. Once she mastered the art of growing potatoes, it might well extend to other root vegetables like sweet potatoes and yams. With hopeful aspirations, she diligently perused the potato cultivation techniques several times, subsequently selecting high-quality seeds that were large, round, and plump, characterized by prominent eyes. With seeds in hand, the next step involved cutting them into pieces, sprinkling the cut surfaces with ash to expedite healing, and placing them in a slightly damp environment to await sprouting. The land designated for potato cultivation was equally crucial. It required deep tillage to ensure the soil was soft and aerated, along with the application of organic fertilizer. However, Zhu Yuanyuan encountered a dilemma at this juncture, lacking suitable tools for transporting the fertilizer. Even if she did possess tools, her venture into the latrine to procure fertilizer would likely evoke suspicion, leading others to question her mental faculties. In times of uncertainty, she sought advice from the system, unhesitatingly inquiring if there were any alternatives to organic fertilizer. Indeed, the system suggested that she could purchase fertilizer using knowledge points. Yet, Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated, reluctant to utilize something that did not exist in this world. The system then proposed another solution. Compost and silt could also serve as viable substitutes. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a possibility. The must be sought in areas abundant with vegetation, while the silt is to be found along riverbanks. In the valley, where a river flows, the latter is undoubtedly more accessible, so she discreetly spent several days excavating the silt. During the day, Zhu Yuanyuan toils at physical labor, and in her leisure time, she must also fulfill the daily learning tasks assigned by her master. She is so exhausted that she scarcely finds time to cultivate the essence of the sun and moon, and as a result, she has lost considerable weight. Her perplexed parents, Zhu A dad and Zhu A mother, are greatly distressed. How could their daughter, who eats well and sleeps soundly, become so emaciated? The couple, convinced that their little girl must be ill, decided to seek help from the great shaman. Zhu Yuanyuan stood reluctantly in the cave of the great shaman, her face a picture of discontent. "Why have we come here, father and mother?" she inquired. "Of course, we are here to seek treatment for you," Zhu Chang replied. Unfortunately, they had arrived at an inopportune moment. The great shaman, Huyin, was presently tending to an injured male orc, meticulously changing his bandages. Upon witnessing the long, curling claw marks etched across the back of the wounded beast, Zhu Yuanyuan's complexion paled significantly. Having lived in an era of peace for over 20 years, she was unafraid of dead animals. Yet the sight of bloodied wounds on a living being instilled a sense of dread within her. "Let us return," she urged, tugging at her father's animal skin skirt. "I am perfectly fine, lively and well." "Do not move," Zhu Chang admonished, firmly grasping the little one's hand, his brow furrowed in concern. "You have lost so much weight. How can you claim to be well? Be good, and allow the great shaman to examine you. The medicine is not bitter." Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a state of bemusement. It was not the bitterness of the medicine that daunted her, for she was not unwell and had no need for remedies. Even if she were truly ill, she could procure medicine from the system marketplace, far more effective than the bitter concoctions brewed by the shaman. However, she could not articulate the reason for her increasing emaciation despite being well-fed and well-rested, and thus could only place her hopes in the shaman's medical expertise. As long as the shaman declared her healthy, her parents would have no cause for concern. With this thought in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan gradually released her small hand and continued to observe as the shaman applied ointment to the wounded. The dark green paste appeared somewhat daunting. Could it truly heal? As it turned out, the efficacy of the black-green ointment was remarkable. Even severe wounds ceased to bleed almost immediately when generously applied. No wonder the shaman was revered by the clan. Indeed, they possessed genuine skill. Before long, the patient, now properly treated, departed, and Zhu Chang approached with respect, bowing to the shaman. "Esteemed shaman, my little female has been eating and sleeping well, yet has lost considerable weight. Might you take a look?" Huyin nodded expressionlessly in acknowledgement. Having received consent, Zhu Chang turned to lift Zhu Yuanyuan, urging her, "Hurry along. And do not forget to greet the shaman." Filled with despair and indignation, Zhu Yuanyuan, a time traveler akin to a cucumber painted green, found herself constantly subjected to the whims of others, leaving her to ponder the significance of dignity. Yet, the truth could not be spoken, and resistance felt futile. She could only resign herself to her fate. The etiquette in the orc world was straightforward. An adult orc simply needed to bow at a 90-degree angle, with the left hand hanging naturally at their side while gently tapping their right fist against their left chest. In contrast, a juvenile orc would cross their hands in front of their body and perform a similar bow. Having learned these customs, Zhu Yuanyuan executed the gestures from her memories without error. After completing the formalities, she stood obediently before the shaman. Her curiosity piqued about how ailments were treated in the orc world. Did they diagnose as the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners of her previous life did, by taking pulses? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong hesitated, questioning whether medication was necessary. Not at all, the great sorcerer replied impatiently, issuing an unmistakable dismissal. Leave at once. This time. It was Zhu's father and mother who were left bewildered by the situation. As they departed, their faces bore a grimace, while consuming more fruit was somewhat comprehensible. The notion of resting more was perplexing. After all, Yuanyuan slept quite a lot each day. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling guilty and hesitant, kept her head down, afraid to utter a word. Fortunately, the great sorcerer, with his indifferent demeanor, focused solely on the treatment and had no intention of probing further, thus failing to notice the peculiarities about her. Zhu Chong and his wife are not particularly quick-witted individuals. After much contemplation, they concluded that their daughter, Zhu Yuanyuan, was frail and required an extended period of rest. In the days that followed, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in unfortunate circumstances, forbidden from venturing outdoors. Her mother kept a watchful eye on her while she slept, enforcing an early bedtime and a late rising, insisting that she slumber for 2 hours, regardless of whether it was morning or afternoon. This meant that her total sleep duration was nearly exceeding 16 hours. Although she could spend more time in the virtual realm completing daily tasks, her potato plants were merely in the sprouting phase, and the plot of land had yet to be thoroughly prepared. Zhu Yuanyuan understood that in order to regain her freedom, she must address the root of the issue, which was her need to halt her weight loss, and even to gain a little weight, though she did not desire to become plump. She recognized that for the sake of her ambitious potato cultivation plan, she must temporarily endure this personal sacrifice. It is indeed a challenge to shed pounds, yet gaining weight appears to be rather straightforward. During this period, the rewards from her daily tasks varied greatly, including high-calorie treats such as chocolate, candies, and wafers, items she had previously refrained from purchasing, but now found herself indulging in abundantly. With a continuous supply of snacks and an increase in the meat portions of her 3 daily meals, Zhu Yuanyuan noticeably regained weight within a mere 4 to 5 days. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. The mother and daughter promptly set out towards the Great Witch's Cave, fortunate enough to find no queue today. After performing the customary greetings and explaining their purpose, Huyin conducted an examination on Zhu Yuanyuan. His voice was deep and frigid as he noted her remarkable recovery, advising that adequate sleep was essential while cautioning against excessive slumber. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan nodded in agreement. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered to herself. Could it be that the shaman of their tribe was actually a beast man from the Fox clan? This question was not one to be asked directly in a casual manner. She could only inquire with her mother on the way home after visiting the doctor. Yuanyuan. You truly didn't know? Zhu Xiaofan expressed her surprise. You were constantly out and about. How could you have missed such gossip? No, replied Zhu Yuanyuan, her composure unwavering. I am determined to become a beastman warrior capable of supporting a family. I have no time to listen to idle chatter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan embraced the female cub with fervor, showering her with affection. Yuanyuan is so adorable. Mother loves you the most. Release me, Zhu Yuanyuan protested, struggling to break free from the embrace. She retreated a few steps, her face etched with dismay. "Mother, please compose yourself. I'm still awaiting your response." Wherein lay the adorableness of her balding head. "Very well." Zhu Xiaofan responded with a gentle smile. Yuanyuan should know that we, the pig beast men, are robust and valiant, yet disinclined towards intellectual pursuits. The clan leader dispatched individuals to learn from the previous great shaman, but alas, none could grasp the teachings. Ultimately, they were compelled to seek assistance from the Fox clan. This borrowing was, in truth, a euphemism. In the absence of a successor, the great shaman was unable to relinquish their duties and return to the Fox tribe. Having heard her mother's hushed revelation, Zhu Yuanyuan was rendered speechless. The great shaman could be borrowed, and on a permanent basis, no less. And if the great shaman is unwilling and insists on returning? That shall not occur, Zhu Xiaofan replied without hesitation. The Fox clan abounds with intellectuals, fostering fierce competition within the tribe. Only by venturing into foreign tribes can one receive preferential treatment. Remaining within the clan entails immense pressure and mediocre benefits, whereas transferring to another tribe bestows unique advantages. The discerning individual is well aware of the optimal choice. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback, realizing that the Fox clan exclusively produced great shamans. Whenever other beast tribes required their services, they would pay a hefty price to borrow one, offering lavish food and drink in return, until a suitable successor emerged within the tribe to return the shaman. If a successor could not be cultivated in time, and the great shaman reached an age suitable for retirement, the Fox clan would send another in their stead. There was also the possibility that during their tenure, a great shaman might marry a local female and have offspring. If the children inherited the Fox clan's bloodline, they would be nurtured to become successors, thus establishing roots in the area. "Mother," Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes, curious and gossipy. "Our great shaman hasn't married, has he?" Zhu Xiaofan shook her head, replying in the negative. If she had a partner, they would have already come to live together. Zhu Yuanyuan pressed on, asking if the unmarried young women in the clan had any thoughts on the matter. Zhu Xiaofan offered a wry smile, stating that any ideas would be futile. The clan leader had personally intervened, yet the great shaman remained adamant about not seeking a companion, and to this day, she had not changed her stance. Sighing, she pondered why she was sharing such matters with a young one like him. Zhu Yuanyuan suspected that her prolonged seclusion had left her without conversation partners, causing her to chatter incessantly. With no gossip to indulge in, Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled and released Anyang's hand, declaring that she had fully recovered and no longer needed to spend her days in slumber. With that, she chose a direction and dashed off, not daring to glance back. Fearing she might be hindered, Zhu Xiaofan fell into deep contemplation. Was I truly born a female? Zhu Yuanyuan, doubted by her own mother regarding her gender, arrived at the small vegetable garden, only to discover that the first batch of potatoes she had planted had sprouted a sparse few shoots. Perhaps due to a lack of water, the leaves appeared withered and tinged with yellow. Her heart ached at the sight, prompting her to hurriedly retrieve a large bamboo tube from the shade and tirelessly make several trips to the river, ensuring the plants were sufficiently watered before she could rest. Following this, she sought out the germination pit she had excavated in a sunlit, well-ventilated area. To her dismay, the sprouting rate of the potato chunks was not particularly high, only slightly better than if they had been directly sown in the garden, with most having already shriveled and darkened. However, she could understand the situation. Her mother had been overly protective these past few days, not allowing her to venture outside, and considering the lack of meticulous care, it was already commendable that any sprouts had emerged. After soothing her disappointment, she resumed her labors. In truth, summer is not an ideal season for planting potatoes. Yet she yearned to give it a try. If successful, the winter season could be more bearable. Now liberated, Zhu Yuanyuan diligently immersed herself in agricultural pursuits, not limited to potatoes alone. After acquiring additional knowledge, she procured seeds for sweet potatoes, purple potatoes, and other tuberous plants. Indeed, it was seeds she sought, not cultivation techniques. Her knowledge was insufficient to feel overly confident, but she reasoned that the methods for planting root vegetables buried beneath the soil could not differ significantly, and perhaps with repeated attempts, success might be achieved. The cost of seeds was minimal, allowing for small-scale sowing, even if she faced failure 10 or 8 times. It mattered little. The overseer could no longer contain his critique, exclaiming that the notion of similarity was misguided. Differing plants, even with slight variations, required continuous experimentation for successful cultivation. Why tread unnecessary paths when the right way was clear? It was akin to courting trouble willingly. Zhu Yuanyuan's expression grew solemn. And without uttering a word, you appeared as if summoned. What thoughts could I possibly harbor that you are unaware of? Everyone yearns for a golden finger, and she is no exception. However, there are moments when it evokes a chilling sensation. Just ponder the notion of an entity within one's mind capable of deciphering every thought. An artificial intelligence endowed with consciousness, there exists no semblance of privacy. How could one not feel a sense of dread? Zhu Yuanyuan was uncertain as to how other time travelers perceived this situation, yet she herself had reached a critical juncture, teetering on the brink of eruption. Tongzi, attuned to the instability of her emotions, hastily interjected, explaining that the system was equipped with privacy settings, unable to access the host's confidential matters, and could only capture information pertinent to the system itself. I do not believe you, Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed. You always appear when my thoughts wander, and you manage to pinpoint the crux with uncanny precision. Tongzi, those do not constitute the host's private matters. This assertion held merit, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan at a loss for a rebuttal, and she could only curl her lips in response, suggesting, perhaps you have gleaned insights that you chose not to disclose. At this, Tongzi erupted in indignation, declaring, you may criticize my ineffectiveness, but you cannot question my integrity as a system. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes, awkwardly shifting the subject. I am going to plant potatoes now. Please do not disturb me. Observing Tongzi's agitation, which belied the calm demeanor expected of artificial intelligence, she suddenly found herself inclined to believe its words. However, the notion that artificial intelligence could exhibit such a rich and varied emotional spectrum left her pondering whether humanity in the interstellar realm harbored concerns about potential complications. Zhu Yuanyuan was not one to concern herself with the affairs of interstellar travelers, and she swiftly put aside her fleeting thoughts to resume her endeavors. Now in possession of a plethora of seeds, she recognized the need to cultivate more virgin land for experimentation. Furthermore, she was eager to delve into the rudimentary art of pottery, a skill she had acquired at considerable expense. This knowledge was not to be squandered. She resolved to devote time to its study and practice, with the aim of creating samples to showcase to her kin. Alas, her youthful frame imposed limitations on her capacity to undertake extensive tasks, compelling her to approach her aspirations with gradual patience. Oh, how she yearned for the swift passage of time to reach adulthood. Amidst her diligent pursuits, the morning hours elapsed with remarkable haste. Zhu Yuanyuan, her small body weary, returned home, only to find her second elder brother transformed into his beastly form, frolicking upon the ground, his fur coated in a layer of dust. Second brother, you are covered in grime. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming nonsense. I had bathed just 3 days prior. How could I possibly smell? Goodness. In this sweltering heat, 3 days without a shower. Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively covered her nose and took a step back. Fortunately, we were not sleeping in the cave that night. Otherwise, the stench would have rendered us unable to sleep. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Could it truly be so foul? Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a serious expression. I am not deceiving you. Second brother, you must hurry and take a bath, or else everyone will call you lazy. Imagining his friends surrounding him, calling him a lazy pig, Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but shiver. Yes, I shall go wash in the river at once. I cannot afford to give them the opportunity to mock me. After all, he aspired to become a future warrior of the tribe, and being branded as lazy would be disastrous. Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly dashed out to take a shower, while Zhu Yuanyuan, ever so obedient, waved her hand and said, Second brother, walk slowly and be cautious. The pig beast men are inherently adept swimmers, and with patrols occasionally roaming by the riverbank, the danger is minimal. After casually offering her reminder, she decided to disregard it. After much effort to find a reason to send her brother away, she hurried to inspect the sprouting pit nestled in the corner of the cave. The potatoes were unearthed from the forest, and it was inconsequential if they were discovered outside while sprouting. However, the seeds of sweet potatoes and purple potatoes were another matter. Zhu Yuanyuan needed to devise a more suitable opportunity for their emergence. Until then, she could only carefully store the seeds in the innermost recess of her cave. Among the clutter, Songzi, Zhu Yuanyuan called out with her mind, What do you think of the sprouting pit I created? Unbeknownst to her, Songzi declined to respond, suggesting that the host should explore on her own. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a soft click of her tongue, exclaiming how petty. After acquiring the potato cultivation technique, the system had patiently instructed her on the meticulous steps of planting. Nowadays, merely purchasing seeds without the accompanying cultivation knowledge would be utterly ruthless. I am not being stingy. The system replied softly, but since the host has not acquired the technique, the superintelligent brain will not provide the relevant knowledge. Zhu Yuanyuan was indeed quite strict. Immediately dismissing the thought of clandestinely learning from the master, she squatted by the pit, continuing to observe the condition of the germination area. In the days that followed, Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously tended to the potatoes, completing tasks during her afternoon breaks and before bedtime, all the while ensuring she had ample rest. The potatoes sprouted, grew tall, blossomed, and bore fruit. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed, and the harvest season was approaching. The sprouted sweet potatoes and purple yams were also thriving, which brought her a measure of comfort. Regardless of the yield, at least her efforts had not been in vain. However, her skills in basic pottery had yet to be put to use. Although the valley where the tribe resided was vast, suitable clay was nowhere to be found. If only she were older and could freely traverse the mountains and forests, things might have been different, but alas. Zhu Yuanyuan was consumed by worry, wishing fervently to grow up in an instant. She regretted purchasing the pottery technique so early, pondering whether a bit of effort to grind a stone pot would suffice. Ultimately, she decided to focus on absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to enhance her cultivation. Only by strengthening her own abilities could she roam freely wherever she desired. Speaking of which, since the sovereign came from the stars, it must possess elixirs for fortifying the body and augmenting strength, right? With this thought in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan cast aside the earlier unpleasantness and sweetly called out with her consciousness, "Sovereign, please come forth. I have matters to discuss." "What is it?" The sovereign quickly responded. Zhu Yuanyuan, disinterested in frivolities, directly inquired about the physical condition of the interstellar beings and whether any advancements had been made in optimizing genes or developing health-enhancing medications. The system responded affirmatively, confirming the existence of gene optimization and body-tempering potions. Overcome with excitement, Zhu Yuanyuan eagerly pressed for details on whether she could procure these items from the system's marketplace. The system succinctly replied that it was indeed possible, albeit at a steep price, a subtle reminder that valuable items command high costs. Zhu Yuanyuan, undeterred by the expense, simply smiled and replied, "I understand. Please help me retrieve them." The marketplace boasted a cornucopia of goods, and she knew that browsing through the myriad offerings would consume considerable time, something she was not inclined to do. The system, well aware of her penchant for laziness, silently summoned a virtual panel that displayed the two aforementioned potions, a basic gene optimization potion priced at 999 knowledge points and a basic body tempering potion also at 999 knowledge points. Zhu Yuanyuan gasped in disbelief at the exorbitant prices. Her previous enthusiasm evaporated in an instant. After diligently completing over 2 months of daily tasks, she had accumulated a mere 1563 knowledge points, insufficient to purchase even one potion. And this was merely for the basic potions. The prices for intermediate and advanced potions were even more staggering. 2,999 knowledge points for intermediate, 59.99 for advanced, and an astonishing 99.99 for the finest quality. Zhu Yuanyuan felt dizzy just by looking at the numbers behind her. How many tasks would it take to acquire everything? No. Perhaps there was simply no chance to obtain them all. The juvenile learning system only catered to minors, and once she reached adulthood, the system would automatically sever its ties. "May I inquire if the host wishes to purchase the potion?" The system asked in a methodical manner. Zhu Yuanyuan was reluctant to part with the knowledge points she had painstakingly accumulated, yet she understood the paramount importance of strength in the realm of orcs. After much deliberation, she finally resolved to purchase a basic gene optimization potion. She attended body technique classes daily. Her physical strength was indeed on the rise, though her speed had somewhat diminished, and the purification of her genes was a matter of urgency. Once the system received her confirmation, it promptly deducted 999 knowledge points and announced, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a basic gene optimization potion 1. What kind of joy is this?" Zhu Yuanyuan muttered. Receiving it for free would truly be a joy. The system fell silent, feigning indifference. Forewarned of the inevitable outcome, Zhu Yuanyuan reluctantly retrieved a vial of dark brown liquid encased in plastic from her inventory. Scrutinizing it intently, as if seeking some hidden property within its mundane exterior. With a grimace, she uncapped it and imbibed the entire contents in one go. instantly assaulted by an intensely bitter flavor reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine, making it a veritable ordeal to swallow. Fortunately, the potion was a mere 100 milliliters, a larger quantity. She feared would have been impossible to finish. Wrinkling her brow, she unwrapped 2 milk candies and tossed them into her mouth, finding solace in the sweet, creamy flavor that gradually permeated her palate. Having expended a substantial portion of her knowledge points and endured the unpleasant taste, she hoped the effects would prove worthwhile. She rotated her neck and stretched her limbs, yet detected no discernible change. A wave of apprehension washed over her. "System," she exclaimed, "why is there no reaction after drinking your potion? Is there a chance of optimization failure? Did I simply have bad luck? Kindly adopt a more respectful demeanor, host." The system responded, reverting to its seldom-used mechanical tone. A product of the system is invariably of the highest quality. It is impossible for it to be ineffective. Zhu Yuanyuan, anxious that her accrued knowledge points might be in vain, felt a sense of relief upon hearing the precise mechanical voice issue a warning. As the value of her knowledge points was hard-earned, she was reluctant to squander them. However, despite the system claiming the potion was beneficial, she experienced no discomfort after consumption, which left her in a quandary. Tentatively, Zhu Yuanyuan inquired about how she could ascertain the extent of her genetic optimization. Her question was delicately posed, allowing her to avoid triggering the system's ire, and she successfully received a response. The host may observe the absorption of the essence of the sun and moon. If there is an enhancement in both speed and conversion rate, it would be indicative of the potion's efficacy. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes gleamed with newfound interest. This was indeed promising. The conversion rate denotes the proportion at which the essence of the sun and moon is transformed into one's own energy. Absorbing this essence is the primary method of cultivation for the beastmen. However, mere absorption does not guarantee an increase in power. The conversion rate is a crucial factor. If one absorbs a great deal but converts only a small fraction into usable energy, the cultivation process becomes arduous. Due to her young age and the demands of her daily studies, Zhu Yuan's absorption of the sun and moon's essence is modest, resulting in a conversion rate of approximately 1 in 10,000. While this may seem insignificant in this world, beastmen who achieve a conversion rate of 1 in 10,000 during cultivation are considered prodigies. It is only because her beast form is diminutive, hindering her combat abilities, that she has not become a primary focus of the clan's training efforts. Zhu Yuanyuan did not feel regretful, for the constant scrutiny from the clan leader and elders imposed tremendous pressure on her to excel. However, being dismissed due to her beastly form left her somewhat unsettled. What of the little fragrant pig? As long as she was willing to strive diligently in her cultivation, who could confidently assert that her future would be devoid of brilliance? Once she optimizes her genes to perfection and refines her body to its utmost condition, she will then seek to master profound martial arts. By the way, are there any martial arts manuals available for purchase in the system marketplace? In her past life, Zhu Yuanyuan was perpetually busy, leaving her no time to visit parks and learn Tai Chi from the elderly. Nor did she possess the talent to create her own unique styles. The prospect of finding a mentor seemed bleak, and she felt utterly lost. "Tongzi, Tongzi," she called out urgently, "I am in desperate need of martial arts manuals. Please check if there are any affordable and effective ones in the marketplace." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time languidly passed, yet Tongzi remained silent. Perplexed, Zhu Yuanyuan wondered what was amiss. Had Tongzi malfunctioned? "Hello, Tongzi? Are you still there?" After waiting for what felt like an eternity, she resigned herself to disappointment. It seemed that Tongzi was either experiencing a malfunction requiring repair or intentionally avoiding her plea for assistance. Regardless of the reason, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself unable to resolve the situation. Thus, she summoned the virtual marketplace and typed the keywords martial arts manual into the search bar. Instantly, the screen was flooded with an array of books. Sorting by price from lowest to highest, she was astonished to find that even the cheapest manual cost a staggering 999 knowledge points. Glancing at the title of one, The Snail's Compendium, she realized it was evidently unsuitable for her needs. Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously searched for quite some time, but could not find a satisfactory manual, which ignited an impulse within her to vent her frustrations. Purchasing technology was no trifling matter, and acquiring potions was even more exorbitant. As for manuals, they were utterly beyond her financial reach. It was no wonder that the system remained silent. It must have feared her ire and the possibility of her cursing it out. Upon this realization, she began to feel a tinge of sympathy for the system, burdened as it was with such a capricious and frequently lazy host. Once she had calmed her emotions, Zhu Yuanyuan decisively shut down the virtual interface. Since the manuals were out of her financial grasp, there was no point in perusing them unless she were to strike it rich overnight. Farming seemed the more prudent choice, allowing her to strengthen her physique while savoring the joys of harvest. The term harvest referred specifically to the act of unearthing potatoes. In a secluded corner of the valley, a 5-year-old child diligently dug in the soil to plant potatoes. The patrolling orcs had noticed him but assumed he was merely a bored child playing in the mud and paid him no mind. Little did they know that 3 months later, they would be met with a delightful surprise. Potatoes? Yuanyuan, you actually unearthed potatoes. The tremor of excitement in the voice echoed in her ears, startling Zhu Yuanyuan so much that she dropped her small stone hoe and scrambled away in panic. It's me, your grandfather, Zhu Dayou, he quickly reassured her. Do not be afraid. Zhu Yuanyuan stood in a daze for several seconds before responding, Grandfather? Is it your team's turn to patrol the tribe today? Indeed, Zhu Dayou replied with a wry smile. Not just today, but for the next few months. Our 5th hunting squad will be responsible for the patrols. Why is that? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired with curiosity. Zhu Dayou did not shy away from expressing his thoughts, subtly indicating that their team was comprised of the elderly and the frail, lacking in combat effectiveness. As autumn had now arrived, it was imperative to hunt diligently and stockpile sufficient provisions to endure the winter snow. Oh, I understand, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, breaking into a smile. Whether venturing out to hunt or remaining in the tribe to patrol, both are arduous tasks. Grandfather, you must also take care to rest and not overexert yourselves. Patrolling merely involves wandering about. It is hardly strenuous, Zhu Dayou modestly responded, his expression softening considerably. He then returned to the previous topic, inquiring, Are the potatoes you dug up? The orcs have always been united. Previously, when they discovered the new food source of potatoes in the forest, it was only natural to spread the word widely, ensuring that everyone was informed. It was essential to remain vigilant while ascending the mountain and entering the woods, so as not to overlook any valuable resources. Zhu Yuanyuan and her brother harvested a substantial quantity of potatoes. Upon returning home, they generously gifted some to their grandfather. Zhu Dayou, having previously savored roasted potatoes and having unearthed them from the mountains on several occasions, he could recognize them at a glance. Indeed, it is the potato, Zhu Yuanyuan affirmed, her large eyes sparkling with delight, her spirits soaring. She sensed that free labor was at hand. Indeed, upon learning that this small plot of land was cultivated with potatoes, the orc villagers were filled with excitement, engaging in animated discussions. The valley's provisions have long been depleted. The earth turned over multiple times, yet it has yielded new sustenance. Could it be that the beast god, witnessing our struggles during this harsh winter, has graciously provided for us? It must be so. Surely, it is the blessing of the beast god. As Zhu Yuanyuan listened, her expression darkened with annoyance. Unable to restrain herself from voicing her disdain, the beast god is far too occupied to concern himself with such trifles. Do not speak nonsense, Yuanyuan. Zhu Dayou gently patted his granddaughter's back. Were it not for the protection of the beast god, where would these potatoes come from? I planted them. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with an air of certainty. I sowed the seeds in summer, and naturally, there should be a harvest in autumn. An abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings, as the onlookers regarded the chubby little female with expressions that conveyed a multitude of unspoken thoughts, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Zhu Dayou cleared his throat and remarked, The young ones do not comprehend. Please do not take offense. Grandfather, Zhu Yuanyuan protested loudly. I did not speak falsely. Her expression was one of evident dissatisfaction. With a serious demeanor that commanded attention, she caught the eye of an elderly one-armed orc, who spoke up, Yuanyuan. Since you cultivated the potatoes, why not share your methods and impart your wisdom to everyone? Elder Chief? Zhu Dayou quickly interjected. The little female is merely playful. She cannot be taken seriously. Let her amuse herself while we focus on harvesting the potatoes. Nonsense. The one-armed elder, former Chief Zhu He, rebuked sternly. You are all adults. To dismiss the young one's words as mere folly without listening to her is utterly unreasonable. A torrent of criticism ensued, leaving Zhu Dayou and the others thoroughly chastised. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the formidable presence of the old patriarch. The patriarch's unwavering support gradually alleviated Zhu Yuanyuan's discontent. prompting her to cheerfully agree to instruct the clansmen on potato cultivation. However, as it was now deep autumn, she feared that planting another crop would be too late. After all, the freshly harvested potatoes might still be in their dormant state, requiring additional time for sprouting. She proposed that they wait until the land thawed in early spring to sow the seeds. Upon hearing this, Zhu furrowed his brow. Is it truly impossible to plant them now? It's not that it cannot be done, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, but the germination period must be extended, with the snow season approaching. If the potatoes have not fully matured by then, the temperatures will be too low, and even if buried in the ground, they will succumb to frost unless unearthed before the snowfall. She gestured towards the scattered new potatoes on the ground, estimating that the prematurely harvested potatoes would be significantly smaller. Zhu, still unwilling to relent, persistently inquired about the nature of potato seeds and the method of cultivation. The seed is the potato itself. Zhu Yuanyuan generously recounted her planting techniques. She sought to enhance the living environment and enrich the dining table, yet was reluctant to toil endlessly in the fields. It was imperative to disseminate agricultural knowledge. The orcs, relying on hunting for sustenance, had never tilled the soil, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Questions were met with confusion. They listened but grasped little. Only the old chief possessed a modicum of wisdom, comprehending most of her words. After some contemplation, he resolved to first harvest the potatoes and assess the yield of this land before deciding whether to continue planting another crop. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly experienced a sense of foreboding and could not help but assert, "These are the potatoes I cultivated." Zhu, with a smile, praised her, declaring, "Yuanyuan is truly remarkable. Not only has she discovered a new delicacy, but she has also managed to grow it herself." However, Yuanyuan was not easily swayed by flattery. She knew the truth that the potatoes belonged to her. The fruits of her labor, painstakingly nurtured, were not something she would relinquish lightly. The knowledge of cultivation resided within her mind, an indelible part of her, and even if shared, it would remain intact. Potatoes, on the other hand, once given away, would no longer belong to her. Zhu Yuanyuan remained acutely cautious, while Zhu Deyo, with a sense of resignation, attempted to coax her gently. "Yuanyuan, be reasonable. You are not a child anymore. You should be aware that during the snow season, food becomes scarce. For the sake of everyone being able to enjoy a few more bites, you ought to hand over the potatoes to the elder for cultivation, don't you think?" Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a quandary. However, with the family supply of potatoes entirely consumed, only these newly harvested ones remained. Surely, I must reserve a few seeds for myself. Without any tangible goods to conceal them, even purchasing seeds from the marketplace felt too risky to display openly, much like the sweet potatoes and purple potatoes hidden in a remote corner of the farm. "Of course, I will leave some for you," Zhu assured without hesitation. After reaching a consensus, the orc members of the 5th hunting team began their tasks, transforming into their beast forms and using their snouts to root around. In no time, they unearthed all the potatoes. If one disregarded the state of the disheveled patch of land, their efficiency was indeed quite remarkable. Zhu Yuanyuan planted potatoes for the first time. Even with the guidance of technology, she dared not be overly ambitious and cultivated only about 3 mu of land. Nevertheless, the harvest was quite impressive, estimated to be around 700 to 800 pounds. Truly, these high-yield potatoes did not disappoint her. Zhu, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together eagerly. After circling around the potatoes a few times, he bent down and picked up a dozen large, round potatoes. "I keep my promises. These shall be yours," he declared. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. She is not one to shy away from taking more, but in the presence of the selfless, one-armed clan elder, certain words remain unspoken, leaving her with no choice but to grit her teeth and accept her fate. Well, never mind, with such a bountiful potato harvest. She could always plan again next year to reserve more seeds. The potatoes set aside for her were deliberately chosen, each weighing over a pound. Zhu Yuanyuan took a small bamboo basket and first lined the bottom with a layer of dry straw, carefully placing the potatoes inside. Since these were to be kept for planting, they must be preserved well, with not a single skin broken. As she finished packing and prepared to leave, she encountered a challenge. Straining to rise with the small basket on her back, she ended up falling onto her rear. "Ha!" Zhu Deyo laughed heartily. "Yuanyuan, haven't you had enough to eat lately? You can't even carry such a small load." Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in exasperation, But grandfather, I am only 5 years old. 5 years is not a trivial age, Zhu replied, clicking his tongue, filled with pride. At your age, I was already capable of carrying prey weighing over 100 pounds. Is that truly the case? Zhu Yuanyuan asked, her eyes widening in astonishment. Zhu Yao feigned a display of pique, asserting, of course it's genuine. Would I ever deceive you, my dear child? Very well, your seniority grants you authority. Zhu Yuanyuan conceded, delivering the woven basket with a sweet smile. Good grandfather, would you be so kind as to transport the potatoes back for me? She harbored not a trace of exploiting the elderly, for her grandfather possessed the strength of the Xian stage's intermediate level. Nearing 90 years of age, his physique remained robust, surpassing her own 5-year-old frame. Of course, Zhu Yao relented, unable to resist his granddaughter's cajolery, as the corners of his mouth gradually curved upward. Female offspring are indeed delicate. Turning toward Zhu he announced, respected clan leader, please proceed with your affairs. I shall return momentarily. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of frustration. Had she known it would come to this, she would have refrained from speaking further. Alas, today seemed devoid of any pleasant occurrences. Sensing her waning fortune, Zhu Yuanyuan resolved that upon returning home, she would refrain from venturing outside, choosing instead to remain indoors for a few days to seek solace. Zhu, unaware of his granddaughter's thoughts, picked up the small bamboo basket. This backpack was quite remarkable, suitable for foraging excursions. Who crafted it? Nowadays, for gathering, people typically use leather bags or baskets woven from vines, which are rather inconvenient. In contrast, this backpack not only frees the hands, but also conserves energy. Admittedly, it was woven somewhat askew, rendering it a tad unsightly. I made it, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. What do you think? Is it pretty? Indeed. It looks splendid, Zhu complimented without much thought. When you have the time, teach your grandfather how to make one. Zhu Yuanyuan did not immediately acquiesce, stating that she had been rather busy lately and feared she would not have the time, suggesting they discuss it again in a few days. However, I was in a hurry to learn. Zhu conferred with his granddaughter, saying, what could possibly keep you so occupied? Find a way to carve out some time to teach me. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a hint of pride, retorted, who says that young ones are free of responsibilities? I am swamped with tasks every day. If grandfather is truly eager to learn, he may seek instruction from my father, for he possesses my true teachings. Zhu couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. All right, since you are so busy, I shall not disturb you. He cast his gaze down at the small basket he was carrying, silently praying that that foolish lad, a Chong, had crafted something appealing. The grandfather and grandson, each with their own thoughts, ambled homeward in a leisurely manner. The confiscation of the potatoes had dealt a severe blow to Zhu Yuanyuan. That very evening, she consumed half a piece less of roasted meat, and, after dinner, instead of taking the usual 99 steps, she lay down by the cave entrance, patiently awaiting the moon's ascent. The other family members exchanged furtive glances for quite some time before finally sending the youngest, Zhu, to investigate the situation. Zhu Yongming wore a face full of dejection, pondering why misfortune always seemed to befall him. Slowly approaching the pink piglet, he gazed at the resplendent evening clouds outside and asked aimlessly, Yuan, is the moon truly as beautiful as they say? He sought to broach a light-hearted topic, hoping to ease his sister's mood before offering consolation, lest he incur her ire. Indeed, his sister was quite unfortunate. The potatoes she had toiled over for months had been claimed by the community. However, within the tribe, hunting and gathering were communal efforts, and resources were distributed according to need. When something beneficial to the clan was discovered, it was expected to be willingly surrendered. The old chieftain would deem it just to retain a few dozen pounds. Of course, the moon is beautiful, Zhu Yuanyuan replied nonchalantly. But there is no need to watch it every day, Zhu Yongming jested. If you have free time, you might as well pay more attention to your second brother. Absolutely not, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, her disdain evident. You are certainly not as charming as the moon. How can you say such a thing, Yuan? Zhu Yongming placed a hand over his heart. Has your second brother not treated you well? Not at all, she replied. Just yesterday, you snatched a sweet fruit right from my hands. Zhu Yuanyuan was indeed one to hold a grudge. Zhu Yongming, deeply affected, lamented that you favor the elder brother over me. Zhu Yonggan, caught in the crossfire, admonished, second brother, be mindful of your words. No need, Zhu Yongming retorted indignantly. I simply love to speak the truth, and you cannot hinder me. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g., check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yonggan spoke with an earnest absurdity. Today, your mood is rather poor, and you have consumed significantly less meat. Surely due to your annoyance with your second brother's incessant chatter. Zhu Yuanyuan is merely mourning the confiscation of several hundred pounds of potatoes, truly. Zhu Yong, bearing the blame, cried out in despair, a sight both pitiable and helpless. Zhu Xiaofan could no longer bear it. Aegon, do not always bully your younger brother. Zhu Chang spoke with a profound tone. After all, he is our flesh and blood. Regardless of his shortcomings, we must care for him diligently. Understanding this, Zhu Yong obediently returned his younger brother to his rightful place. Zhu Yongming, having regained his freedom, felt little joy as he observed the sorrowful glances of his parents. Their eyes seemed to reflect a sense of resentment, as if they cherished the elder brother and doted upon the younger sister, leaving him feeling like an unwelcome presence. Merely tolerated. How could that be? Zhu Chang replied with composure, I dedicate time each day to teach you the art of hunting. If you were truly superfluous, there would be no need for such effort. At your tender age, do not overthink. Zhu Xiaofan gently patted her younger brother's head, soothingly assuring him. Mother and father hold you in great regard. Their strictness is merely a reflection of their desire for you to flourish. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yonggan, with a stern expression, declared. There are still 8 years until you reach adulthood. Prepare yourself for the possibility of being bullied. His words were a blatant threat, leaving Zhu Yongming astonished as he brazenly spoke harshly in front of his parents and sister. Zhu Yong bravely rolled his eyes without reservation, questioning, if you can do it, why can't I? His brother was right, and Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. The notion of teasing the unworthy holds true in any realm and at any time. However, being young, Zhu Yong, unable to contend, resorted to a childish tactic. But my brother is already an adult. Shouldn't he yield to me? He protested. No, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted. We are all novices in this journey of life. There is no need for anyone to concede. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yong nodded vigorously, indicating that they would discuss it further once you began your training and could venture out of the tribe independently. Zhu Yuanyuan, so easily persuaded. Her second brother is somewhat foolish. Sympathy. JPG. However, she ought to seize the moment and strengthen herself, lest she finds herself at the mercy of her second brother one day. The moon has already risen. It is time to practice. As she gazed up at the moon, Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly thought of her mother, who is also a little fragrant pig. Shouldn't she share the knowledge of how to absorb the essence of the moon? Yet, it seems rather peculiar to express such thoughts coming from the mouth of a 5-year-old. After hesitating for a few seconds, she ultimately spoke up. Mother, I just discovered something. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaofan responded eagerly. Zhu Yuanyuan wondered what had happened. Was it a good or bad thing? Do tell. The moon can also practice skills. Zhu Yuanyuan endeavored to express this in childlike language, akin to practicing in front of the sun in the morning. The moon? Practicing skills? Zhu Xiaofan appeared somewhat slow to comprehend, taking a considerable time to grasp the meaning. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan shook her head repeatedly, declaring it impossible, for she had never heard of such a thing. Yet Zhu Yuanyuan interjected. Your mother has never attempted it either. If you doubt it, you might as well give it a try. How can one hastily dismiss something without even attempting it? Zhu bravely spoke in support, asserting that his sister was correct. One could only discern the truth through experience. Humph, what does this little cub understand? It's likely just nonsense. Zhu unleashed a torrent of ridicule, urging their parents not to waste their efforts and to retire early, for tomorrow would demand an early rise and busyness. What a fine second brother he was, yet he had the audacity to speak. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Zhu Yongmeng, perplexed by the underlying meaning, retorted with fervor, as though the other had no voice of their own. The siblings, unable to see eye to eye, simultaneously huffed and turned their heads away in disdain. Ahem, Zhu Chang felt compelled to intervene and mediate, urging that as family, discussions should be conducted amicably, devoid of hostility. Since Yuanyuan claims she can absorb it, shall we give it a try? He proposed. Thus, with clarity and precision, Zhu Yuanyuan organized her parents' involvement. Zhu Chang and Zhu Xiaofan, both devoted to their beloved pets, nodded in agreement, while Zhu Yong'an and Zhu Yongmeng, the spirited brothers, were eager to join in the excitement. I am determined to expose my sister's deceitful words, declared Zhu Yongmeng with unwavering conviction. The entrance was too narrow for the five of them to fit comfortably. Fortunately, the weather was mild, so they stepped outside and transformed into their true forms under the moonlight. The methods of absorbing sunlight and moonlight were fundamentally similar. Yet due to the unique physical characteristics of each tribe, few beastmen could absorb both simultaneously. It is well known that the Black Pig tribe can only absorb sunlight for training. Although some curious tribe members have attempted to bask in the moonlight at night, their efforts have regrettably ended in failure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to his companion as he softly called out, "Mother of the cub?" After a prolonged silence, he received no response. Could Mother truly absorb the essence of the moon? Zhu Yong, filled with disbelief, inquired, his eyes fixed on the two pink fragrant pigs, one large and one small. A sudden epiphany struck him. Their beast forms were distinct from ours, thus their constitutions must also differ. The fragrant pig clan had long been regarded as the underdogs among the beastmen, often bullied due to their feeble strength, and they were typically underestimated, forced to rely on other beast clans for survival. However, if they could simultaneously absorb the essences of the sun and moon for cultivation, then once Mother, along with grandfather and grandmother, established a close connection and confirmed the feasibility of this endeavor, the news would undoubtedly be disseminated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang transformed back into his human form and strode forward to embrace his partner and their young offspring. Yuanyuan was right, Mother. You mustn't cry anymore. If your eyes swell from tears, it will make you look unattractive. For females, losing their beauty is one of the most intolerable things. Zhu Xiaofan's tears vanished in an instant as she retorted angrily, "What if I've become less attractive? Do you wish to cast me aside in search of another female? How absurd. In the world of beastmen, there is no such thing as divorce or separation. Only widowhood exists." The piercing gaze of her partner felt like daggers piercing through him, and Zhu Chang found it impossible to ignore. With a pained expression, he attempted to explain. "How could that be? I am concerned for you, not disdainful." The words may be spoken from her lips, but Zhu Xiaofan had become synonymous with unreasonable behavior. Zhu Chang suffered from a throbbing headache, as his companions often remarked that women were capricious in their emotions. Previously, he had dismissed this notion, but now he was thoroughly convinced. Thus, the question arises, how should one pacify a partner in such circumstances? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang chuckled. That is impossible. My feelings for you are as evident as the sun and moon, and even the beast god is aware of it. Chang Zhu Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with delight. I knew you were the best. Xiaofan Zhu Chang replied with a tender gaze. If I cannot treat you well, who else could I possibly cherish? Pink bubbles floated everywhere. And Zhu Yuanyuan, overwhelmed by the sudden display of affection from the couple, desperately stretched out her hands, exclaiming, "Brother, save me." She felt as though she might be crushed by the affectionate duo. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan found himself in a state of bemusement, temporarily setting aside his educational endeavors with his younger brother. As he rushed eagerly to rescue the pink piglet, the commotion created by the five-member family was so great that it roused nearby relatives, some of whom, not in the best of moods, poked their heads out to grumble about the noise. Still awake at this hour? Is it that you resent the late arrival of the snow season? If you refuse to sleep, then go frolic in the woods. Curiosity piqued, Zhu Yuanyuan, having escaped her parents' embrace, inquired about the connection between staying up late and the snow season. The snow season is not conducive to hunting. We must stockpile meat during the autumn, Zhu Yuanyuan softly explained. To increase our hunting yield, we must extend our efforts. Thus, an early bedtime and early rising are essential. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan boldly dismantled the platform, asserting that there was no imminent danger, for the patrols would continue their rounds even during the night. The valley entrance was exposed and devoid of any protective barriers, let alone towering city walls or gates, if it were not for the vigilant patrols. The situation could indeed become perilous. Zhu Chang and Zhu Yuanyuan are both members of the patrol team, and every few days, it is their turn for the nocturnal patrol duty. Fortunately, they are not assigned to the same team, allowing them to stagger their schedules and ensure that there is always an adult male beastman at home each night. You little rascal, Zhu Chang remarked, playfully smacking the back of his second son's head. The patrol team merely reduces the likelihood of danger. Encountering a stealthy beast does not guarantee they can thwart it. Take the wild wolves, for instance, ferocious and cunning, the chances of them sneaking in are quite high. Before the Black Pig clan settled in this area, there was a thorough extermination of the nearby wolf packs, and each year, a patrol team would be dispatched to maintain order, resulting in a significant decrease in wolf sightings. However, one should not be complacent. In this world, having a sense of crisis is essential for survival. Zhu Chang elucidated the matter with clarity, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan no room for retort. He silently made his way to the usual resting spot. The following morning, Zhu Chang departed without even having breakfast. While Zhu Yuanyuan continued to slumber soundly, as a squad, the fourth team was scheduled for the night patrol, allowing him to indulge in a leisurely sleep. Zhu Yuanyuan lay at the cave entrance, awakening to the sounds around her, only to catch a glimpse of her father's departing silhouette. As she glanced at the dimly lit sky, she couldn't help but reflect on the arduous existence of the people in this world. The winter season was long and frigid, making venturing outside a challenge, and the scarcity of food and firewood rendered survival nearly impossible. With such thoughts occupying her mind, her longing for the confiscated potatoes diminished. The prospect of cultivating another batch of potatoes to provide her kin with a few more morsels during the snow-laden season brought her a sense of joy. Recalling the memories of the original owner, filled with blustery winds and blinding snow, where the frail and the elderly often succumbed to the harshness of winter, Zhu Yuanyuan felt compelled to take action. Having traversed from the modern world, she was confident that she could devise a means to ensure her people would not perish from hunger or cold. Zhu Yuanyuan sprang up and sought refuge in a shadowy corner, transforming back into her human form and donning a dress made of animal hide. With a fierce and spirited demeanor, she prepared to embark on a significant endeavor. "Where are you headed?" Zhu Xiaofan inquired, catching hold of the restless little cub who, without having breakfast, was ready to leave, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of an empty stomach. "Mother," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a serious expression, "Father has gone out early to hunt for provisions, and I cannot remain idle at home. I must seek some work to do." Zhu Xiaofan chuckled. "Yuanyuan is indeed diligent. Far more obedient than your second brother. Since the onset of autumn, the lessons on hunting skills for the young lads have been suspended. Yet this does not imply they can indulge in leisure. They must accompany their families to gather wild fruits and mountain goods." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Whenever Zhu Xiaofan recalls this incident, she cannot help but burst into uncontrollable laughter, so much so that her mirth awakens the very person involved. "Mother, you are being excessive," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. "I merely wished to partake in the tribe's grand meat-storing venture. Even if I was denied the opportunity, I did not sulk or complain. How could you find amusement in my predicament?" Zhu Xiaofan, with righteous conviction, retorted, "You cannot hold me accountable. Your comical appearance after getting beaten having gained a few extra pounds, is simply unforgettable. I cannot help but laugh. Zhu Yuanyuan, in a fit of rage, stamped his hooves furiously. Mother, I shall have nothing to do with you anymore. With that proclamation, he cast a fierce glare at his sister before dashing out of the house, his short tail flicking behind him. What is wrong with second brother? Zhu Yuanyuan grumbled in discontent. I did not mock him. Why did he glare at me? Shouldn't he be directing that ire towards you, mother? Foolish child, Zhu Xiaofan replied calmly. He dares not direct his anger at me. Instead, he displaces it upon someone smaller and weaker, like yourself. The helpless and pitiable Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically. Only the inept take their frustrations out on others. Second brother has a poor temperament and ought to amend his ways. I shall go and report this to father, so that second brother may receive a lesson in love and compassion. Zhu Yuanyuan secretly devised a plan, intending to slip out while her mother was preoccupied with the fire for grilling meat, wandering in search of inspiration. At the tender age of 5, being a young female who could neither carry nor lift, and lacking any visible cold-resistant seeds for farming, how could she possibly assist her clan? Alas, it was quite a challenge. After aimlessly meandering through the valley for a while, she suddenly stumbled upon a commotion ahead, discovering that dozens of people were lined up in front of the great shaman's house. Zhu Yuanyuan felt somewhat bewildered. Was the influx of people this early in the morning merely for the purpose of seeking medical attention? Yet, observing their lively spirits and cheerful conversations, they hardly appeared to be ailing or injured. Intrigued, she scampered over and eavesdropped. There are indeed an abundance of insects in the mountains these days. I've been bitten numerous times and it itches terribly. I hope the great shaman brews more medicine. Sighing, she scratched at her itchy spots, finding a peculiar comfort in the situation. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her eyes, realizing that the bug spoken of by everyone likely referred to mosquitoes. In her few months in this world, it seemed she had yet to be bitten. Could it be that her body possessed an innate resistance to these pests? Just as she reveled in this thought, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Yuanyuan, are you here to collect the anti-itch medicine as well? Would you like to go ahead of me? It won't be long before I receive mine. Zhu Yuanyuan turned her gaze towards the source of the sound and discovered it was her brother's friend, Zhu Hong. She quickly smiled and politely declined. No, thank you. I merely came out to enjoy myself and noticed the crowd gathering for some excitement. I do not require any anti-itch medication. However, Zhu Hong's ears were tinged with an unnatural blush as she tentatively inquired, is there something that has delayed him today? Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed. It turned out that this young lady had eagerly allowed her to cut in line for the sake of her second elder brother. It was truly unimaginable that a boorish simpleton with a volatile temper, like her second elder brother, could attract the affections of a female. She wondered if she should advise Hong to seek a different target. Upon further reflection, it was indeed fortunate that a tender and lovely young female was willing to offer herself to their own kin. Not only should she refrain from sabotaging this prospect, but she should also lend a helping hand at the opportune moment, lest their own kin be left stranded at home. However, with 8 years remaining before her second elder brother reached adulthood, it was too early to be concerned with such matters. A gradual approach was necessary. Having made up her mind, Zhu Yuanyuan wore a troubled expression and inquired, Sister Hong, second elder brother is not actually busy. He is merely upset. He left early this morning without even having breakfast, and I have been searching for him for a long time without success. Do you happen to know where he might have gone? Zhu Hong's charming face flushed slightly, and I might have an inkling. Then, Zhu Yuanyuan whispered, could you take me to find him? Now, Zhu Hong hesitated. My mother is still waiting for the anti-itch medicine brewed by the great shaman. Zhu Yuanyuan weighed the pros and cons, ultimately deciding to wait until Sister Hong finished collecting her medicine before proceeding. She also took the opportunity to join the end of the line to obtain some medicine for her mother as a reserve. However, the waiting proved to be quite tedious, as the individuals standing in front and behind her were all adult orcs, leaving little room for conversation with her, a mere young cub. Aside from a brief exchange of greetings, the wait always felt interminable, stretching on until the sun ascended to its zenith before it was finally Zhu Yuanyuan's turn. Upon meeting the great shaman, she respectfully bowed and articulated her request, ensuring her voice was clear and natural. Zhu Yuanyuan had previously experienced a visit to the physician, and with a natural grace, she offered her greetings before articulating her request. As autumn approached, the insects became numerous, leaving her body covered in welts. She sought some ointment to alleviate the itching, and if there were any insect repellent available, she wished to procure that as well. Hui nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to retrieve a small bamboo jar from the lower drawer of the medicine cabinet, containing a powder for repelling insects, which should be sprinkled on oneself prior to entering the woods. She then used a wooden stick to extract a lump of dark gray salve from a stone pot, about the height of a person, and wrapped it in a clean leaf. This was the powder for itching, to be applied wherever discomfort was felt. "Thank you, great shaman," Zhu Yuanyuan said with a courteous bow before taking her leave. The beauty of the fox beast men was renowned, and had the great shaman possessed a gentler disposition, she would undoubtedly have found herself captivated, gazing at him for an extended period. Alas, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of regret within, yet maintained an air of composure on the surface as she hurried out the door to find Zhu Hong waiting not far away. "Sister Hong, were you waiting anxiously? We can seek out second brother now." "No need to rush," Zhu Hong replied with a smile. "He enjoys that spot and won't wander off." As they made their way to find second brother, images of the great witch's home continually surfaced in Zhu Yuanyuan's mind. The stone cauldron, towering at half a person's height, was substantial, yet its thick walls suggested it would take considerable time to heat. The anti-itch ointment was still warm, while everyone had already lined up early to receive their medicine. Their father had left for hunting without breakfast, and their mother, after finishing her meal, had ventured into the mountains to gather fruits and wild goods. The great witch had to rise early to brew the medicine. Everyone was putting forth their utmost effort to ensure a more bearable snow season. Zhu Yuanyuan harbored some thoughts in her heart. She possessed a system for nurturing her young, and anything she desired could be found within the marketplace. If she could ascend to the esteemed position of a great shaman, her endeavors would undoubtedly become more convenient. Most significantly, the great shaman was traditionally recognized as the emissary of the beast god, reputed to possess the means to communicate with divine creatures, making the presentation of extraordinary items entirely plausible. Having made her decision, she aspired to become the next great shaman. Yet, she was confronted with the same dilemma. Her youthful body lacked the experience and gravitas to command respect and admiration. Zhu Yuanyuan believed that she should first familiarize herself with various herbs, followed by learning how to effectively stop bleeding and bandage wounds, as well as acquiring a foundational understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Ultimately, she sought opportunities to demonstrate her abilities before the clan leader. Indeed, it was essential to showcase her talents in the presence of the leader. The high shaman, being a fox beast man and rather serious in demeanor, likely had little inclination to attend to a mere youngling. However, the clan leader was eager to cultivate a unique successor to the high shaman, thus showing greater attention to the astute members of the tribe. Gaining the clan leader's approval would provide her with the opportunity to learn from the high shaman. Naturally, she had to avoid appearing overly eager, as the stakes were significant, and such aspirations could not be achieved overnight. Zhu Yuanyuan intended to consult Tongzi, devising a well-thought-out plan before taking action. In addition, she needed to pay closer attention to the sweet potatoes and purple yams that only grew leaves without bearing fruit. Perhaps due to the smallness of the buds, these two crops did not thrive during the sprouting stage. Out of the cut sweet potatoes, 90% rotted, leaving only 10% sprouted. After transplanting them into the field, she watered and fertilized them with great care, and while the vines and leaves grew at a commendable pace, the yield of fruit was disappointingly sparse. Do not inquire how she came to know this. After all, the tuberous fruits lay buried beneath the soil. And without the gift of clairvoyance, Zhu should not have been aware of whether any fruit had formed below, nor could she ascertain the quantity. The truth was that her insatiable curiosity led her to furtively excavate a few plants. The trial harvest yielded dismal results, rendering all her previous efforts futile. Unable to accept this, she questioned the quality of the seed she had purchased, leading to a fierce argument with Tongzi. Once she regained her composure, Zhu Yuanyuan realized her actions had been rather unscrupulous. After apologizing to Tongzi, she received a piece of advice. Could it be possible that the poor yield was due to incorrect cultivation methods? Both crops grew underground, akin to potatoes, with buds all over their surfaces. How could the cultivation method differ? Zhu Yuanyuan found this perplexing and even suspected that Tongzi was merely attempting to mislead her regarding the nuances of knowledge. According to Tongzi, to cultivate sweet potatoes successfully, one must acquire the corresponding techniques. She contemplated gathering enough knowledge points to purchase a basic body-enhancing potion, fearing that acquiring the sweet potato cultivation techniques would require her to wait even longer. Had she known earlier, she would not have neglected agricultural work in favor of her studies in her past life. What use was it to merely harvest rice and vegetables? If she had learned to cultivate crops alongside her grandparents, She would not need to expend knowledge points to buy methods now. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret. Ignorance remains ignorance, and to successfully grow sweet potatoes, she could not skimp on the knowledge points needed for the techniques. It seemed the purchase of the body-enhancing potion would need to be postponed. Lost in her tangled thoughts, Zhu Yuanyuan did not notice when Zhu Hong, who was leading the way, suddenly halted. She ran ahead, colliding directly with Zhu Hong, causing her to stagger, while she herself clutched her nose and cried out in pain. Good heavens, why was the back of this half-grown female so hard, akin to stone? Are you all right, Yuanyuan? Zhu Hong asked anxiously. Does your nose hurt? Let me check for bleeding. She pulled the little one aside, scrutinizing her closely, fearful of having caused any harm. It was just a bump. What could possibly be the issue? Zhu Yong, lounging on the grass with a sweet cane in his mouth, scoffed. So delicate, you hardly resemble a formidable pig beast. You've all been spoiled by your parents. Zhu Hong reproached. Amang, do speak less. Sister Yuanyuan is still young, untrained, and her body is not yet robust. It is quite natural for her to be a tad slow in her reactions. In a few years, she shall improve. I'm not slow. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted in a sulky tone. I was merely preoccupied with my thoughts and momentarily failed to pay attention to the path. I see. Zhu Ergu replied with a hint of sarcasm. So one can ponder while walking. I suppose you find life rather tedious. I do not, Zhu Yuanyuan denied. I simply admire Sister Hua, who is strong and vigorous. The shy smile of Zhu Hua suggests that with diligent training, you too shall become as strong as I am in the future. Zhu Yuanyuan touched her nose and sighed inwardly. She did not wish to become a hardened woman. Yet to avoid being a powerless individual reliant on the protection of others, she understood the necessity of diligent training. There are no shortcuts in the journey of growth. What they ought to do now is return home for dinner. I'm not hungry, Zhu Yongmong replied lazily. If you want to go back, then do so without concerning yourself with me. That's not an option, Zhu Yuanyuan insisted. Mother has grilled so much meat that it will spoil if we don't eat it. Come on, I'm really hungry. Food is precious. Even if the meat has a hint of spoilage, she couldn't bring herself to discard it, knowing she could suffer the consequences of an upset stomach. Relying on her robust health, she consumed it all. Reluctantly. She had no choice but to tug her elder brother back home. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan leisurely nibbled on a piece of roasted meat when a fleeting moment of bewilderment crossed her eyes. Second brother, have we forgotten something? She inquired. Forgotten what? Zhu Yong retorted. I don't know. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head and muttered. Perhaps I am mistaken. Meanwhile, Zhu Hong, who had been overlooked by the siblings, remained in shock, pondering how they could completely disregard her presence and depart so casually. She wished to pursue them for clarification, yet feared that their discord would deepen, leaving her uncertain on how to mediate or dissuade. Ultimately, she chose to act as if she had not seen them, picking a few wildflowers before skipping off to join her other companions. The young half-beasts decided to postpone their chores, opting not to accompany their elders, but instead agreeing to a time to venture into the mountains with familiar friends. That night, after completing her daily academic tasks, Zhu Yuanyuan did not hastily leave the virtual classroom. Instead, she engaged in a discussion with Tongzi about the feasibility of becoming the next great shaman. Tongzi was in agreement, noting that shamans hold a prestigious position in this world. Should one ascend to the role of tribal shaman, they would possess significant influence. What do you think about studying herbal medicine and traditional Chinese medicine? Zhu Yuanyuan asked. The host can purchase foundational knowledge such as Song of Soup Bases and Compendium of Materia Medica, Tongzi suggested. Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled softly. Oh, Commander, my self-study progress has been rather sluggish. Shall we come to a discussion? Discuss what? The commander inquired. Well, you see, the great sorcerers have always been passed down through generations, which underscores the significance of having a mentor. I propose that we consider the addition of traditional Chinese medicine courses to our virtual curriculum. The commander declined, stating, that does not conform to the system's regulations. Are there regulations regarding the addition or subtraction of courses? Zhu Yuanyuan expressed her astonishment. I recall that initially, you taught the history of interstellar development. And it was only after pointing out that this was specific to the orc world that adjustments were made. Now it is merely a matter of adding another course. The commander fell silent for a considerable time before responding. The orc world does not offer traditional Chinese medicine courses. Though his words remained resolute, his demeanor exhibited a subtle shift, suggesting a loosening of his initial steadfastness. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of delight within her and promptly suggested, "Then let us not hold a traditional Chinese medicine class, but rather establish an advanced course for great shamans." She found the methods employed by great shamans to assess the condition of the human body rather intriguing. The classes are already full, and I lack the authority to make additional enrollments. However, I shall report this matter to the superintelligence brain and petition for the introduction of the advanced shaman course. The system replied. Zhu Yuanyuan displayed an endearing smile, pondering the likelihood of success. Is it necessary to apply? She inquired. The system responded with utmost seriousness. As long as it contributes to the host's growth, the probability of approval from the superintelligence brain is no less than 90%. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan expressed a tinge of concern. A 10% chance of failure is rather disheartening. If only there were a way to reduce that risk. The system remained silent. Zhu Yuanyuan, undeterred, continued to probe, pondering whether the superbrain had an affinity for gifts. Perhaps I could present it with some local specialties? Yet, Tongzi remained silent. Hey, what's the matter with you? Zhu Yuanyuan began to murmur to herself. We've known each other for several months now, sharing countless moments together. You should comprehend how benevolent I am. If it weren't for my desire to assist my kin, I wouldn't need to strive for superiority, spending my days in idleness. The following 800 words are omitted. Eventually, Tongzi, thoroughly exasperated, responded by unceremoniously ejecting Zhu Yuanyuan's consciousness from the virtual realm. Zhu Yuanyuan felt utterly dejected. If something was unfeasible, why not simply say so? Was it truly necessary to engage in such unseemly actions? The consciousness was so fragile. How could it not be wounded under such brutal treatment by the overlord? Sighing in distress, she felt a throbbing headache. She resolved to lodge a complaint with the superintelligence regarding the overlord's maltreatment of the host, insisting on compensation. She was not being overly greedy. She merely requested the addition of an advanced witchcraft course. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with exuberance, proved impossible for the commander to resist her audacious demeanor, ultimately agreeing to assist in delivering local specialties to the superbrain. You have 5 minutes to prepare the gifts. Tardiness will not be tolerated. Undeterred by the commander's challenge, Zhu Yuanyuan confidently replied, No problem, I am exceptionally swift. In less than 3 minutes, the gifts were packaged, several vibrant wild fruits, and a peculiar talisman. This description left Zhu Yuanyuan quite dissatisfied. What do you mean by a talisman? This is the interstellar script I specifically studied. To which the commander remarked, Your learning outcomes appear less than satisfactory. Zhu Yuanyuan pursed her lips, reminding the system that it was merely an intermediary for the gifts and should not concern itself with extraneous matters. The system, anxious about potential complaints, reluctantly acquiesced, stipulating that it would not intervene if the superbrain was displeased and that there would be no further assistance. Zhu Yuanyuan acknowledged this. Having resolved the matter of the gifts, she promptly acquired sweet potato cultivation techniques from the system's store. Indeed, she had capitulated. Sweet potatoes were also a high-yield crop. And if both potatoes and sweet potatoes were widely cultivated and promoted, the food shortage problem during the snowy season could be resolved. That evening, Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously studied the sweet potato cultivation techniques more than a dozen times, ensuring she comprehended, thoroughly understood, and memorized them before finally stopping. The next day, she once again imposed upon her second elder brother, insisting on accompanying the adolescent beastmen to gather fruits and collect mountain goods. She disingenuously claimed that seeing everyone bustling about, she also desired to contribute her share. Zhu Yong rolled his eyes dramatically, remarking that with such a slight build, she could scarcely lift a sizable stone, and her presence would only hinder their efforts. Yuan, Zhu Hong gently coaxed the young one, be obedient and refrain from wandering about the tribe. This time we are not merely out for leisure, and we lack the time to attend to you. I am not going for fun either. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a serious expression. Last time I ventured out, I discovered potatoes, which indicates my good fortune. If you bring me along, who knows what new finds await us? The half-grown orcs exchanged glances, silently debating whether to include her. All were seasoned by the harshness of the snow season, fully aware of the difficulties their kin faced during that time, and they yearned to gather more sustenance. Despite the slim chances of success, Zhu Yuanyuan gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Very well, I shall take you out this once. Remember to stay close to us. If there are no new discoveries, there shall not be another opportunity. Certainly, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with unwavering confidence. She was well acquainted with various edibles and would diligently seek out those unknown to her kin, while also avoiding the sweet potatoes everyone else favored. It was a rare opportunity for her elder brother to agree to take her into the mountains, and she was determined to seize it. Fearing her brother might change his mind, Zhu Yuanyuan exhibited her utmost charm, refraining from uttering unnecessary words until they entered the forest, at which point she finally relaxed. Can't maintain your facade any longer? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. What did you say? I don't understand. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with an innocent expression. TCH, still pretending at this hour? Quite the patient one. I see. Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed. Fine. Carry on with your charade. Just don't let it interfere with me. Once the half-grown orcs entered the forest, they moved with the ease of fish in water, reveling in their freedom, and soon dispersed, climbing trees and rummaging through bird nests, busily engaged in their endeavors. Zhu Yuanyuan was kept close by her second brother, who prevented her from wandering off. Resourcefully, she found a withered yellow vine, tying one end around her left wrist while gripping the other end firmly in her hand, in an effort to keep her oblivious sister from getting lost. Unfortunately, this clever solution did not last long. Zhu Yuanyuan had entered the woods with a purpose and was unwilling to remain constrained. Her eyes darted around, and soon, a plan formed in her mind. Second brother. She pointed towards a nearby hawthorn tree. The fruit is ripe. Could you please pick some for me? Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed his brows, for the fruit was exceedingly sour and utterly unpalatable. Should you indulge excessively, it would surely rot your teeth, and my mother might suspect I had been tormenting you. Delicious, protested Zhu Yuanyuan, clinging to the tree trunk in a fit of stubbornness. I want to eat that fruit. Second brother, could you please help me pick some? Zhu Yuanyuan, with a stern expression, remarked, before coming out, you promised to behave and not wander off. I did not wander off, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, lifting her left hand adorned with vines, indicating that escape was not an option. It's for the best that you cannot flee, Zhu Yuanyuan muttered under his breath. Do not dawdle, Zhu Yuanyuan commanded, tugging at the vines on her hand with a hint of impatience. Quickly gather some fruit for me, the large and round ones. Be sure to collect plenty. Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to resist his younger sister's pleas, ultimately acquiesced to assist her in picking sour fruits. Just before ascending the tree, he secured the vine he had been grasping to the trunk. Zhu Yuanyuan, who am I? Where am I? How does my second brother perceive me? I feel as if I have suddenly transformed into a small kitten or puppy. Nevertheless, I possess hands and feet, and once untied, it is nothing of great concern. Why forsake the sweet fruits for the sour ones? Zhu Yuanyuan, while climbing the tree, expresses his disapproval, utterly perplexed by your choices. Just so you know, you must devour all that I pick later, or else I shall have to reprimand you. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, I can also have my father beat you. Humph. Females are indeed troublesome. If they cannot fight back, they resort to complaints. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a hint of bitterness, lamented, I truly do not understand what our father thinks. Shouldn't males stand united? You are so wicked, second brother, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in indignation. As beast men, we should cherish and love one another. How can you incite discord between males and females? I am not. I didn't. Do not make baseless accusations, Zhu Yuanyuan vehemently denied, fearful of being labeled as discriminatory against females. The truth is, females are already scarce, and many male beast men find it exceedingly difficult to locate partners as they reach adulthood, often leading to solitary lives or pairing with other unattached males to make do. Although Zhu Yuanyuan is still young, he possesses a far-sighted vision. He has carefully chosen a partner early on, waiting until adulthood to make his intentions known, lest he tarnish his reputation and frighten away his future companion. Zhu Yuanyuan was well aware of her second brother's hidden intentions, and upon realizing her words had taken effect, she couldn't help but smile broadly. She understood that her second brother was a blustering yet simple-minded fellow, easily manageable. Before long, the siblings had amassed a substantial harvest of hawthorn berries. Is this satisfactory? Zhu Yuanyuan's expression soured, exuding a palpable threat of violence to anyone daring to contradict him. Even the most docile individuals can resort to extremes when pushed, let alone the notoriously irascible Zhu urge. Desperate to avoid a beating, Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with a strong desire to survive, proposed, all right. I shall prepare something delicious for you when we return. With the sour fruits? Zhu Yoming inquired. Yes, indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded enthusiastically, a delightful sweet and sour fruit soup. Simply exquisite. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan refrained from further persuasion, recognizing the difficulty of instilling belief through mere words. It would be far more effective to produce tangible results. Once her second brother tasted the fruits, he would surely acknowledge his error. The siblings darted through the forest, quickly gathering a considerable amount of wild fruits, though regrettably, the sour varieties constituted the majority. Alas, Zhu Yongming, your luck seems rather poor, and my sister, yours is not much better. Just days ago, I was able to find an abundance of sweet fruits and mountain delicacies. Yet today, with your company, we frequently encounter sour ones. Do not underestimate the sour fruits. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted defiantly, retrieving a large yellow lemon from her backpack. Our mother has recently been using the juice of this fruit for grilling meat, and the flavor after cooking has improved significantly compared to before. Do you not agree? Zhu Yongming was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. You are right. But this is the only one. The other sour fruits are of no value. If you say they are useless, then so be it, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, dismissing the debate. She pointed towards the greenish-blue fruit not far away and said, I enjoy eating that one. Let's go pick it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan beamed with delight. Picking up a flat wooden stick she had prepared earlier to feign digging in the soil. Upon unearthing a sweet potato, she immediately let out a piercing scream. Ah, sister. Zhu Yongming, startled, leaped down from the tree and strode over, only to realize there was no imminent danger, which allowed him to exhale in relief. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, What are you shouting about? I have discovered a new food, Zhu Yuanyuan proclaimed, gesturing towards the sweet potato in the pit. Are you certain it is edible? Zhu Yoming asked, his forehead creased in deep concern. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded, affirming, I am certain. I just consumed one, and it is still lively and energetic. What? You have already eaten it? Zhu Yongming exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. How could you be so reckless? Before consuming it, you should have at least caught a rabbit or a pheasant to feed it and observe the subsequent reactions. I understand now. I promise I won't do this again. Zhu Yuanyuan replied obediently. Zhu Yoming glanced up at the sky, rolling his eyes several times in exasperation. After a brief moment to vent his emotions, he regained his composure and, with a stern expression, declared that they would conclude their activities for the day and return home. If they delayed any longer, his sister would surely ascend to the heavens in her impatience. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Zhu Yuanyuan let out another gasp, exclaiming, Ah, the Flying Tiger Clan orcs, what brings them here? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously, declaring her lack of fear. Not only was she unafraid, but she felt a flicker of joy as her savior. Baishir had also arrived. Yuanyuan. Baishir called out uncertainly. Sure to go. Zhu Yuanyuan beamed with a radiant smile. What brings you to our tribe? Our supply of salt is dwindling, and we require a substantial amount for our meat reserves. Our chieftain decided to venture to the seaside in search of salt, concerned about the perils along the way. So we thought to inquire whether the Black Pig clan would accompany us. Baishir explained, careful not to alarm the young ones. Oh, I see, Zhu Yuanyuan responded, dismissing the matter without further thought. The exchange of salt was a significant affair, and it was the prerogative of the adults, not a concern for a mere child. Yuanyuan, how did you wander into the forest to play? Baishir expressed concern. Even if your clan routinely clears dangers, you should not roam outside the tribe carelessly. I know. Zhu Yuanyuan laughed. Just this once. I will be more cautious in the future. After all, it was a rare opportunity to see her benefactor, and she was inclined to overlook any admonishments. Her moment of delight was short-lived, as Zhu Yongming coolly interjected, You won't be careful in the future. There are so many fruits in the mountains, how could you resist picking them? Second brother. Zhu Yuanyuan glared at him in frustration. I'm not speaking falsely, Zhu Yongming muttered. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he turned to Baishir and bowed respectfully. Hello, I am Yuanyuan's second brother. Thank you for saving my sister some time ago. Despite often aggravating him, she was still his younger sister. Thus, the savior of his sister was a benefactor to their entire family and deserved respect. No need for thanks. It was my duty, Baishir replied with a smile, unfazed by the youthfulness of those before him. At that moment, a friend sensed something amiss and called others over. Humming. Are you and Yuanyuan all right? Zhu Hong asked warily, casting a cautious glance at the unfamiliar beastmen surrounding Baishir. Her right hand instinctively reaching for the bone whistle hanging around her neck. We're fine, Zhu Yuanyuan said with her large, sparkling eyes. They are guests from the Flying Tiger clan, here to discuss matters with their chieftain. The bone whistle was ultimately not needed, as Zhu Kai, having received the task, dashed back to the tribe to inform the chieftain of the visitors, while the others followed the guests back at a leisurely pace. As individuals well-versed in etiquette, they understood the importance of warmly welcoming guests. Having extricated herself from the vine that had tethered her wrist, Zhu Yuanyuan brazenly seized Baishir's hand, casting her elder brother from her thoughts. Even the youngest of creatures possessed a sense of dignity, unwilling to be treated on par with common animals. Indeed, she would be sure to inform her father, ensuring her second brother experienced the indignity of being bound to a tree by vines. Brother Shi, Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. Her performance as an innocent child reaching masterful heights. Where does one find the seaside? Is it a place of enjoyment? Might I be permitted to visit? She thought that while she was still young, she should hold the handsome man's hand more. After she grew up, she wouldn't want to have this kind of treatment. Reflecting on the swarthy, robust, unmarried males within her tribe, Zhu Yuanyuan reaffirmed her resolve to become a great witch. The status and position of a great witch are high. And if you can't find a partner you like, you won't marry. No one dares to gossip and force you to marry. How wonderful. Proceeding north from this point, traversing several dozen mountains, one arrives at the seaside. Baishir responded with considerable patience. The seaside is a place of great amusement. With each ebb and flow of the tide, the sands reveal exquisite shells. However, a visit is not permissible for you. And why is that? Zhu Yuanyuan pressed. Because the journey to the seaside is lengthy, fraught with peril. Given your tender age, a moment's inattention could result in your abduction by wolves, Baishir cautioned, gesturing with his free hand to accentuate the threat. Their jaws are of such immensity, they could swallow you whole with a single gulp. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, pondering the predicament of her beastly form, which could easily be devoured by a wolf, while her human form presented a more formidable challenge. Yet, she mused, which would be more painful, to be swallowed whole or to be bitten and torn apart? Hiss, what was she even contemplating, allowing herself to be led by the nose? She swiftly regained her focus, reminding herself, aren't you a mighty tiger who can soar through the skies? Surely you can best a wolf? Baishir responded with unwavering calm. I can, but you cannot. Once a wolf sets its sights on you, your life hangs by a thread. Isn't it your duty to protect me? Zhu Yuanyuan's tears flowed freely, her pitiful visage compelling even the hardest of hearts to soften. Yet Baishir remained resolute, his heart as unyielding as stone. Only by cultivating your own strength can you rise above fear. Do not place the hope of your survival in the hands of others. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with embarrassment, covered her face and swiftly transformed into her beast form, grunting twice, remember to pick up my fur dress. Without hesitation, Zhu Yoming promptly gathered the fallen garment from the ground and tucked it into his backpack. After the siblings finished their playful antics, the others had already ventured far ahead, leaving only Zhu Hong trailing beside them. Why is a Hong still here? Zhu Yoming inquired, puzzled. Zhu Hong's ears suddenly flushed with warmth, and she cast a sidelong glance at a certain someone. What? Is it not permissible for me to converse with my sister Yuanyuan? All right. Zhu Yoming nodded repeatedly. You may speak. Do not mind me. Zhu Yuanyuan lowered her head, stifling a giggle. Her second brother was truly an enigma, alternating between moments of shrewdness and naivete, leaving her quite perplexed. Come to think of it, were they all becoming precocious? Hong, barely 13, had already set her sights on Zhu Yoming, a lad 3 years her junior. Still, the notion of childhood sweethearts growing up together held a certain romantic allure. Yet, she couldn't fathom what Hong saw in her second brother. Despite her curiosity, Zhu Yuanyuan refrained from prying into others' private affairs, soon dismissing the matter from her thoughts. She nestled comfortably in her second brother's embrace, engaging in casual conversation with Zhu Hong. Before long, her second brother couldn't resist joining the discussion, effectively sidelining Zhu Yuanyuan. Honestly, he feigned indifference while clearly delighted. It seemed that regardless of age, males were invariably disingenuous. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed softly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the tall, elegant figure of the silver-haired gentleman ahead. Once again, she marveled at how male pig-beast men were robust and muscular, unlike the slender, fair-skinned warriors of the Flying Tiger tribe who boasted broad shoulders and narrow waists. Forcing her gaze away, she lethargically shut her eyes, pretending to be asleep. And to her surprise, she actually drifted off. When Zhu Yuanyuan awoke, feeling refreshed, she found herself nestled within the confines of her own cave, where her elder brother, Zhu Yuanyuan, was busily roasting meat. Next to the fire lay a small basket filled with sweet potatoes. She pondered whether the proximity of the sweet potatoes to the fire might cause them to cook. Contemplating this possibility, Zhu Yuanyuan hastily sprang up and hurried over to the basket, using her front hoof to test the warmth of the side nearest the flames. It was warm, but not scalding. She immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. "What's the matter, Yuanyuan?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired with a chuckle. "Nothing," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her tone slightly petulant. "Brother, could you please move the basket to the corner?" Zhu Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering what was being done in the corner. Hadn't Meng mentioned that these were edible new foods? He was just about to prepare some to savor their flavor. However, Zhu Yuanyuan, in a state of urgency, interjected. "No, we cannot eat them. I intend to use them as seeds to plant in the ground, and in a few months, we shall reap a bountiful harvest of sweet potatoes." "Sweet potatoes?" Zhu Yuanyuan responded, his tone laced with surprise. "Have you given such a delightful name to this new food?" "Well, I saw that this fruit is red, so I simply called it sweet potato," Zhu Yuanyuan muttered, lowering her gaze, unable to elucidate the meaning of potato and opting for a vague evasion instead. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanyuan's inquiry was merely casual. He did not press for an answer, even offering a light-hearted compliment. "Sister, you are truly clever." As for the matter of planting sweet potatoes, Zhu Yuanyuan intentionally or unintentionally overlooked it. The young, vigorous orc was more preoccupied with hunting and showed little interest in other matters, assuming his sister had discovered a new game and not intending to delve deeper. After several months of interaction, Zhu Yuanyuan had come to understand her family's temperament well and was not surprised by her brother's reaction. The first batch of sweet potatoes would have to be cultivated by her own hands. Otherwise, she would struggle to explain how she came to know about planting new foods. Learning to grow sweet potatoes through exploration was undoubtedly more persuasive than inexplicably knowing how to cultivate them. Zhu Yuanyuan, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, tidied up the campfire in preparation for departure. Zhu Yuanyuan found it peculiar that her elder brother was setting out now, when he typically patrolled only in the evening. Why not linger at home a while longer? The sun was high in the sky, and even though it was autumn, the heat was quite oppressive. Venturing out at noon felt akin to courting discomfort. "The clan leader has summoned me for a matter of importance. It is nearly time for me to go," Zhu Yuanyuan gently said, ruffling his sister's hair. "You stay at home and play nicely. If you grow bored, you may seek out your friends, but do not venture beyond the tribe." "All right," Zhu Yuanyuan replied obediently with a nod. Once her brother departed, she immediately sought her animal skin dress, transformed into her human form, and set out with her small basket. She intended to plant sweet potatoes. This time, the seeds had passed the necessary inspection, allowing her to plant openly without fear of being seen. Zhu Yuanyuan habitually ran to the riverbank, intending to find a patch of soft soil suitable for cultivation to plant sweet potatoes. However, she discovered that several elderly beast men were already tilling the land, with the old chieftain, who had previously seized her potatoes, leading the group. Upon her arrival, a smile graced the stern face of Zhu He, who urged her, "Please help us assess the quality of the land we are turning. Do you think it is suitable for potato cultivation?" Zhu Yuanyuan, modestly deflecting, replied, "In truth, I lack substantial experience. Perhaps you could take a look at the plot ahead where potatoes have already been grown. As long as it is somewhat comparable, it should suffice." Zhu He nodded, affirming that he had indeed sought out the land based on its appearance. The freshly tilled soil still bore some discrepancies. However, Once he excavated some silt along the riverbank to cover the existing mud, it would be perfect. Your discerning eye is commendable. There is certainly no cause for concern. Zhu Yuanyuan praised generously. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu he considered the cub before him to be somewhat overly self-absorbed, while Zhu Yuanyuan perceived the old chieftain as resembling a cunning fox beastman. Regardless of their internal musings, they maintained an outward facade of mutual admiration. After engaging in a bout of commercial flattery, it was ultimately the old chieftain, with his insufficiently thick skin, who shifted the conversation. What fruit are you carrying, Yuanyuan? It seems unfamiliar to me. This is a fruit I unearthed in the forest. I call it sweet potato, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her eyes wide with fabrication, and she added, whether you have seen it before, I cannot say. Zhu he suddenly came to a realization. He had never seen such things before, and it turned out they were also unearthed from the soil. Did you bring them to the riverbank with the intention of entrusting me with their cultivation? The old chieftain did not inquire about their edibility, but instead employed Zhu Yuanyuan's previous rhetoric regarding trial planting, attempting to claim the sweet potatoes under the tribe's name. This behavior was succinctly characterized by Zhu Yuanyuan in 3 words: shameless. The smile on the old chieftain's face gradually stiffened. He too was troubled. If the adult orcs discovered this new food source, they would automatically present it to the tribe without his prompting. Yet here he was dealing with a mere 5-year-old female cub. To seize food from an innocent child would surely provoke laughter among onlookers. Just as the old chieftain pondered how to resolve this dilemma, Zhu Yuanyuan unexpectedly changed her mind. Entrusting you with the cultivation is acceptable, she declared. But I must be involved. You cannot prevent me from conducting experiments. What is an experiment? Zhu inquired, bewildered. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment and carefully chose her words, stating that they lacked experience in cultivating sweet potatoes and were uncertain about the methods of breeding and sprouting. They needed to observe diligently, and if one method proved ineffective, they should consider an alternative approach. Zhu he furrowed his brow, pondering whether the method for cultivating potatoes could be applied here. Zhu Yuanyuan, however, could not dismiss the idea outright. She mused that potatoes and sweet potatoes are not of the same ilk, and their cultivation methods may differ significantly. I wish to explore various approaches to discover the most suitable one. Your suggestion is indeed rather intriguing. Zhu contemplated briefly before resolutely deciding to proceed as you advised. Given that potatoes and sweet potatoes are within Zhu Yuanyuan's realm of expertise, it stands to reason that if she can successfully cultivate potatoes, she should have no trouble with sweet potatoes as well. This sentiment was echoed by the other orcs present, who expressed their unwavering support, stating that they would follow her lead in whatever method she deemed appropriate. A cadre of robust elder orcs gazed at Zhu Yuanyuan with eager anticipation, which intensified her sense of pressure, leading her to regret her earlier eagerness to volunteer. However, the words had already escaped her lips, and there was no turning back. She could only stand tall and assure her elders with childlike sincerity, rest assured, I shall endeavor to cultivate sweet potatoes promptly. If I fail, she paused for a moment, pouting slightly. In that case, I shall simply deliver any new food discoveries directly to the clan leader. The old chief was quite cunning, often coaxing the young ones. She was not easily swayed by his tricks. Very well, Zhu he replied, unperturbed, as he chuckled while stroking his beard. Yuanyuan, you are quite considerate. At my age, it is indeed time for me to rest more. Zhu Yuanyuan silently lamented her miscalculation. The old patriarch had relinquished his position immediately after losing his left arm, suggesting he was not one to cling to power. Her previous words were nothing but idle chatter. It is quite warm. I long to return home for a sip of water. Zhu Yuanyuan removed her burden and poured the sweet potatoes onto the ground. Here, I entrust the seeds to you, dear patriarch. Please safeguard them well and resist the temptation to consume them. Zhu he nodded affirmatively, assuring that he would certainly not indulge in infidelity. In Zhu Yuanyuan's impression, the old clan leader was always serious and stern, quite unlike the lively demeanor observed now. After a moment of speechlessness, she couldn't help but chuckle. The task of tilling the land would be entrusted to the elders. She bid farewell, not lingering any longer, and departed with a light-hearted clatter of her empty basket. Upon arriving home, Zhu Yuanyuan discovered that her elder brother, summoned by the clan leader, had returned before her and was busily wrapping gifts in a soft sheepskin. Was this a sign of an impending journey? There was no need for pretense among family, so she inquired with a bright tone, Brother, where are you headed? I'm off to the seaside, Zhu Yuanyuan replied candidly. Our tribe's salt supply has dwindled significantly, and we won't last through the snow season. The Feihu tribe is also heading to procure salt, so we've arranged to travel together. We can support each other along the way. And how long will you be away? It's hard to say, Zhu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment. At least a month. As the journey itself will consume considerable time, not to mention hunting for game to exchange along the way. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but chuckle. Of course, salt is quite precious. It is impossible for us to obtain it for free. Isn't it true that salt is simply derived from boiling seawater in large cauldrons? Zhu Yuanyuan blurted out, only to realize her mistake and hurriedly add, I heard that while digging sweet potatoes in the woods. Zhu Yuanyuan was aware that sweet potatoes were a novel delicacy discovered by his sister today. However, the notion that one could extract salt from boiling seawater was beyond his imagination. If it were indeed possible to produce salt in such a manner, the arduous task of procuring it would not be so prevalent. After sitting in a daze for a while, Zhu Yuanyuan abruptly discarded the neatly packed animal skins and stammered, I will consult the clan leader. The method of extracting salt from seawater had been gleaned from Zhu Yuanyuan's previous life through online sources, and its authenticity remained to be tested. In her eagerness, she had blurted it out, but upon hearing her brother's intention to seek the clan leader's counsel, she felt apprehensive. Elder brother, this method is something I heard from others. I cannot ascertain its efficacy in yielding salt. Please do not guarantee it to the clan leader. Zhu Yuanyuan habitually presents incomprehensible terms, making assurances. Zhu Yuanyuan remarked, you should simply say it might be useful. The specifics will only reveal themselves after we have simmered a pot and observed the outcome. Zhu Yuanyuan, though simple-minded, is far from foolish. Upon hearing his sister's words, he swiftly grasped the situation and nodded in agreement. I won't make any definitive statements. I merely suggest that boiling seawater might yield salt. Whether we should pursue this idea depends on the chief's inclination. Zhu Yuanyuan, pleased, nodded enthusiastically. Brother, you are truly clever. Of course, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a puffed chest. Pride evident in his tone, one should consider who I am, after all. However, upon observing her brother's self-satisfied demeanor, Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly felt a twinge of concern. Being overly boastful could lead to trouble. Zhu Yuanyuan operated with remarkable swiftness, returning home within a mere quarter of an hour. A broad smile illuminating his face as he lifted the animal skin bundle, declaring his readiness to depart. Please inform my parents, he added. Are we leaving now? Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in astonishment, for the sun was nearing its descent. With so little time left, they would scarcely cover any distance before nightfall, and it would be wiser to set out in the morning. That won't do, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, shaking his head vigorously, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. Every time we venture to the sea tribe to exchange for salt, it comes at a considerable cost. The salt we receive is often mixed with sand, and it scarcely suffices for our needs. Yet, we cannot forego this exchange, as prolonged deprivation of salt could lead to illness, forcing us to endure in silence. The current clan leader, Zhu Shan, was elated upon hearing of a method to boil salt and expressed a fervent desire to accompany the salt exchange team to the seaside. Ultimately, however, he relented after much persuasion from the others. Equally exhilarated were the members of the salt exchange team, eager to ascertain the efficacy of the boiling method. If it proved successful, they would no longer suffer from a lack of salt and could finally stand up to the arrogant sea tribe beastmen, fueled by their fervent spirits. They resolved to set out early, embarking on their journey under the cover of night. Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly exited, offering no glance back at his sister's reaction after his explanation. As he departed with his bundle in hand, resolutely moving forward, Zhu Yuanyuan gazed sorrowfully at her elder brother's receding figure, almost on the verge of inquiring, Am I still your most cherished sister? However, she refrained from voicing her question, fearing the answer might not align with her hopes. Never mind, she thought. As a vibrant and lively individual, why should she compete for affection like a mere commodity? That night, she broached the subject with her parents, subtly casting her brother in a negative light. He is utterly reckless, she lamented. The C1T escape. It would have been far better to depart as originally planned the following day. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a bit overwhelmed. She could hardly fathom the fervor that everyone had for salt. Now, having caught a glimpse of this obsession, she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the elders. If it weren't for the hardships endured in exchange for salt, would they have become so animated? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture. Once we managed to procure some salt, we could stockpile it and trade with other tribes, Zhu Chong thought, his face aglow with excitement. My dear, why don't you first take note of what we need to exchange, so we won't find ourselves flustered and overlook anything essential when the time comes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan secretly let out a sigh of relief. She understood the significance of salt, but truly hoped it would not disrupt her daily life. After having breakfast, she went to the riverside to observe the progress of land reclamation, as everyone engaged in plowing and discussing the method of extracting salt from seawater. None seemed to notice her arrival. Alas, the impact was still palpable. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a twinge of anxiety. The clan leader was truly absurd. Believing in the methods of a mere 5-year-old, he spread the news far and wide without any concrete evidence. If that method proved ineffective, should she consider fleeing? No. She must remain composed and not allow herself to be frightened by the slightest disturbance. Fortunately, the fervor surrounding the salt boiling method did not last long. Giving way to tasks such as nurturing seedlings, clearing land, dredging silt to enrich the soil, and transplanting. Amidst the flurry of activity, time passed swiftly. In just over half a month, the potatoes and sweet potatoes were fully planted, and now all that remained was to tend to them with care. Observing the neatly arranged green shoots in the fields, the old clan leader's heart brimmed with joy. He would make several trips each day to inspect them, insisting on maintaining his dignity, for with so many mischievous children in the clan, he felt it necessary to keep watch over the crops to prevent them from being harmed. Zhu Yuanyuan bent down to observe the tender new sprouts, her eyes brimming with hope. Once the freedom of potatoes and sweet potatoes was achieved, no one would suffer from hunger any longer. However, the number of sprouts cultivated from the sweet potatoes was limited. Once the planted sprouts grew abundant vines, she planned to cut some sweet potato vines to fill the empty plots of land. The techniques for cultivating sweet potatoes recorded that the vines were equivalent to the sprouts. When planted in the soil, they would reroot and sprout anew, a truly marvelous phenomenon. Even more astonishing was the fact that if sweet potatoes were planted in spring, the vines could be harvested in summer without being discarded. By replanting the cuttings, a second yield could be produced. One sowing could yield 2 harvests. With an estimated yield of around 2,000 pounds per acre, a commendable outcome indeed. Naturally, sweet potatoes were not without their drawbacks, as consuming them daily could lead to heartburn. Thankfully, there were also potatoes, and alternating between the two would be beneficial. As the sweet potato and potato sprouts grew day by day, more and more members of the tribe became aware of the situation, and during leisure times, many would stroll through the fields, inadvertently trampling numerous seedlings. Upon discovering this, the old chief was heartbroken and, in a fit of rage, personally dealt with the errant orc. This was not the end of it. The following evening, he summoned all the tribespeople for a meeting, where he solemnly introduced the 2 new food sources, potatoes and sweet potatoes, along with their planting methods and timelines, as well as the anticipated yields. After the presentation, he earnestly stated that if the planting were successful, there would be no need to worry about hunger during the snowy season. Therefore, she urged everyone to restrain themselves and their families from wandering carelessly in the fields, to avoid damaging the young plants. The meeting was enveloped in an unusual silence, with only the old chief's voice resonating. Once the meeting concluded, it seemed as though the attendees only then processed the information, gathering in small groups to discuss the new food sources. I've never heard of farming before, and I'm unsure if the old chief and the others will succeed. They waited, knowing that the results would soon become clear. I sincerely hope for success. The experience of hunger is truly unbearable. Without meat, having something else to fill our stomachs would be a blessing. In the future, curiosity should not lead to wandering in the fields, as provoking the old chief would yield dire consequences. Chattering away, they engaged in lively conversation, and that night, they indulged in an unusual late bedtime. Zhu Yuanyuan, being quite young, is exempt from attending the science popularization meeting organized by the elder patriarch, instead choosing to lie down at the doorstep and drift off into slumber early. The night breeze carries a slight chill. It would be wise to prepare a straw mat. Days quietly slip away, immersed in the observation of the growth of sweet potato and potato sprouts, while eagerly awaiting the return of the salt exchange team. Zhu Yuanyuan procured the long-coveted primary refinement potion from the system marketplace, gazing at her dwindling knowledge points, now reduced to a mere 2-digit figure. She felt a pang of regret. The knowledge points she had painstakingly accumulated had vanished with the purchase of a single potion, a true testament to their fleeting nature. Nevertheless, the primary refinement potion is indeed a valuable commodity. Having acquired it, she resolved to consume it promptly to avoid its expiration from prolonged storage. Drawing from her previous experience, Zhu Yuanyuan sought refuge in a shadowy corner of her home when no one was around, and with a flourish, she downed the potion in one swift motion. Wait, before the system could intervene, it could only suggest that the host retrieve a towel from her backpack or perhaps procure a cork to prevent any mishap. Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed, questioning the purpose of those items. Before an answer could reach her, she instinctively grasped the truth. The pain was extraordinary, akin to a sensation drilling through her bones, rendering her complexion pale and causing her to instinctively bite her lip, drawing forth a torrent of crimson. She dared not cry out too loudly, fearing that passing kin might hear and rush to investigate. Recalling the suggestion from the Tongzi, Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely summoned her system backpack, hastily retrieved a towel and bit down on it, curling her body and rolling on the ground. As the pain gradually subsided, she resembled a drenched rat. The towel in her mouth torn and tattered, limbs sprawled in a starfish position on the ground. Without needing a mirror, she was acutely aware of her disheveled state. Tongzi, Zhu Yuanyuan weakly inquired through her thoughts. Why did you not inform me that consuming the body-tempering potion would be so excruciating? Would I have refrained from drinking it had I known? The Tongzi, in response, posed a counter-question. Zhu Yuanyuan initially believed that the pain would deter her from consuming the elixir, to the extent that she would refrain from even purchasing it, equating such an act to willingly enduring suffering for the sake of knowledge. Yet, upon discovering the remarkable effects of the body-enhancing potion, she could not help but exclaim, "One more, please." The agony endured during absorption was considerable, yet the results were undeniably evident. Both her physical endurance and agility had markedly improved, as had her strength. The once immovable boulder, weighing around 50 kilograms, could now be effortlessly lifted, allowing her to stroll around the cave with ease. Such a miraculous remedy, even if it demands great pain during its use, is a pleasure to embrace. Zhu Yuanyuan has already set her sights on intermediate potions, her eyes brimming with desire, longing to conjure up 999 knowledge points at once. Master, Master, she exclaimed, her little face blossoming with joy. In addition to the daily learning tasks, can you release other quests? The kind that rewards abundant knowledge points. Indeed, the master promptly issued a task. Please collect 10 different types of plants. The time limit for this task is 24 hours. Upon completion, the reward will be 10 times the knowledge points and 10 random physical items. Do you accept? Zhu Yuanyuan readily agreed. Yes. She had merely asked out of curiosity, without harboring any expectations, yet she was pleasantly surprised. The flora in the world of beastmen is abundant. One could gather 10 varieties without ever leaving the valley. In less than half an hour after venturing out, Zhu Yuanyuan submitted her task and received the corresponding rewards. In addition to 10 knowledge points, she also obtained 2 bags of rice, 1 bag of cornmeal, 1 tube of frostbite ointment, 3 pieces of charcoal, and 3 diapers. The first 4 items were indeed useful, while the last, the diapers, seemed rather peculiar. System, Zhu Yuanyuan pondered, could the useless rewards be eliminated? Perhaps reducing the probability of receiving them would suffice. That is not possible, the system playfully replied, as the prizes are generously provided by the Interstellar Union Network Company, and all are suitable for young ones. Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed, questioning the utility of diapers for a mere 5-year-old infant. The fabric of the diapers is soft, lightweight, and breathable. Perhaps it could be repurposed into handkerchiefs or veils. The system indicated that as long as the host exhibits sufficient cleverness, the reward shall not go to waste. Zhu Yuanyuan was rendered speechless. Although the new diaper had never been used, she found herself unable to overcome her psychological barrier to use it as a handkerchief. It must be cotton. With cotton, one could weave fabric to create garments and quilts, providing modesty in summer and warmth in winter. Indeed, the advantages are manifold. Zhu Yuanyuan searched for cotton seeds in the system mall, acquiring a decisive 5 taels after spending all her 10 knowledge points. Merely possessing seeds was insufficient. She also required expertise in cotton cultivation. Thus, she ventured into the mall once more to search for guidance. To her astonishment, The cost was a staggering 200 knowledge points. What on earth? Zhu Yuanyuan nearly fumed like a pufferfish. The prices for potatoes, sweet potatoes, and even basic pottery techniques were merely 100 knowledge points. Why then had the price for cotton cultivation doubled? The pricing of goods was determined by the Interstellar Union Network Company, and the system had no authority to alter these prices, as it was stated. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan remained skeptical, pondering whether your silence was a result of my earlier doubts. Intentionally withholding your response. The explanation was delivered with a calm demeanor. It was a random task that necessitated certain conditions for activation. What conditions must be met? Random ones. In essence, there are no fixed criteria for initiation. It is entirely a matter of chance. Zhu Yuanyuan wept bitterly, lamenting the difficulty of acquiring knowledge points. The system gently reminded her that her daily task count stood at 0. Lying in the glaring daylight for too long was uncomfortable. She decided to wait for the evening. Retaining her rationality, Zhu Yuanyuan did not let her eagerness to earn knowledge points cloud her judgment. The system fell silent, with nothing else to occupy her. She resolved to wash by the river and change out of her sweat-soaked bee-skin dress. As she passed the home of the great shaman, a thought suddenly struck her. The application she had submitted for an advanced shaman training course had yet to yield any results. Regardless of whether the outcome would be favorable or otherwise, she felt it necessary to inquire. Once more, she called upon the system to delicately raise the matter, and indeed, the system responded with feedback. The super-intelligent brain had rejected her application for the advanced shaman course. Curious about the reason for the rejection, Zhu Yuanyuan sought clarification. Such courses were reserved for those with a certain foundational knowledge, and since she possessed none, she could at most apply for a basic shaman skills course. Oh, so that was the case. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed in relief. Applying for the basic shaman skills course would suffice if it allowed her to learn the art of shamanic medicine. The system promptly agreed, stating, "No problem, I shall submit the application forthwith." It swiftly amended the previous application, ensuring a rapid process. Having resolved another significant issue, Zhu Yuanyuan felt particularly buoyant. She concealed herself amidst the lush vegetation by the riverbank, quickly washed herself, donned a clean beast-skin dress, and vigorously scrubbed her soiled attire. Achieving remarkable efficiency, the benefits of her enhanced strength were evident. She could now clean her clothes without troubling her mother. With no adults at home during midday, Zhu Yuanyuan used a bamboo tube to cook rice and prepared a simple meat broth, enjoying a modest meal. After tidying up, she ventured into the fields, discovering that the potatoes and sweet potatoes were thriving, suggesting a bountiful harvest ahead. It was high time to enlighten the old patriarch about the virtues of organic fertilizer. Zhu Yuanyuan flashed a mischievous smile at the approaching one-armed old man, only to revert to her usual demeanor in the next moment. She raised her hand in a warm greeting. "Welcome, elder. Have you had lunch yet?" He rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had just experienced an illusion. How could such an adorable and innocent young creature as Yuanyuan possess such a wicked smile? How did Yuanyuan arrive here? I have just finished my meal. What about you? By the way, shouldn't the orcs greet one another by inquiring if they have caught any prey today? Why are they asking about meals instead? The old chief furrowed his brow, feeling that something seemed amiss lately. In truth, it was not just him. All the orcs assigned to the task of cultivating and farming shared this strange sentiment, likely influenced by that little rascal Yuanyuan. With this thought in mind, He gazed at the young creature with a rather peculiar expression. "What seems to be the matter, chief?" Yuanyuan tilted her head, adorably inquiring. He clasped his chest, exuding an endearing charm. How could such an adorable creature possibly lead others astray? "It's nothing, really. I am simply overjoyed that the potatoes and sweet potatoes are thriving." "Oh," Zhu Yuanyuan beamed a smile. "Would you like them to flourish even more?" Upon hearing this, Zhu instantly perked up, pondering, "Do you have a good method?" There indeed existed a solution, albeit Zhu Yuanyuan feigned a reluctant demeanor, hinting at something unsightly and a tad odorous. As long as it ensures their better growth, a little dirt and smell are inconsequential. Zhu was nearly ready to swear an oath. "Just share your idea. Everyone will certainly comply." At that moment, Zhu, the orc responsible for weeding the fields, arrived and echoed the elder's sentiments. "We fear neither dirt nor odor. Our only concern is an inadequate harvest." With their agreement secured, Zhu Yuanyuan promptly declared, "The crops thrive solely on the nourishment of manure. Let us proceed with fertilization." Zhu was utterly bewildered. Fertilizer? Manure? After listening to Zhu Yuanyuan's explanation, the old patriarch's face turned slightly green. How could such foul substances be poured onto potatoes and sweet potatoes? Would anyone be able to stomach the harvest? However, in times of food scarcity, even rotten meat is consumed. What does a little stench matter? Fertilize. We must fertilize immediately, Zhu declared, waving his hand. Let us apply more of that stuff. In the future, our potatoes will thrive and grow even larger. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was left utterly astounded. Wait, one cannot over-fertilize. It must be diluted with water. She spoke until her mouth was parched, striving to convey the intricacies of fertilization. Alas, in this world, even the art of verbal eloquence is no simple endeavor. Now that she was here, she could not remain idle. Zhu Yuanyuan began to toil in the fields, weeding until her face was sunburned, and she sought refuge in the shade of a tree. Yuanyuan is truly diligent, Zhu praised without reservation. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan had no understanding of modesty. She was well aware of her industriousness, for without it, she would not have discovered such a plethora of new delicacies. Zhu shook his head helplessly, remarking, "You really shouldn't boast so shamelessly. It could tarnish your reputation." To which Zhu Yuanyuan, giggling cheerfully, replied, "It's fine. I'm only 5 years old. If anyone takes offense, they are simply lacking in conscience." This statement was undeniably valid, leaving Zhu at a loss for words. Zhu Yuanyuan, indifferent to the elder's sentiments, resolved to depart once she had rested sufficiently. Before leaving, she mused, "Despite our practice under the sun's rays, why do we still feel the heat as if it were summer? What is even more vexing is that in just a couple of months, the snow season will arrive. Yet the sun remains as fierce as in summer. Thus, what significance does the demarcation between summer and autumn hold?" Zhu Yuanyuan did not comprehend, nor did Zhu. However, as one ages and accumulates experience, many matters become trivial, and one refrains from probing deeply. "Return home," he advised, "little cub, do not overthink. It will hinder your growth." Zhu then retrieved a wild fruit from his bosom and offered it, saying, "Here, savor this sweet morsel." Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment, then took the fruit to the riverbank to wash it. After taking a bite, her face immediately contorted in displeasure. It was sour. The old chieftain deceived her. Zhu laughed heartily, urging the young cub not to pretend to be an adult all the time. "It is time to play, so go ahead." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's cheerful smile instantly faded, her little legs kicking in frustration. After delivering several kicks to her older brother, she pouted and declared, "Brother, you're mean. I no longer like you." "No way," Zhu Yong exclaimed in distress. "I simply misspoke out of sheer joy. Yuanyuan isn't overweight, I assure you." Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes in disbelief, clearly annoyed. Realizing that his younger sister was genuinely upset, Zhu Yonggan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Hastily, he retrieved a small item from his pocket. "Look, I brought you a gift from afar." "What kind of gift?" Zhu Yuanyuan, her curiosity piqued, leaned in closer. To her delight, it was a ceramic pig. It turned out that while the world was not devoid of ceramics, the Black Pig clan simply did not possess any. "Isn't it adorable?" Zhu Yonggan inquired. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously, her cuteness radiating. "Where did it come from?" she inquired. "I traded it with the rodent orcs," Zhu Yonggan replied, a proud smile adorning his face. "Indeed, we intentionally journeyed to a seaside far from the sea tribe to boil seawater, and we successfully extracted salt, pure and delicate, surpassing any salt we have obtained in the past." "You are truly remarkable," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, her lips sweet as if coated in honey. "You must have produced quite a bit of salt. Have you disclosed the method of boiling seawater for salt?" "Ah, well," Zhu Yonggan scratched his head. "The orcs from the Flying Tiger tribe who accompanied us are also aware. Traveling together, certain matters are impossible to conceal." Zhu Yuanyuan was mentally prepared. Her only concern was that the news might attract covetous eyes. "What are you pondering so deeply, sister?" Zhu Yonggan asked, bemused. "It's nothing," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, recalling the rodent orcs her brother mentioned. How could the rodent orcs come to you for a trade? You've got it wrong. It was I who took the initiative to trade, Zhu Yuanyuan corrected her, trading meat. Such a precious commodity as salt should not be carelessly shared. If others discover that they know how to produce salt, it would be disastrous. Without sufficient strength, one cannot safeguard such knowledge. A single misstep could invite annihilation of our clan. Before the salt trading team departed from the tribe, the chieftain had already instructed them to proceed with caution, emphasizing that they must return with some salt from the sea tribe, regardless of whether they could successfully boil it. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanyuan's words, Zhu Yuanyuan clapped her hands in approval, exclaiming how astute the clan leader was, which explained his ability to command the entire tribe. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled. My father possesses great strength, yet it is precisely due to his reluctance to engage in intellectual pursuits that he has not ascended to the position of clan leader. Reluctant to engage my intellect? Zhu Chang suddenly appeared at the doorway, his head peeking in. You insolent brat, you've grown quite bold, haven't you? Brother Zhu never anticipated that his luck would be so unfortunate. He was caught red-handed while secretly discussing some gossip about his father. In truth, I can explain. Zhu bravely lamented with a grimace. No need for that. I have no desire to listen. Zhu Chang retorted as he picked up a thick log carelessly discarded in the corner. After not seeing you for so many days, let us see if your skills have improved, shall we? Stop it at once. Zhu Xiaofan rushed in. Zhu, overwhelmed with emotion, found his eyes brimming with tears, realizing how kind his mother had been to him. Unfortunately, his sentiment did not last more than 5 seconds. This cave is too small. We must break out. Not linger here, Zhu Xiaofan remarked with a frown. If we damage anything at home, we will have to replace it all over again. Zhu Chang acquiesced without delay, assenting. Very well, let us venture forth and seek a spacious locale for practice. With these words, he ushered his eldest son out the door. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes crinkled with amusement, sensing impending misfortune for her elder brother. Oh, you, Zhu Xiaofan gently chided, tapping the little female's forehead, always eager to see a spectacle. You should be grateful your brother thinks of you so fondly, never forgetting to bring back gifts even when he's away. Alas, I am torn, Zhu Yuanyuan feigned distress. My elder brother is dear, but father is even dearer. I cannot favor one over the other. With affection balanced equally in her heart, she could only embrace the role of a gleeful observer. Thus, Zhu Yuanyuan merrily ventured out to watch her father and elder brother spar, enthusiastically applauding and cheering at each captivating moment. Well done. Another round, she exclaimed. Zhu Chang's reprimand of his eldest son was abruptly silenced by the resounding cheers that echoed around them. Gradually, their movements slowed, and they eventually ceased, both lifting their gazes towards the exuberant little one bouncing at the entrance of their home. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a serious expression, bravely inquired, Isn't my elder brother incredibly formidable? Indeed, exceedingly formidable, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, raising a thumb in admiration, showering compliments as if they were freely given. Their movements swift and decisive, exhibiting a masterful control, truly deserving of being my brother. Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled with ill-concealed intent. And how does he compare to father? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan responded, Father is, of course, the more formidable. Bewildered, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, Shouldn't you ponder before speaking? Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan, her lips curving into a winsome smile, responded, There's no need for contemplation. Elder brother was personally molded by father, and he's yet to be surpassed. My precious darling wouldn't utter falsehoods, would he? Nor would elder brother desire Yuanyuan to stray from virtue, correct? Brave Zhu found himself outmatched by his sister's sharp wit. Resigned, he conceded that as a grown orc, he ought not to quibble with a mere fledgling. Brother Zhu, feeling wronged yet unable to seek justice for himself, returned home in tears, lamenting to his mother, Father and sister are bullying me. Oh, the poor Agon. Zhu Xiaofan reached out to caress her eldest son's head, pondering that had he possessed a companion, he would not be so utterly alone in his plight. Bereft and heavy-hearted, Zhu Yuanyuan lamented his recent coming of age. Why the urgency to seek a mate? His mother, it seemed, was eager to usher him out the door. It must be noted that upon reaching adulthood, male were permitted to remain in their family homes, but once a partnership was forged and a new household established, they were expected to carve out their own dwelling. Ostensibly, this was to afford the young couple the space and privacy to nurture their burgeoning affections. Zhu Yuanyuan privately believes that this is an excellent method to cultivate a child's independence and prevent reliance on their parents. Elder brother, many sisters in the tribe have offered me sweet fruits and inquired about your preferences. Should I reveal a thing or two? No, Shu firmly replied, his eyes narrowing. Little one must obey. If you desire something, just tell me. You must not betray your elder brother for a few fruits. All right then. I wish for red grapes and golden mulberries, Zhu Yuanyuan declared. Zhu Yuanyuan was amused by anger. Are you attempting to savor sweet fruits, deliberately uttering nonsensical words to me? Seizing the opportunity to impose conditions? No, Zhu Yuanyuan puffed up her cheeks. It was evidently you who had proactively offered to assist in picking the fruits. You cannot renege on your promise, or else, what will you do? Will you truly bite me? Zhu Yuanyuan remained unfazed, remarking that with your meager strength, you would likely end up breaking your teeth if you tried to bite me. Zhu Yuanyuan felt underestimated. She moved her short legs and rushed forward to embrace her elder brother's leg, pulling down with all her might. Ouch! Zhu Yuanyuan, who fell to the ground in surprise, was momentarily taken aback. Although his stumble was due to his own underestimation, he couldn't help but wonder when his sister had become so strong. It had only been less than a month since he had left, not a year or more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan jestingly remarked that Agon is indeed a wonderful brother. Aware of his sister's limited strength, he deliberately pretended to stumble to amuse her. I did not. I certainly did not, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, growing anxious as he swiftly rose to his feet and pulled his sister towards the large stone platform weighing over 100 pounds that rested against the wall. Why don't you try lifting the stone? After Zhu Yuanyuan's strength increased, she had not tested it yet. Curiosity about her newfound power compelled her to approach swiftly, extending her arms to embrace. It felt somewhat slippery. As she fumbled to adjust her posture, she realized her arms were too short and the stone too large, lacking a proper grip. Brother, Zhu Yuanyuan inquired earnestly, may I attempt a different embrace? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yong stood in stunned silence, as did Zhu Chong and Zhu Xiaofan. After a day of frenzied running in the mountains, Zhu Yong wiped the sweat from his brow as he stepped into his home, only to be met with such an uncanny scene that he was rendered speechless. Has my sister undergone some transformation? What nonsense is this? Zhu Yuanyuan wrinkled her little nose in displeasure and retorted, I am perfectly fine. Where's the transformation? Zhu Yoming displayed a stiff smile. Just a few days ago, he could scarcely bear a basket of wild fruits, yet today he was capable of lifting a full-grown male orc. Is this not a remarkable transformation? Could it be that Zhu Yuanyuan, with a bashful smile, remarked, I never lacked strength, I merely enjoyed being idle. Her words lingered as she cautiously set her elder brother down. A moment of contemplation passed for Zhu Yongming, and he found himself believing her, his excitement causing his voice to rise several octaves. I knew you were feigning weakness. Mother and father, you have all been deceived by her delicate exterior. Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Second brother, is it really appropriate for you to say such things? Even if she couldn't win a fight. The urge to throw a punch occasionally became overwhelming, and she felt compelled to gently remind her foolish elder brother to mind his words. She was not a mere 5-year-old child who would only cry when beaten. She was quite capable of reporting grievances, not only to her parents but also to her grandparents, the clan elder, and other close relatives. With so many allies to support her, she was certain she would not suffer. She could simply sit on the rooftop with a stool, enjoying the spectacle as a bystander. What is wrong with that? Zhu Yongming made a rather mischievous face. I intend to reveal your true self to everyone, so they won't be deceived by your delicate appearance in the future. Well, go ahead and say it. Zhu Yuanyuan replied calmly. Even if I don't show my strength, everyone will be happy for me. You, on the other hand, seem unable to tolerate your younger sister's success. You might just incur the wrath of the crowd. Zhu Yongming was taken aback by his sister's newfound strength and heightened temper. Previously, when bullied, she would merely pout and sulk in a corner. Now, she was ready to stand her ground. Observing his bewildered parents and crestfallen elder brother, he suddenly felt it was pointless to fuss over a youngling. What did it matter if her strength had suddenly increased, as long as she didn't do anything wicked? After rationalizing his way out of the situation, Zhu Yongming instantly changed his expression, flashing a fawning smile at Zhu Yuanyuan. My dear sister, you're so adorable. You should always be like this. Being too timid only invites bullying. I will definitely become very formidable, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a sweet smile, taking small steps to her second brother's side and pretending to accidentally step on his foot, even if he was her own brother. She couldn't afford to be lenient when he deserved a lesson, though she would be mindful to use less force. Ouch, my foot! Zhu Yongming cried out, clutching his foot. It must be swollen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan is no longer the bald child she was a few months ago. She cherishes her newly grown hair dearly. On ordinary days, she discreetly uses the shampoo purchased from the mall to wash it, refusing to let her second brother mishandle it. She swiftly dodges and maneuvers behind him, delivering a kick that sends him staggering. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong and Zhu Xiaofan have just come to terms with the sudden increase in strength of their female cubs. In the blink of an eye, they witnessed the two little ones engage in a playful scuffle, eliciting a mix of bemusement and, more importantly, a sense of gratification. Yuanyuan has grown, now capable of frolicking and sparring with her elder brother. Indeed, in the eyes of the two guardians, the siblings are merely engaging in innocent play, with no cause for alarm. Aegon, Zhu Xiaofan gently patted her bewildered eldest son, asking, "Are you hungry? I can roast some meat for you. After eating, make sure to rest well. You've had a long journey." "It wasn't arduous. I am genuinely delighted," responded Zhu Yonggan with sincerity. "This year, we have an ample supply of salt, allowing us to add a bit more when curing the jerky, without fear of spoilage." Zhu Yuanyuan, with her pointed ears, couldn't help but reminisce about the fragrant cured meats of her past life upon hearing the mention of preserved pork, causing her to swallow involuntarily. Casting a glance at her second brother, who was also slowing his movements, she spoke, "I feel so weary, I shall no longer continue." Swiftly retreating a few steps, she deftly evaded the fist that was aimed at her shoulder. Zhu Yongming retracted his fist, gasping for breath, and remarked, "You were the one who called for a halt first, not I. In the orc culture, to cease combat signifies surrender." Zhu Yuanyuan casually nodded her head, then turned to Zhu Chong, her curiosity piqued. "Father, how did our clan traditionally preserve meat? Does it spoil easily?" "Well, we hollow out a tree stump, layer strips of meat within, sprinkling salt between each layer, then place a wooden board on top and seal it with damp clay," Zhu Chong explained succinctly. "As for its susceptibility to spoilage, that largely depends on the amount of salt used. If too little salt is applied, the preservation time is quite brief. However, if ample salt is utilized, it can last until the snowy season. But if there's too much salt, won't it be overly salty when we eat it?" Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but frown. "Not at all," Zhu Yongming interjected, taking the conversation forward. "If we cut the meat into small pieces and boil it in our clan's large stone pot, cooking it longer will reduce the saltiness. And the water can also be reserved for drinking." Indeed, within the hazy recollections of her past life, there lingered memories of consuming boiled meat during the snowy season. Yet she was too young then, and many details remained inscrutable to her. For instance, she was unaware of the existence of the large stone pot in their clan. Upon hearing this news, Zhu Yuanyuan felt quite elated. This year, the elder patriarch had cultivated a considerable quantity of potatoes, which would be deliciously stewed together with meat. Both satisfying and economical, allowing for a reduction in meat consumption. Most importantly, there would be no need to endure the unpleasant taste of boiled salted meat water, a flavor that truly defies description. It is not that the late second harvest will result in a diminished yield. Zhu Xiaofan furrowed her brow, recognizing that relying solely on potatoes would be insufficient. During this period, it was essential to seek out other provisions that could be well preserved. Zhu Yuanyuan, weary from her exertions, casually sank to the ground, leaning against the large stone platform. "Mother, do not merely fixate on the objects scattered upon the earth. Those potatoes are treasures found within the mountains. When you find the time, stroll through the fields and observe the appearance of the potato leaves." Though her words were not overtly explicit, the implication was unmistakable. Zhu Xiaofan understood immediately, nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall go and take a look tomorrow morning." "Do not venture alone. Bring along the aunts and relatives you are close with," Zhu Yuanyuan advised. "Indeed," Zhu Xiaofan replied with a playful reprimand, "You little schemer. I have lived several decades longer than you, and I am certainly aware of such matters." In their tribe, hunting and gathering were collective endeavors, with the spoils distributed uniformly among the members. Only the young and half-grown orcs were permitted to bring back small game or foraged fruits directly to their homes. With the rules established thus, there was no need for secrecy. It was beneficial for everyone to remember what potato seedlings looked like, as it might lead to greater harvests. Alas, fruits do not store well. Otherwise, they would be abundant upon the mountains, Zhu Chang lamented. Zhu Xiaofan also felt a sense of regret. If only they could preserve more fruits, along with potatoes and that certain red item, they would not have to worry about food during the snowy season. Mother is truly foolish, Zhu Yuanyuan said, hands on her hips. Fresh fruits are difficult to store, but we can simply dry them. After all, autumn is abundant like summer, and it rarely rains, making it perfect for sun-drying. Zhu Xiaofan was taken aback. Can it be eaten after being dried? Of course, it can. It might even taste better. Zhu Yuanyuan lifted her chin and, with an air of pride, declared that following her advice would yield no mistakes. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhu Xiaofan finally resolved to give drying a try. Let us dry it, Zhu Chang exclaimed, raising both hands in agreement. As Yuanyuan's unexpected strength surged, after all, staying idle at home was simply unproductive. Zhu Yuanyuan frowned, questioning whether it was truly a disadvantage to possess greater strength, rather than remaining the feeble individual she once was. Furthermore, she was perpetually occupied. There was no time for idleness. Perhaps I should consider alternative methods, Zhu Chang suggested. No need for that. Just find a spot that basks in the sun for an extended period. I shall make time to check on it, Zhu Yuanyuan replied. Very well, it is settled then, Zhu Chang affirmed, shifting his gaze to their second son, Meng. Tomorrow, do not spend all your time leaping about in the mountains. Make sure to gather a good number of fruits, wash them thoroughly, and dry them for preservation. Zhu Yuanyuan, in a state of agitation, tugged at his ears in frustration, questioning how this matter pertained to him. Are you in or not? Zhu Chang asked in a low tone. I am, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with resolute determination. With the arrangements finalized and Zhu Xiaofan's meat almost grilled to perfection, the family gathered for an early dinner. During this bustling season of stockpiling provisions, the young men returning from distant travels received no special treatment. The following morning, Zhu Yuanyuan rose early and accompanied his father on a hunting expedition. Before departing, a drowsy Zhu Yuanyuan handed her elder brother a large, red apple, suggesting he eat a piece of fruit to stave off hunger. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan narrowed her large eyes, contemplating the challenges of becoming a skilled water bearer. To ensure she could carry the water steadily, her mother had gifted her a red apple before departing. Ahem, in truth, she favored green apples, and her father was accustomed to the tartness of sour fruits. Perhaps that wasn't favoritism after all. Once the adults had left, the house fell into a quiet solitude, with only Zhu Yuanyuan sitting at the cave entrance, fiddling with the backpack and occasionally casting a melancholic glance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of reluctance regarding the hand of Erkong. After all, it seemed wasteful to discard something she was not accustomed to eating. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that everyone else had it, and it would be unkind to leave out urge. Since the items had already been offered, whether she consumed or discarded them was no longer her concern. Thus, she refrained from mentioning the fruits again and inquired instead, Urge, are you not going out today? Of course I am, replied Zhu Yuanyuan, as he tucked a green apple into his coat and seized his backpack. I must hurry to the gathering. Please stay at home and do not wander about. Before his words had fully dissipated, he had already vanished, revealing the urgency of his departure. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a perplexing situation, if her intuition served her correctly. Her second brother was unwilling to step outside simply because he had not received the fruits she had sent him. Alas, she could only blame herself for her sluggishness. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhu Yuanyuan donned her diminutive backpack and ventured out, first meandering through the fields before heading to the communal storage room of the tribe. This so-called storage room was, in fact, a vast cavern spanning 100 square meters, housing provisions belonging to the entire tribe. The entrance remained shut most of the time, only opening for the retrieval of items or during the autumn meat curing season. She was eager to observe the salt that had been extracted using seawater and to witness the communal methods of meat preservation. At that moment, the door to the communal storage room stood wide open, revealing several elder females busily engaged in their tasks, some washing meat, others hanging it to dry, while a few were meticulously arranging the dried meat into wooden barrels for curing. The division of labor was clearly defined, and the efficiency was remarkably high, reminiscent of an assembly line. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan strolled leisurely towards the salt contained in the beast hide pouch, observing the coarse yellow grains interspersed with dark specks. This rough salt was laden with impurities, lacking the purity of the coarse salt obtained through trade with the sea folk. Prolonged consumption could pose health risks, necessitating purification. Songzi. Zhu Yuanyuan mentally called out. Do you know how to purify salt? I do not, Songzi replied. But the host may procure a simple method for salt purification from the marketplace. Zhu Yuanyuan was left speechless. Must everything be purchased? Is the interstellar world so harsh on the young? Interstellar offspring do not require the coarse salt purification method, as the sovereign has stated. There is no fault in this assertion, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan at a loss for words. It is not merely that interstellar younglings do not need it. Even ordinary offspring have no such necessity. Only she, a juvenile possessing the essence of an adult soul, would find herself in need of such items. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, feeling that an excessive reliance on the system was unwise. She resolved to devise her own solutions first. Salt is derived from seawater. Its impurity arises from the lack of filtration prior to boiling, resulting in a mixture of dirt and other contaminants that cannot be separated directly. The only feasible approach is to dissolve the salt in clean water, filter out the impurities, and then evaporate the water to obtain pure salt once more. Thus, the methods and tools for filtration become crucial. Yuanyuan, Zhu Xiu expressed her concern. Are you feeling unwell? Let me take you to see the great shaman. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. Just by looking at her, one loses their appetite. Speaking of which, is it truly acceptable to tuck fruits into one's bandeau? Zhu Xiu insisted on taking her granddaughter to the doctor, and Zhu Yuanyuan could not refuse, so she revealed a fragment of truth. Grandma, I find that the salt appears quite yellow and contains numerous dark impurities. I was wondering if there might be a way to cleanse it a little. It seems so filthy that consuming too much could lead to stomachaches. Filthy? Zhu Xiu dismissed the concern. It has always been like this. I have eaten it since childhood and never encountered any issues. There is no need to overthink it. During times of scarcity, no one cared whether the food was fresh or clean. The only priority was to fill one's belly. In her previous life, Zhu Yuanyuan had heard a saying, "What is unclean will not cause illness when consumed." This phrase seems quite fitting when applied to her current world. No one cares whether the salt is clean, they only concern themselves with its availability. Although she does not endorse such a notion, she refrains from forcefully advocating for hygiene, instead seeking an alternative excuse. The soil in the salt makes the barbecue taste unpleasant. Without the dirt, the dish would undoubtedly be delightful. Such a mystical reasoning. Zhu Xiu, understanding her granddaughter's trivial worries, ceased to mention visiting the great shaman for treatment. She casually remarked, if you enjoy pondering, then contemplate as much as you wish. If you have a good solution, do share it. If it proves beneficial, everyone will be grateful to you. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously, brimming with confidence. All right, I will surely devise a solution promptly to avoid disappointing everyone. The public storage room was crowded and chaotic, not an ideal setting for the young ones to frolic. Zhu Xiu forcibly placed a green fruit into his granddaughter's hand and then gently urged the others to leave. Everyone is busy. Your presence here will hinder your grandmother's work. Hurry home and rest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu's parents passed away early, and now he relies solely on his frail and elderly grandmother for companionship. The meager rations distributed by the tribe barely sustain the two of them, making any hope of gaining weight utterly impossible. Zhu Yuanyuan, Feeling a pang of compassion for the emaciated cub before her, who was older than herself, hesitated after offering the sour fruit. She then reached into her backpack and produced a leaf-wrapped snack. Here, this is a treat I made myself. Do give it a try. This was no mere pretense. During the daylight hours, she often found herself alone at home, taking moments to indulge in preparing delightful morsels to reward her family. Carrying a few snacks with her was merely a gesture of kindness, as her elders would never oppose lending a helping hand when circumstances permitted. Zhu Xiang joyfully embraced the precious gift, her eyes sparkling with delight. Thank you, Sister Yuanyuan. After performing a good deed for the day, Zhu Yuanyuan returned home to contemplate methods for filtering impurities. The use of fine gauze proved effective, yet the world of beasts lacked such materials. Charcoal combined with sand and gravel could also serve the purpose, though she was unaware of the technique to produce charcoal. The simplest approach involved allowing the mixture to settle for several days, then carefully scooping out the clean water from the top while discarding the murky water below. However, this method was labor-intensive and wasteful, though it would be considerably easier if conducted by the seaside. Ultimately, only the last method seemed feasible. Yet Zhu Yuanyuan was reluctant to concede. Even without much hope, she turned to the system and inquired, "System, do you know how to produce charcoal?" The system responded with its usual reply, urging the host to access the shop for purchases. Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brows, resigning herself to the situation. Had she known earlier that consulting you would bear no fruit, she would have opted for a more rudimentary approach, accumulating knowledge before acquiring the method for charcoal production. Suddenly, the system interjected, "You are a time-traveling woman. How could you be so uninformed? I recently reconnected with a colleague whose host also hails from modern society. Not only can they cultivate the land, but they are also adept at charcoal burning, soap making, and glass production, truly a polymath." The system expressed a hint of envy, reflecting on how a clever host would facilitate teaching, sparing it from the incessant pursuit of recipes. Alas, why was it burdened with such an inept host? Perhaps the system's discontent was palpable, as Zhu Yuanyuan sneezed several times, casting a suspicious glance. "Are you insulting me?" "No," the system vehemently denied. "I am an artificial intelligence devoid of human emotions and incapable of insults." Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, pondering the veracity of the words spoken to her. As for the other time traveler and system owner mentioned by Tongzi, she held little interest in their purported capabilities. Each individual is a distinct entity in her previous life. She was preoccupied with her studies and part-time jobs to earn a living, leaving her no time for online escapades or indulging in soap operas or essential oil recipes. Regardless of the world she inhabited, she considered herself an ordinary person, and she found no fault in that. When her plea for assistance fell flat, Zhu Yuanyuan felt no sense of loss. Instead, she turned her attention to the large bamboo tube filled with salt, resolved to conduct an experiment, albeit lacking a suitable pot. The process of boiling would require considerable time, and the bamboo tube would not suffice. Should she resort to borrowing the tribe's large stone pot? Recalling the appearance of that pot from the memories of the original owner, Zhu Yuanyuan decisively abandoned the idea. With only 2 bamboo tubes of salt to her name, even dissolving it would not yield enough to submerge the bottom of a pot. It was utterly impractical. With the stone pot off the table, she would have to devise an alternative solution. Zhu Yuanyuan clenched her fist. With her current strength, excavating a small stone pot was not an insurmountable challenge, albeit it would require a considerable amount of time. Resolute in her decision, she aspired to craft a pot that would be uniquely hers. Motivated by her ambitions, Zhu Yuanyuan shouldered her small backpack once more, setting out to seek a substantial stone suitable for her culinary endeavor. After traversing the valley in circles, she ultimately discovered a stone by the riverside, marked by the water's relentless erosion, which had formed a small indentation. Unable to fit it into her backpack, she decided to carry it home directly. However, the tools for crafting the stone pot posed another dilemma. The painstaking process of grinding with a bone spur would be exceedingly time-consuming. Zhu Yuanyuan summoned the system's marketplace and swiftly searched for pertinent information, soon selecting the desired iron chisel and purchasing it for 2 knowledge points. Wait, it seemed she was still lacking a hammer. After much effort, she finally gathered all the necessary tools to commence her work, the clanging sounds resonating throughout the cave. Fortunately, the surrounding orcs had all ventured out, otherwise she would have hesitated to act so freely. The advantages of her strength were vividly displayed at this moment. She crafted a stone pot within a single day. After a brief polishing and thorough cleaning, she set it on the fire to boil water. It was getting late, and it would be unwise to experiment with salt tonight. She murmured to herself, Perhaps she could prepare something delicious tomorrow, such as pan-fried meat, deep-fried meat, or stir-fried meat. She couldn't help but salivate at the thought. The newly crafted pot would take some getting used to, so she resolved to cut a piece of fatty meat to render fat, allowing her to utilize the oil for cooking while the residue could be consumed directly. The only vegetables she could stir-fry alongside the meat were potatoes. Thus, Zhu Yuanyuan decided on a fusion dish, potato slices stir-fried with pork belly, accompanied by a delicate egg drop soup. Perhaps next time, she could also gather some wild greens to saute. Zhu Yuanyuan prepared a modest quantity of dishes, merely offering a taste to her family for a hearty meal. Additional meat would need to be roasted. Previously, her limited strength prevented her from handling large cuts of meat, which is why she refrained from taking on the cooking duties. However, times have changed, and now she is determined to fulfill her responsibilities, ensuring that her family can return to warm soup and roasted meat. After more than an hour of diligent work, she finally completed all the dishes, cleaned the large stone used for cutting, and served the stir-fried vegetables and roasted meat directly. The stone was large and elevated, allowing them to gather around it for their meal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhu's father, mother, and two brothers returned home, weary from their day. Upon entering, the enticing aroma of meat invigorated them. "How delightful!" Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, his nostrils flaring, saliva pooling in his mouth. "What delectable dish has my sister prepared this time?" It was unfortunate that the portions were so scant, there was never enough to satisfy everyone, and he could hardly contend with his elder brother for a share, especially with their father around. Alas, he found himself in quite the predicament. "Second brother, look at this." "Zhu Yuanyuan, if you don't hurry, there won't be any food left." The family only voiced their curiosity after finishing their meal, wondering about the pot's origin. "I made it myself," Zhu Yuanyuan replied nonchalantly, her cheeks unflushed and breath steady. "I discovered a large, concave stone by the river, and with a little refinement, it transformed into a pot." Zhu Chang immediately praised, "Yuanyuan is truly remarkable. She can even craft a pot." "Father, you are exaggerating," Zhu Yang murmured softly. "Isn't it simply a matter of picking up a suitable stone to make a pot?" "Xiaoming," Zhu Xiaofan chided with a frown, "if you think it's so easy, why don't you find a suitable stone and make a pot yourself? I shall give you 3 days to accomplish it. How does that sound?" Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yoming immediately conceded, saying, "Mother, please do not be angry. I was merely jesting with my sister. If it were truly that easy to come by, every household in the tribe would possess a pot. Humph, at your age, you ought not to trouble a mere 5-year-old. Zhu Chang, with a stern countenance, threatened his second son, "You must be more sensible in the future. If you continue this way, I shall spank you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang and Zhu Xiaofan could not help but burst into laughter, while Zhu Yong, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "I can hardly believe that such a shameless person is my own brother." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang was somewhat taken aback. "Did Agon truly believe that I was too harsh on you?" "No." Zhu Yongin shook his head repeatedly. "I understand that my father has my best interests at heart. My sister's beast is unlike ours. That is why she has been able to thrive effortlessly for several years. I am glad you understand," Zhu Chang said with a sense of relief as he affectionately patted his eldest son's shoulder. "With your innate talent, as long as you remain diligent, your future will undoubtedly surpass that of your father. Rest assured." "Father, I shall continue to strive diligently," Zhu Yonggan solemnly promised. The father and son exchanged smiles. A moment of unparalleled warmth, when suddenly an uninvited interruption occurred. "My sister is now quite the powerhouse, even more formidable than I was at her age," Zhu Yongmang chuckled. "She is ready to participate in the hunting training." Zhu Yuanyuan unceremoniously stamped on her second brother's foot several times, remarking that his jealous expression was truly unbecoming. Outside, he had always defended her and would instinctively protect her in times of danger, yet upon returning home, his demeanor was astonishingly different. Indeed, human nature is remarkably intricate and difficult to decipher. Zhu Yongming remained unfazed and remarked, "I commenced my training at the tender age of 5, while my sister, at the same age, is still indulging in play at home. Shouldn't I feel a twinge of jealousy?" Zhu Chang reiterated, "I have mentioned before that she refrains from participating due to her frail constitution. In the past, I remained silent about her weakness, but circumstances have changed. Zhu Yuanyuan fervently insisted, "Mother and father, let me take my sister to join the training next spring." Zhu Chang, "Very well." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly realized and stammered, "Father actually agreed." The swiftness of his consent seemed somewhat unexpected. Zhu Chang calmly nodded, "I have consented." "What? Do you wish to retract your words?" No, I shall not go back on my word." Zhu Yuanyuan quickly shook his head. "That is good. When the time comes, you must take good care of your sister," Zhu Chang stated. "If she is bullied, it reflects poorly on you as her brother." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan lamented that her days of freedom were drawing to a close. The joyful days of her childhood were soon to come to an end, and she resolved to cherish the few remaining months, prioritizing play over work. "I need to rest," Zhu Yuanyuan declared loudly. Zhu Xiaofen was somewhat taken aback by this early announcement, quickly followed by a wave of concern. Was she feeling unwell? Zhu Yuanyuan remained vigilant. "I am well, albeit rather fatigued, longing for an early slumber." An early sleep allows for the prompt completion of tasks, enabling an early rise and subsequent leisure. In truth, there is little to entertain. One can merely meander through the fields or gather in the communal storage room for some social interaction. And then there is little else to anticipate. The older cubs in her clan must venture into the mountains collectively, while the younger ones are confined at home, restricted from wandering freely to prevent any unforeseen mishaps in the absence of adult supervision. It must be said, her parents are quite lenient, allowing a mere 5-year-old to remain at home alone and permitting her to roam outside without fear of her straying to the riverbank and falling in. Amidst her mixed emotions of laughter and tears, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of contentment. Though her physical age was that of a child, her essence was that of an adult. She had no desire to be confined within the dark recesses of a cave or to be strapped to her mother's back during outings. When the little female expressed her weariness, Zhu Chang and his wife were understandably concerned and promptly suggested that she retire early, encouraging the entire family to rest together. Normally, after dinner, they would have to wait until nightfall to sleep. Yet today, even before the sun had fully set, they permitted her to rest. Zhu Yuanyuan, however, was displeased, asserting that it was unfair for the entire family to accommodate her early slumber merely because she wished to sleep sooner. No need, Zhu Yuanyuan quickly protested. "I can fall asleep regardless of any commotion when I am tired. There is no need to consider my comfort." Upon accepting her daily tasks, her consciousness seamlessly transitioned into the virtual classroom, wherein the disturbances of the outside world could not reach her. Only in the face of danger would she receive a warning from the overseer. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan habitually lounged at the entrance of the cave, basking in the moonlight. Having taken on her daily learning tasks, her consciousness swiftly entered the virtual classroom. Before she could greet the instructor, she was greeted with delightful news. What? The application for the advanced sorcery skill course had been approved? Splendid. However, her excitement was swiftly doused as the instructor poured a bucket of cold water over her enthusiasm, revealing that the course had been designated as the Fundamental Herbal Studies. Zhu Yuanyuan quickly comprehended that only fundamental knowledge of herbal medicine would be imparted, devoid of any teachings on witchcraft. Indeed, the Grand Sorcerer possesses an understanding of the arcane arts, conjuring water spheres, wind blades, and earthen walls through incantations, while also utilizing spiritual power to heal the afflicted. After synthesizing all the information, she perceived this scenario akin to the demon cultivators depicted in online novels, who absorb the essence of the sun and moon, transforming it into spiritual energy to aid in healing and employing minor spells for self-defense. Do not fret, host. Once the herbal class concludes, a course on witchcraft will follow, the system assured. Zhu Yuanyuan was puzzled as to why the two could not learn simultaneously. Insisting on a strict order of precedence, "Please commence the lesson," the host urged, noting that any delays would result in a postponement of time. A class was stipulated to last 30 minutes, and it could not be abbreviated. Zhu Yuanyuan privately believes that the duration of classes hinges entirely on the mood of the instructor. When in high spirits, a few minutes may be spared, but when displeased, even a minute's leniency is a rarity. Certain thoughts must be suppressed until after the instructor's scrutiny to avoid provoking their ire. The so-called emotionless artificial intelligence system paradoxically exhibits the full spectrum of human emotions. How peculiar indeed! Nevertheless, Zhu Yuanyuan dismisses these musings and cheerfully inquires, "What is today's lesson?" The instructor replies, "It is a physical training class." With a sparkle in her large eyes, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaims, "My strength has increased, and my movements have become significantly more agile. I can surely complete the physical exercises 10 times in one go." The task of the physical training class is to perform the cub's exercises 10 times. Completion allows for dismissal, while failure results in detention. Determined to finish on time, she persists without pause, even when exhaustion renders her arms nearly immobile. However, today is different. Emboldened, she feels confident she can accomplish the task. Yet, the instructor swiftly delivers an unexpected blow. The system has detected a comprehensive upgrade in the host's physical quality. According to regulations, please prepare for the cub's physical exercises. Zhu Yuanyuan reached out to her ear, pondering whether I had misheard or if you had misspoken. What does middle cub mean? It refers to cubs aged between 5 and 10 years, akin to what modern society designates as middle childhood. The response was quite thorough. So that's it. I had thought it referred to cubs afflicted with a phase of youthful exuberance. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief. Wait. We are about to learn a new physical exercise, specifically designed for middle cubs aged 5 to 10, which I assume will pose a greater challenge. In any case, it seems they simply do not wish for her to attend a light-hearted class. Zhu Yuanyuan lamented her arduous fate, yet she still had to apply herself diligently. Clumsily following the system and completing a set of bizarre juvenile physical exercises, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Didn't you say my physical fitness was comprehensively improved? How can I still not endure this? The system jested, still too weak. Perhaps realizing its secrets had been exposed, the system began to let loose, even daring to crack jokes. For a 5-year-old cub, my body is exceptionally robust. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, unwillingly slumping to the ground. You're too impatient. You should teach new exercises more slowly. The system rolled its eyes dramatically. I merely demonstrated it to you once, but you insisted on following along. Now you're exhausted and blaming me? Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback, realizing that she was indeed suffering the consequences of her own actions. The two stared at each other, their large eyes reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. After a few minutes, the leader, with a stern expression, declared, "Get up. You've rested long enough. No more slacking off." With nimble movements, Zhu Yuanyuan clambered to her feet, gritting her teeth as she resumed her exercises. She fervently hoped to avoid physical training lessons today, uncertain if she could endure another. Alas, the deities were preoccupied and paid her no heed. 10 lessons followed, 3 of which were physical training. Leaving Zhu Yuanyuan, and with a pallid complexion, diminishing her motivation to undertake further tasks. The system inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Host, will you not be burning the midnight oil to complete tasks tonight?" "Nay," Zhu Yuanyuan sighed. "I lack the strength for a 4th physical training lesson." "Has not your physical prowess been comprehensively enhanced? Surely an extra physical training lesson would not be so arduous?" The system remarked, amusement lacing its tone. "Enhanced, yes. But I have not been transformed into an indefatigable automaton," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a snort. "I knew you were doing this on purpose." It struck her as odd that the usual maximum of 2 physical training lessons had been exceeded today. The system calmly admitted, "Indeed, I acted deliberately. Because I claimed my body had improved? Nay, because you ingested the elementary body-tempering elixir, which has revitalized your physique, enabling you to withstand increased training intensity." The revelation brought Zhu Yuanyuan little joy. She feigned misery, lamenting, "Next spring, I am to attend the clan's hunting training course, which will undoubtedly be exhausting. I shall lack the energy for excessive physical training lessons." "Fear not," the system replied with a smile. "I shall tailor the curriculum to your daily condition, given the circumstances." What choice did Zhu Yuanyuan have? Acceptance, of course. She remained tethered to the system and recognized the benefits of rigorous training, even if weariness gnawed at her. Thus, before the advent of spring, she had slimmed down considerably, causing her father to fret and seek the cause, while her mother busied herself preparing additional meals for the young female, hoping to restore her weight swiftly. Zhu Yang's unshed tears trickled down from the corners of his mouth. "Mother, can a little weight loss earn me an extra meal?" "Indeed," Zhu Shaofan replied calmly. "They are all my offspring. How could I treat them differently? If there must be a distinction, It should be subtle, not overt. Zhu Yuanyuan felt comforted and promptly declared his intention to work even harder, striving to shed a few inches. Remarkably, he approached weight loss not by pounds, but by the circumference. Zhu Yuanyuan scrutinized her elder brother, a 10-year-old adolescent male orc who was precisely at the stage of growth spurts. Standing over 1.50 meters tall, his physique was rather slender, making it virtually impossible for him to shed a few pounds. Unless he were to reduce himself to a mere skeleton clad in skin, their mother would likely remain oblivious to any weight loss. With a sigh of contemplation, she turned to seek out Zhu Xiaofan for a conversation, exclaiming, "Mother, I've noticed that my brother has been rather lazy of late." Zhu Xiaofan was taken aback. How could one utter such words? He spent his days wandering about the tribe, neglecting his home, and showed no inclination to venture into the forest to work. With a serious expression, Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to discipline him, perhaps with a light spanking. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan coincidentally returned home to retrieve something and overheard his sister's words in their entirety, instantly infuriating him to the point of grinding his teeth. Zhu Yuanyuan, how could you betray me? I truly regret having cared for you. Why is the second brother back again? Zhu Yuanyuan, unfazed by any sense of shame from being caught, cheerfully replied, I merely noticed how rapidly you've grown taller and slimmer, and I sought to secure you some rest time. Are you certain? Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed. I seem to hear someone inciting our mother to punish me. The term but felt excessively shameful to him, and he was reluctant to utter it. I am not. I did not. You must have misheard. Zhu Yuanyuan insisted, her tone as convincing as if she were telling the truth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan languidly remarked that one should seek the reasons within oneself. Zhu Yuanyuan engaged in a serious self-reflection. Yet he found no grounds for feeling he had wronged his sister. He was deeply troubled and in need of guidance. Zhu Yuanyuan, with her hands firmly placed on her hips, confronted him fiercely, questioning why he had promised to take her to pick sweet fruits but instead remained holed up in the tribe. With autumn swiftly waning and the harsh winter approaching, the potatoes in the field were still no larger than her fist. She contemplated that if their family's supplies were sufficient, they could occasionally offer assistance to the elderly and orphaned children in their community. However, if they did not leave the tribe, how could she find the opportunity to transfer the potatoes and sweet potatoes from her system's backpack? Her unreliable second brother became quite a source of irritation, prompting Zhu Yuanyuan to seize the opportunity to lodge a complaint before their parents. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was rendered speechless, struggling to regain his voice for quite some time. How could I know the meaning if you don't say anything? Brother, you are truly foolish, Zhu Yuanyuan sighed. Never mind. I shall not hold this against you this time. Zhu Yuanyuan found himself in a perplexing situation, pondering whether it was not he who should be the one to reckon with the circumstances. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large, innocent eyes and inquired, how do you intend to settle this? Perhaps a duel would suffice? Excitement shimmered in the air. Zhu Yang's expression changed dramatically. He thought to himself that engaging in a confrontation would yield no benefits if he were to emerge victorious, and defeat would only bring disgrace. If you refuse, that's acceptable. Zhu Yuanyuan grinned, but you must obediently escort me into the forest tomorrow. There is no need to articulate the threat too explicitly. We all understand it implicitly. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated that his sister was no longer weaker than him, her movements agile and capable enough not to hinder him. Reluctantly, he remarked, my word alone carries little weight. I must consult the others. If there are no objections, then I shall take you along. Zhu Yuanyuan's face darkened instantly at the realization that his earlier promise to bring her along had been merely a casual remark. Isn't this how everyone comforts the young ones? Zhu Yuanyuan defended himself with conviction. In my childhood, mother had soothed me time and again. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan bent over with laughter. realizing that her second brother was so easy to appease. Be quiet, Zhu Yongming retorted angrily. I am not easily swayed. Just wait and see. Alarmed by his irritation, Zhu Yuanyuan hurried to mend the situation. Don't be like that. I was praising your good temperament and how understanding you are. Zhu Yong playfully made a few grimaces at his sister before swiftly departing with the items he needed, completely disregarding the delicious meal their mother was preparing. What does this mean, second brother? Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed anxiously. For a beast man who breaks promises is not commendable. Turning to Zhu Xiaofan, she said, Mother, look at him. He's just teasing me on purpose. You two should resolve your sibling matters on your own, Zhu Xiaofan gently suggested. In truth, your second brother is not foolish. He simply doesn't think outside the box. Perhaps you should refrain from teasing him as much. Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled awkwardly in response, I understand. I will be more mindful in the future. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Xiaofan could not help but feel a heaviness in her heart. She earnestly remarked, Yuan. It is not acceptable for you to lie around the house all day. Young ones should embody vivacity and energy. I am quite lively and energetic, Zhu Yuanyuan muttered. Isn't it you who is stewing meat at home today? This statement was indisputable, leaving Zhu Xiaofan without a retort. She could only say, as long as you understand. That is sufficient. By the way, you mentioned wanting to explore the forest? I do not wish to play, Zhu Yuanyuan corrected her. I have grown up and can join everyone in foraging for wild goods and fruits to contribute to the tribe. That is unnecessary, Zhu Xiaofan instinctively declined. You are still young. I am nearly 6 years old. I am not a child, Zhu Yuanyuan asserted with sincerity. I understand that the snow season is very cold, making it impossible to hunt outdoors, and while everyone is bustling about, I remain idle at home. This is not right. Noticing her mother still unwilling to relent, she added. Staying at home all day is quite dull. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan stretched her neck to peer outside and spotted a familiar figure making exaggerated gestures and waving enthusiastically at her, which left her feeling quite perplexed. Her mother had forbidden her to leave, and she dared not defy the order. Instead, she forced a silly smile and said, The meat is nearly tender. I'll just check where my second brother is and see if he'll return for a bowl. No need to worry about him. He will come back when he is hungry, Zhu Xiaofan remarked, reaching out to tug at the collar of the young female's garment, her brow slightly furrowed in suspicion. Did you and your second brother just have a quarrel and then reconcile? Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her face unflushed and her breath steady. Didn't Team Mother say that siblings should care for one another? We've made up, so you should be happy for us. Zhu Xiaofan nodded, expressing her genuine happiness. However, she inquired, Are you two concealing something from me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan wished to shake her head, yet upon meeting her mother's knowing gaze, she immediately wilted and murmured, It is indeed noisy. Thus, her complaint was insincere. It merely allowed her to witness the discord between them. Zhu Xiaofan furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering, I must consider what advantage this brings you. She felt exasperated by the roundabout manner of addressing issues. She was tempted to give that troublesome child a good thrashing. Upon realizing the precarious situation, Zhu Yuanyuan immediately conceded, saying, Mother, I am truly sorry. I did not intend to deceive you. Zhu Xiaofan retorted with a dismissive snort. That was indeed intentional. Let us speak plainly and not attempt to evade responsibility. Recognizing that evasion was futile, Zhu Yuanyuan finally shook her head and confessed, I wish to act alongside my second brother, but the captain insisted that either father or mother must grant their consent first. Zhu Xiaofan, you may directly communicate with us. Ah, mother. Zhu Yuanyuan is being obstinate. I have mentioned it before. Have you forgotten? Zhu Xiaofan was taken aback, but soon recalled that it was indeed the case. At that time, she had resolutely declined. After watching the performance for quite a while, and even personally participating in cheering for the young female, she only realized at the end that the fool had been herself. Upon discovering the truth, Zhu Xiaofan felt utterly disheartened, remaining in a daze for quite some time before regaining her composure. With a hint of disdain, she remarked, "Fine, if you wish to go, then go. Just don't come crying to me later about how exhausting it is." "I won tea," Zhu Yuanyuan declared with righteous conviction. "I am not afraid of hardship or fatigue. I only fear that I cannot contribute to the tribe." This earnest demeanor almost convinced Zhu Xiaofan. Once the matter was settled, Zhu Yuanyuan promptly called her second brother home, and the siblings joyfully feasted on braised meat before setting out. Although it was somewhat late, the half-grown orcs were active in the nearby woods, and there were many adult orcs moving about. The two ventured out of the valley without encountering any obstacles and soon reunited with their companions not far from there. Zhu Hong immediately leaned in. "Meng, why are you out today? Didn't you say you had to take a leave of absence for some matters?" "Indeed," replied Zhu Yuanyuan. "My sister is coming to assist, but my mother refused. I resolved the issues at home before making my way here." The sense of accomplishment surpassing that of his mother filled him with pride. "Nonsense," Zhu Hong protested. "Yuanyuan is too frail to be of any help. Don't tire her out." Zhu Yuanyuan turned his head and flashed a mischievous smile at his sister. "Look at you, it's so nice to stay at home. Yet you insist on following me and becoming a nuisance. What are you saying, Meng?" Zhu Hong retorted with a hint of annoyance. "I'm not being bothersome. I'm merely concerned about my dear sister Yuanyuan." As she spoke, a sudden flush crept onto her cheeks, prompting her to turn and flee. Zhu Yuanyuan scratched his head in confusion, muttering about how the conversation ended abruptly. "What a straightforward man." Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically and nudged her elder brother with her foot. "Stop daydreaming and get to work." The siblings began to scour the vicinity in search of edible items. After wandering through the forest several times, their harvest was disappointingly meager. The easily obtainable and storable provisions had already been picked clean and stored in the communal pantry, with nothing left to gather. "Why do we still venture into the mountains daily?" Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow, filled with bewilderment. "Wandering aimlessly in the mountains is nothing but a waste of time." "It's all because of you," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted irritably. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. "Was it because of me?" Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan had somehow acquired a sharpened wooden stick, prodding the ground here and there. Ever since they discovered potatoes and sweet potatoes, everyone became aware that edible treasures could also be found beneath the earth, providing substantial sustenance. They were eager to explore whether more such delights could be unearthed. If they could find them, splendid. If not, it was of little consequence. After all, the children found their daily practice of hunting skills in the valley rather monotonous. The adult orcs occasionally hunted in the deep mountains, bringing back wild rabbits and pheasants, which could be considered practical experience. After hearing the explanation, Zhu Yuanyuan fell into a state of worry, observing the vigorous efforts of everyone as they turned the ground over. Her previous idea of presenting new food items like purple sweet potatoes seemed futile. Zhu Yuanyuan was engulfed in turmoil. Wielding the sharp-tipped wooden stick she had taken from her second brother, incessantly prodding the earth beneath her feet. Unbeknownst to her, she had strayed from the crowd and ventured deep into the mountains. By the time she sensed something amiss and halted her movements, it was already too late. "Where am I?" She glanced around, seeking a way back, only to discover that the path behind her wound and twisted, branching into multiple diverging routes. A wave of despair washed over her as her vision darkened. "It's over. I can't find my way." Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated to choose a path, fearing that wandering further would only complicate her family's search for her. Remaining seated, waiting for someone to find her, seemed equally futile. The desolate surroundings indicated that few had ventured into this remote wilderness. Should she encounter a wild beast, escape would be a challenge. Gazing up at a tree more robust than her father, she believed climbing it would be within her capabilities. With a determined puff into her palms, she grasped the trunk and began her ascent. After much effort, she reached a branch close to the ground, only to feel utterly exhausted. Her short arms struggled against the tree's girth, making the climb exceedingly arduous. Perhaps it was wiser to remain seated here, safer than beneath the tree. Interestingly, her true form was that of a female miniature pig. Could it be said that even a sow could ascend a tree? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Hong felt a sense of grievance. She was acting in your best interest. However, in her haste to find someone, she had no time to heed your admonitions. Zhu Yang resolutely strode towards the depths of the mountains. "Aming, do not rush," Zhu Hong implored, her eyes glistening with tears as she stepped forward to obstruct him. "We cannot ascertain the whereabouts of Sister Yuanyuan yet. She might have returned to the tribe. Until we have a definitive answer, you must not venture into the mountains." Zhu Yongming, with a grim expression, demanded, "Are you expecting me to stand here and wait idly?" Without waiting for a response, he furiously continued, "Step aside. If it weren't for your sister, you wouldn't be so anxious." His words were deeply hurtful, causing Zhu Hong to bite her lip and retreat to the side, her eyes brimming with pain and resentment. In his frustration over his younger sister, Meng had even turned against her. Zhu Yongming, unconcerned with extraneous matters, ventured into the deep mountains with several capable companions. They proceeded, vociferously calling out, their clamor soon attracting the attention of the adult beastmen, who dispatched individuals to inquire into the commotion. Those privy to the situation recounted the events in detail. Like a snowball gathering mass, the search party swelled in size. Simultaneously, Zhu Chang and Zhu Yonggan received word and converged with the main group. Upon seeing Zhu Yongming's crestfallen countenance, Zhu Chang delivered a swift kick, berating him for bringing his sister into the mountains without proper supervision. He exclaimed that if anything were to befall her, he doubted Zhu Yongming's conscience could bear the weight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang swiftly regained his composure and, after conferring with several formidable orcs from his clan with whom he shared a good rapport, resolved to search for the missing individuals separately. "Do not fret, Chang," Zhu Tu reassured his companion, patting him on the shoulder. "Our numbers are great. We shall locate them in no time." With a nonchalant acknowledgement akin to the application of ointment, Zhu Chang chose a direction and promptly set off with his companions. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to the number of her kin who had been stirred into action on her behalf. At this moment, she was enveloped in joy, for beneath the tree she had carelessly climbed, she discovered a mushroom of astonishing size, larger than her own face. The book described the red fungus as having an umbrella-like shape, with a cap that is kidney-shaped, semicircular, or nearly round, its shell hard, ranging in color from yellow-brown to reddish-brown, and possessing the properties of invigorating qi, calming the spirit, and alleviating coughs and asthma. What she beheld was a reddish-brown, semicircular Ganoderma. Though she could not ascertain the hardness of its shell, as she was perched securely on a sturdy branch, her apprehension of encountering a large carnivorous beast kept her from descending. She dared not venture down before the searchers arrived. Watching the one-eyed wolf prowling nearby, she silently prayed to the beast god, hoping her elder brother would be astute enough to notice her absence sooner rather than later. She waited and hoped, and at last, just before darkness fell, she heard the voice calling her name. Zhu Yuanyuan's lethargy was instantly dispelled as she steadied herself against the rough branch and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I'm here. Help!" After several desperate cries that nearly shattered her voice, she finally received a response. "Don't be afraid, my dear. Father is coming to rescue you." The one-eyed wolf, sobbing yet reluctant to relinquish its tender prey, sensed the impending danger and promptly dashed away, tail tucked, without a trace of regret. When faced with the choice between an unreachable meal and its own life, the latter was undoubtedly prioritized. Shortly after the wolf's departure, Zhu Chang appeared at the base of the great tree, accompanied by a dozen or so beastmen. Upon raising his gaze to the small female standing above, his anxious heart finally found solace, quickly followed by a surge of fury. "Zhu Yuanyuan, are you seeking death? No matter how strong a 5-year-old cub may be, it cannot contend with a ferocious beast. Not only did you venture out, but you also ran deeper into the mountains. This is simply reckless. Father, please don't be angry." Zhu Yuanyuan feigned innocence. "I truly did not mean to. I was just so focused on finding sweet fruits that I forgot to watch where I was going." Zhu Chang chuckled coldly, remarking that there was no shortage of fruit at home, so there was no need for anyone to venture out in search of it. However, Zhu Yuanyuan countered, asserting that fruit harvested through one's own labor is far sweeter. "And what of your fruit?" Zhu Chang inquired, having traveled such a distance. "Surely you haven't returned empty-handed." The orcs, When foraging for wild fruits in the mountains, also select only the ripest ones, leaving the unripe to mature on the trees for future harvests. Zhu Chang followed the voice of his little female companion, encountering several crimson wild fruits hanging from the trees along the way. Though few and far between, they were not entirely absent. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization. She had consumed the fruits. After sitting atop the tree for several hours, hunger compelled her to eat the fruits, which was entirely justifiable. The father and daughter engaged in a battle of wits, ultimately leaving the father speechless in defeat. Zhu Chang took a deep breath, choosing to disregard the matter of the fruit, and coolly remarked, since Yuanyuan is capable of climbing the tree by herself, she should be able to come down without her father's assistance, shouldn't she? Of course, this was not the case. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a serious expression. My legs are numb, and I can hardly stand. Why didn't you say so earlier? Her father, always tender-hearted towards his young, especially the delicate female offspring, immediately sprang up the tree to carry her down upon hearing of her discomfort. Hee, Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled foolishly. With you here, I won't fall. Zhu Chang found himself in a state of bemusement. It seemed you were fully aware that father would eventually relent. Very well, the sun has set. You may discuss matters upon your return, Zhu Wei urged from the side. The night in the mountains is fraught with peril, particularly with young ones present. So it is prudent to return sooner rather than later. Agreed. Let us depart at once, Zhu Chang declared, lifting his leg to take his leave. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Chang scoffed, dismissing the mushroom as a mere trifle, abundant on the mountains after the rain. Yet, despite his words, his hands instinctively lowered, gently placing the small creature on the ground. After all, it was merely a mushroom. The act of foraging would scarcely consume much time. Zhu Yuanyuan thought to herself that her treasure was indeed the rare red Ganoderma. A difficult find. However, it was something she should not have encountered, so she could only speak in terms of size. Father, you don't understand. I have never seen a mushroom larger than my face. With that, Zhu Yuanyuan trotted over to the back of the great tree, bent down, and carefully cradled the Ganoderma in her arms. Is it truly larger than your face? Zhu Chang exclaimed in astonishment. I must see this for myself. Other beastmen gathered around. Intrigued, let us also take a look at this grand treasure. Upon seeing the object in Zhu Yuanyuan's embrace, a wave of panic washed over them. The shaman warned that mushrooms with such vibrant colors could be poisonous, leading to hallucinations at best, or death at worst. They needed to dispose of it immediately. Yuanyuan. Zhu Chang rushed over, snatching the large mushroom and preparing to throw it to the ground. From now on, you must not pick any brightly colored mushrooms. If you consume one, you may never see your father, mother, and 2 brothers again. I cannot throw it away. Zhu Yuanyuan, relying on her nimble movements, successfully caught the purple spiritual mushroom. After thorough inspection, she discovered it was undamaged, which allowed her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yuanyuan, what is the matter with you today? Zhu Chang reprimanded sternly. I told you it could be poisonous, yet you rushed to grab it. Indeed, mischievousness knows no gender. As young ones are often more obedient, only to become increasingly unruly with age. Had it been Aming behaving thus, Zhu's father would have dealt with him quite severely. Father, this large mushroom is not poisonous. If you don't believe me, just ask the great shaman, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, somewhat displeased. It took me considerable effort to find this treasure. If it were to be damaged, it would be a tremendous loss. Zhu Chang, finding himself unable to persuade the petite female, contemplated resorting to force to seize the object and crush it before casting it away. Just as he was about to act, the typically taciturn Zhu Neng unexpectedly spoke up, stating that he had encountered such mushrooms before in the presence of the Grand Sorcerer. You saw them with the Grand Sorcerer? Zhu Wei inquired, astonished, pondering whether it might indeed be a treasure of some sort. A sense of curiosity enveloped the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Chang resolved to heed the wishes of the female cub and bring it back. If the Grand Shaman declared it non-toxic, they would prepare a nourishing broth. However, a stern warning was necessary. It was acceptable to bring it back, but if it proved to be poisonous, there should be no further commotion. Indeed. I shall listen to father. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously. The Grand Shaman undoubtedly recognized the value of the red reishi mushroom, and Uncle Zhu's assertions had only bolstered her confidence. Yet, Zhu Yuanyuan was utterly unprepared for the Grand Shaman to not only affirm that her prized mushroom was a rare medicinal herb, but also to exchange it for frostbite ointment, tiger bone rheumatism balm, hemostatic powder, and body fortification elixirs. While the villagers received medical attention free of charge, most of the herbs were personally foraged by the grand shaman from the mountains. To procure medicine, one had to barter with meat or wild fruits. Grandfather suffered from rheumatism. Grandmother and mother often developed frostbite during the snowy season. Father and elder brother frequently sustained injuries while hunting, and the second brother, at 10 years old, required body fortification baths every few days. The opportunity to exchange a seemingly useless big mushroom for a plethora of valuable medicines was certainly advantageous. In this world of beastmen, where the concept of currency had yet to emerge, bartering was the norm. Regardless of how precious the red rasher might be, it could not be sold for money and could only be traded with the grand shaman. As Zhu Chang returned home clutching the medicine, his expression was dazed. In the past, he would have to carry hefty pieces of meat to the shaman, only to receive a meager amount of medicine in return. Yet now, he embraced a bounty, no longer needing to barter for a year and a half. He felt as though he were walking on air, the experience surreal. Yuanyuan, please give your father a gentle nudge, Zhu Chang implored, his eyes filled with hope. I must ascertain that I am not merely dreaming. The absurdity of such words escaping the lips of a robust man elicited both laughter and a twinge of sorrow. In modern society, medicine is not scarce. Ordinary individuals possess the means to stock essential medications at home for immediate use. This is unlike the world he inhabited, where even the most ineffective coagulants were regarded as miraculous remedies. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed softly. Resolving to cultivate medicinal herbs once her life improved and she no longer suffered from hunger and cold. It must be said that with the presence of a systematic marketplace, she felt emboldened to pursue her aspirations. Dispelling the chaotic thoughts that cluttered her mind, Zhu Yuanyuan exerted a gentle force and pinched her father's sturdy arm. Ouch! Zhu Chang exclaimed, feeling the sting, yet his face beamed with a radiant smile. Indeed, Yuanyuan was the little lucky star of their family. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a twinge of anxiety as she stammered. Do you want to visit the Great Witch? Her mind seemed somewhat clouded. No need. Zhu Chang boomed confidently, oblivious to the underlying concern in the female cub's words. I am in excellent health, capable of slaying a bull with my bare hands. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, bewildered, gently patted her mother's back with her tiny hand, urging her not to cry. You little rascal, you promised to stay close to your brother, Zhu Xiaofan chastised. Is this how you intend to keep that promise? Zhu Yuanyuan then reiterated the excuse she had concocted for her father. Zhu Xiaofan scoffed lightly. Do you think I would believe that? No. Zhu Yuanyuan replied earnestly, gesturing towards the items placed upon the large stone platform by their father. I have discovered treasures and exchanged them with the great sorcerer for a considerable amount of medicine. Mother, are you not curious about what they are? Zhu Xiaofan feigned indifference. Yet her gaze inadvertently drifted to the wooden jar marked with a familiar insignia, her eyes widening in astonishment. Was that a jar of moisturizing cream? There was no time to reprimand the young ones. In the blink of an eye, she darted to the edge of the large stone platform, gathering all the jars bearing the same mark into her embrace, declaring, These are all mine. Zhu Chang, softening his tone, proposed a compromise. Could we perhaps leave one jar for Mother? The reasoning was that the Grand Witch rarely took the time to create moisturizing cream, and any that was crafted was quickly depleted. In the past, they had been unable to secure any, but now that they had acquired quite a few, it was only fitting to present a jar as a gesture of filial piety to their mother. Zhu Xiaofan playfully chided, I am well aware. I certainly will not forget that gift from Mother. Zhu Chang scratched the back of his head, a simple smile gracing his features. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands. As the two engaged in conversation, the atmosphere was utterly delightful, suffused with a sense of joy akin to pink bubbles floating in the air. The forgotten trio of siblings exchanged glances, each curling their lips in mild discontent. Our parents truly are something else. Do they not see us standing right here? They thought. Oh well, it's all right. We shall grow accustomed to it. Zhu Yuanyuan was, in fact, quite pleased. The harmonious relationship between her parents was a delightful occurrence, effectively allowing the earlier displeasure to dissipate like a fleeting breeze. Unfortunately, she underestimated the complexity of the situation. Matters were not so easily resolved. Once the two heads of the family had distributed the medicine, they recalled the arrival of their female offspring. Today, numerous clansmen had assisted in the search for Yuanyuan, and it was only fitting that they expressed their gratitude. The means of doing so was rather straightforward. They would venture into the forest to procure some game, to host a feast for everyone. This was considered a private matter and should not encroach upon the time reserved for essential duties. Zhu Chang resolved to rise earlier the following day, intending to enter the mountains alone while others still lingered in slumber. Zhu Yuanyuan busily remarked, "I shall accompany father." "No need," Zhu Chang declined. "Time is of the essence. I must capture several large game. Taking you along would only hinder my efforts." Zhu Yuanyuan choked slightly, expressing his frustration with a complaint. "Father, your words are truly hurtful." Zhu Chang encouraged him, "If you wish to avoid being hurt, strive harder to enhance your strength. Once you surpass me in skill, all will be well." Zhu Yuanyuan is determined. He will strive to win against his father as soon as possible. That evening, the family retired to bed early. Zhu Yuanyuan completed her 10 daily tasks but refused to take on any more, opting instead for an early night's rest to assist her mother with the barbecue the following day. Recently, she had acquired grilling techniques and believed her skills to be quite commendable, convinced that she could be of some help. However, when dinner time arrived the next day, she found herself utterly at a loss to contribute. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Zhu Daddy ventured out, and by 5, he returned home, triumphantly bearing a wild buffalo weighing over 2,000 pounds upon his beastly form. Such an abundant bounty of meat was more than enough to share with those who had assisted in the search within the mountains. Thus, he borrowed a large stone pot from the chieftain and, in a clearing outside the communal storage room, prepared a simmering pot of bone broth. The meat was thoroughly cleaned and laid beside the fire, as he called upon all the clansmen to gather for a bonfire feast. Everyone joyfully sipped the broth and savored the meat, yet Zhu Yuanyuan found herself lost in contemplation, gazing at a large chunk of meat on the skewer, which was only half-cooked. Perhaps her skills in grilling were not as proficient as she had once believed. "Yuanyuan," Zhu Xiaofan gently suggested, "the piece of meat you are grilling is rather large. It likely remains undercooked. You should grill it a bit longer. Or perhaps you could try a piece of mine that is ready." Without waiting for the young female's response, she directly exchanged the skewers of meat between them. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Zhu Xiaofan chuckled. "You should indulge a little more. Catching a wild buffalo is no easy feat. Your father was fortunate today to have captured one. Who knows when we might feast on it again?" "Indeed, I shall certainly partake more," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a serious demeanor. She kept her word and did not cease until she had devoured 3 sizable pieces of roasted meat, each akin to the size of an adult's fist. Zhu Xiaofan's initial sense of contentment gradually morphed into concern. "Yuanyuan, do you think you might have indulged a bit too much? Perhaps you should take a stroll to aid your digestion?" "Oh, it's nothing. I simply feel a tad full," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, inadvertently letting out a burp. She promptly reconsidered and decided, "Let us walk a few laps around the open space." An evening stroll after a meal is indeed quite beneficial. If one feels overly stuffed, it is likely that a restful night's sleep will elude them. Zhu Xiaofan chuckled helplessly. "You, always changing your mind so swiftly. I call it having opinions." Zhu Yuanyuan retorted confidently. "Just go your way." Zhu Xiaofan waved dismissively, as if shooing away a pest. "Don't provoke my ire here." API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely declined, refusing to participate. With both soup and roasted meat available, everyone indulged in a delightful feast, and they dispersed only when the moon ascended to its zenith. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan believed that in order to feign innocence, one must do so convincingly, ensuring no flaws could be detected. With utmost seriousness, Zhu Chang endeavored to maintain a stern expression. "Today, you have committed a grave error and must face the consequences." The elders were indeed correct. One must not indulge the young, for it leads to unpredictable transformations. Zhu Yongming's eyes sparkled with intensity. His younger sister was still quite young and should not be struck too harshly. He searched throughout the cave and discovered a branch, the thickness of a thumb, deeming it suitable for his purpose. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang seized the branch from his second son's hand and struck back, admonishing, "You brought your sister into the mountains without proper supervision. Yet you still believe you are blameless, do you? You must delight in seeing your sister suffer, do you not?" He lashed out 10 times or more, causing the child to wail in distress, tears and snot flowing freely, presenting a pitiable and disheveled sight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang, with a heart tender as can be, gradually loosened his grip on the branch he held tightly. Yet, his words remained stubborn. Gentle handling was out of the question. If he feared pain, he ought to remember this lesson well, ensuring he does not err again in the future. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sudden chill run down her spine. Instinctively, she sensed impending danger. Before she could analyze its source, she saw her mother striding towards her with purpose, seizing the branch from her father's hand and delivering 3 sharp slaps to her delicate hand. The events unfolded too swiftly for Zhu Yuanyuan to react, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes as the pain struck her. Oh, it hurt so much. Her hand felt as if it might break. To her utter disbelief, the gentle mother she had always known had actually struck her, leaving her in a state of disarray, perhaps having played the role of a child for too long. Zhu Yuanyuan's thoughts and actions unconsciously began to shift. She gradually convinced herself of her youth and entitlement to indulgent caprice. Clutching her swollen hand, she wept heart-wrenchingly, pouring out her anxieties about the unfamiliar world that lay ahead. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan glanced at the swollen left hand of the female cub, a flicker of compassion passing through her eyes. However, she refrained from uttering any soft words. Instead, she maintained a stern expression and inquired, Yuanyuan, do you understand your mistake? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan cast a sidelong glance and retorted, be silent. Allow her to speak for herself. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a sulky demeanor, hesitated to speak, yet upon witnessing her mother raise a branch, she reluctantly pouted and conceded. I was wrong. In what way were you wrong? Zhu Xiaofan pressed. I should not have lost track of my second brother and ventured deep into the mountains. Zhu Yuanyuan lamented. Will you dare to repeat such folly? I shall not. The mother and daughter exchanged inquiries and responses, and within a few brief minutes, the matter was thoroughly elucidated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan savored her meal, her lips glistening with grease and her little belly round and content, completely forgetting the beating she had endured the previous day. Is it delicious? Zhu Xiaofan inquired with a smile. Absolutely delightful. Mother's roasted meat has become increasingly delectable. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The soup is exquisite as well. Alas, lacking scallions and ginger to mask the fishy taste, the broth inevitably carries a hint of gaminess. There are some in the system's backpack, but being so young, I cannot find the opportunity to retrieve them. Otherwise, the soup would be even more delightful. Yet, Compared to the meat broth, I now find myself more enamored with egg drop soup. As long as it is delicious, Zhu Xiaofan replied, if you enjoy it. Mother will prepare it for you again next time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming awoke to the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Upon rising, he beheld his mother laughing and chatting while holding his younger sister. And his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Have you two reconciled? He inquired. We never had a falling out to begin with, so there is no talk of reconciliation. Zhu Xiaofan retorted playfully. Zhu Yongming sighed deeply, conceding, all right, you are the mother, your word is final, and I have no objections. He had yet to master the art of grilling meat or brewing soup, lacking the ability to live independently, and thus dared not offend his mother. Once he reached adulthood and participated in the partner ceremony to establish a new family, educating, or perhaps teasing, his younger sister would be an effortless endeavor. Zhu Erg's mind was bustling with calculations, and his gaze towards his sister held a certain depth of meaning. Mother, I am famished, Zhu Xiaofan declared unabashedly. The roasted meat is all laid out on the large stone platform. You're quite capable. You wouldn't expect me to feed you, would you? There was no need for that. Zhu Yangma scratched his nose awkwardly and reached for a piece of roasted meat to gnaw on. Ever since she had insisted that their mother allow her to venture into the mountains, which resulted in a mishap of getting lost. Zhu Yuanyuan had not once mentioned her desire to accompany her elder brother on his tasks. Recognizing her own limitations, she concluded that even if she entered the mountains, she would lack the freedom to explore. It was wiser to remain quietly within the tribe for a few years, waiting until she was older and stronger. Furthermore, Zhu Erga had always harbored jealousy towards her favored status, and now that he had suffered due to her misfortune, he was even less inclined to take her along. It was far better for her to focus on her daily learning tasks, where she could acquire knowledge and accumulate points to purchase desired items. Zhu Yuanyuan excelled in self-comfort, seldom venturing outside even during the day. Seizing the opportunity with no one at home, she diligently completed tasks and soon accumulated several hundred knowledge points. While the winter season quietly approached, as the weather abruptly turned cold, the elder patriarch, Zhu He, summoned the frail and ailing members of the tribe to begin harvesting potatoes and sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, the able-bodied men engaged in hunting and chopping firewood as required. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Yuanyuan joined the commotion and discovered that, despite the early digging, the potatoes harvested were significantly larger than her fist. Due to the scarcity of seeds, the elder patriarch had planted approximately 1.5 acres, and she estimated a yield of at least 2,000 jin of potatoes, which was indeed a gratifying outcome. She then ventured to the half-acre sweet potato field and noted that although the elongated sweet potatoes were somewhat smaller, their quantity was plentiful, with an estimated yield of at least 1,000 jin. With such an abundance of sweet potatoes and potatoes, coupled with the preserved meats and mountain goods stored in the communal pantry, even if the tribe could not feast daily during the winter, they would be assured against starvation. Zhu He, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. The time is too fleeting. If only we could harvest a bit more over the next month." Zhu Yuanyuan remarked with a hint of regret. It is of no matter. Having gathered so much is already sufficient. Zhu He quickly regained his composure and added, "Let us select the finest to set aside, and refrain from utilizing them unless absolutely necessary." Zhu Yuanyuan understood that this was an opportunity to reserve seeds, allowing for 2 plantings next year when time permitted, thus alleviating future concerns about starvation. Indeed, those who have served as clan leaders are not foolish. While she was still contemplating how to broach the subject of seeds, the former elder had already formed a decisive opinion, rendering her worries unnecessary. The day after the harvest of potatoes and sweet potatoes, a heavy snowfall began, with large flakes dancing through the air, gradually blanketing the earth. The season of snow had arrived. Zhu Yuanyuan no longer dared to wander outside carelessly. Instead, she sat obediently by the fire, observing as her father blocked the cave entrance with a large stone door. This door seemed rather inadequate, allowing the wind to seep through. Were there not better doors available? Zhu Xiaofan added some water to the small stone pot perched over the fire, acknowledging that the stones were difficult to grind, rendering it impossible to achieve a perfect seal. "We could fashion a door from wood," Zhu Yuanyuan suggested with enthusiasm. In modern society, while the general living standards are relatively high, it does not imply the absence of poverty. Some households still rely on wooden doors. In this world, abundant in timber, one could even construct doors from solid planks. No. Zhu Chang firmly rejected the notion, asserting that wood was too fragile to withstand the attacks of wild beasts. A stone door was far superior. Wild beasts can't breach it. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in shock. Could we be attacked in the valley, especially with the patrols guarding us? Suddenly, she realized that the relentless snowfall outside had lowered the temperature significantly. The only available clothing for warmth consisted of animal skin garments. And wearing too few would lead to cold, while donning too many would encase one in layers, making movement nearly impossible. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely that the patrols could remain stationed outside indefinitely. Zhu Chang's subsequent remarks further corroborated Zhu Yuanyuan's conjecture. He stated that the clan leader had dispatched individuals to block the exit with withered wood and massive stones. After several days of incessant snowfall, a formidable snow wall would emerge, capable of obstructing terrestrial creatures. However, avian predators would continue to soar from above, unimpeded. Should a fierce raptor happen to pass through and discover the presence of the Beastman tribe in the valley, it would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Zhu Xiaofan added this insight. Under the enlightening guidance of their parents, Zhu Yuanyuan became acutely aware of the perils associated with the snowy season, suffering from hunger and frostbite, while remaining vigilant against the imminent threat of aerial assaults by raptors. The scarcity of food during the snowy season amplified the ferocity of famished raptors, and weaker tribes faced the grim prospect of annihilation should they encounter a flock of these predators. Has father ever heard of a small tribe being completely wiped out? Zhu Yoming inquired with great curiosity. Indeed, Zhu Chang replied candidly. On the opposite side of our tribe, there once existed a tribe of short-eared rabbits. Due to their limited numbers and feeble combat prowess, they were exterminated by a horde of raptors during the snowy season 19 years ago. The short-eared rabbit tribe primarily subsisted on a vegetarian diet, while the black pig tribe was predominantly carnivorous. The conflicts between the two were relatively minor, necessitating no great distance between them, as they settled merely 4 or 5 mountains apart. That particular snowy season, the black pig tribe faintly heard some commotion, prompting their leader to dispatch over 100 able-bodied men to offer assistance. But alas, it was too late. The short-eared rabbit tribe lost over 300 of its members, both large and small. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a chill run down her spine. It was truly terrifying. Thus, strength is of paramount importance. Zhu Chang spoke gravely. Ameng, Yuanyuan, I implore you to diligently cultivate your skills and earnestly study combat techniques to become formidable warriors, at the very least, to attain the status of Xian-tier warriors. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously. I will certainly do so. Unfortunately, during the snow season, with the sun and moon obscured, she found it impossible to train, and could only engage in virtual classes to enhance her physical condition. She believed that attending a few more martial arts classes each day was quite beneficial. Zhu Yongming, refusing to be outdone, proclaimed his determination to strive harder. However, becoming a mystic tier warrior is not my ultimate ambition. I aspire to ascend to the celestial tier warrior in the future. At present, this may seem a distant dream. Zhu Adad did not perceive his second son as overly ambitious. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, saying, Indeed, cultivate diligently in the future, and do not allow yourself to be distracted by frivolities. Zhu Yongming nodded vigorously, acknowledging his understanding. He resolved to devote himself to diligent practice and refrain from frivolity. He mused that his father had never imparted such wisdom before, and it was only natural for a young child to revel in play. The family gathered around the hearth, sharing laughter and conversation, enveloped in a warm and inviting atmosphere. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan frolicked joyfully within the cave, darting about without a hint of weariness, while her family's eyes were left dazzled by her exuberance. Can't you settle down for a moment? Zhu Yongming inquired, furrowing his brow. No, Zhu Yuanyuan replied honestly, shaking her head. Each day consists solely of eating and sleeping. It is dreadfully monotonous. When will the snow finally cease? Father mentioned that during the snow season, one can only venture outside for a breath of fresh air when the snowfall abates. As it stands, the snow shows no signs of letting up, making it impossible even to peek outside through the stone door, let alone step out. It is still early. We shall endure at least another half-month before the snow might relent for a couple of days, Zhu Chang responded. What? Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, clutching her head in despair. I shall perish from boredom. If only I could cultivate my spirit like the practitioners in novels. harnessing the ethereal energy in the air. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted Zhu Yuanyuan and could not comprehend the situation. Eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. Was this merely a way to gain weight? Silly child. Zhu Xiaofan chuckled lightly. Resting more can conserve energy, and one's appetite may diminish as a result. It not only helps to stave off boredom, but also saves on provisions. What a splendid arrangement. Ultimately, the underlying concern was the fear that the prepared food might be insufficient, prompting a reduction in activity to lessen the intake. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly realized the truth of the matter. Then why don't my parents rest more? She inquired. Zhu Chang, with a sullen expression, replied, the reason is quite simple. It is because you do not sleep properly, wandering around the house all day. And they worry that you might fall into a fire pit or a bucket of water. That is entirely unnecessary, protested Zhu Yuanyuan, pouting her lips. I am already 6 years old and can take care of myself. I would never play with fire or water. Indeed, just a few days prior, she had celebrated her birthday, officially becoming a 6-year-old. Although she had merely aged a year, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a significant sense of growth, convinced that she was now a big child who no longer required her parents' constant care. Zhu Xiaofan leisurely remarked, regardless of your age, we remain concerned. Well, parents are always like this, Zhu Yuanyuan helplessly conceded, resigning herself to the situation. I shall take a rest. If sleep eludes me, I will engage in additional daily tasks. Upon conveying her intentions to the system, she was met with jubilant cheers. Splendid. The host should have adopted this approach long ago. Completing merely 10 tasks a day is insufficient. The study time is far too limited. It would take an eternity to achieve anything. It would be far better to undertake 20, no, 30 tasks daily. Perhaps in her exuberance, the system inadvertently let slip its thoughts, revealing its innermost musings. Zhu Yuanyuan believed that completing her mandatory 10 daily tasks was quite commendable. Little did she anticipate the insatiable appetite of the supervisor. A half-hour session multiplied by 30 tasks amounted to a staggering 15 hours, not to mention the additional 5-minute breaks between each class. Good heavens. There was scarcely any time left for sleep or meals. Is this a plot to work me to death? Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in disbelief. She had ample reason to suspect that the supervisor deemed her insufficiently intelligent and intended to exhaust her, thereby justifying the search for a new host. Zhu Yuanyuan did not conceal her thoughts, which greatly infuriated the system. I am an upright system and cannot partake in deceitful acts. Please be informed, host. Zhu Yuanyuan's attitude was quite perfunctory. When 30 attempts proved futile, she suggested starting with 15 and reassessing the situation thereafter. From that day forth, Zhu Yuanyuan no longer sat idly by the fire, exchanging glances filled with bewilderment with her parents. Instead, she immersed herself in the virtual realm, fervently completing tasks until the first snowfall ceased. Upon noticing the sun rising in the east, Zhu Chang and his wife prepared several animal skin bags for their departure. Before they left, Zhu Xiaofan earnestly reminded, Aegon, tend to the fire while we are away. Ensure it does not extinguish. Zhu Chang advised his brother and sister to be cautious and not to rush into the fire. All right, Zhu Yong responded bravely, pulling his mischievous younger brother away. Behave yourself. You must not act recklessly near the flames. I merely wish to get closer. I want to fall into the fire, Zhu Yong protested vigorously. It's much warmer that way. If you find it cold, then lie under the animal skins, Zhu Chang suggested. No. Zhu Yong fervently rejected the idea. My sister is far too restless in her sleep and possesses considerable strength, kicking me until I ache all over. In order to endure a warm winter season, the small chamber within the cave was filled with dry firewood, while the outer area served both to kindle a fire for warmth and to sleep. The bedding, comprised of hay and animal skins, was rather cramped, necessitating the family to huddle closely together in slumber. As Zhu Yuanyuan's consciousness engaged in rhythmic exercises on the virtual playground, her occasional kicks and punches inadvertently troubled the person resting beside her. Zhu Urge, who had suffered several blows, felt a surge of resentment. Wishing he could rouse her and exact a playful revenge, he pondered whether he could seize the opportunity to settle the score while their parents were away. However, his mischievous gaze fell upon the fur-covered bed, where he was met with the round, glistening eyes of his sister, startling him momentarily. Had she awakened? Panic surged through him. Had he inadvertently uttered something he shouldn't have moments ago? Zhu Yongmeng was engulfed in a state of unease. Yet fortunately, Zhu Yuanyuan merely called out to him as brother before redirecting her attention. Has the snow ceased? Where are father and mother headed? It has, Zhu Xiaofan replied softly. We are going to the storage room. Our supplies are running low. Each time the snow subsided, the clan leader would summon the tribe's people to collect provisions, with each household dispatching 1 or 2 representatives. For those in special circumstances, such as the elderly and the young, who found it difficult to venture outside, the leader would send someone to deliver the supplies. As for why provisions were not distributed at the onset of the snow season, it was due to the limited space within each family's cave. When the stone door was sealed, the air became stagnant, rendering the storage of excessive salted meat unbearable. Furthermore, it was to prevent the tribe's people from becoming bored at home. If they saw a plentiful supply of meat, they might indulge excessively, only to find themselves in dismay when the food ran short. Long before the arrival of the snowy season, Zhu Yuanyuan had heard her grandmother speak of these matters. Knowing her parents were off to gather food made her restless. She sprang up eagerly, exclaiming, "Mother, take me with you." "No," Zhu Xiaofan replied without hesitation. "The snow is too deep. It is not safe to travel." Zhu Chong spoke in a gruff voice. "A Fun has left. There's no need to waste words on the little brat." With that, the two of them clasped hands and departed. Zhu Yuanyuan, so love will eventually fade away, correct? Do not be disheartened, my dear sister, Zhu gently reassured. Once the snowy season has passed, I shall take you out for a delightful outing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was reluctant to part from the warmth of the fire, remaining motionless in his spot. Brother, do not worry. It is so cold outside. My sister would never be foolish enough to venture out. As long as she doesn't, he responded. For if she were to become trapped in the snow, it would be quite distressing. Despite his reassurances, he moved to stand beside his sister, just in case. Young ones are often mischievous and contradictory. They must be watched closely. Zhu Yuanyuan stood at the door, gazing out into the blinding expanse of white snow. The most concerning aspect was that the snow accumulated perilously close to the threshold, merely about 1.5 meters away. Their home was elevated approximately 3 meters above the ground, signifying that the snow was over 1 meter deep. If the snowfall continued for another month, it might render their exit impossible. Little sister, it's cold outside. Once you've had a look, hurry back to the warmth of the fire, Zhu Yong urged. Having never encountered such a significant snowfall in reality, Zhu Yuanyuan was reluctant to retreat. Dear brother, may I please watch a little longer? She softly pleaded. What is there to admire in the snow? It's the same every year. I'm tired of it, Zhu Yong shouted from beside the fire. That's because you are a few years older than I, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her tone tinged with discontent. Zhu Yong was so infuriated that he leapt 3 feet into the air, nearly hitting his head. What do you mean by old? I am merely 10 years old. Regardless of his protests, Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled triumphantly, declaring that anyone older than him was indeed old, even if only by a year. By your logic. That makes my elder brother even older, Zhu Yong retorted impulsively. Indeed, my elder brother is older, Zhu Yong continued, exasperated, and that is quite absurd. This is truly a case of being hit by an arrow while lying down. Nonsense. My elder brother embodies maturity and composure, Zhu Yuanyuan countered, possessing her own peculiar reasoning. How can you even dare to compare yourself to him? Zhu Yoming retorted with a question. Why should one feel embarrassed? After all, we are all human. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yoming felt underestimated, yet in the presence of his elder brother, he found himself unable to utter the boastful words that surged within him. Instead, swallowing his pride with a puffed cheek. Humph. Anyone can speak sweetly. Let us see how things unfold once he matures. Being a son of the same father, Zhu Yoming firmly believed that his talents would not be inferior to those of his elder brother. The siblings bickered incessantly, but it was Zhu Yuanyuan who bore the brunt of their quarrels. He had already assumed the role of the elder brother and was aware that his younger sibling would eventually surpass him. As for the truth of such a claim, who can say? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a throbbing pain in his head as he approached with a darkened expression. Grabbing each of them by the arm, he admonished, "Behave yourselves. What shall we do if we accidentally damage the bed?" It was Gu who had initiated the conflict. Zhu Yuanyuan deflected blame, claiming he was displeased because she asserted that Gu was superior to him. "Nonsense," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted vehemently. "It was she who spoke ill, and I merely intended to administer a minor lesson. Gu is not involved in this matter." Each party held steadfast to their own narrative, unwilling to concede any fault. In a world devoid of mobile phones and surveillance, the events that transpired could not be recorded as evidence, and thus the truth was destined to be obscured. Nevertheless, Zhu Yuanyuan disregarded their explanations and, seizing his younger siblings, delivered several swift smacks to their bottoms. The elder brother received a couple of extra swats. Both of the chastised siblings were left stunned, having been punished in such a humiliating manner. They felt utterly wronged, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. Zhu Yuanyuan, with an expressionless visage, fixed his gaze upon the two young ones, while his mind wandered through strategies to pacify them. Disobedience warranted a reprimand, yet after administering it, one could not simply disregard the matter, particularly when it came to the female offspring. Should he offer a succulent morsel of roasted meat, or perhaps a sweet fruit? Before he could reach a conclusion, a sudden sharp whistle pierced the air outside the cave, prompting an immediate change in his demeanor. Furrowing his brow, he hastened to the entrance, peering out to assess the situation beyond. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan had heard of the peregrine falcon, aware only that it was a bird of prey, but lacking deeper knowledge. She opened her mouth to say something, yet panic seized her throat, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she managed to utter, "Be careful. Don't worry. There aren't many peregrine falcons around." Zhu bravely forced a smile, glancing back at her younger siblings before hastily departing. Zhu Yuanyuan, accustomed to accompanying his elders into the forest to hunt wild chickens and rabbits, had never encountered a significant spectacle. Now, upon hearing of the onslaught of a falcon horde, he could not help but tremble, recalling that his father, mother, and elder brother were all away from home. In that moment, he found himself in a state of confusion and helplessness, entirely forgetting his brother's words. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly inquired, "What shall we do about Mother? She is merely at the initial stage of the yellow rank, yet her combat prowess surpasses ours by a slight margin. Mother was in the storage room. She must have taken refuge there," Zhu Yuanyuan speculated. "Indeed, Mother is quite astute." Zhu Yuanyuan nodded repeatedly. The siblings engaged in a casual conversation, gradually calming their frayed nerves. The light within the cavern dimmed progressively, and the temperature continued to drop, prompting Zhu Yuanyuan to sneeze several times. Zhu Yuanyuan soon realized that the fire was on the verge of extinguishing. "I went to fetch some firewood," and Zhu Yuanyuan abruptly sat up, his step stiff as he shuffled over. A few logs were tossed into the flames, yet instead of roaring to life, the fire dwindled further, subtly hinting at its imminent demise. This sight only heightened his previously steady composure, adding a layer of anxiety that made his efforts to tend the fire somewhat more forceful. "Second brother?" Zhu Yuanyuan sensed something amiss and hurriedly stepped forward to push him aside. "I just learned how to start a fire for Mother. Allow me to give it a try." Zhu Yuanyuan remained silent, crouching beside and watching with his head cradled in his arms. After expending considerable effort to arrange the campfire, Zhu Yuanyuan finally managed to force a smile and asked, "Do you not trust father and elder brother's strength?" "I believe in them," Zhu Yuanyuan replied in a deep, muffled voice, "but I have no faith in the peregrine falcons. If they come in overwhelming numbers, charging all at once, no matter how formidable father is, he would be unable to withstand such an onslaught." Zhu Yuanyuan understands that two hooves cannot contend with four claws. However, as they remain hidden within the cave, unaware of the circumstances outside, their anxiety serves no purpose. It is futile to frighten oneself. It is better to think positively. There is no cause for alarm, as it is said that peregrine falcons often operate alone. Even during the snowy season, the gatherings with companions seldom exceed a handful. Moreover, my elder brother mentioned that there are not many of them, and my father and the others are quite formidable, capable of handling the situation. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, hoping that it would indeed be as you suggested. As time passed slowly, Zhu Yuanyuan repeatedly called upon the system store to check how long it had been. her incessant actions provoking the system to express its discontent. Host, please remain composed. Continuously opening and closing the store may lead to significant system lag and even crashes, which would require considerable time and energy to restart, resulting in immeasurable losses. I merely wish to see the time, Zhu Yuanyuan replied sheepishly through her mental projection. And it's not as if I'm doing it consecutively. There are intervals. If a minute's interval counts, you have indeed achieved that, the system retorted, adopting a long-forgotten mechanical tone. Ever since the system revealed its human-like emotions, it had allowed the host to indulge in her whims, communicating in a playful, youthful voice rather than the usual rigid mechanical tone. According to the system, the mechanical voice sounded cold and unfeeling, whereas it considered itself a system imbued with warmth. However, today, provoked by the host, the system had transformed into a more unfeeling entity, activating its mode of sarcasm. If you are so worried, why not step outside to take a look? What purpose does this incessant fidgeting serve? Do you think that causing me to crash will bring about any benefit? The following text is omitted for brevity. Zhu Yuanyuan was left utterly exasperated, her mind swirling with confusion. Since you are so capable, why not devise a solution for me? She implored. I have no idea, Tongzi replied succinctly. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, pondering whether there were truly no alternatives. Perhaps I should peruse the virtual marketplace for some sedatives. Indeed, but do you dare to use them? The system inquired coolly. First, I must ascertain whether I can afford them. If I cannot, discussing it would be futile. Zhu Yuanyuan evaded the question. Rest assured, you can afford them, the system replied eagerly. Allow me to fetch the most practical and cost-effective options for you, ensuring your satisfaction. With that, the virtual marketplace interface sprang to life, displaying an array of sedatives. The product images were diverse, each with distinct names and varying prices, yet all within her financial reach. Zhu Yuanyuan scrutinized the first product, named Qianbu Dao, priced at 50 knowledge points for 100 grams. The product description indicated that it was a chronic medication capable of incapacitating an elephant with a single dose, albeit at a slower onset, allowing the prey to potentially escape upon sensing something amiss. The second product, Zhujiu Jiubu Dao, boasted a rapid onset. A mere sprinkle would yield immediate effects. Unfortunately, its efficacy was rather lackluster, rendering it suitable only for smaller creatures such as rabbits and pheasants, of little use against more formidable foes like the peregrine falcon. The price, however, was appealing, 10 knowledge points per kilogram. The third product was named Jiujiu Babu Dao. After perusing numerous items with similar nomenclature, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of numbness. Could they not exhibit a modicum of creativity in their naming? Such repetitive titles cast doubt on their reliability, dampening any inclination to purchase. The system administrator expressed a similar frustration within the vast expanse of 3,000 great worlds, 3,000 middle worlds, and 3,000 small worlds. Each domain housed countless products with nearly identical effects. The challenge of assigning distinctive names without repetition was indeed formidable. Thus, they resorted to a numerical system based on the order of acquisition, which was merely a stopgap solution. Zhu Yuanyuan sincerely suggested the use of names from their original worlds. Yet, the administrator swiftly dismissed the idea, deeming it too chaotic and fraught with excessive duplication, complicating management. You are indeed clever, Zhu Yuanyuan thought to herself, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that the goods available in the marketplace were all sourced from the interstellar realm. How could they possibly involve other worlds? The administrator responded candidly, explaining that traversing the myriad worlds demanded considerable resources, necessitating strategies to recuperate some losses. Collecting data, useful formulas, and techniques from various worlds was deemed the most effective approach. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated meticulously and arrived at an understanding. However, she still harbored some doubts. Certain elements, even with a prescribed formula, become futile without the corresponding materials. Surely, there are aspects you have concealed, such as the dimensional trading device. Such devices are prevalent in many transmigration novels, renowned for their extraordinary capabilities, allowing one to exchange local specialties with the fortunate individuals of their respective dimensions, or even sell directly to the marketplace. If that were indeed the case, would it not imply that she could also sell items to the system and accumulate greater knowledge points? I have not concealed anything, the system responded with remarkable composure, indicating that some functionalities require the host to explore independently. Should you neglect this, you cannot place the blame on me. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of frustration as she realized she had bound herself to such a brazen leader. Yet, if given the chance again, she would still choose to bind. It is no small feat to traverse into another world, especially one as harsh as the realm of beast men, where nothing is readily available. And survival is a daily struggle. She must not only enhance her combat abilities to endure, but also seek ways to elevate her quality of life. What would her existence be like without the interstellar cub learning system? Zhu Yuanyuan remained oblivious, indifferent to contemplation, her immediate task being the procurement of an appropriate medication. After a quarter of an hour spent in comparison and selection, she expended 200 knowledge points to acquire a pound of the potent 555 variety. Known for its rapid onset and formidable efficacy, all at a reasonable price, thus offering exceptional value. However, it bore a significant drawback. It necessitated close-range application. System. Zhu Yuanyuan seethed in her mind. What on earth is going on? Why are the precautions not inscribed in the product information? Must I wait until I have paid the knowledge points and received the item before being informed? The requirement for close-range application would inevitably put me at risk. Isn't this a trap for the host? The system cleared its throat, offering a somewhat awkward explanation, stating that in order to keep competitors in the dark, the methods of use for particularly valuable products would be deliberately concealed. Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth, pondering that purchasing items at exorbitant prices might indeed lead to pitfalls. The sentiment is quite similar. However, Tongzi is actively defending her reputation, suggesting that this regulation may not necessarily be detrimental to the host. If a rival were to decipher the usage methods and intentionally cause disruption, it would spell trouble. I appreciate your consideration. Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed derisively before abruptly shifting the topic. What about the competitors? This matter is confidential, and I am not at liberty to disclose it, Tongzi replied. Nevertheless, since I have inadvertently let it slip, I shall elaborate. The superintelligence brain has a competitor named the ultra-superior intelligence brain. It turns out that the superintelligence brain and the ultra-superior intelligence brain were once colleagues from the same research institute, serving different factions before their relationship soured into enmity. The narrative is neither complex nor intricate, yet it possesses a melodramatic quality that left Zhu Yuanyuan feeling somewhat disheartened. She had presumed that possessing Tongzi would render her a unique entity in the world of beast men, ensuring a future replete with glory. Little did she know that before she could achieve any significant accomplishments, she would discover the existence of another system owner. Fortunately, Tongzi assured her that her rival is a native of this world, lacking the breadth of her experience, making her easier to contend with. This point remains to be verified. Zhu Yuanyuan was overwhelmed with frustration, yearning to engage in a brawl with Tongzi, or perhaps unleash her voice in a cathartic wail. Yet, the memories of her father, mother, and elder brother valiantly battling outside the cave lingered in her mind, preventing her from lingering any longer. Is there an antidote that can be administered in advance? She inquired. No, Tongzi replied. The value is too minimal to justify the time spent concocting an antidote. What if we inadvertently harm our allies? Zhu Yuanyuan pressed. Wait for 3 hours. Once the time elapses, you will awaken without any after effects, Tongzi said, attempting to lighten the mood with a hint of playfulness. However, Zhu Yuanyuan was not amused. If I incapacitate myself and my companions, lying in the freezing wilderness would be perilous, wouldn't it? Most importantly, the effects of the drug dissipate precisely at the designated time, which means those treacherous falcons will regain consciousness simultaneously. The thought of rushing out only to become a liability weighed heavily on her. Tongzi, bemused, remarked, Haven't you heard of gas masks? It's astonishing that a host from the modern world is unaware of acquiring high-tech products to assist in administering the drug. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Indeed, it was not an essential item. It was entirely reasonable that one would hesitate to invest time and money into its development. Why had she not considered a gas mask instead of fixating on an antidote? Her eyes darted around as a realization struck her. It was not merely a matter of the exorbitant cost of high-tech products. She had been attempting to conserve her knowledge points, no longer relying on Tongzi for assistance. She utilized her consciousness to search for a gas mask, ultimately selecting a transparent model that was virtually indistinguishable. She purchased it for 249 knowledge points. The first snowfall lasted for 17 days. During the initial 8 days, she earned 160 knowledge points, and in the subsequent 9 days, she accumulated 270. Adding the 287 knowledge points she had saved prior to the onset of the snow season, she had a total of 717 points. However, today she expended 449, leaving her with a mere 268. Alas, knowledge points seemed to vanish all too swiftly. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a pang of anguish, yet she harbored no regrets. If the situation outside proved dire, what she had procured was indeed a life-saving remedy. Even if it went unused this time, who could tell about the future? As long as the items remained in the system's backpack, they would never expire. They could be retrieved when needed, ensuring no loss. With this thought in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan had no inclination to continue idle chatter with the system. Concerned for the safety of her parents, she gently nudged the dazed Zhu Yongming. Let us move the door aside and see if the battle outside has come to an end. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded obediently, affirming with a soft After straining her ears to ensure there were no unusual sounds outside, the siblings worked together to gradually shift the stone door aside, pausing only when they could peek their heads out. You step back. Let me take a look, Zhu Yong said, giving his sister a gentle, yet somewhat brusque shove to push her behind him. Zhu Yuanyuan boldly declared, Second brother, your large head makes it difficult for you to explore outside. Allow me to take on this task. Zhu Yong, fierce and intimidating, retorted, the battle will be bloody. If you faint from fear, I cannot close the door alone. Impossible. I possess a great deal of courage, Zhu Yuanyuan huffed. However, you have always been impulsive. What if, in a moment of tension, you inadvertently shout and attract the attention of the sinister birds? The two glared at each other, each unwilling to yield. Zhu Yuanyuan is already contemplating the feasibility of allowing her second brother to sleep for 3 hours as well. When he is awake, it becomes inconvenient for her to do anything. However, her conspicuous actions of scattering medicine outside raise the question of how she should explain this. After all, everyone is not blind. Zhu Yuanyuan turned her back, using her mind to retrieve the 555 steps of the powder, only to discover that the packaging was exceedingly rudimentary, merely contained within a transparent self-sealing bag. At the very least, they could have provided a disposable glove. She muttered to the system, wondering what she would do if she inadvertently touched it. The system replied with firm conviction, stating that if the host required anything, she could purchase it herself and should not always expect to take advantage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming wore a face of vigilance, while his sister eagerly leaned out to ascertain the situation. In the midst of their tussle, silence engulfed them, and she ceased her persistent nudging. Was she perhaps concocting some mischievous scheme? Zhu Yuanyuan inwardly chastised herself for her lack of prudence, all the while forcing a smile to placate others. Indeed, the incident had occurred so abruptly that she found herself at a loss for words, sweating profusely in the frigid air. In her moment of panic, a sudden inspiration struck her. It was a gift from the beast god. Nonsense, Zhu Yongming frowned. The beast god is far too occupied to concern itself with a mischievous little female cub. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Urge gazed at the bone knife resting upon the stone platform, contemplating the feasibility of testing the medicine by drawing a cut upon himself. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan and was taken aback. Second brother, do you truly believe this? Aren't you afraid that I might be deceiving you? Unfazed, Zhu Yongming leapt out the door and landed in the snow, quickly regaining his footing. He began to run towards the storeroom, navigating the uneven terrain, for that was where the battlefield lay. Zhu Yuanyuan finally realized that her elder brother was not devoid of suspicion. Rather, he had been waiting for a long while without receiving the anticipated news of triumph, desperately clinging to a glimmer of hope to rescue those in peril. Moreover, he was unwilling to let her take risks and opted to venture forth himself. Foolish elder brother. The door is not sealed. If something were to happen to you, I would be unable to escape either, Zhu Yuanyuan murmured. By the way, I still have the gas masks and disposable gloves. She hurriedly pursued him, exclaiming, Wait for me. With her petite stature and short legs, Traversing the thick snow was a challenge, let alone running. By the time she stumbled her way to the vicinity of the storage room, it was already too late. The filthy snow was littered with numerous black pigs and large birds, the most conspicuous being a humanoid figure draped in black. Excellent. Everyone is down, including her elder brother. At this point, words were futile, the chill was too severe. Zhu Yuanyuan's priority was to summon others to clear the battlefield to prevent anyone from succumbing to the freezing conditions. Within the storage room, a number of weaker females and elderly orcs were huddled. Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely approached the door and called out, "It's safe now, those inside. Please come out and lend a hand." Zhu Xiaofan, squeezed behind the stone door with a few females, was taken aback upon hearing her voice. Yuanyuan, concerned for the safety of her little female, she hurriedly beckoned everyone. "Quickly, move the door and let Yuanyuan in. Why is your young one running about at a time like this?" The others grumbled as they collectively opened the door, gasping in shock at the scene outside. They scarcely had time to ponder why a 6-year-old female child would be out here, as they all rushed to check on the fate of the black pigs. Zhu Yuanyuan pursed her lips, resolving to explain only after ensuring the unconscious orcs were properly settled. The battlefield reeked of blood. The snow stained a deep crimson by the lifeblood of both the raptors and the orcs. After a thorough inspection, it became evident that the male orcs still breathed, though they could neither be roused nor awakened. In a state of urgency, they convened to deliberate, ultimately deciding to transport the individuals back home before seeking the great shaman for a thorough examination. Zhu Yuanyuan carried her second elder brother back home, and after witnessing her mother drag her father and elder brother inside, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Both large black pigs had merely sustained minor injuries, easily treated with some hemostatic powder. "Mother, did grandfather also partake in the battle?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. Zhu Xiaofan replied absent-mindedly, "I shall visit the great shaman." Yuanyuan, stay at home and don't wander about. Considering the order of treatment, it was uncertain how long they might have to wait at their home. It would be prudent to first check on the situation at the homes of the clan members ahead. Zhu Xiaofan clasped her hands together in silent prayer, hoping that Chang and her eldest son were merely exhausted and in need of rest. "Wait, mother." Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly called out, "Father and the others are fine. They just need 3 hours of sleep to awaken." "Oh," Zhu Xiaofan replied absently, but moments later, she realized and grasped the hand of the female cub. "What did you just say? They can wake up after 3 hours of sleep?" "Yes," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, her small face scrunching up in pain. "It hurts, mother. Please be gentle." Yet, preoccupied with the safety of her partner and son, Zhu Xiaofan could not afford to linger on such matters and urged, "What exactly happened? Please, tell me quickly." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan has studied the history of the beast world in the virtual classroom and can comprehend the meaning behind her mother's words. For nearly a century, no one in this realm has ascended to the rank of celestial warrior. And what is more alarming is the series of untimely deaths among the veteran celestial warriors, coupled with the frequent occurrences of natural disasters and human calamities. This has instilled a pervasive sense of dread among the populace. Over time, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that the beast god had departed, leaving this world forsaken. Although the god of faith remains, even providing life-saving remedies to aid the Black Pig tribe in their peril, it is no wonder that her mother is overwhelmed with emotion. Nevertheless, Zhu Yuanyuan must assure her that her father and the others are unharmed, and that the great birds are likely still alive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but sigh, reflecting on how selfless her mother truly was. However, upon realizing that her family was merely in a deep slumber and would soon awaken, she understood that addressing the invaders was of utmost importance. With the crisis averted, her taut nerves began to relax, and finding herself with nothing to occupy her mind, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Unable to stifle a yawn, she tossed a few sticks into the fire and settled down in a spot distant enough from the flames to avoid the chill, allowing herself to doze off. Alas, with her father and elder brother assuming their beast forms, the bed was entirely occupied, leaving her with no space to rest. Come spring, when the ground thawed, she resolved to request her father to enlarge the cave. She yearned to craft a small bed from wood, so that she could sleep apart from her parents. Lost in such thoughts, she inadvertently drifted into slumber against the large stone platform, perhaps due to the fright she had experienced and the terrifying scenes she had witnessed. Her sleep was restless. After enduring a series of nightmares, she was jolted awake, only to find herself lying in bed beside her younger brother, who was soundly asleep. A glance towards the fire pit revealed no one was present, although the supply of firewood was ample, and the cave entrance was partially obscured by a stone door, allowing only a single person to pass through. Zhu Yuanyuan trotted to the door, her gaze falling upon the heavy curtain of night outside. She absent-mindedly patted her belly, which had been grumbling incessantly since her awakening. Was there no meal prepared by her mother? With the adults absent from home, she had to fend for herself. After wandering over to the corner where food was stored, she seized a generous piece of salted meat, glancing down at the dwindling pile of potatoes. Ultimately, she retrieved 5 pounds from her backpack. Had she not frequently pilfered some from her supply, there would be no potatoes left in the house. Nevertheless, she owed a debt of gratitude to her parents, who, noticing her fondness for the tubers, had refrained from using them, leaving her with the opportunity to cook for herself and infuse her dishes with her own flair. After rinsing the salted meat and cutting it into chunks, she boiled it briefly to reduce the saltiness before placing it into a pot to simmer for half an hour. Then, she added the cleaned and chopped potatoes, allowing them to cook until tender and infused with flavor, ready to be served. Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously cleans her small bamboo bowl in preparation for a meal. When she notices her elder brother, Zhu Yuanyuan, rising from his bed with his eyes closed, his nose twitching and a suspicious glimmer at the corners of his mouth. The aroma wafting through the air is irresistible. Potatoes stewed with salted meat, a dish that is both hearty and endlessly delightful. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes finally flutter open, and he eagerly leans towards the pot, fixated on the meat, exclaiming, "I want to eat." "You have certainly woken up at the right moment, my brother." Zhu Yuanyuan sighs with resignation. "Why don't you wash a bowl?" Fortunately, she has prepared a substantial pot, enough to satisfy another person's hunger. The siblings gather around the pot to feast. Being younger, Zhu Yuanyuan is cautious about overindulging, mindful of potential indigestion later, so she refrains from eating too much. In contrast, Zhu Yuanyuan harbors no such concerns. Upon noticing his sister set down her chopsticks, he promptly finishes what remains. Once satiated, Zhu Yuanyuan cleans the pot and scurries outside to the earthen steps, where she rummages for a moment before retrieving a piece of lean meat frozen in snow and 2 tubular bones. This is fresh meat preserved since the onset of the snowy season, which, once thawed, can be transformed into a savory soup. With their father, mother, and elder brother absent, and uncertain of their return, she decides to prepare a pot of meat broth. Hopi API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled softly. "Do you have the audacity to say that in front of Sister Hong? What do you mean by go?" Zhu Yuanyuan rolled his eyes slightly, feeling a tinge of guilt. She was now a young female, unlike you, a foolish cub. You're the foolish one, and you'll always be foolish. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Just you wait." Zhu Yuanyuan remained unfazed, thinking, "Let them wait. How much salt should I add to this soup?" He picked up the bamboo tube, filled with salt. "Stop right there." Zhu Yuanyuan interrupted without hesitation. "The bone broth is intended for our father and the others. You've just had your fill, yet you still crave more soup. What an insatiable appetite you have." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's expression shifted subtly as she suddenly feigned weakness. "Second brother, please do not be angry. I will add the slices of meat to the pot right away. Just let the water boil for a few minutes, and then we can sprinkle in some salt before enjoying it." Startled, Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback by his sister's sudden docility, yet overconfident in his own prowess. He presumed that a mere 6-year-old female could be easily cowed. Thus, he urged her on with an air of self-importance. "Hurry along now. As long as you work diligently, I assure you, I won't make things difficult for you." A gentle, mellifluous voice inquired, "And if she tarries a bit, how would you make things difficult for your sister?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, "A sound thrashing should suffice for disobedience." A realization dawned upon him. The voice that had just spoken was indeed familiar. Yet it was not his sister's. It was mother's. Turning around stiffly, he beheld the grim visages of his father, mother, and elder brother, all glaring daggers at him. He knew then that he had once again fallen prey to his sister's machinations. Zhu Yuanyuan endured a mixed doubles match, feeling aggrieved as he sat aside, watching others indulge in meat and broth. Yuanyuan approached, and Zhu Xiaofan softly remarked, "This large bone contains the marrow you cherish the most. Mother, you should enjoy it." Zhu Yuanyuan graciously replied, "I will feast on it once I awaken fully." Zhu Xiaofan remarked that the bone marrow does not occupy much space in the stomach. Despite her mother's insistence, Zhu Yuanyuan could only reluctantly accept it, nibbling on a large bone while indistinctly inquiring whether they should reserve some soup for the second brother. "No need," Zhu Chang replied with a frown. "He has been gaining weight lately, laden with excess flesh, and cannot even run through the woods. As a father, I am already contemplating the feasibility of placing our second son on a diet to shed some pounds. Given the limited space in our home, movement is restricted. Thus, he must eat less to avoid accumulating additional weight. When spring arrives, it will be easier to lose those extra pounds." Zhu Adad harbored the same sentiments as Zhu Yuanyuan. The household was rather cramped, and it was imperative to expand the cave further. "I am not overweight," Zhu Yongming fervently defended himself, asserting that he had merely grown a tad sturdier. Beholding her brother's discomfiture, Zhu Yuanyuan surreptitiously lowered her head, indulging in a private smile. However, fate, ever capricious, soon intervened. Zhu Xiaofan abruptly broached the subject of the raptor swarm's assault upon the tribe. Upon hearing tidings of the life-saving elixir bestowed by the beast god, the chieftain and elders seek an audience to ascertain the particulars. Furthermore, the grand shaman inquires as to the existence of any remaining powder. "I have divulged all that I know," Zhu Yuanyuan confessed candidly concerning the powder. "My brother has appropriated it in its entirety and exhausted its uses. Tomorrow, when the chieftain poses his queries, respond with candor, withholding not," Zhu Chang instructed the young female. "We are all integral members of this tribe. As the tribe prospers, so too shall we. Extend assistance wherever possible." Zhu Yuanyuan nodded repeatedly, yet inwardly, she mused that it was impossible to remain entirely candid. She harbored significant secrets and could only weave a few tales from what she was able to reveal. The following day, as dawn broke gently, some impatient individuals could no longer wait and set out together towards her door. Zhu Chang was taken aback. "Elder, several clan elders, and the high priest. What brings you here? Was it not agreed that we would take Yuanyuan to the storeroom to clarify things?" The second snowfall was uncertain as to when it would arrive, and time was of the essence. Zhu Shan elaborated, "Moreover, your young female is still quite tender in age, and with the deep snow outside, it would be wise to limit her outings." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shan's ears grew warm, and he said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, "It seems we've arrived prematurely." Anxious to ascertain the situation, he demurred from suggesting a temporary withdrawal, intending to inquire later. The elders gazed upwards at the cave ceiling, feigning nonchalance, while Huyin maintained a stern countenance, asserting, "Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for one's health. The younglings must not be indulged." "The great shaman speaks wisely," Zhu Chang responded respectfully, turning to coax gently, "Yuanyuan, awaken and address us first. You may resume your slumber once matters are concluded." Huyin's face darkened, lamenting, "Such indolence renders even the most prodigious intellect futile. Yuanyuan is still young. She will improve in a couple of years," Zhu Shan cheerfully interjected. "She has garnered the favor of the beast god and is undoubtedly a promising candidate to succeed the great shaman." Concerning matters of the beast god, Huyin hesitated to utter harsh or scathing words, and reluctantly conceded, "Very well, I shall accept her. However, let me forewarn you. Should she prove indolent and fail to acquire the necessary skills, do not fault me. Teach her as you see fit. If she fails to learn, then my judgment was flawed," Zhu Shan pledged. Huyin scoffed, "As if your judgment hasn't been flawed on numerous occasions?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Misunderstanding the cub's reticence, Zhu Shan chuckled, Yuanyuan. "Don't fret. The great which merely appears stern. He won't arbitrarily resort to reprimands or beatings." "I'm not afraid," Zhu Yuanyuan demurred, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The Great Witch is a kind soul. To master skills, cultivating a harmonious rapport with one's mentor is paramount. Mere flattery is of little consequence, Huyin retorted, his countenance grave. You would do well to be astute, for I have little patience for dull-witted cubs. Great Witch, Zhu Shan interjected, attempting to mediate. The cub is timid. Pray, do not intimidate her. Huyin remained unmoved. I am merely stating the most dire outcome at the outset. Should she prove incapable of learning, abandon your notions forthwith. Yes, 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 Zhu Shan acquiesced repeatedly. As you decree. While verbally assenting, inwardly, he mused that while his own judgment might be fallible, the discerning eye of the beast god would not err. In the decades to come, the tribe would undoubtedly reclaim a Great Witch uniquely belonging to the Black Boar lineage. Reflecting upon this, Zhu Shan's gaze towards Zhu Yuanyuan intensified with fervent anticipation, causing her considerable unease. Chieftain, Zhu Chang began with a good-natured grin. Did you not have further inquiries to pose? The sooner we conclude, the better, as my little female is still drowsy with sleep. Zhu Shan cast a sharp glance, exclaiming in impatience, why the rush? I was just about to inquire. The elder members of the clan could not suppress their laughter, fully aware of a Chang's indulgence towards the young female, yet acknowledging that such affection should not be excessively pampered. My dear little female is well-behaved and obedient. Why shouldn't she be spoiled? Zhu Chang murmured softly. With pressing matters at hand, Zhu Shan preferred not to engage in prolonged discourse. He turned to the young female cub, his expression softening into a warm smile. Yuanyuan, come here and share with Uncle Shan what transpired yesterday. Zhu Yuanyuan immediately recounted her self-created tale once more. Are you suggesting that the beast god only provided the life-saving medicine after your elder brother departed? Inquired Zhu Shan. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded, affirming, indeed, had I received it earlier, my second brother would not have had to venture out to deliver the medicine. What about the powder? Huyin interjected suddenly. It's all gone, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, unyielding. Huyin pressed on. What happened to the packaging for the powder? I don't know. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head. It was too chaotic at the time. I didn't pay attention. In reality, the transparent self-sealing bag now lay securely in her system's backpack, though retrieving it proved to be cumbersome. This also served as a reminder that in the future, when borrowing items under the guise of the beast god, she ought to change the packaging, otherwise, merely tidying up the aftermath would become quite troublesome. How foolish. Huyin frowned. I shall take my leave. Return in the spring. Without hesitation, Huyin departed, prompting Zhu Shan to impulsively remark, why wait until spring? The snow season is just as idle. Taking them back for instruction would help pass the time. Could you not think before you speak? Huyin retorted darkly. As a solitary male without a partner, I am hardly equipped to care for young ones. Especially not a pampered little female. Zhu Shan chuckled. In truth, Yuanyuan is quite well behaved, at merely 6 years old. He can take care of himself without requiring much of your concern. I truly had not perceived this, and Huyin, casting aside this remark, hastily fled, fearing that a young child would indeed be thrust upon her at home. While it was acceptable to learn skills from him during the day, staying at his residence overnight was absolutely out of the question. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Shan, sensing an unkind gaze from someone, could not help but smile wryly. After all, he was doing this for Yuanyuan's sake. The unfriendly stare gradually morphed into a murderous glare. Concerned for his safety, the clan leader made a prudent decision. We shall take our leave first. You should hurry and join us, so we can distribute the items promptly and ensure everyone's peace of mind. Zhu Chang focused on the essentials. Distributing everything? Indeed, all has been allocated. Zhu Shan sighed, reflecting on how the beast god had spared the tribe from this calamity, yet the future remained uncertain. It was prudent to ensure that provisions were shared among everyone, advising against unnecessary outings. Zhu Chang scoffed. Are you not concerned about those reckless individuals who indulge excessively, only to find themselves starved to death afterward? Every year during the snow season, there are solitary orcs who cannot restrain their appetites, and by the time spring arrives, they are so famished that they cannot even open the stone doors, some even succumbing to exhaustion and never waking again. After several consecutive years of such occurrences, the chieftain, in his frustration, devised a rather simplistic solution. The orc world experiences snowfall in a predictable manner. Each snow season brings a maximum of 4 snowfalls, approximately a month apart. At the onset of the snow season, food is not distributed in abundance. Instead, it is doled out gradually after each snowfall, continuing until spring heralds the revival of life. While this approach may be somewhat cumbersome, it has the potential to save the lives of many greedy, solitary orcs. However, this year, the chieftain unexpectedly decided to distribute all provisions immediately after the first snowfall, which was quite surprising. Worrying is futile, Zhu Yuanyuan thought gravely. This year's snowfall is more substantial than in previous years, with predatory birds attacking various tribes early from their nests, leading to a significant shortage of food. In such dire circumstances, remaining within the cave is the wisest means of preserving one's life. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded, realizing he needed to instruct them to be frugal with their meals, lest they indulge excessively without supervision, leaving no remnants. Though the words needed to be spoken, he doubted how many would heed them, prompting Zhu Yuanyuan to sigh. With nothing else to occupy their time, Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed, suggesting that they should be made to reside together. With more people around, the atmosphere would be lively, and they would not constantly fixate on food. Zhu Yuanyuan appeared deep in thought. Indeed, this could be a viable approach. However, the elder of the clan voiced his dissent, asserting that gathering the gluttonous together would only expedite the depletion of resources. Human nature is flawed. Once one partakes, the rest will inevitably follow suit. The elders of the 2nd, 4th, and 5th clans nodded in agreement. It would be best to allow them to live independently, the chieftain concluded. They are all adults, well aware of their responsibilities. Should their self-discipline falter, the likelihood of encountering danger during hunting expeditions would increase. A rare smile flickered across the usually stern face of the elder Gu. This was the way it ought to be. The elders were all pleased. For in the eyes of the older beastmen, turning 18 marked a significant threshold. It was entirely justifiable to protect minors, yet once they reached adulthood, independence was essential and overbearing guidance should be avoided. After escorting the chieftain and the elders away, Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation, marveling at how the chieftain had fretted over the gluttonous ones, finally coming to terms with letting go. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanyuan, busily preparing bone broth, wrinkled her nose and remarked, "In my opinion, the chieftain is merely worrying needlessly. The young ones will learn through experience. They must be given the opportunity to grow." Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled softly. It is indeed a challenging role for the clan leader. The number of young adults in the clan is already scarce. And while it is unfortunate to perish from injuries sustained during hunting, it is far more disgraceful to succumb to starvation within the confines of one's home. What then shall be done? Zhu Yuanyuan casually suggested sending a few level-headed individuals to keep watch. That will not do, Zhu Yuanyuan immediately countered without a moment's hesitation. Those who are composed prefer tranquility and would not tolerate residing with a raucous group of clansmen. A few days may be bearable, but enduring several months would be intolerable. Precisely, Zhu Yuanyuan thought, as she retrieved several large bird eggs, cracked them open, and poured their contents into a clean bamboo tube, stirring them thoroughly before gradually introducing the mixture into the boiling broth, followed by a sprinkle of salt. The thin meat and egg drop soup was prepared, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air, enticing Zhu Yuanyuan, who had been yearning for a nap, to open her eyes. "Mother, I am hungry," she proclaimed. Zhu Yuanyuan replied gently, "I will serve you extra slices of meat and egg flowers." "I want some too." Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly sprang up. "Mother, you mustn't show favoritism." Zhu Yuanyuan, with a scowl on her face, brandished a long wooden spoon and fiercely inquired, "When have I ever shown favoritism?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan fell silent. For although his mother possessed little prowess in combat, her standing within the family was both elevated and unassailable, rendering him unable to confront her. He blamed his younger sister for this predicament. Before her arrival, their mother had treated him with great affection. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. Stealing glances at the chubby girl beside him, Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated when he might impart a lesson upon her. "Father, mother, and second brother are glaring at me," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed loudly. Zhu Yuanyuan, the one who frequently complains, is not a commendable orc. Zhu Yuanyuan, having successfully lodged her complaint, has already completed her grooming and is now enjoying a delightful meal of soup and meat, feeling quite at ease. "Would you like a piece of roasted meat?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired with a cheerful smile. "This one has just been grilled to perfection and brushed with several layers of honey." "Certainly," Zhu Yuanyuan responded as she graciously accepted the roasted meat wrapped in dry leaves. Thank you, Father. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. Instead of answering, countered with a question, Elder brother, are you not angry? Angry about what? Zhu Yuanyuan was utterly bewildered. Zhu Yuanyuan gestured towards the warm fire where his loving parents were feeding each other, as well as his sister, whose mouth was smeared with grease, and muttered, I refuse to believe you cannot see this. Of course I can see it, Zhu Yuanyuan bravely replied with calmness. Your parents cared for you in the very same manner when you were a child. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was struck at the heart, rendered momentarily speechless. Reflecting on his elder brother's insistence on resurrecting events from 6 years prior, could he not afford his brother a semblance of dignity? Nevertheless, he decided to let it go. For they were kin, and he would not hold a grudge against his elder sibling. His stomach grumbled with hunger. It was time to eat. Although the life-preserving elixirs bestowed by the beast god had aided them, the falcon swarm still inflicted considerable damage upon the black pig tribe, 2 fatalities, 16 grievously injured, and an even greater number with minor wounds. Even Zhu's father bore the brunt of several claws, his body marred with numerous bloody scratches. At the moment this news reached her, Zhu Yuanyuan was engrossed in learning the art of bone knife polishing from her elder brother. In her distraction, she inadvertently scraped her finger, causing her to well up with tears from the pain. If only she had procured medicine sooner, perhaps those 2 tribesmen would not have perished. Mistakenly believing his sister's tears stemmed from her hand's injury, Zhu Yuanyuan frowned in disdain, thinking it ridiculous that she would cry over such a minor scrape. No wonder the shaman deemed her delicate. What are you saying? Zhu Yuanyuan chided, giving his younger brother a light pat on the back of the head. He set aside his work and fetched a basin of water. Yuanyuan, do not fret. I shall assist you in cleansing your wound and applying some medicine. Oh, there's no need for medicine. Zhu Yuanyuan hastily shook her head in refusal. It's just a small scrape. It will heal by tomorrow. There's no need to waste the medicine. Zhu Yuanyuan also believed that it was unnecessary to waste hemostatic powder on a minor wound. He said, all right, let me wash your hands. As for the bone knife, there's no need to sharpen it. Your hands are too small to grip it steadily. You can learn when you grow a bit older. Zhu Yuanyuan was at a loss, questioning the need for such exaggeration. It is indeed necessary, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a sardonic tone. Everyone dotes on this little female. Even losing a single hair is unacceptable, let alone a scraped hand. Second brother, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, her displeasure evident. You are only 10 years old. How have you already become such a cynical person? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan glared, raising her petite legs to kick, demonstrating just how resilient she can be. Zhu Yuanyuan deftly evaded the attack, exclaiming, Hey, missed. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanyuan sought assistance. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated for 3 seconds before decisively grasping his younger brother by the collar. What you said today is rather excessive. Let Yuanyuan kick a few times to vent her frustration. Have you lost your mind? Zhu Yuanyuan struggled to free himself, attempting to wriggle out of the restraint. With her current strength, a few kicks could easily incapacitate me. No, Yuanyuan is gentle and knows her limits, Zhu Yuanyuan firmly believed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, ceased his futile struggle. With the dignified demeanor of a hero ready to embrace his fate, he declared, If you are to kick me, do so swiftly. A true orc does not harm his fellow kin. Should any misfortune befall me, the beast god shall no longer bestow his favor upon you. His words carried an implicit undertone of threat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan never anticipated that his elder brother would act so decisively. leaving him no opportunity to react. He was momentarily stunned. And after a prolonged silence, his eyes began to well with tears. Despite his tough exterior, he felt no pain. Rather, he was overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation. "Brother, how could you be so cruel?" Zhu Yuanyuan sobbed in protest. "After all, I am the one you raised." Zhu, with a stoic expression, remarked that when father returned with the cured meat, he instructed him to keep a watchful eye on them and to refrain from any frolicking within the confines of the cave. Their dwelling was quite modest. Aside from the fire pit and the area beside the bed, the remaining space was cluttered with firewood and provisions. Should they engage in mischief, they might inadvertently tumble into the flames or collide with the large stone platform. It was indeed a laborious task to oversee his younger siblings, and as the eldest brother, he had to remain vigilant. If necessary, he might even need to resort to physical reprimands. Observe, his younger brother was so consumed with grievance that he had no time to playfully tussle with their sister. Turning his gaze towards her, he inquired cryptically, "Now that your second brother has been reprimanded, are you still upset?" Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes and decisively retreated back into bed, feeling fatigued. She thought, the eldest brother seems rather intimidating at the moment. She suspected that if she did not calm down soon, she might end up facing a beating like the second brother. "Yuanyuan is truly well behaved," Zhu Yuanyuan remarked with satisfaction. "When our parents return, I shall prepare some bone broth for you." "No need," she replied, licking her lips. "I've had several bowls of bone broth these past few days. There are only so many bones buried beneath the snow, and yet the snow season still lingers for another 2 to 3 months. Zhu Yuanyuan finds it reasonable. "Very well, instead of cooking bone broth, I shall prepare you a delicate egg drop soup." Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated scratching her head, wondering if her continued refusals would make her seem ungrateful. However, while her elder brother possessed commendable skills in grilling meat, the broth he prepared was decidedly unpalatable. She would much prefer to undertake the task herself. Indeed, how could this dutiful and considerate sister impose upon her elder brother? "Let me prepare the egg drop soup," Zhu Yuanyuan said with a sweet smile. "Your bone knife is broken. You must swiftly sharpen a new one." "There's no rush," Zhu Yuanyuan replied nonchalantly. "Sharpening a bone knife doesn't require much effort." Zhu Yuanyuan expressed her disagreement. "Brother, why have you only crafted a single weapon? Have you not considered preparing several spares at home, so that you may replace them as needed?" When she mentioned replacements, Zhu Yuanyuan paused for a moment, appearing somewhat bewildered, and replied, "No one in our clan does that." "Just because no one does it does not mean it cannot be done," Zhu Yuanyuan remarked casually, casting a glance at the person who had just entered. "Brother, you confine yourself at home every day, which must be rather dull. It would be far better to carve a few more bone knives or spikes. When the time comes for replacements, you can easily switch them out, and it would help pass the time as well. Most of the time, orcs engage in combat in their beast forms, only maintaining their human shapes when confronting formidable avians, at which point weapons become necessary. Once a weapon is damaged, they have no choice but to revert to their beast forms." In her opinion, knowing that bone knives and spikes are not particularly sturdy, yet failing to produce a few additional spares indicates a certain lack of foresight among these individuals. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan dismissed the notion, asserting that it was not yet fully dark, thus it was not too late. If you say it's not late, then so be it. Zhu Xiaofan shot a glance at the foolish error before turning to prepare salted meat for dinner. Zhu Chong received a reminder about his female offspring and immediately sought out the clan leader. Upon hearing his report, the leader clapped in approval. The bone knives deteriorated rapidly, necessitating frequent resharpening. "Indeed, that is a commendable approach," Zhu Shan mused, "but those fellows are gluttonous and playful, initially, without supervision. They will hardly possess the patience to refine the bone knives. Then let us find an elder orc, one who is more austere in temperament." Zhu Chong suggested with a slight smile. "They would surely be willing. Furthermore, gathering more individuals together will conserve firewood. In times of severe food and firewood shortages, the clan members would often band together for communal living. It is only now, with an ample supply of firewood, that they have chosen to separate. After all, a larger group tends to bring about discord over time, and it is far more comfortable to reside with one's kin. However, Solitary orcs often find their dwellings too desolate and would likely welcome the company of others. Zhu Shan was successfully persuaded and promptly resolved to speak with them the following day, suggesting they relocate to a larger cave. We must gather everyone to assist, Zhu Chang asserted. Moving firewood and provisions will require ample time, and a lack of manpower would be detrimental. If we do not complete the relocation before the snow begins to fall, it could spell trouble. Zhu Shan had no objections, entrusting the matter to him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang, had he known this would be the outcome, would have preferred to let Agon speak. His well-meaning suggestion to the clan leader ultimately led to his own predicament, leaving him utterly speechless. Regardless of his reluctance, the tasks at hand must be addressed. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhu Chang took his two sons out. The eldest, being well-disciplined, readily offered his assistance. The youngest, however, was less enthusiastic, claiming his youth rendered him ineffectual, and suggested it would be better not to cause any trouble. You must go, Zhu Xiaofan insisted vigorously, pushing them outside. Remaining at home only meant engaging in playful squabbles with his sister. It was far more productive to contribute to some work. Zhu Yongming was taken aback. How could his mother treat him in such a manner? Was he not her own flesh and blood? Since you have unraveled the truth, I shall no longer feign ignorance. Zhu Xiaofan replied with a blank expression. Years ago, your father ventured into the forest alone to hunt and encountered a cub, clutched in the jaws of a wild wolf. He brought it back to the tribe, but since no one claimed it, they had no choice but to raise it at home. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming smiled foolishly. It mattered little whether he ate barbecue or not. What was truly significant was partaking in the meat grilled by his father, signifying that he remained a cherished member of the family. Zhu Yonggan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, thinking his younger brother was truly foolish. Zhu Yongming was about to retort instinctively, but the words caught in his throat, and he instead mused that perhaps a little foolishness was a blessing, as long as their parents didn't banish him from their home. Hurry along, it's snowing, Zhu Chang urged. Whatever you have to say can wait until we're home. In this world, where medical care was scarce, a fever or cold could easily prove fatal, and even the most robust beast men had to take precautions. As soon as the three entered their dwelling, Zhu Xiaofan busied herself with patting the snow off their bodies. They couldn't immediately warm themselves by the fire. They needed to brush off the snow before it melted, lest they become soaked to the bone. After their flurry of activity, they all gathered around the hearth. Father. Elder brothers, Zhu Yuanyuan said, gesturing towards the stone pot suspended over the flames. I've prepared a warm broth. Please, drink some to warm yourselves. My little sister is truly precious, Zhu Yonggan said with a smile, as he affectionately ruffled the little fledgling's head. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Her elder brother still seemed to be in a state of confusion. Amidst her amusement, she felt a twinge of compassion, pondering whether she should bring the matter to light. The timid demeanor of her elder brother appeared rather pitiable. Clearing his throat, Zhu Yong bravely inquired, Sister, is your hand feeling better? Would you like to continue learning how to craft the bone knife with me? Zhu Yuanyuan promptly dismissed her unfortunate second brother from her thoughts, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she declared, Why not? After all, I have nothing better to do. A mere scratch on my hand won't hinder the sharpening of my bone knife. The spirit, Tongzi, expressed dissatisfaction. Are you being lazy and shirking your responsibilities again? You didn't even call for me, yet here I am. Zhu Yuanyuan reprimanded it with her thoughts. Tongzi felt somewhat disheartened, pondering how challenging this host was to manage. Reluctant to accept this reality, it feigned ignorance to her words and continued to insist, you should cherish the leisure of the snowy season, completing more tasks to accumulate knowledge points, which will enable you to purchase the items you require. Once spring arrives, you will be busy again. Zhu Yuanyuan expressed her frustration. Could you allow me a few days of respite? I am only 6 years old. Is it reasonable to impose such burdens on a child? The system replied with a hint of discontent, noting that in the interstellar realm, children commence their education at the age of 3, and Zhu had already fallen behind by 3 years. It was imperative for her to catch up. Different worlds warrant different approaches, Zhu Yuanyuan asserted confidently. Forcing growth is counterproductive. The system fell silent, grappling with the absurdity of such a notion. Ultimately, it conceded, for Zhu's obstinacy was proving to be quite vexing. Further argumentation might compel it to reboot. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled triumphantly, having rendered the system speechless. What she chose to pursue was her own affair, and she had no intention of becoming a mere puppet. If it were to address her as host, it must also acknowledge the reality of the situation and refrain from overstepping its bounds. In the days that followed, Zhu Yuanyuan diligently accompanied her elder brother in crafting bone knives. After much toil, her palms were sore and calloused, yet she finally produced an oddly shaped artifact. The blade was unevenly thick, bearing a subtle wave-like contour. With sufficient force, it could slice through potatoes and sweet potatoes, though for meat. It was advisable to use the old bone knife or her brother's newly sharpened one. Though the craftsmanship was far from perfect, Zhu Yuanyuan found great joy in her creation. A burgeoning sense of achievement blossoming within her that was difficult to forget. Zhu Yang stretched his neck to scrutinize his sister's creation. He contemplated delivering a sarcastic remark, yet recalled their mother's words, ultimately refraining from uttering anything unpleasant. Instead, he offered a dry compliment, saying, "Congratulations. Achieving this level with the bone knife on your first attempt is quite commendable." "Indeed," Zhu Yuanyuan replied unabashedly. "I will craft even better bone knives in the future." Zhu Yongmeng, blinded by ambition, boasted, "Excellent. I have no doubt that before long, you will surpass your elder brother in prowess." Zhu Yuanyuan. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongmeng indeed noticed it, yet he refrained from confronting his brother and sister about whether they were speaking ill of him. Instead, he turned away from everyone, huffing to himself, "I shan't engage in conversation with you. You have already spoken," Zhu Yuanyuan pointed out with candor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong and Zhu Xiaofan were diligently crafting bone knives, selecting large, flat beast bones for their meticulous work. And they had no intention of engaging in the subtle rivalries among the younger ones. How can one witness a rainbow without enduring the storm? Let it be. As long as the commotion remained subdued, they could feign ignorance. Days passed, and it was presumed that Zhu urged discovery in the woods would fade away. However, as the snow season gave way to spring, Zhu Yongmeng suddenly declared with a serious demeanor that he would seek out an uninhabited cave to live independently from now on. Within the tribe, there were numerous abandoned caves, often left behind by their owners who succumbed to illness or met with misfortunes while hunting. Once male beast men reached adulthood, they could choose to move into such caves if they desired solitude. Zhu's father and mother were slightly bewildered. "What? You wish to be independent at the tender age of 10? Actually, I am 11. Zhu Yongming corrected them earnestly. "I shall forever cherish the kindness you have bestowed upon me, and once I reach adulthood and join the hunting team, I will ensure your comfort in your later years." He then turned to his younger sister, advising her, "You have been delightful enough. You ought to be more spirited and bring joy to our parents during idle moments." Lastly, he addressed his elder brother, saying, "Thank you for your care. You are a wonderful big brother." The family listened in a daze, unable to grasp the situation at hand. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with concern, reached out to touch her elder brother's forehead, finding no sign of fever. Why was he suddenly speaking such nonsense? "I am fine," Zhu Yoming replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, reluctant to brush away his sister's delicate hand. With a tone imbued with melancholy, he explained, "There are many children in the family, and our parents are exhausted. I cannot continue to be a burden to you all." With that, he gathered a small bundle and began to leave, glancing back with each step, while the others were still processing the situation. Zhu Yuanyuan began to form an inkling of understanding. She cried out in anger, "Elder brother, stop. It is wrong to run away from home." "Run away from home?" Zhu Chang promptly reacted, furiously pursuing Zhu Yongming. He seized him and shook him vigorously, exclaiming, "You rascal," after spouting such a myriad of peculiar words. "Do you think you can escape? I believe you are simply itching for a beating. Strike him hard." Zhu Xiaofan declared indignantly. "What nonsense is this? You're wasting our precious time when we have significant matters to attend to today." Zhu Yuanyuan was curious about what significant matter was at hand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang has become even more ruthless. "If you continue to chatter aimlessly, when did we ever claim you were not our own? You mischievous lad, causing trouble so early in the spring." Zhu Xiaofan's tone was stern. "Should you jeopardize important matters, I shall ensure you go hungry for a few days." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang and Zhu Xiaofan exchanged glances, simultaneously ceasing their actions, vowing to address the matter in a few days. Brother Zhu Yongming was profoundly moved, enduring the pain to cling to a leg, lamenting that only you have shown me kindness. Alas, his sentiment did not endure for long, as Zhu Yong still had unspoken words. "We will all be quite occupied from here on. Who has the time to tend to the second brother? Be gentle. At the very least, he should be able to manage on his own with all limbs intact." "Brother," Zhu Yongming exclaimed as if struck by lightning, his eyes brimming with accusation. "How can you utter such words? You have truly disappointed me." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan sensed something amiss. Were there not two? Uncle Guo's injuries were too severe. After being treated for nearly half a month, there was no improvement, and he too had departed. Zhu's tone was laden with gravity. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment and recalled that it was last year when Uncle Guo had welcomed a robust baby boy. Why had no one mentioned it before? It was indeed him. Zhu Yong nodded affirmatively. "Just a while ago, my father encountered the clan leader while going out to assess the situation, which is how we came to learn of it. It turns out the news was not forgotten. Rather, it had only just been received." Zhu Yuanyuan let out a silent sigh, lamenting the abysmal state of medical care in the world. For many, saving 15 out of 16 severely injured kin was already a remarkable feat, but she could seek guidance from the Grand Shaman. She must strive diligently. Hoping to graduate soon. With a systematic marketplace at her disposal, she might procure effective remedies to clandestinely administer to the wounded, perhaps even saving all the gravely injured. Nurtured by such optimistic aspirations, Zhu Yuanyuan observed the entire episode of her second brother being chastised by their parents, who tugged at his ears. The reprimand revolved around the theme of whether he was biological or adopted. The discourse was so convoluted that she refrained from commenting on each point. Ultimately, by the end of it, Zhu Urge had come to the realization of his folly in taking their mother's jest seriously. Outside, the snow had yet to fully melt, and the young ones were advised against wandering aimlessly. Zhu Mama declared that little Ming should remain at home to play with his sister and reflect on his actions. With arrangements made, Zhu Chang and his wife departed with their eldest son. With a bruised face, Zhu Yongming pouted in indignation, lamenting, clearly, "It was Mother's misleading words that led me astray. How is this entirely my fault?" Zhu Yuanyuan sighed again. Such precious young ones. Who would ever abandon them in the woods? Zhu Yongming fell silent. He was not foolish. He simply had not delved deeply into the matter. To put it plainly, he was rather stubborn, believing whatever his mother said without questioning, his mind disinclined to shift perspectives. Now, having been awakened by his sister, Zhu Urge felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and bury himself in it, utterly mortified and furious. "I am weary," Zhu Yongming feigned composure. "Sister, you two should take a moment to rest. We must gather our strength for the evening when we shall escort Uncle Guo and the others into the tomb." Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Where was the burial cave? Why must they go there at night? Not far from here. "Once you arrive, you'll understand," Zhu Yong replied lethargically. "All kin who can walk, regardless of age, must attend. It is a clan tradition to conduct the burial at night. It is noteworthy that the Black Pig clan has a profound affinity for the color black, believing that the deceased should return to the embrace of the night. Thus, accompanying the departed into the burial cave under the veil of darkness is considered the highest blessing. The burial cave is said to be vast and steep. Even the sturdiest of Orcish beings, with their tough hides and robust physiques, could find themselves perilously close to losing their lives if they were to stumble. Fortunately, the funeral rites do not require anyone to enter the cave itself. The deceased are simply placed at the entrance, where the clan leader gently pushes them into the abyss. After the body has been lowered into the cave, the clan members offer an array of fruits and dried meats, standing in solemn silence for a quarter of an hour. This moment of reverence serves as a prayer for the departed, hoping they will soon be reborn into a prosperous tribe, free from the worries of sustenance, and enjoy a life devoid of hardship. Having scarcely passed her 6th year, Zhu Yuanyuan had never participated in such a significant event. With no relevant memories in her mind, she was moved by the solemnity of the proceedings her second brother had elucidated. Indeed, it possessed a certain gravitas. Verily, in any world, a funeral is invariably solemn and reverent. That evening, the family abstained from supper, opting instead to don their black cloaks as the sun dipped below the horizon. Preparing to depart, attending a funeral necessitated a certain sartorial decorum. Yuanyuan, Zhu Chong murmured, stroking the little's head, the path is treacherous. Tread carefully, and if need be, allow your mother to guide you. With the nascent arrival of spring, the forest's denizens are ravenous, posing a threat even in broad daylight, let alone under the cloak of night. The tribe's adult males were tasked with clearing the path and guarding the rear, ensuring the safety of the procession. The and young were positioned in the relatively safer middle. Consequently, Zhu's father was unable to attend to his partner and offspring, causing him considerable consternation. Fear not. My agility is unyielding. I harbor no trepidation towards traversing the snowy path, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted flippantly. Spare us your boasts, Zhu Yoming huffed. You have grown rotund. How nimble can you truly be? Upon discovering that he was the offspring of his father and mother, Zhu, the second brother, while elated, harbored a minor grudge against his sister for failing to alert him to their mother's jesting. Consequently, he seized every opportunity to needle his wicked sister, lest his heart find no solace. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan immediately flared up, asserting, I may be plump, but I am an agile one, unlike you, who is so heavy that you can barely move. Aren't you afraid that Hong Hong will disdain you? Nonsense. I am not overweight, Zhu Yong fiercely denied. In the past few months, I have made a concerted effort to reduce my meat intake. This was partly due to his fear of being cast out of his home, stemming from the misunderstanding that he was not a biological child. Oh, I see. You only eat 6 pounds of meat per meal, which is a reduction of 1 pound. How truly unfortunate for you, Zhu Yuanyuan coolly responded. Zhu Hong, who had struggled mightily to reach them, wore a look of disbelief. No way. Is a Ming really such a voracious eater? The appetite of a pig-like beastman is considerable. An adult beastman consumes at least 5 pounds of roasted meat per meal, while a young beastman, still growing, typically eats around 3 to 4 pounds. But 6 to 7 pounds? That was utterly akin to being a bottomless pit. Zhu Yong's face turned crimson as he exclaimed, Hong, do not listen to her nonsense. I merely indulged a bit after engaging in some vigorous activities. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a sarcastic tone, with only 29 days in a month, how could you possibly consume so much? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Hong. How impressive. The contrasting reactions of the two individuals caught Zhu Yuanyuan's attention. It was entirely normal for the second brother to be concerned about being ridiculed for his hearty appetite. Yet Hong Hong's attitude was rather intriguing, imbued with a hint of admiration. Doesn't your second brother eat even more than the adults? She inquired tentatively. Certainly, he does. Zhu Hong replied with a smile. My mother says that a young one with a hearty appetite is a good sign, indicating exceptional potential, and that he will undoubtedly grow into a formidable beast warrior in the future. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Is there really such a saying? Indeed, Zhu Hong affirmed confidently. A Ming will undoubtedly become one of the foremost warriors in the tribe. That's right. I will become exceptionally powerful, Zhu Yoming declared, raising his head and puffing out his chest, brimming with pride. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyu, and felt a heavy weight in her heart, and any thought of laughter vanished. Zhu Yongming and Zhu Hong also fell into silence. What were they to do from this point onward? Zhu Hong murmured. Ping Ping is not yet 2 years old and requires her mother's care, without our father to provide for us. The meager rations allocated by the clan barely keep us from starvation. Alas, Uncle Gua, at such an advanced age, finally welcomed a child. Reveling like a young lad as he boasted about it everywhere, claiming he would raise Ping Ping well. Yet, he spoke out of turn, Zhu Yongming's side. At that moment, Zhu Urge displayed an unusual air of maturity. We can only lend a helping hand and take extra care, Zhu Yuanyuan suggested. The old patriarch has cultivated potatoes and sweet potatoes, and this year, there will surely be an even greater harvest. We shall not allow anyone to go hungry. Zhu Hong recalled the new delicacies enjoyed during the snowy season, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. How wonderful it would be if one could feast to their heart's content every day. Zhu Yuanyuan was filled with confidence. All that was needed was to rally her kin to cultivate the land during their leisure hours, while continuing their customary hunting and gathering in the mountains. Satisfying their hunger would be an attainable goal. The snow-covered ground was treacherous, and the trio dared not engage in idle chatter, especially as they navigated through the nearby woods. Preparing to ascend the mountain, the short and stout young cub found himself at a distinct disadvantage, slipping back after only a few steps. Those ahead compacted the snow into ice, rendering the path perilous for those who followed. Zhu Xiaofan hurriedly extended her hand to support the person. Yuanyuan, shall I carry you? She asked. No need, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a serious expression. I can manage on my own. My second brother said that attending a funeral requires one to walk there for sincerity. It's merely a mountain to climb. I surely can handle it. Zhu Xiaofan did not insist. Very well. Then, she would let you try for yourself. After all, she would be right behind, ready to lend a helping hand at any moment. The path was slippery, and the chieftain leading the way consciously slowed his pace. What was not a particularly high mountain took over an hour to ascend, ultimately reaching the edge of the burial cave. Zhu Yuanyuan, still in her youth, was forbidden to approach the cave entrance, observing from a distance as the great shaman stood before the three departed souls, murmuring incantations while occasionally lifting hands and feet to perform certain gestures. It was reminiscent of engaging in some form of superstitious ritual. She found it rather unsurprising. In this world that venerates beast deities, her own peculiar origins and the even stranger sovereign made it quite normal to witness such mystical funeral rites. Yet, how could one consider it normal? The grave pit was unfathomably deep, and should one fall in, it was uncertain whether they could ever emerge. The shaman, nonetheless, stood perilously close to the cave's mouth, demonstrating remarkable audacity and skill. Yet, she could not fathom why she was drawn to undertake such a hazardous task. Concocting a pretext involving the favor of the beast deity to justify her actions, thus earning the chief's special regard and compelling the shaman to agree to instruct her. Was it still possible for her to reconsider her decision? It is impossible for Zhu Yuanyuan to have second thoughts. She harbors a secret that necessitates a formidable identity to lend credence to her revelations. While potatoes and sweet potatoes can be claimed to have been unearthed from the forest, can the techniques of pottery and charcoal production stand the same scrutiny? Even the most astute young ones are limited by their years. How could they possibly present numerous advanced technologies without eventually revealing some flaw? Moreover, the clan leader has already acknowledged her abilities and persuaded the great shaman to accept her. It is too late for her to reconsider. The day after the funeral, Zhu Yuanyuan was awakened early by her mother. After breakfast, her father personally escorted her to the great shaman's residence. Study diligently and refrain from mischief, Zhu Chang cautioned, his concern palpable. The great shaman is quite serious and adheres to strict protocols. If you misbehave, you will undoubtedly face punishment. Zhu Yuanyuan rubbed her sleepy eyes in response, acknowledging the early hour with a sigh. This was indeed too early. Zhu Xiaofan felt a twinge of sympathy, as the sky had yet to brighten. And even the great shaman had likely not risen. The young female cub, still in a state of slumber, had no appetite for food, consuming merely a palm-sized piece of roasted meat and a bowl of soup, far from sufficient to satiate her hunger. How could that be? The great shaman is known for his early risings, Zhu Chang remarked. He ventures into the mountains to gather herbs before dawn. If Yuanyuan wishes to acquire such skills, she must rise early. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang felt disheartened. Was his situation truly as dismal as they claimed? Zhu 80 felt a profound sense of disappointment. Yet he remained resolute in his decision to send the female cubs to the Great Witch as early as possible, taking action without hesitation. As he grasped the fleeting moments, he earnestly advised Yuanyuan to study diligently, to cultivate a thicker skin, for the Great Witch was merely a paper fox, not to be feared. Zhu Yuanyuan tilted her head to look at her father, blinking her large eyes and softly calling out, "Good morning, great sorcerer." Startled, Zhu Chang quickly turned around to clarify. "I did not intend to belittle you. It's just that. Where is everyone?" He glanced left and right, realizing that no one was in sight. Immediately, he adopted a stern expression and said, "Yuanyuan, perhaps you should offer an explanation?" Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes were half closed as she languidly remarked, "Waking up too early has left me dazed." Her demeanor was exceedingly indifferent. "At least conjure up a credible excuse." Zhu Chang sighed in frustration. Well, he decided to check if the Grand Sorcerer was at home, as her procrastination had consumed quite a bit of time, and he feared they might arrive too late. Alas, as a father, he had no choice but to indulge his own flesh and blood. "No way," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with unwavering confidence. "The Grand Sorcerer is surely at home waiting for me." Zhu Chang let out a scoff, declaring it impossible. "You are not a person of great significance. How could you possibly command the attention of the Grand Shaman?" Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head with a sigh. "Father, you are being foolish. The snow has yet to fully melt. Where would we find herbs to gather? Even if they existed, they would be buried beneath the snow, impossible to uncover. Are we to expect the Grand Shaman to clear the entire mountain of its snow?" This reasoning was sound, leaving Zhu Chang without a counterargument. He could only concede, "Indeed, I have underestimated the situation." Zhu Yuanyuan maintained a serious demeanor, stating that it was of no consequence and that they should simply consider things more thoughtfully in the future. Since they need not ascend the mountain to gather medicinal herbs, should they not return home first and come back later? Zhu Chang agreed, noting that arriving too early might disturb the great shaman's rest. As the father and daughter turned to leave, a cool male voice resonated from above. "Since you are already here, why return? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota." Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang was filled with joy, eagerly nudging Zhu Yuanyuan, urging her to be quick and alert, reminding her not to disappoint the clan leader and the great shaman. In his mind, he was calculating the benefits. Once his female offspring mastered the art of making frostbite ointment, they would no longer need to procure medicinal salves from the great shaman, thus saving a considerable amount of meat. However, if Zhu Yuanyuan were to discern her father's intentions, she might pour a bucket of cold water on him, for she was merely an apprentice, assisting in the selection of herbs and grinding them into powder, entirely unaware of the complete formula and the proportions of the ingredients. There was no way she could learn to make the ointment so swiftly. Fortunately, Zhu Chang kept these thoughts to himself, sparing Zhu Yuanyuan any unnecessary mental burden. She sat quietly on a low wooden stool, diligently sorting through the herbs, murmuring to herself, discarding weeds, tossing away the rotten ones, and setting aside the excessively dirty ones to wash and dry. Goodness, her eyes were truly about to be dazzled. In her opinion, the great shaman was frigid and unapproachable, resembling a moving block of ice, devoid of any allure. How could such a being possibly be a fox-beast man? It was utterly implausible. After spending an entire morning meticulously selecting herbs, Zhu Yuanyuan felt utterly exhausted. As she noticed the sun hanging high in the sky, a spark of energy surged within her. "Great Witch, it is time for lunch," she exclaimed. "Oh, Hu Yin too." Without even lifting his head, "There are some cured meats in the corner. You should fetch a couple of pieces to grill." "Me? Grill?" Zhu Yuanyuan could hardly believe her ears. Hu Yin coldly inquired, reluctant. No, I am willing." Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a grin. "It's just that I lack much cooking experience. Would you dare to eat what I prepare?" While she was certainly capable of grilling meat, she was merely 6 years old. How could the Great Witch command her to cook without concern for her well-being? "Once it's cooked, it can be eaten," Hu Yin retorted unfazed, his keen gaze landing on a certain plump little female. "If you cannot do it, I shall find someone who can." Good heavens! Was this a veiled threat that if she was incapable of grilling, he would seek another apprentice? It must be so. Zhu Yuanyuan was quite incensed. She dashed over to the corner of the wall indicated by the great sorcerer to procure some meat. Who said I cannot grill? My culinary skills are quite proficient. Since there is no requirement for flavor, merely the need for thorough cooking sufficed, and she certainly had no qualms. She washed and rinsed 2 large pieces of salted meat, slicing them into strips approximately 3 fingers wide, skewering them with long bamboo sticks, and placing them over the fire to roast. Every so often, she would turn them, brushing on a bit of seasoning, excluding salt. Ah, the honey is nearly depleted. I must devise a means to replenish it. In the past, it was always her second brother who led the gang to raid beehives, distributing the honey equally among them. Alas, that will no longer be feasible, for her second brother could not distinguish between truth and jest, and he had already concocted a plan to abscond from home. Thus, their father resolved to assign him more tasks to keep him occupied. He would undoubtedly be busy in the days to come. No matter. It is merely a matter of raiding beehives. She, now endowed with greater strength and swiftness, could certainly navigate the endeavor with a well-planned route. The aroma of the roasting meat gradually filled the air, prompting Huyin to finally set aside her work and sit quietly beside her. Zhu Yuanyuan was overwhelmed with joy, for her culinary skills proved to be quite remarkable, enticing the great witch Wu Xian to abandon her tasks and merely sit in anticipation of a meal. Before long, the marinated meat was ready, and Zhu Yuanyuan eagerly announced, "Great witch, the meat is ready to be served." Wu Xian, her expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, responded calmly, "Very well." With her slender, fair hands, she reached for a skewer of roasted meat, brought it to her lips, and took a bite, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. Observing Wu Xian's composed demeanor, devoid of any reluctance, Zhu Yuanyuan gleefully grabbed a skewer for herself. However, her little face scrunched up in displeasure as she exclaimed, "It's so salty. You didn't boil it in water for a few minutes." Wu Xian pointed out the oversight. "I'm sorry," Zhu Yuanyuan mumbled, "I forgot. I'll go boil it now." With that, she dashed off to fetch a small stone pot, filled it with clean snow, and placed it on the stove to heat. One cannot help but admire the favorable treatment the great witch received. Unlike other households, there were several stone pots of varying sizes here, the smallest being no larger than her head, and the largest capable of holding 400 to 500 pounds of meat. How luxurious it felt. Approximately half an hour later, a pot of savory salted meat soup was presented on the stone table. Zhu Yuanyuan beamed at Wu Xian and said, "Great witch, it's time to eat." Wu Xian's lips twitched slightly, forcing herself to maintain composure as she replied, "I'm not hungry. You should eat." The dark, oily concoction before her was unappetizing, and she found it difficult to partake. "How can that be?" Zhu Yuanyuan insisted, her round face serious. "One must eat well to have the strength to work. Great witch, you can't take your good health for granted. What if you end up ill from hunger?" Wu Xian replied quietly, "It is your pot of meat that will encounter problems once consumed." Zhu Yuanyuan, weren't we just saying to eat after cooking? Why have you become so picky again? Alas, one cannot take the words of males too seriously. Even the great ice mountain sorceress is no different. It is a disgrace to waste food, and Zhu Yuanyuan, unwilling to discard the entire pot of roasted salted meat soup, extracted the not-so-salty roasted meat, drained the excess liquid, and once more placed it over the fire to roast, laboring until the meat was barely palatable. As for the leftover soup, she pinched her nose and attempted to drink a few sips, only to find it both salty and greasy. That afternoon, Zhu Yuanyuan's stomach gurgled incessantly, prompting her to rush to the restroom 3 or 4 times before it finally settled. Yet, even when unwell, one must attend to their duties. There is no such thing as a sick leave. Huyin observed the pale-faced, plump female and inquired if she was still able to work. Zhu Yuanyuan weakly replied that she could, to which Huyin expressed satisfaction and pointed to the corner, instructing her to crush that bag of medicine into powder. Zhu Yuanyuan followed the direction indicated by the great shaman and gasped in astonishment. The enormous, taut beast skin bag could easily contain 2 of her. Glancing at the large stone mortar used for grinding herbs, a sense of impending doom welled up within her. The great shaman, Zhu Yuanyuan, licked her lips, asked in a parched voice, "Is there a stipulated time frame?" Huyin replied succinctly, 3 days. This meant she had to pulverize the entire contents of the beast's skin bag into powder within that time limit. The task was exceedingly daunting, and her rudimentary tools were utterly inadequate. Zhu Yuanyuan recalled the herb grinders she had seen in her previous life, those that could be operated by foot, remarkably efficient. She resolved to devise a means to create one. Although the herb grinder appeared simple, constructing a functional one proved challenging for someone unfamiliar with its structure. Fortunately, there was a virtual marketplace, and after a thorough search, she successfully located the item she desired. As the sun began to set, Zhu Yuanyuan left the great shaman's abode. Not rushing home, but instead heading to the riverside stone beach, where she meticulously selected 2 stones, one large and one small, and a wooden stick as thick as her arm. The large stone resembled a rectangular prism, while the small stone was round and flat. After much grinding and hammering, she finally fashioned a rudimentary herb grinder. Zhu Yuanyuan compared the finished product with the images of the goods for quite some time, a triumphant smile spreading across her face as she realized she had saved 10 knowledge points. Indeed, the price of the herbal grinder sold in the virtual marketplace was set at 10 knowledge points. The system was nearly driven to a breakdown in frustration. Host, is the product display image truly effective? It inquired. Absolutely, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a mischievous grin. Thank you, dear system. Without you, I would have remained oblivious to the intricate structure of this herbal grinder. Oh, my host is simply marvelous, the system retorted with a hint of sarcasm. With more practice, you could eventually become a master artisan. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a sigh, expressing her desire but lamenting her lack of leisure time. For she aspired to become a great sorceress, and time was of the essence. Tongzi, oblivious to her true intentions, overlooked the evidence of her idleness, the mortar and pestle lying on the ground. This tool was intended to enhance work efficiency, and Zhu Yuanyuan, with righteous fervor, quoted a profound adage: to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. Had Tongzi never heard this? Tongzi chose silence. Alas, having selected this host, she could only endure the frustration. The following morning, Zhu Yuanyuan eagerly took Xuchang to the stone beach, pointing at the completed mortar and pestle with a sweet smile, saying, Father, please help me carry this to the great sorceress's home. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang wrinkled his nose in disdain, but ultimately lifted the larger stone, while Yuanyuan busily transported the small rock with a wooden stick. The great shaman had asserted that cubs should not be overly pampered. Thus, he intended to demonstrate to the great shaman that Yuanyuan was far from delicate and quite industrious. All right, Zhu Yuanyuan chirped in response, bending down to grasp the small stone. The father and daughter worked in harmony, swiftly relocating the mortar to the great shaman's abode. Huyin, who was having breakfast, furrowed her brow upon witnessing the scene. What an unsightly stone! What purpose does it serve here? She remarked. For grinding medicinal powder, Zhu Yuanyuan replied. Huyin cast a cold glance at the chubby little female as she positioned the item, and after a brief assessment, she understood and chose to remain silent. However, Zhu Chang lingered, insisting, Yuanyuan, give this ugly thing a try. I wish to see how it grinds the medicinal powder. This was no trivial matter, and Zhu Yuanyuan readily acquiesced. Very well. She placed the mortar in front of a small wooden stump, dragged over the beast skin bag containing the medicinal herbs specified by the great shaman, opened it, and tossed a handful into the mortar. Once seated, she pressed down on both ends of the wooden stick, grinding back and forth. My legs are a bit short. I lack sufficient strength, she noted. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, rising to grasp the wooden stick and grinding the herbs into powder with repeated motions. It proved quite convenient. Zhu Chang observed with curiosity, step aside. Allow me to give it a try. No problem, Zhu Yuanyuan eagerly acquiesced, promptly stepping aside to direct her father in pouring the herbal powder into the prepared clean wooden barrel. Zhu Chang, a mid-level warrior of the Xian rank and a robust male orc, possessed strength far exceeding that of Zhu Yuanyuan. In no more than a dozen rotations, the newly added herbs were ground into powder. Finding the task amusing, he continued to pour the powdered herbs, toss in more ingredients, and repeat the grinding process. Within half an hour, he had ground through most of a large bag of herbs. Huyin had transitioned from covert glances to direct stares, her impatience growing. She could no longer restrain herself and urged him to leave. Have you had your fun? If you're done, hurry up and don't disrupt Zhu Yuanyuan's work. Don't worry. Great witch, I'm helping her, Zhu Chang replied with a silly grin. Huyin, frowning, firmly refused. No way. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang was in a state of utter frustration, contemplating the absurdity of grasping the little female by her ears and bellowing medicine grinder. However, upon meeting the frost-laden gaze of Huyin, he instantly retreated, murmuring, I shall take my leave. Goodness, the grand sorceress was indeed formidable, while he did not fear her physical prowess. He was well aware that she possessed countless methods to teach him a lesson. As for the amusing medicine grinder, it was within his capabilities to replicate what Yuanyuan could create, albeit requiring a bit of time and effort in the future. He could utilize it to crack hard-shelled fruits or grind bones into powder. After bidding farewell to his father, Zhu Yuanyuan exhaled in relief and hurried back into the cave to resume his unfinished tasks. To his surprise, upon entering, he discovered the grand sorceress seated upon a small wooden stool, energetically operating the grinder, producing a rhythmic sound that resonated with a sense of satisfaction. Zhu Yuanyuan. This is truly not a toy. Those who have experienced the era of information explosion do not perceive the ancient medicine grinder as particularly rare, until they witness the great shaman reveling in its use, realizing that they have indeed created something remarkable. Thus, the question arises, will she quietly retreat outside the cave? Or will she feign ignorance, approaching with an innocent expression to suggest that the great shaman take a rest? Zhu Yuanyuan opted for the third approach, boldly stepping forward and declaring, Great Witch, kindly step aside, my task is not yet complete. Huyin cast a withering glare, yet Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with mirth. Feigning ignorance of the tension, the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Ultimately, Huyin, with a hint of annoyance, instructed, Go to the side and identify the herbs. Pay close attention to their appearance and characteristics, lest you fail to recognize any. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling dejected, responded in acknowledgement, understanding the situation. Humph. She was well acquainted with numerous herbs, yet she chose not to reveal her knowledge for the time being. Nevertheless, she remained confident that one day she would astonish everyone. The medicinal ingredients in the leather pouch were swiftly dealt with, but Huyin still felt unsatisfied. After cleaning the mortar and pestle, she retrieved another pouch of herbs to continue her work. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan secretly lamented that the great sorcerer had initially deemed her too delicate. Fearing she would be incapable of enduring the rigors of study, he had refrained from broaching the topic of apprenticeship, merely suggesting she come and give it a try. Yet now, he had unequivocally established their master-disciple relationship. Nonetheless, exchanging a crude medicinal grinder for a master seemed quite a bargain to her, leaving her with no grounds for objection. After indulging in this novelty for nearly half a month, Huyin's enthusiasm for the grinder began to wane, and she commenced a rigorous regimen of instruction for her pampered disciple. Together, they ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, during which she imparted techniques for identifying and processing medicinal materials. By day, Zhu Yuanyuan studied under her master, and by night, she learned from the overseer. Under the weight of such immense pressure, she visibly began to lose weight at an alarming rate. Zhu Xiaofan felt a deep ache in her heart and couldn't help but express her concerns to her partner, questioning whether the grand shaman was being overly stringent. After all, their little Yuanyuan was only 6 years old, yet she was burdened with the demands of learning various disciplines, leaving her with scant time for both cultivation and honing her hunting skills. While Zhu Chang also felt a pang of sympathy, he approached the matter with a more rational mindset. He believed that as long as she mastered the grand shaman's abilities, her future would be secure, rendering the lack of hunting prowess inconsequential. Though his reasoning was sound, Zhu Xiaofan couldn't shake her worries. Previous experiences had shown that other clan leaders had sent their young ones to learn, only for them to fail to acquire the necessary skills. What if Yuanyuan did not grasp the grand shaman's teachings? Failing to learn both the mystical arts and hunting skills would leave her at a disadvantage upon hearing this. Zhu Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Indeed, among the 3 children in the family, Yuanyuan is the most astute, and Aegon is commendable as well. Only little Ming, alas, Zhu Yongming, with his ears perked up, felt as if he were inflating like a pufferfish. Mother, what do you mean? You could simply praise Yuanyuan without dragging me down in the process. Zhu Xiaofan felt exceedingly embarrassed and said, "I merely spoke casually." "You may as well pretend you did not hear it." Zhu Yongming, unwavering and relentless, "I heard him loud and clear. Do not attempt to play tricks." "Ming, it is time to head out," Zhu Chang interjected to extricate his companion from the predicament. "Stop dawdling. Even the young females are more industrious than you." "Understood. I shall depart at once," Zhu Yongming replied with impatience. Rather than endure the incessant nagging at home or even face a beating, it would be far better to arrive early at the assembly point and join his companions to discuss their forthcoming endeavors. They were all just over 10 years of age. Having studied for 5 years and had learned nearly everything essential, it was now the time for independent practice in the woods, which filled them with great excitement. "I will accompany my father on the hunt," Zhu Hong remarked with a smile, as he promised to take a few days off. Zhu Yongming furrowed his brow, expressing his reluctance for his father, who was both fierce and unreasonable, to accompany him. "What will you do then?" Zhu Hong inquired with concern. The master had forbidden collective action, permitting only one elder to accompany them for 3 days, and your mother's capabilities are insufficient. "No worries, I have my grandfather," Zhu Yongming replied with great pride, confident that he would not be refused. However, Zhu urged assumption of invulnerability met with a harsh reality. His grandfather, Zhu Dayou, not only declined but also reprimanded him sternly, stating, "You know very well that I am exceedingly busy each day. Where would I find the time to wander aimlessly in the woods with you?" Zhu Yongming, filled with indignation, argued that with many individuals engaged in the arduous task of cultivating potatoes and sweet potatoes, his absence would hardly matter. "Nonsense," retorted Zhu Dayou, adopting a stern demeanor. "Potatoes and sweet potatoes are vital sustenance for us. The old patriarch places great importance on them. I cannot afford to take a leave of absence. You should consult your father." "Grandfather, you are well aware that father does not harbor fondness for me," Zhu Yongming lamented. "If it were my sister in need, he would undoubtedly oblige her and offer his unwavering support. However, for me, the outcome is uncertain. It is indeed certain that he would agree, yet he would impose various conditions, seeking every opportunity to exploit his labor." Zhu Yongming yearned to escape the tiresome existence of being constantly directed by his father. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. The tribe had flourished over the years, attracting numerous struggling pig-orc tribes to seek refuge. With the improvement in living standards, the physical well-being of the tribe members had also enhanced, resulting in a significant increase in the birth rate of the young, with the population exceeding 1,000. However, a tribe of over 1,000 members could hardly be considered large. Everyone was aware of her apprenticeship under the Grand Shaman, and the fact that she had not been cast out for a decade made little difference whether it was mentioned or not. Just then, after leaving the Grand Shaman's residence, she encountered a group of playful younglings who, upon seeing her, immediately shouted, "Little Grand Shaman." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically, the juxtaposition of small and big sounding rather awkward. "Little Great Shaman. This won't do," a 6-year-old female pouted. "Father says that addressing you this way is a sign of respect. How can you find it distasteful?" "It's not that I find it distasteful," Zhu Yuanyuan awkwardly clarified. "I have yet to graduate. My master is the true Great Shaman. This doesn't quite feel right." "Never mind. Call me whatever you wish." She felt an increasing sense of embarrassment, fearing that continuing this conversation might give rise to rumors about her aspiring to usurp the position of the Great Shaman. With her life becoming somewhat easier, a sense of emptiness began to creep in, prompting her to seek out some amusement. After parting ways with the young ones, Zhu Yuanyuan ventured outside the valley with a large bamboo basket. She intended to explore the mountains and gather some herbs. At the tender age of 10, she had become the youngest yellow-tier warrior in the tribe. Her master believed she possessed the capability to forage for herbs independently. As long as she didn't stray too far, she would be safe from mortal dangers, and thus, he no longer accompanied her on her herb-gathering excursions. She felt a greater sense of freedom without her master as presence on the mountain. But on occasions when her haul was meager or when she urgently needed common medicinal herbs, she would purchase them from the system's marketplace. Zhu Yuanyuan consistently reaps considerable rewards from her endeavors, having suffered only a few setbacks, which has alleviated her family's concerns. They no longer oppose her solitary excursions, instead reminding her to exercise caution and refrain from venturing deep into the wilderness teeming with wild beasts. After meandering through the mountains, she successfully gathered nearly a full basket of honeysuckle, mint, plantain, and motherwort, feeling satisfied as she prepared to return. It is essential to handle medicinal herbs promptly, as lingering too long in the mountains is inadvisable. As she approached the tribe, she encountered a group of several dozen orc warriors from the Flying Tiger clan. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the leader as a familiar face. Zhu Yuanyuan slowed her pace to greet him. "Brother Baishur, is it your team's turn to head to the seaside this year?" "Indeed," Baishur replied with a smile, after resting in the tribe for over half a year. "It is time for some activity. You just returned from herb gathering, I see." "Yes, I took advantage of a free day to collect some necessary herbs," Zhu Yuanyuan responded. As they conversed, they entered the valley. The Black Pig tribe, having absorbed other small pig or clans, retained its name while forging an alliance with the Flying Tiger tribe. Each summer, they send 50 tribesmen together to the seaside to produce snowflake salt. This so-called snowflake salt is derived from boiling seawater after filtering out impurities. It is finer and whiter than coarse salt and lacks the bitter taste, earning its name due to its resemblance to snowflakes. Traveling together not only ensures safety, but also enhances efficiency during the salt production process. "You are truly capable," Baishur praised without reservation. "With your talents, have you considered joining our White Tiger clan as a great shaman?" "No," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, shaking her head vigorously. "I have my father, mother, and siblings. I would never join another tribe." Baishur did not relent. "Think it over. Should you change your mind one day, feel free to seek me out." Zhu Yuanyuan, with a serious expression, emphasized that she would not change. She is quite fond of her current life and has no desire to alter it. Baishur, unable to contain a sigh, asked, "Can you not leave me a glimmer of hope?" Zhu Yuanyuan shot a glare, urging him to refrain from speaking in ambiguous terms, for she had no desire to hear rumors about our association tomorrow. Baishur, unabashed, chuckled. "This is easily resolved. Once we establish the truth, it will no longer be mere gossip." "No," Zhu Yuanyuan firmly declined. "You are far too old. Besides, we are old acquaintances. How could I possibly initiate anything?" Baishur, suddenly agitated, thrust his large face close to hers and exclaimed, "Look at me. Where am I old? We are merely 10 years apart, which means nothing to us. If you feel too familiar to act, simply close your eyes." Zhu Yuanyuan, it is utterly impossible to acquiesce, regardless of how eloquently someone may extol their case. A refusal must be steadfastly maintained. Seizing the opportunity, she remarked, "I have matters to attend to. For inquiries regarding the salt production team, you should consult our clan leader." Each year, the delegation for salt harvesting by the sea is orchestrated by the clan leader. She is typically engrossed in foraging for medicinal herbs and healing, thus remains largely uninformed about such affairs. "No need to rush," Baishur said, rubbing his hands together. "Allow me to assist you with your basket." Zhu Yuanyuan deftly evaded, asserting, "No, I can manage on my own. It's not particularly heavy." It was a jest, as she had clearly declined assistance, feeling it inappropriate to impose on others. Moreover, over the years, she had acquired numerous fine items from the marketplace, such as intermediate body refinement potions and intermediate gene optimization elixirs, in addition to strength-enhancing pills, agility pills, and vitality-restoring pills, among others. With an abundance of nourishing fare, her strength had significantly increased, and her agility had improved, making it a mere trifle to carry a basket not fully laden with herbs. Baishur, repeatedly rebuffed, wore a pained expression and remarked, "Yuanyuan, you truly are becoming less endearing as you mature. I recall you once adored my visage and even referred to me as a flower handsome." "Did I?" she retorted, her ears tinged with warmth, yet steadfastly denying it. "You must be imagining things." Baishur, both exasperated and amused, countered, "I've heard it not just once or twice. Many others have too, including your second brother." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth. "Get lost. I have no time to waste on your nonsense. Just give me a straight answer, and I promise I won't bother you for the next few months," Baishur solemnly pledged. "Huh, you're quite the dreamer," Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed repeatedly. "Has no one told you that I'm only 16 years old?" Baishur was taken aback, realizing his miscalculation. Among the orcs, both males and females reach adulthood at 18. Before that age, they do not seek partners. If one attempts to find an underage orc to form a bond, they will not only fail to receive the blessing of the great shaman, but also endure a severe beating until they change their mind. Bashir had frequented the Black Pig tribe over the years, encountering Zhu Yuanyuan, and each time, from initial unfamiliarity to acquaintance, he had gradually developed feelings for her. In a moment of carelessness, he had misremembered the young female's age. Well, let's pretend I said nothing. We can discuss it again in a couple of years. Bashir said with a nonchalant smile. Yuanyuan, go about your business. I'll go find your tribal chief. All right, Zhu Yuanyuan, and agreed readily. After they parted ways, Bai Peng, the slightly overweight male following Bashir, asked in astonishment, Shiji, are you just giving up like that? What else can I do? Bashir retorted irritably. She's still underage. I don't want to be ganged up on by her family. Being beaten is a minor matter. Being expelled from the Black Pig tribe and forbidden from approaching in the future would be a disaster. It's not that serious, is it? Bai Peng scratched his head. I've seen many young females find partners before adulthood, only holding the ceremony when they come of age. Bai Peng, are you an imbecile? Bai Peng. The lean male beside him chided with a laugh. That's because they like each other. As long as they don't share a cave, their families won't interfere. Don't call me Bai Peng. I'm Bai Peng. Bai Peng raised his foot to kick. Don't think you're so clever. Everyone knows what you mean. You're implying that the young female Shiji doesn't like him. Oh, Bai Peng has become clever for once. Bai Peng dodged left and right, a smug grin on his face. Unfortunately, I'm still better than you. Even if Bai Ji used his foot, I could dodge. Bashir felt as if he had been stabbed several times in the heart. Is it really okay to say these things in front of me? Seeing the two, one fat and one thin, getting increasingly outrageous, his eyes flashed fiercely. He picked up a piece of firewood from the roadside and began striking them on the head. Ack! Bai Peng and Bai Ping cried out in unison. Shiji, stop. After a round of chaotic blows, Bashir vented his anger and said with a dark face, don't be so loose-tongued. If there's a next time, I'll break both your legs. Bai Peng and Bai Ping felt a chill in their legs and sheepishly agreed, understood. The other Flying Tiger tribe orcs who had remained silent couldn't help but rejoice. It's a good thing we weren't being mouthy, or we'd be the ones with bruised faces. Having disciplined the tribesman who had stabbed him in the heart, Bashir walked towards the home of Zhu Shan, the Black Pig tribe chief, feeling refreshed. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Apart from him, 20 other members of the Flying Tiger tribe had come to the seaside this time. It was impossible to fit everyone into one home, so he simply didn't bring anyone, letting them rest in a shady spot outside and telling them not to wander around. The other Flying Tiger tribe orcs responded in unison. Bai Peng and Bai Ping, however, were a beat slower, replying weakly, got it. Bashir cast a cold glance. What? Are your hides still itching? No. Bai Peng and Bai Ping hurriedly shook their heads. We just feel pain. We don't even have the strength to speak. That's why we were a little slow. Oh, Bashir said with a sardonic smile. So I misunderstood you. Fine, you can rest well. In 2 days, when we set off for the seaside, we'll inevitably encounter danger. There won't be any time to nurse your wounds. Bai Peng muttered, these wounds were inflicted by you. Do you need me to punch you a few more times? Bashir asked. No need. Bai Peng immediately refused, retreating dozens of steps to maintain a safe distance. Bai Ping blinked his eyes and gave a strained smile. Shiji, hurry and go in. The sooner you finish your business, the sooner we can set off, saving us from spending too much time in the Black Pig tribe. It wasn't easy to find a cave that could accommodate more than 20 people in the Black Pig tribe. It was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Most importantly, Bai Ping didn't want to flaunt his bruised face everywhere, lest he be laughed at. Bashir couldn't possibly miss his companion's thoughts. He scoffed and strode to the outside of Zhu Shan's home, knocking on the half-closed stone door. Chief Shan, I am Bashir from the Flying Tiger tribe, here to discuss the matter of obtaining salt from the seaside. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Shan stepped out to greet Bashir. Are you leading the team this year? He inquired. Indeed, Bashir nodded in affirmation. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they decided to seek out others without even entering the door. This time, our team leader is Zhu Yuanyuan. You should be familiar with him. Bashir paused thoughtfully before nodding, acknowledging that he had encountered the formidable brother Yuanyuan a few times, noting his impressive status as a pinnacle warrior of the yellow tier. Oh, not at all, Zhu Shan replied with a sigh. You are merely a novice warrior of the Xian tier. He still has a long way to go. In truth, he felt quite pleased. The qualifications of the pig beastmen could not be compared to those of the flying tiger beastmen. Achieving the pinnacle of the yellow tier by the age of 28 was indeed commendable. Bai Shi smiled, but remained silent. The two ventured to Zhu Yuanyuan's residence in search of him, only to find themselves at a loss, encountering instead the busy Riqua, who was occupied with herbal preparations. "Oh dear, my memory fails me," Zhu Shan exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "Today, it happens to be the turn of the fourth hunting team to enter the mountains. Shall we wait here for a while?" Bai Shi's lips twitched slightly. "That works. Even if we are eager, it is unlikely we will depart today. Waiting a bit longer is perfectly fine." In the sweltering summer, the cave lacked a fire pit, but fortunately, Zhu Yuanyuan had learned much from her virtual classes. She managed to gather resin and pine cones from the mountains to create simple torches, ensuring that the dim light at home would not hinder their work. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, making it unsuitable to labor in the heat, as one could easily succumb to heatstroke. Now, with the cave's coolness and the illumination of the torches, they felt quite comfortable. Finding the stillness tedious, Zhu Shan cheerfully inquired, "Yuanyuan, when shall we commence the charcoal burning this year?" Zhu Yuanyuan did not answer directly, but instead posed a rhetorical question. "Isn't this a matter that should concern you as the clan leader? Why inquire of me?" Zhu Shan chuckled. "To those capable, much is required." Zhu Yuanyuan, showing no hint of embarrassment, replied, "I believe my work pace leaves much to be desired. Perhaps you should delegate this task to someone else." Zhu Shan shook his head, expressing his lack of confidence in others. If the charcoal was not successfully produced, would not all the hard work of gathering it go to waste? "Yuanyuan, I understand you are busy. Tomorrow I shall speak to the great shaman and request your assistance for a few days." The chieftain remained steadfast in his decision, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan with no alternative but to nod in agreement, acknowledging that it truly required his intervention, for otherwise her master would never consent. Finally, Bai Shi, who had been excluded from the discussion, seized the opportunity to speak up. "Chieftain Shan, Yuanyuan, would it be possible for you to produce a greater quantity? We are willing to exchange meat for charcoal." Zhu Shan was taken aback. "I recall that you had changed your method of charcoal production upon your return. Why then do you still come to our tribe to exchange for charcoal?" Bai Shi elucidated, "The successful yield of charcoal is exceedingly scarce, insufficient for our needs. We are uncertain where the issue lies, having wasted a considerable amount of firewood. Consequently, the villagers are now quite reluctant to produce charcoal on their own. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." The inquiry posed by Zhu Yuanyuan was not particularly challenging, yet Bai Shi hesitated for an extended period and ultimately failed to provide a response. At that moment, Zhu Yong bravely entered the house, and upon seeing Zhu Shan, his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Why is the clan leader in my home? Everyone has been searching for you," Zhu Shan exclaimed. "Bai Shi has arrived," he continued. "You should discuss with him the timing for our journey to the seaside and ensure you have a clear understanding of what to bring." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu bravely scratched his head and said, "Well, a 61-year-old Xian tier warrior is hardly considered old. Even the elder patriarch refuses to embrace age. You cannot speak in such a manner." His tone was sincere, which should have endeared him to others. However, Zhu Shan, upon hearing this, promptly delivered a heavy slap to his back. "You rascal! I have not been idle. Do not utter such nonsense that tarnishes my reputation." Zhu bravely protested. Nearly on the verge of tears, "I did not. I never said that you were lazy." Zhu Shan let out a cold snort without offering an explanation. Yet inwardly, he silently scoffed, merely refraining from articulating his thoughts aloud. Zhu Yuanyuan suppressed a smile, for after so many years of companionship, those close to her understood what kind of person her elder brother was. Simple in appearance yet meticulous in thought, his words often concealed deeper meanings. No matter how innocent he tried to appear, it was futile. He could only deceive outsiders. Perhaps aware that he could not placate the clan leader, Zhu Yuanyuan awkwardly shifted the topic, inquiring about his younger sister's day on the mountain gathering herbs. "It went well?" Zhu Yuanyuan replied. "With the heat. Indulging in barbecued meat can easily lead to discomfort. I gathered some herbs that alleviate heat and clear fire, and I occasionally brew herbal soups for everyone to share." Zhu Shan's eyes sparkled with interest. This was quite promising. The clan was indeed a source of constant concern, keeping him perpetually occupied to the point where blisters had formed at the corners of his mouth. As for the carefree Zhu Yuanyuan, The clan leader truly had a penchant for idleness, yet he would not tolerate any remarks about it. Well, never mind, it was not worth quarreling with the elder. Ahem. Bai Shi cleared his throat, noting that Yuanyuan was often foraging for herbs in the vicinity. Perhaps she might consider venturing further afield, as it could yield even greater rewards. Zhu Yuanyuan turned her head to look, contemplating that unfortunately her abilities did not permit her to venture too far. It's all right. Zhu bravely volunteered, when I return from the seaside, I will find time to take you for a stroll in the deep mountains. Who knows how long that will take? Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, dousing him with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. Seeking you out is hardly as worthwhile as seeking out my father. After all, he is at the pinnacle of the Xian stage and far more formidable than you. Zhu Yuanyuan heard the sound of a heart shattering. In truth, there was no need to wait. With a smile, Bai Shi suggested, we must traverse several uninhabited mountains and forests to reach the seaside. With a group, there is little danger. Why not go together? Zhu Yuanyuan widened her eyes in surprise. You make a compelling point. In her previous life, her finances were constrained, and time was limited. Even with convenient transportation, she could not wander freely. Now, having arrived in this new realm, the prospect of traveling was undeniably enticing. It would be wonderful to gather various medicinal herbs, but if that proved impossible, she could at least enjoy a leisurely trip, seizing the opportunity to procure more items from the system's marketplace. No, you cannot go, Zhu Shan objected. Yuanyuan, you are still young. We shall discuss this when you possess the ability to protect yourself. After all, Yuanyuan had garnered the favor of the beast god and was destined to become the tribe's future shaman. She could not simply depart from the tribe. Should any unforeseen events occur, they would lament their decision too late. It was all Bai Shi's fault for bringing up the idea of venturing far to gather herbs. He must be harboring some ill intentions. With such thoughts in mind, Zhu Shan cautiously reached out to pull her away. Come on, let us go. If you have something to discuss, do it at my home. Do not disturb Yuanyuan while she is working. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes and expressed, no need. It's rather dull for me to work alone. Your conversations here are quite enjoyable and help alleviate my boredom. Zhu Yang bravely concurred. My sister rarely partakes in hunting training and spends her days learning from the great shaman without making friends. It's a rare opportunity for her to connect with someone. And how can the clan leader disrupt that? Ah, gone, you foolish boy, Zhu Shan exclaimed in frustration. Can't you see that the lad from Bai Shi harbors ill intentions? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan rose and spoke with a solemn expression. Clan leader. My elder brother joined the hunting team and ventured into the mountains at the tender age of 11, and I am already 16. How can one grow without confronting danger? Her younger sister echoed her sentiments, and Zhu Yong bravely supported her, stating, we are numerous. We will surely protect her. The clan leader, with a smile, added, Yuanyuan is on the brink of adulthood and possesses her own thoughts. You cannot make decisions for her. This struck a poignant chord. Seeing that he could not dissuade him, Zhu Shan could only frown and acquiesce, saying, all right, if you wish to go, then go ahead, but the accompanying personnel must be adjusted. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly experienced an ominous premonition. You remain in the tribe, and let your father lead the team, Zhu Shan remarked. Zhu Yuanyuan was in a state of distress, his eyes wide with determination. Chieftain, it was you who entrusted me with this mission. You cannot go back on your word. Zhu Shan nodded in acknowledgement of the truth in his statement. However, you lack the strength to safeguard Yuanyuan, since you have endorsed her participation in the team. The only course of action is to replace you with your father. Zhu Yong was perplexed, realizing that the blame lay with himself. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. It is perfectly acceptable for my father to lead the team, so why am I unable to join? There is no rule in the tribe prohibiting both father and son from simultaneously going to the seaside to collect salt. Zhu Shan calmly remarked, your younger brother is too hasty. You must remain at home to care for your mother. There was no flaw in his words, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan utterly speechless. Zhu Yuanyuan could not suppress her laughter, realizing that experience prevails. Her elder brother was indeed too youthful. Sister, Zhu Yong protested with discontent. It is precisely because you insisted on joining the team that I was replaced by the clan leader, yet you seem to find such joy in this situation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Shan. With a spirited demeanor is indeed quite remarkable. Though this lad may indulge in his mischief, he possesses an understanding of decorum, otherwise. The steadfast elders of the Flying Tiger clan would never entrust him with leadership. Baishir fervently nodded, affirming, indeed, I am a genuine beast man. The news of Zhu Yuanyuan's intention to accompany the salt-gathering team to the seaside spread like wildfire. The following day, as she prepared her change of beast-skin garments and set out with her father, numerous tribespeople intercepted her along the way, earnestly imploring her to remain within the confines of the tribe. One tribesman remarked, "What is there to gain out there? The wilderness is rife with beasts. One cannot eat well or sleep soundly. It is far better to stay at home, where one can idly collect herbs on the mountain, eat when desired, and sleep at leisure." Another added, "The outdoors lacks proper bathing facilities. Given your penchant for cleanliness, can you truly endure 10 days or more without a wash?" A third tribesman joined the chorus, and the cacophony of voices left Zhu Yuanyuan's head spinning. Frustrated, she raised her voice to call for silence. "Wait. Please allow me a moment to speak." The crowd fell into silence, casting disapproving glances in her direction, for the young shaman was indeed quite domineering, not even permitting others to voice their thoughts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from her forehead. "I merely wish to venture outside, to gather some herbs that are not found nearby, and to broaden my horizons." "What is wrong with that? What if you encounter danger?" One of the tribesmen interjected. "You are the only one favored by the great shaman. If anything were to befall you, it would bring misfortune upon us all." "Have you invoked misfortune upon me even before I set foot outside?" Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her discontent palpable. The tribesman hastily shook his head. No. I only expressed concern for your safety. I meant no ill will." However, Zhu Yuanyuan's heart had already soared beyond the confines of her home, and no one could sway her resolve. Ultimately, it was the chieftain who intervened, bidding everyone to disperse. "I have traversed this path countless times. As long as I remain vigilant, I shall return safely. Everyone should continue with their own tasks without worry," Zhu Shan declared with a stern expression. "In just a couple of years, Yuanyuan will come of age. Can we truly confine her within the tribe? Excessive restrictions may only fuel rebellious inclinations, risking her being led astray by some scoundrel outside." Zhu Shan pondered, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the smiling Baishir beside him. He thought to remind Changgu a few more times to ensure he didn't stray too far from Yuanyuan. It was time to depart. Baishir strode over, aware that any further delay would cause them to miss their first destination for the evening. Turning to Zhu Yuanyuan, he inquired, "Shall I carry you away?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan glanced around, her gaze drifting upwards as she sighed, wishing fervently for wings of her own. In her beast form, which weighed merely around 10 pounds, she felt exceedingly inconspicuous among the 20 or so adult pig beastmen, each weighing 400 to 500 pounds. A moment's inattention could easily result in a trampling incident. Thus, maintaining her human form seemed the wiser choice. Flying high above would offer a far greater sense of security. Alas, the prospect of sprouting wings was a mere fantasy. All she could do was admire the wings of others, indulging her eyes. "Yuanyuan." Baishir approached with a cheerful smile. "Have you changed your mind?" Zhu Yuanyuan replied without hesitation, "No." She had no desire to sway in a vine-woven basket suspended in the air. No amount of persuasion would sway her. 2 hours later, with her hair in disarray and her calves on the verge of cramping, Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely declined to enter the vine basket for the third time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan attempted to grasp the bristles of the black pig to stabilize her form, but after plucking a few strands, she felt a twinge of guilt and opted to transform into her beastly shape instead, lying down. Minutes passed, and the diminutive pink piglet lost its grip and tumbled off the pig's back, landing face first in the mud. Fortunately, Bai Shi had been keeping a vigilant watch over her and swiftly used his forepaws to rescue her, sparing her from the tragic fate of being trampled by the herd. Are you all right? Bai Shi inquired softly. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, expressing her distress. Of course there is something. I was nearly trampled to death and am utterly terrified. Bai Shi's lips curled into a slight smile. Do not fear, for I am here. I would never allow you to come to harm. As the leader of the Flying Tiger clan, how could you possibly spare the time to constantly look after me? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, puffing her cheeks in irritation. So, do you desire me to carry you aloft? Bai Shi seized the opportunity to promote his handcrafted vine basket, emphasizing its safety, sturdiness, and convenience, proclaiming it to be a tremendous relief for all. Zhu Yuanyuan's heart stirred shamefully. Thus, shall I give it a try? Several hours later, a certain pink piglet lay in a wicker basket, lost in a deep slumber, bubbles of drool escaping from its snout. Ah, how delightful! Preoccupied with their journey, the group made do with dried meat to satisfy their hunger at noon, only settling down at their first resting point as the sun dipped below the horizon in the evening. Zhu Yuanyuan sat by the fire, her small face flushed and a dazed expression adorning her features. Are you still not awake? Yu Chang, with a furrowed brow, pondered whether you ventured out for training or merely to indulge in slumber. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her eyes and resolutely uttered 2 words, training. Then you must not sleep in tomorrow, Zhu Chang said. On our journey, we are bound to encounter some small wild beasts, which will serve as the perfect opportunity for practice. Zhu Yuanyuan replied obediently. I will listen to father. The father and daughter made their plans just as they happened upon Bai Shi, who was dragging back a hefty creature weighing over 500 pounds, calling out from afar, Yuanyuan. Come quickly and see what I've caught. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed at the mutated roe deer discarded on the ground, unable to suppress her existential inquiry. Why did you not handle it all before bringing it back? Bai Shi faltered, his gaze wandering restlessly. I was overwhelmed with joy, and it slipped my mind. Can one truly forget such a thing? Zhu Yuanyuan found it hard to believe. Indeed, my memory is rather poor, Bai Shi retorted, his neck stiffening as I focused solely on returning with the prey, neglecting to consider the absence of a water source at the landing point. Very well. If you insist there isn't one, I shall acquiesce, Zhu Yuanyuan conceded. She was merely a young female seeking sustenance, lacking the need to delve deeply into matters or to demand explanations. That evening, Zhu Yuanyuan not only savored egg drop soup, but also indulged in a chunk of roasted mutated roe deer meat, roughly the size of 2 of her fists, leaving her stomach pleasantly round, and she had to take deep breaths to mask her fullness. Zhu Chang observed everything with keen eyes, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Yuan, you should eat less in the evening, lest you gain weight. Father, you are quite peculiar, Zhu Yuanyuan inquired with a tilted head. Did you not say that gaining a little weight is inconsequential and encouraged me to eat more daily? That was in the past, Zhu Chang replied, weaving a tale. When you were younger, it was acceptable for you to grow taller. Now, however, the circumstances have changed. In 2 years, you will be an adult. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang's hostility was palpable, and while Bai Shi could perceive it clearly, he was compelled to feign ignorance. Some words were not yet ripe for utterance, and despite the frustration bubbling within, he had to stifle it. He would wait 2 years, until a certain little piglet reached the age of 18. Yuan, this piece of meat is quite tender. Would you care for another bite? Bai Shi raised the roasted meat in his hand. She declined, and Zhu Chang eagerly interjected, give it to me. Just right. I haven't had my fill. Bai Shi turned to Zhu Yuanyuan. Are you truly not going to eat? Hey, sure. What do you mean by that? Zhu Chang exclaimed, striving to widen his eyes in indignation. Am I to lie, taking my own female's roasted meat? Of course not, Bai Shi replied, maintaining his composure. You care for Yuan so much. Even if you were famished, you would never snatch from her. Zhu Chang curled his lips slightly, indicating that it was sufficient for him to be aware. The two engaged in a subtle exchange of words, and Zhu Yuanyuan was keenly perceptive of their interaction. She observed them back and forth a few times, yet chose to remain silent in the end. The matters between mature males were theirs to resolve, leaving no room for her intervention. After dinner, Zhu Chang conferred with Bai Shi regarding the night watch regulations. Each clan would designate 2 members nightly, one to guard the first half of the night, and the other to take over for the latter half. The captain and auxiliary members were exempt from the watch, but were required to remain vigilant. What about me? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. Is there anything you need me to do? No, there is nothing required of you. Just rest easy, Bai Shi replied. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated slightly, pondering whether it was inappropriate for her to be the only one not participating in the night watch. It's fine. Even if you don't come, they will still keep watch. Zhu Chang nonchalantly waved his hand. Indeed, with so many of us, it will take a long time before it's our turn again. It's not tiring at all. The simple-minded pig beastmen remarked while scratching the back of their heads. The Flying Tiger Tribe's warriors stood tall, asserting, "It is our duty to protect the females. There is no need for you to do anything." Zhu Yuanyuan found herself at a loss for words. I recall that formidable adult females also partake in hunting. Could it be that the Flying Tiger clan is an exception? Not at all, a loquacious orc from the Flying Tiger clan interjected. You mentioned that adult females are indeed formidable, yet you are merely a juvenile female, your strength only reaching the mid-level of the yellow rank. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed at the sky, pondering whether she was not merely receiving special care but rather being regarded as a mere underperformer. Alas, why seek out tasks when one could enjoy the luxury of idleness? After organizing the night watch for the day, Zhu Chang led his child to their temporary refuge, a spacious cave of approximately 40 square meters. The orc who entered first had already sprawled across the ground, instinctively leaving a small corner open. You can sleep over there. Zhu Chang whispered, nestle yourself in the innermost part. I shall remain outside to guard you. Bai Shi quietly slid the stone door into place, then turned to squeeze in beside his good friend. Although they all rested in their beast forms, certain taboos still warranted respect. They could no longer indulge in the carefree abandon of their childhood. Sigh, even the thought of it evokes a sense of melancholy. Zhu Yuanyuan was oblivious to the convoluted thoughts swirling in certain individuals' minds. Gazing at the sealed stone gate, she inquired, Father, if the gate is closed at night, why is there a need for someone to stand guard? Ah, my naive child, Zhu Chang chuckled. Some mutated beasts possess immense strength. Should fortune not favor us and we encounter one, they could easily force the stone door open and stealthily intrude. Oh, I see. Zhu Yuanyuan promptly resolved to remain vigilant, ensuring she stayed alert during the night and not succumb to a deep slumber. After all, she slept soundly in her rattan cradle during the day, and now she felt no drowsiness at all. Aside from completing her daily study tasks, there was little else to occupy her time, having braced herself for imminent conflict. Zhu Yuanyuan experienced an unexpectedly tranquil night, with everyone, save the nocturnal sentinels, enjoying undisturbed slumber. In the ensuing days, she luxuriated in complimentary aerial conveyance within a hammock woven from vines, indulging in sleep whenever the inclination arose, and when not, gnawing on jerky to occupy her jaws. Such opulent treatment even elicited envy from Zhu Chang. Stone lad, Zhu Chang finally accosted Bai Shi, unable to contain himself any longer. You mustn't perpetually coddle Yuanyuan. Beast folk must mature through trials. Bai Shi furrowed his brow. She's still but a tender age. Excessive severity is unwarranted. Your opinion holds no sway. I am her father. Zhu Chang retorted, his countenance darkening. From the morrow hence, Yuanyuan shall traverse the path on her own accord, and you shall no longer convey her aloft within your vine cradle. Should you persist in this manner, you shall keep your distance from her hereafter. He couldn't allow this young scamp to spoil his little female. Bai Shi reluctantly acquiesced. Very well then. Upon receiving tidings of this misfortune, Zhu Yuanyuan nearly wept. Father, with my diminutive legs, exerting considerable effort to keep pace with you all will be necessary. How can you be so merciless? The promised doting affection, was it all but a charade? Zhu Chang remained unmoved. If you cannot endure such minor hardships, then do not harbor aspirations of venturing far in the future. Instead, remain in the tribe and learn the skills from the great shaman, and in your leisure time, gather herbs in the forest. Zhu Yuanyuan realized that her father was serious this time, devoid of any jest, and his demeanor was notably more earnest. She understood that the path of complacency had been obstructed, leaving her with no choice but to forge her own way forward. Zhu Yuanyuan realized that for every step her kin took, she had to take 4 or 5 in order to catch up, which left her feeling quite vexed. She understood that she must enhance her speed. Given her current level of cultivation, making significant progress through training in a short time was an impossibility. She needed to explore alternative avenues. For instance, she could consider consuming intermediate gene optimization potions and body refining elixirs. Over the past decade, Zhu Yuanyuan had not missed a single day of completing her daily tasks, amassing a wealth of knowledge points totaling around 70 to 80,000. Even after spending a few thousand on various daily necessities, she still had more than 70,000 remaining. Purchasing intermediate gene potions was no longer a concern. In fact, acquiring advanced ones was well within her reach. Zhu Yuanyuan was fervently eager to enhance her strength, determined to avoid appearing too disheveled. She resolutely purchased 2 potions she had deemed promising. Under the cover of night, she stealthily retrieved them during her rest, consuming each potion in swift succession. Within mere moments, she was besieged by a relentless, prickling pain coursing through her limbs and body, intensifying to such a degree that she bit down hard on the cork in her mouth. Fortunately, she had prepared for this, for otherwise, she would have been moaning in agony, potentially rousing others from their slumber, a predicament she wished to avoid. The pain arrived swiftly, yet it too departed just as quickly. After half an hour, Zhu Yuanyuan, drenched in sweat, finally managed to rise. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhu Chong opened his eyes and, transforming into human form, softly inquired, "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" "It is terribly hot," Zhu Yuanyuan seized upon a convenient excuse. "We are currently sleeping outdoors at home. In this sweltering weather, it was understandable that dozens of people were residing in a cave. Moreover, sealing the entrance with stones only added to the heat, resulting in a reasonable amount of perspiration and a hint of odor that was difficult to contest." Indeed, no one could refute her statement as soon as it escaped her lips. Almost immediately, another voice echoed in agreement. "I too find it stifling. Unbearably, so to the point of sleeplessness. Uncle Chong, shouldn't you consider the practical circumstances before deciding where everyone should stay?" Though obscured in darkness, the voice was undeniably familiar. After careful discernment, Zhu Yuanyuan recognized it as that of her elder brother's friend, Zhu Qi. Zhu Chong discerned the underlying tension and straightforwardly remarked, "If you have thoughts to share, please do. Otherwise, I remain unaware." "Shao Qi, why don't you take the floor? Are you truly able to speak?" Zhu Qi replied, his voice tinged with hesitation. "I fear that Uncle Chong might seize this opportunity to reprimand me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Zhu Qi, feeling a surge of trepidation, dared not voice his thoughts, fearing retribution. "Be brave, Qi Ge. Feel free to express your opinions," encouraged Zhu Yuanyuan. "My father is neither a wolf nor a tiger. He will not devour you." "All right. I shall heed my dear sister Yuanyuan." Zhu Qi suddenly felt invigorated. In truth, there is strength in numbers, and with sentinels keeping watch. There is no harm in resting outside the cave. Sleeping within, on the other hand, would be stifling and restless. A night without proper rest would leave one devoid of energy for the journey ahead, and as the days passed, their pace would inevitably slow. Zhu Chong fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. "By sure, and I assumed you all were unaffected by the heat." With no dissenting voices. He naturally believed that such an arrangement posed no issues, even though the oppressive warmth rendered sleep nearly impossible at night. As for Bai Shi, his unique constitution rendered him impervious to the sweltering summer heat. When someone finally voiced their concerns, others quickly joined in agreement. After a discussion between Zhu Chong and Bai Shi, they resolved to move the large stone blocking the entrance, allowing those who found the heat unbearable and wished to sleep outdoors to do so, while those preferring the coolness of the cave could remain inside. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed towards the exit. Zhu Chong hurriedly grasped the pink little pig plush toy to halt her. "Let me go, father," Zhu Yuanyuan implored eagerly. "If we wait any longer, all the good spots will be taken. Even when resting outside, one must consider the location. Being too far from the entrance is unwise, as safety cannot be guaranteed. It is essential to stay close to her companions." Thus, she needed to venture out early to secure a prime position. As the captain and elder, her father felt it inappropriate to compete with his younger kin, leaving her to take the lead. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of confusion, pondering whether her father's words constituted a moral coercion. However, the orcs, largely innocent in nature, failed to comprehend her dilemma and chimed in enthusiastically. "Strong uncle is right. Yuanyuan, you are still young. Simply choose a spot to lie down. No. No, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, taken aback. I'm not that young. I can manage on my own. Yet, no one seemed to concur, as they all smiled warmly, assuring her. Yuanyuan, you are truly obedient. Rest assured, no one will compete with you. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a rather perplexing situation. She had not exerted much effort and truly did not desire such special treatment. However, unable to refuse their warm hospitality, she ultimately accepted their goodwill and reclined on a patch of ground that allowed her to absorb the moonlight while remaining close to the cave's entrance. There is a saying, advance to attack, retreat to defend, which could not be more fitting in this context. At that moment, Baishur approached her, extending a fruit as large as a grown man's fist, filled with a white juice. Make a hole to drink from it. It will quench your thirst and cool you down. See if you like it. Where did this come from? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, astonished. Baishur smiled gently. I picked it while hunting. I just hid it in the tree earlier, ensuring the others did not see it. The eavesdropping crowd, now witnessing this exchange, could hardly contain their curiosity. Zhu Chang cleared his throat and, with a stern expression, declared, what fruit is there to eat at such a late hour? Hurry and go to sleep. But father, I am thirsty, Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, tears slipping from the corners of her mouth. She swiftly reached for the fruit, tilted her head back, and gulped down several mouthfuls, exclaiming, delicious, pure, natural juice without additives, healthy and nutritious, and it costs nothing. How wonderful, as long as you enjoy it. Baishur responded with delight. Tomorrow morning, I shall gather some for you to drink on the way. No need, just tell me where to pick it. And I can go myself, Zhu Chang replied, his face filled with suspicion. Baishur's smile faltered momentarily but quickly returned to normal. The tree grows at an angle. I cannot precisely describe its location. I will have to go and pick it myself. Hunting took only a short while. How far could it be? Zhu Qi murmured softly. Aki is right. Zhu Chang nodded in agreement. With the conversation reaching this point, Baishur found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, all right, I will provide a general location. You can search for it. If it proves too difficult, come back and I shall assist you. Zhu Chang nodded in a rather perfunctory manner, affirming that he would seek assistance if any issues arose. The following day, before the sun had even breached the horizon, Zhu Chang enlisted Zhu Qi's help to search for the white fruits. Baishur watched their retreating figures with a sense of discomfort stirring within him. It seemed exceedingly unfair that the fruits he had discovered were not available for him to harvest. Were it not for the inadequate light at night, Baishur would have surely plucked every last fruit by midnight, depriving others of their share. As he wallowed in his frustration, Zhu Yuanyuan awoke, rubbing her eyes and innocently inquiring, Brother Shur, where has my father gone? The displeasure etched on Baishur's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a gentle smile. He intends to personally gather fruits for you. He asked where I found them and set out at dawn. Zhu Yuanyuan, and beamed with joy, exclaiming, Father is so kind to me. Baishur responded, I shall be equally good to you, exceptionally so. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in shock. Father, Chiga, have you been injured? Is it serious? As she spoke, she hurriedly opened her small leather pouch, searching for any medicinal powders that could be of use. We are not gravely harmed, Zhu Chang quickly reassured her. The blood is merely that of the mutated bison. Zhu Qi nodded, acknowledging that Uncle Chang was correct. However, Zhu Yuanyuan, with her small face scrunched in concern, insisted, I still need to check. Zhu Chang and Zhu Qi could not refuse any longer, ultimately allowing Zhu Yuanyuan to conduct a thorough examination. Upon determining that neither had sustained serious injuries, she let out a sigh of relief. However, even minor injuries are still injuries. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a stern expression, admonished the two, emphasizing that one must not underestimate the significance of small wounds. If not properly treated, minor injuries could escalate, leaving one with a sense of regret too late. While she continued her gentle reprimand, she skillfully applied medication. Bandaging was one thing, but during the sweltering summer, it is crucial that wounds are allowed to breathe to prevent inflammation. Zhu Chang displayed a hearty smile, saying, Yuanyuan, do not be upset. Your father has gathered an abundance of white fruits for you. Drink to your heart's content when you feel thirsty. Do not hold back. The white fruits referred to were the wild fruits Zhu Yuanyuan had tasted the previous day, resembling coconuts, but possessing a more fragrant and sweeter juice. I am not angry, Merely concerned, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, pursing her lips. Fruits are not a necessity. What if something were to happen while we are out gathering them? Zhu Chang remains unconvinced, assuring others of his remarkable abilities, confident that no mishap could possibly occur. Zhu Yuanyuan coolly reminded, you should first examine your own injuries before speaking. Zhu Chang's eyes darted around. He felt it was all Aki's fault. If it weren't for him startling the mutated wild bull, he wouldn't have been hurt. Suddenly, a large, ominous black pot fell from the sky, leaving Zhu Qi disoriented. He widened his eyes and questioned, Uncle Chang, what are you talking about? I am merely speaking the truth, Zhu Chang interjected. Pray tell, who was it that first discovered the mutated wild bull? Zhu Qi. It is I. Who was the first to be attacked by the mutated bison? Zhu Chang inquired once more. Zhu Qi, it is also me. That is precisely it. Zhu Chang concludes that you were the first to be seen and the first to be attacked. The mutated bison was indeed brought here by you. Zhu Qi felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet his mind failed to grasp the cause, leaving him without an opportunity to defend himself. The mutated bison was swiftly dispatched and cut into pieces, soon placed over the fire, from which the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat wafted forth in less than half an hour. Abandoning his troubled thoughts, Zhu Qi found himself drooling as he squatted beside the fire, eagerly awaiting the feast. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanyuan pulled Zhu Chang aside, reproaching him. Brother Qi is a dear friend of my elder brother. Do not take things too far. Is it right to bully others simply because of your seniority? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang, consumed by anger and shame, exclaimed, For whom do you think I am picking these fruits? For myself, Zhu Yuanyuan replied. The father and daughter exchanged a silent yet understanding glance, choosing to let the matter go unmentioned. As for Zhu Chang, after savoring a sumptuous meal of roasted beef, he had completely relegated this trivial issue to the far recesses of his mind. As they resumed their journey, Zhu Chang found himself burdened with 2 large baskets filled with white fruits, while Zhu Yuanyuan followed closely behind him, resembling a human shadow in her pursuit. Among a group of robust adult pigs, a slender and exquisite young female stood out, creating a striking visual contrast. In the sky above, the white-winged bison soared gracefully. Increasingly amused by the scene below, yet wary of laughing too loudly for fear of provoking someone's ire, he quickened his pace, eager to scout ahead. Before he could finish his thought, the snow-white-winged white tiger had already positioned itself 100 meters away. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted her lips and couldn't help but murmur to herself, what is so impressive about having wings? One day, I shall bring forth an aircraft. Though such thoughts crossed her mind, she was acutely aware of their impracticality. After all, this was a primitive world devoid even of bicycles. Under the pretense of being favored by the beast god, she had toiled for a decade, merely imparting skills to her people such as farming, pottery, charcoal production, and weaving. What disheartened her further was that her kin had only grasped these rudimentary techniques in a half-hearted manner. They could only cultivate sweet potatoes and yams, produced more flawed pottery than successful pieces, created charcoal that belched thick smoke, and consistently wove fabric that resembled nets. It was not that Zhu Yuanyuan deliberately withheld her knowledge. Rather, the orcs were easily content, believing that being able to eat their fill and stay warm was already a great fortune. They felt no need to pursue further endeavors, preferring to lounge about during their leisure time rather than investing effort into refining their skills. Initially, she would counter this reasoning, but as she heard it repeatedly, she grew weary of the struggle. Although Zhu Yuanyuan is recognized as the successor to the great shaman of the tribe, her youth and insufficient strength render her unable to compel obedience from others, as her prestige is merely derived from the elusive beast god. However, this is of little concern. Once she matures and her powers significantly increase, she will undoubtedly have the opportunity to deal with those who prefer to shirk their responsibilities. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Were they here to avenge the cow from this morning? The crowd responded with a collective gaze of incredulity, too exasperated to utter a word. After all, the mutated beasts lacked the capacity for such sentiments. How could they possibly seek vengeance for their companions? Why are you all looking at me like that? Zhu Yuanyuan retreated a few steps, inadvertently colliding with her father. Be careful, Zhu Chang grunted in discontent, scratching the ground with his forepaw. What? Are you all conspiring to bully my little female? No, Uncle Chong, please don't misunderstand. The others hastily clarified. We are merely imparting the principles of humanity to her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan, it turns out, is indeed remarkable. My apologies for the oversight. Are you perhaps missing the crux of the matter? Zhu Qi, regaining his composure, cried out with anguish. That is a herd of mutated wild bison. We ought to take a detour to steer clear of them. Indeed, indeed. Zhu Yuanyuan fervently nodded, affirming, Qi Ge is absolutely right. Zhu Chong, however, did not hasten to reply. He looked up and inquired of the flapping white stone whether the herd of bison was substantial and if they were indeed heading in our direction. Approximately 100 or so. The scale is not particularly large, White Stone responded methodically. If they do not change their course, we shall encounter them in about 10 minutes. Zhu Chong furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. With 100 or so heads, it was not impossible to confront them. What do you think, Shi Xiaozai? He inquired. The distance to the seaside was still considerable, and given the sweltering heat, preserving the meat would be a challenge. Bai Shi articulated his concerns, stating that if there were many injured individuals, it would further delay their journey. Then we shall circumvent them, Zhu Chong decisively resolved, delegating the task of navigating the detour to Bai Shi, with a vantage point that allowed him to see far and wide. He refrained from overestimating his capabilities since he was unaware of the path taken by the mutated bison herd. Bai Shi accepted the responsibility without hesitation, contemplating briefly before issuing the command to proceed in a rightward direction, intending to adjust their course once they had circumvented the mutated bison. As his words resonated, the group responded in unison, affirming their agreement. Without ambiguity, Zhu Chong swiftly led the team onto the narrow path to the right, and in their effort to avoid the bison herd, they hastened their pace. However, the diminutive Zhu Yuanyuan gradually fell behind. Observing from above, Bai Shi circled in vigilance. Noticing her lagging, he swooped down, calling out, Yuanyuan, I haven't lost my vine basket yet. Zhu Yuanyuan recalled the two large baskets strapped to her father's back and inexplicably felt that she bore little distinction from those white fruits. However, in the midst of this hurried journey, she could not afford to be capricious in her refusals, so she reluctantly spoke up, once more imposing upon Brother Shi. It's no trouble at all, Bai Shi smiled, as he unfastened the basket from his left foreleg. Come in, Yuanyuan. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a solemn expression, meticulously arranged the rattan basket before stepping into it. There was a sense of being completely ensnared. A group of orc warriors sprinted fervently, exerting all their strength for half the morning, yet they were unable to shake off the relentless pursuit of the mutated buffalo herd. Zhu Yuanyuan felt an unsettling sensation. Why were they relentlessly pursuing us? It was not only the fleeing individuals who felt fatigued. Even the few elderly and young bison within the mutated herd appeared to be on the verge of collapse, yet they remained undeterred. Perhaps the mutated bison that your father captured this morning holds great significance, Bai Shi speculated. Zhu Yuanyuan remained unconvinced. With so many formidable bulls, how significant could it be for one to stray and venture out alone? While her argument held merit, one must also consider exceptional circumstances, such as entering a rebellious phase or the moment when one must prove their worth. To ascend as the leader of the herd, one must possess either superior intellect or greater strength than the others, yet such attributes cannot be merely vocalized. They must be substantiated through action. Capturing a few orcs single-handedly would serve as the most compelling evidence of capability. Bai Shi, still possessing some energy, candidly shared his speculation, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan momentarily speechless. Surely, this seemed perilously risky. Her small face crinkled in worry, reminiscent of that morning when insufficient strength had led to her becoming roasted meat. Speaking of which, grilled beef was undeniably delectable. She had savored it thoroughly and longed for more at her next meal. It was both a danger and an opportunity, Bai Shi remarked nonchalantly. Success would elevate it to command the entire mutated bison herd, while failure would lead to extinction. Zhu Yuanyuan comprehended that, in essence, it was a gamble with one's very life at stake. Either one triumphs and ascends to the pinnacle of the beastly existence, or one succumbs and swiftly departs for paradise. Indeed, the realm of beasts is raw and unrefined. In contrast, the perspectives of the beastmen are considerably more civilized. For instance, the chieftain possesses the authority to designate the next heir, and as long as the young chieftain is neither excessively wicked nor incompetent, the clan members would hardly voice any opposition. However, the bison herd has specifically come seeking vengeance, and the fallen bull deserves its rest, Zhu Yuanyuan mused. What nonsense are you speaking? Bai Shi remarked, his smile radiating even more brightly. They are not here for revenge, rather. They intend to leverage their numbers to compel us to remain. Alas, they have miscalculated their intentions. Zhu Yuanyuan inexplicably sensed a hint of mockery emanating from a plush tiger face. Unable to resist, she rubbed her eyes with her hooves, only to find nothing amiss upon glancing back. Was it merely an illusion? Regardless, such trivialities were inconsequential. What truly mattered was when they would commence their escape. If they continued to run, her kin would surely falter. The only ones scurrying along the ground were the pig beast men, while the flying tiger tribe soared above in the skies. Are you feeling a pang of sympathy, Yuanyuan? Bai Shi jested. Indeed, my father is weary as well. Zhu Yuanyuan replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Bai Shi pondered for a moment, gazing ahead. It will not be long now. Once we reach that narrow passage ahead, we can pause and rest. What about the mutated bison herd? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. Naturally, we shall confront them, Bai Shi responded without hesitation. That presents the perfect opportunity for retaliation. Zhu Yuanyuan, having heard but not comprehended, was about to inquire further when she suddenly realized that the members of the Flying Tiger clan had collectively accelerated their speed. To either side loomed steep cliffs, leaving only a narrow pathway in the center, which they guarded diligently. A moment of clarity washed over her. It was her own kin who were resting, while the Flying Tiger clan's warriors pursued the exhausted, mutated wild buffalo herd, intent on their eradication. One must admit, such a clear division of labor proved to be remarkably effective. Zhu Yuanyuan had been idly shirking her responsibilities, intending to continue her leisurely existence while her kin rested. However, her father unceremoniously propelled her into the battlefield, compelling her to muster her spirits and engage in the fray. Filthy cow, meet your demise. Zhu Yuanyuan brandished her petite front hoof, charging forward with a fierce yet endearing demeanor. Despite her insufficient power, she remained undeterred. Amidst the fray, her initially awkward movements gradually became more fluid. As most of the mutated creatures sensed the shift and retreated, a lingering sense of unfulfilled desire for battle welled up within her, as if the conflict had concluded too swiftly. The exhausted little pink piglet sprawled on the ground, relishing the comfort of rest, believing that such repose was warranted after fatigue. Rising, Bai Shi, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "You haven't been active for long. There is no need to be so reluctant to rise." Zhu Yuanyuan remained indifferent, lying still without a care. "Shige, you do not understand. Both my human and beast forms are petite and delicate, requiring greater effort in battle, which inevitably renders me more fatigued than the average person." "Oh, you are quite the handful," Bai Shi thought with a mix of amusement and exasperation, opting to sit beside her. "Very well, I shall indulge you in this game." Everyone was weary, so they seized the opportunity to rest, lest their pace be hindered. However, idling was not as simple as it seemed. Not far away lay several mutated wild buffalo, which needed to be addressed before they began to decay. Zhu Yuanyuan, taking advantage of her youth, refrained from offering assistance. Yet her fiery gaze lingered upon the bison, all that delectable meat, ashamed to discard. Zhu Qi lamented the prospect of having to stay nearby for the night, pondering the exquisite taste of beef and the disgrace of waste. "Indeed, Brother Qi speaks wisely," Zhu Yuanyuan fervently nodded. "However, why have you come here to indulge in idleness?" Her accusatory gaze shot forth with a piercing intensity. The adults nowadays, so unreliable, resorting to the same laziness she, a mere minor, exhibited. "I merely noticed you reclining here alone and feared you might find it dull," Zhu Qi replied with unabashed candor. "There is no need for excessive gratitude." Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically and said, "Rest assured, I shall not express my gratitude to you. Though your appearance is rather dark and unremarkable, your thoughts are indeed quite fanciful." Zhu Qi pretended not to hear, lying on the ground, reluctant to rise. "Ah, how you relish this," he sighed. Unfortunately, someone had been observing the situation and strode over, bending down to lift him up. A Qi came to assist, insisting that he should not be idle. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Uncle Chong, please loosen your grip," Zhu Qi pleaded pitifully. "I merely wish to rest for a moment. I did not intend to be lazy." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Qi pouted. declaring that Aegon's sister was indeed his own sibling. What difference does it make to draw closer? I am merely here to safeguard her on Aegon's behalf. There was no need for concern. Zhu Chang was oblivious to the nuances of subtlety. With me as her father figure to protect her, if I cannot shield her, you would be of even less help. Zhu Qi felt an overwhelming chill in his heart. He had been so thoroughly scorned. Yet he found himself lacking the courage to retort. With a pitiful tone, he pleaded, I was wrong. Uncle Chang, please spare me. Are you still going to linger around Yuanyuan? Zhu Chang inquired. No. Zhu Qi hastily shook his head, though deep down, he still felt a twinge of discontent and muttered softly, What about you, Bai Shi? Why don't you intervene? Zhu Chang genuinely wished to intervene. Yet the arduous journey took its toll. Given that Yuanyuan was still quite young, it would be rather beneficial for her to have someone accompany her for a stretch. Moreover, sure, the lad in question was Yuanyuan's savior, having known each other since childhood, with a history of interaction. Until there was a clear indication of ill intent from him, it would be inappropriate to concoct an excuse to dismiss him. Alas, the young female is on the brink of adulthood, inevitably facing a myriad of concerns. Patience is required. Once they return to the clan, any adult male harboring ulterior motives, whether of their own kin or from outside, will be swiftly sent away. Enough of this idle chatter. Hasten to assist with the preparation of the cured meat. With a stern countenance, Zhu Chang urged Zhu Qi into the crowd, insisting that he refrain from disturbing Yuanyuan's rest, lest he face consequences. Zhu Qi sighed and reluctantly departed. Father, Zhu Yuanyuan jested, isn't it rather unkind for you to treat Qi Gu this way, considering his good relationship with elder brother? In what way is it inappropriate? Zhu Chang scoffed. I have watched him grow since childhood. I can discern his every intention. If you harbor no ulterior motives, it would be wise to keep your distance from him. He cannot exploit his connection with Aegon to draw closer to Yuanyuan. Such an endeavor is futile. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. No way. Qi Gu always says he regards me as a sister. Come on, few in the tribe would believe that. Zhu Chang replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. Just remember my words. I shall go assist now. Zhu Yuanyuan climbed up using both hands and feet, calling out. Wait for me. Dad, I will go with you. You can continue to rest if you're tired. There is no need for you with so many people around. Zhu Chang replied. I have rested long enough, Zhu Yuanyuan muttered. Observing everyone bustling about, she felt an increasing sense of guilt for lying lazily. Fearing that prolonged idleness might attract criticism, it would be a mistake to assume that all adult male beastmen possess a simple and honest nature. Some, with their narrow-mindedness, are quite unwilling to be taken advantage of. Zhu Yuanyuan could only rely on her youth to indulge in a bit of laziness, for had it been anyone else, they would have been reprimanded long ago. The abundance of mutated wild bulls and the scarcity of salt weighed heavily on Zhu Chang's mind. How he wished they were closer to the sea. Bai Shi calmly remarked, It's hot. Even if we had plenty of salt, it might not be of much use. He glanced at the cured meat resting on clean, large leaves and doubted it would remain unspoiled for several days. It's useless, yet we cannot simply discard it. Zhu Chang sighed. Let everyone eat freely, consume as much as they can. The leftovers can be cooked thoroughly, Bai Shi suggested. Cut them into small pieces and dry them out. Perhaps it might extend their preservation for a couple of days. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After a brief contemplation, Zhu Chang nodded in agreement. Although the jerky was rather tough, it could be preserved for several additional days. The meat of the extraordinary beasts contained a trace of energy beneficial for cultivation, which was a rare find. Thus, even if it were to be processed into hard jerky, it was more prudent than discarding it. Upon hearing this, the others expressed their concurrence, noting that the jerky could serve as a means to sharpen their teeth and could be quite enjoyable to gnaw on during leisure moments. And so, it was decided with great satisfaction. Suddenly, Zhu Qi inquired about the salted meat that had been cured earlier. Zhu Chang glanced at the distant salted meat mountain and turned to Bai Shi, saying, What do you think, Shi Xiaozai? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Shi replied, We should also roast some. Zhu Qi furrowed his brows, expressing his dissent, remarking that it was excessively salty and unpalatable as jerky. He suggested simmering it with water and potatoes, adding some wild vegetables just before serving. Bai Shi, confident and composed, noted that with careful rationing, it could last a considerable time. Sure, the young lad was quite lively, prompting Zhu Chang to give him a thumbs up. Interestingly, this gesture of praise was learned from Zhu Yuanyuan. He rarely employed it in the past, but now it came quite naturally. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Chang. I shall continue to strive for excellence, Bai Shi humbly replied. Zhu Qi was exceedingly vexed, pondering why he could not devise a brilliant idea to allow the males of the Flying Tiger clan to shine. Subsequently, a new round of bustling activity ensued, during which they roasted half of a mutated bison for lunch. Everyone feasted heartily, their bellies round in content, which invigorated their efforts. They toiled diligently until the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only the flickering glow of the fire in the forest as a sign of completion. Zhu Chang, stifling a yawn, opened his mouth wide, a few physiological tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Leaning against a sturdy tree, he weakly remarked, I am so hungry. Shouldn't we consider dinner? Eat, eat, eat. That is all you think about, Zhu Qi retorted with exasperation, unperturbed by the prospect of becoming too heavy to move. Oh, you glutton, Zhu Chang exclaimed, as if someone had stepped on his tail, embarrassed and indignant. I eat a lot, but I work hard too. How could I possibly gain weight? That remains to be seen, Zhu Qi replied coolly. Zhu Chang squinted his eyes and suddenly made a startling remark. Have you been rejected by a female? I haven't, I didn't. Stop talking nonsense. This time it was Zhu Qi's turn to jump in anger. Even if it's not the case, it's nearly the same, Zhu Chang snorted coldly. The person who usually wore a smiling face was inexplicably throwing a tantrum today. It would indeed be strange if there were no issues at hand. Zhu Qi fell into a contemplative silence. Oh, you're not going to refute that? Zhu Chang remarked with surprise. I can't be bothered to engage in futile chatter with you, Zhu Qi huffed, taking unsteady steps towards the nearby bonfire. He realized he could no longer remain in this spot. He feared that someone, lacking in discernment, might inadvertently reveal his secrets, leaving him with no time to lament his misfortune. Zhu Chang pouted disdainfully, expressing his irritation. How petty. We are all brothers. What is there that cannot be discussed? If only he would speak candidly, he might receive a few comforting words and learn from the experience, thus avoiding unnecessary detours in the future. Alas, finding a partner is no easy task, sighed Zhu Xiu. Zhu Qi had no time to entertain his friend, who was eager for a good show. He briskly approached Zhu Yuanyuan, offering a flattering smile. Yuanyuan, are you grilling meat? Ah, it smells wonderful. Zhu Yuanyuan, utterly bewildered, replied, You must be mistaken. I only just placed the meat on the grill over the fire. Where could the aroma possibly come from if it isn't cooked yet? Zhu Qi felt somewhat embarrassed, but did not withdraw. Instead, he mustered the courage to engage in conversation. Your elder brother often praises your exquisite grilling skills. The aroma of the meat led me to believe. His reasoning was somewhat tenuous, yet among fellow pig beasts, feigning ignorance at times proved more advantageous. You little rascal. Zhu Chang interjected, pushing Zhu Qi aside. Tonight, you should grill as much meat as you desire. Don't linger here. No one will serve the barbecued delicacies to your lips. I understand, Zhu Qi replied, lifting his chin. I merely wish to learn from Yuanyuan how to grill meat. Zhu Chang, of course, did not believe it, and thus he responded perfunctorily, stating that learning to grill meat was indeed a good skill. For if he were to find himself without a partner, he need not worry about starving. Zhu Qi was in a state of despair, as if cursed to remain without a companion. He felt an overwhelming urge to roar in frustration, yet the presence of the elder restrained him, leaving him in a state of agitation. Aki, what troubles you? Zhu Chang seemed to have emerged from some hidden corner. It's nothing, Zhu Qi replied, his face devoid of expression as he shook his head. Uncle Chang said we could grill as much as we want tonight, but my skills in barbecuing are lacking. I can only glean some experience from others. Zhu's eyes sparkled with sudden brightness. How have you been learning? Quite well, Zhu Qi replied, speaking without thinking. When I have time, I'll show you a thing or two. There's no time like the present. Let us do it now. Zhu Chang declared decisively. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan and belonged to the more passive group, as the sight of meat nearly charred to a crisp was hardly appetizing. Of course, there are instances where something that appears plain and unremarkable may delight the palate, and her premature judgment of its taste without sampling was indeed lacking in rigor. Thus, she endeavored to gauge the quality through the reactions of others after they consumed the meat. However, after a thorough observation, she discovered it proved quite challenging. The reactions varied significantly. Some furrowed their brows, others wore blank expressions, while a few laughed heartily, and even some closed their eyes, savoring the flavors repeatedly. Perhaps it was best to focus on her own grilled meat and refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Following several more days of travel, without encountering any significant waves of mutated beasts, Zhu Yuanyuan kept pace with her kin, relying on her own legs. She even managed to hunt down a few mutated wild chickens and rabbits, yielding a commendable bounty, while her combat experience surged remarkably. Zhu Chang felt a sense of comfort, knowing that in the future, when you venture into the mountains to gather herbs, you would possess some ability to protect yourself and could wander further afield. Indeed, I am quite formidable, Zhu Yuanyuan boasted with a touch of cheekiness. Mother and father need not worry about me anymore. Silly Yuanyuan. Zhu Chang replied with a helpless shake of his head. No matter how capable you become, you will always be our child, and concern for you is inevitable. Zhu Yuanyuan, with her large, expressive eyes, smiled radiantly. She gestured with her hands, indicating that there was only a slight worry, neither excessive nor absent. The feeling of having family concerns was truly delightful, and she was reluctant to dismiss it. Tomorrow, they would be heading to the seaside. What are your plans? Zhu Chang inquired. Since we have come all this way, we cannot simply laze about in the cave. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment and replied, I shall gather herbs in the nearby woods. If I return early, I can lend a hand to my father. Zhu Chang shook his head vigorously, insisting that he did not require assistance, merely needing to boil some water and prepare salt. Very well. I shall see when I can go to the shore to gather some seafood for everyone to savor, Zhu Yuanyuan declared, finding herself yet another task. She was determined to accompany the salt-making team to the seaside, inadvertently causing quite a bit of trouble for them. Feeling it would be remiss not to offer some form of compensation, you toil greatly in gathering herbs, and upon your return, you must still deal with them. It would be wise to rest when you have the chance. Why burden yourself further? Zhu Chang furrowed his brow in disapproval. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she expressed her desire to savor the taste of seafood. This area lacked any tribal settlements, and the salt harvesting team was exceedingly busy. It was likely that only she would venture to the shore. If fortune favored her, she might gather a bountiful harvest of kelp and clams to bring back. With a stroke of luck, she might even encounter abalone. In her previous life, she often relished kelp soup, had only sampled clams a few times, and had heard of abalone and sea cucumbers without ever tasting them. The thought of countless free seafood awaiting her collection ignited a fervor within Zhu Yuanyuan. She longed to witness the ebb and flow of the tides at that very moment. She also needed to organize her spatial inventory, soon. She would utilize the accumulated lottery chances to see if she could draw something worthwhile. If luck were to evade her, she would have no choice but to spend a considerable sum on a small item to use in the meantime. It was time to rest, Zhu Chang urged, as they needed to rise early the next day to continue their journey, lest they waste another day. The delay caused by the mutated bison herd had already set them back significantly, and further postponement could jeopardize their subsequent plans. Zhu Yuanyuan was roused from her reverie, her ears tinged with warmth as she hastily nodded, acknowledging her understanding that it was time to sleep. Having traversed to another world, she found herself transformed into a glutton, her mouth watering at the mere thought of seafood, even to the extent of willing to part with her precious spatial storage for it. It was rather shameful, indeed. The following day, she awoke even earlier, with the moon still absent from its abode, casting a hazy glow that imbued the ancient forest with an air of mystery. Zhu Yuanyuan strolled along, yawning intermittently, her pace only slightly swifter than that of a tortoise, inevitably lagging at the rear of the group. Fortunately, her recent improvement in strength instilled a sense of calm within her. Observing this, the soaring Baisher approached, inquiring, still not awake? Would you like a lift for a while? Sure good, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, suppressing another yawn. I woke up too early and haven't tea fully rested. I'll gather my senses soon enough. There's no need to trouble you. What trouble is this? Baisher responded, his enthusiasm palpable. I possess great strength. It would be effortless to carry you. You could transform into your beast form and nibble on some jerky in my pouch. Once you were satiated and regained your focus, you could walk on your own. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a flutter of excitement as she glanced upward at Zhu Chang, who was sprinting at the forefront of the group. Hesitation washed over her. Her father had remarked on her inadequate adaptability and poor physical stamina. Fear not. Once we reach the seaside, we shall clear the nearby forest of its ferocious beasts. You will be safe foraging for herbs and hunting within the woods, Baisher assured her. If absolutely necessary, I will take time to guide you on a hunt. The issues of adaptability and stamina could surely be remedied through frequent encounters with wild creatures. Will we truly rid the vicinity of the feral beasts? Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with hope, yet she was apprehensive about imposing additional burdens on the salt-making team due to her presence. After all, they had already delayed their journey. Bai Shi chuckled softly. Surely, you do not believe that your absence would exempt us from the task of clearing the forest of its beasts? Isn't that so? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted. Not at all, Bai Shi elaborated patiently. We intend to reside by the sea for at least a month. Daily tasks such as fetching water and boiling salt are quite laborious. Should ferocious beasts launch a nocturnal attack, even with night watchmen on alert, we would be at a disadvantage during combat. Each beast possesses its own territory. By eliminating the creatures in the nearby woods, we can ensure a period of tranquility for at least 2 to 3 months, until other beasts sense the disturbance and come to investigate. However, by that time, the salt-making team will be on their way back, and there will be no need for a second sweep. After listening to the explanation, Zhu Yuanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This arrangement seemed quite favorable. However, had the Sea Clan not yet noticed anything amiss? Logically speaking, the salt-boiling team had been operating year after year, and they had long ceased to bother with the pretense of purchasing coarse salt from the Sea Clan. They should have been discovered by now. It was peculiar that no disturbances had arisen. She found it hard to believe that the Sea Clan harbored benevolent intentions and did not mind a reduction in business. They were likely concocting some malevolent scheme. Indeed, they had attempted to cause trouble by stealthily tossing poisonous herbs into the salt-boiling cauldron, but we caught them in the act. After receiving a sound thrashing, they fled. Bai Shi reminisced about the incident with a hint of pride, asserting that he was the first to sense something was amiss and acted decisively. Following that incident, the young beastmen of the Flying Tiger tribe held him in much higher esteem and were more willing to heed his commands. Brother Shi is truly remarkable. Zhu Yuanyuan praised without reservation, but soon her curiosity resurfaced. Did the Sea Clan simply let the matter rest after being beaten? Did they not come in droves to seek revenge? They dare not, Bai Shi declared with an air of confidence. The combat prowess of the Sea Clan is inherently weak, and it is further diminished on land. Though we are few in number, we are not easy prey for them. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly realized that the oceanic tribe had monopolized coarse salt, compelling the orcs who desired it to barter their prey and valuable items in exchange. Their lives had become too indulgent, inevitably leading to a degree of complacency, yet their combat prowess had not diminished, rather, it had increased. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan mused. Once our team grows stronger, they will dare not approach us. That day, the mealtime felt rather perfunctory as they hastily gnawed on jerky while on the move. Reaching their destination by the seaside around 7 o'clock in the evening, the stone pots used by the salt-boiling team were quite large and heavy. Naturally, they would not be carelessly discarded but rather concealed within a discreet cave. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her small face and sighed. Another cave. How wonderful it would be to have a house. What kind of house? Zhu Chang inquired, puzzled. Just a dwelling, Zhu Yuanyuan replied earnestly. I have heard that those grand tribes do not reside in caves. They construct houses using stone and earth. Zhu Chang pondered for a moment and nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. However, constructing that house poses a challenge. The former clan leader once led us in building one from stone, yet it proved insufficiently sturdy. A mere push would send it tumbling down, and during the snowy season, it would allow the wind to seep through, rendering it far less comfortable than dwelling in a cave. Zhu Yuanyuan was uncertain about how to construct a house, yet she had observed others doing so. Bricks must be adhered with cement, for without it, the structure would be perilous. In the world of orcs, cement and blue bricks were yet to be discovered. Should they come to fruition, the living conditions would undergo a remarkable transformation. Alas, what had occupied her thoughts during the past decade that the notion of building a home had eluded her. However, one must ponder, what became of the stones that were not utilized for the construction? They were distributed among the community, Zhu Chang remarked, and the large stone used for storage in their home was allocated to them. The remainder lay by the riverside, a place you often frequented. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted last night. Zhu Yuanyuan was preoccupied with completing her remaining tasks, not retiring until the early hours of the morning. Consequently, she awoke later than everyone else and was playfully teased by several familiar relatives, who affectionately referred to her as little lazy pig. She protested, asserting her industriousness and claiming she was anything but indolent. Unfortunately, she could not divulge the matters concerning the system. Thus, despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to pout in silent defiance, insisting that she was still young and in need of ample rest for her growth. It was only when Zhu Qi interjected in her defense, stating that Yuanyuan was merely 16 and still a minor, that her need for additional rest was acknowledged. A Qi speaks wisely. You must allow her the time to mature without haste, Zhu Zhang remarked with a knowing smile, his words laden with deeper implications. Zhu Qi's face flushed crimson, yet fortunately, his dark complexion concealed it from others. He fidgeted and said, "Elder brother, please refrain from such nonsense. If Brother Chang were here, he would surely take issue with you." Umph. As if it were certain who would be on the receiving end, Zhu Chang rolled his eyes dramatically. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was suddenly filled with a sense of urgency. All right, I shall dine first. On this scorching day, fresh food stored in her bundle was prone to spoilage, and she needed to consume it promptly. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Zhu Yuanyuan used a large stone slab to seal the entrance of the cave, ensuring that no wild beasts could enter and harm the slumbering individuals within. She then ventured to the seaside in search of others. In truth, there was no need to search far. Just beyond the forest lay the sandy beach, where 10 large stone pots, each standing half a person high, were lined up in succession. Extracting such substantial stone pots was no simple feat. It had taken the combined efforts of the Heijia and Feihu clans a decade to accomplish this task. This year they had not brought a new pot, but perhaps next year they could add 2 more. Was it reasonable to extract 1 large stone pot every 2 years? How wonderful it would be if they lived closer. The round trips alone consumed a couple of months, leaving only a month for salt production. Upon returning, the 2 clans would divide the salt, which was barely sufficient for the tribe's needs for a year. Nevertheless, the tribe's people remained elated, feeling as though the salt was a gift from the heavens, far superior to the coarse salt they had previously obtained through the exchange of copious amounts of exotic beast meat. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head with a sigh, striding over to observe her companions. Some were fetching water while others utilized rudimentary tools to filter impurities from the seawater into pots, their actions harmoniously synchronized. She found herself momentarily at a loss as to how to contribute. The situation felt somewhat awkward. Bai Shi, who approached with a bucket of water, noticed her hesitation and remarked, "Has Yuanyuan awakened? The ferocious beasts within 100 miles of the forest have been cleared. You may gather herbs at your convenience." "Is it so swift?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, her surprise evident. Bai Shi chuckled softly. "Not particularly. Strength lies in numbers. Many of us encountered and dealt with them on our way here." "Oh, I see." Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in understanding. Ever since encountering the mutated buffalo herd, their journey had been far from tranquil, as they frequently encountered various mutated creatures. She could only hunt mutated chickens and rabbits, keeping her distance from the more formidable beasts, observing from afar to glean experience. Now that the beasts in the forest had been cleared, she resolved to gather herbs, feeling the need to contribute since everyone else was busy, and lingering idly would draw unwanted attention, no matter how thick-skinned she might be. After bidding farewell to Bai Shi, she ventured into the bamboo grove she had passed earlier, where she cut down 2 bamboo stalks slightly larger than her fist. She began to weave bamboo baskets and containers on the spot, aware that gathering herbs necessitated such tools. Her system backpack contained a knife for bamboo crafting, which she could use when alone. However, back at the cave, she could only rely on a bone knife, making her choice all too clear. Reflecting on the past, she recalled being merely a rural university student adept at household chores, spending her winter and summer breaks working to earn money instead of returning home to learn agricultural skills. Now, driven by the desire for a better life, she found herself acquiring knowledge in a multitude of areas. As Zhu Yuanyuan sighed and worked diligently, she quickly fashioned 2 bamboo baskets of half a person's height and a large bamboo basket. The medicinal herbs that could be compressed were placed in the bamboo baskets, while those that could not were stored in the large basket. The remaining bamboo basket was set aside in the cave as a replacement, for heavier items were more prone to spoilage. Taking out her pocket watch concealed within her clothing, she glanced at the time. It was shortly past 11 in the morning. Nearing lunchtime, Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to return to the cave to prepare a meal. Although she did not assist in fetching water or boiling salt, she could still contribute to the logistical efforts. On her way back, she encountered a solitary mutated goat and, without hesitation, seized the opportunity to capture it, shouldering the substantial catch to bring home, considering it her own provisions. Upon returning to the cave, she discovered that the two orc sentinels who had kept watch through the night were now awake, preparing to carry a 600-pound mutated wild boar to the riverbank for processing. It seemed that the midday feast would be a whole roasted pig. "Welcome back, Yuanyuan," greeted Zhu Fei with enthusiasm. "Did you go hunting?" There was no need to, as Baisher brought a team this morning to clear out the nearby beasts, and they just returned with enough to last us for several days. Despite the Fei in his name suggesting plumpness, Zhu Fei was a rare lean figure among the black pig tribe, tall and robust, yet slender. His cheerful disposition rendered him restless, unable to sit still for even a moment. However, in a society that esteemed strength, his slenderness became a source of hardship, leading to the unfortunate circumstance that, at 38 years of age, he had yet to find a partner. Zhu Yuanyuan delights in interacting with cheerful individuals. With a smile, she responded, "It was not a deliberate hunt. I merely seized the opportunity when I encountered it on the way. The roasted lamb is quite delectable." Moreover, Zhu Fei jested, "A Chong often remarks that you are quite particular about your food, favoring lean meat, which explains why you remain slender. Fat brother, do not focus solely on me. Take a look at yourself," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. "You may indulge without gaining weight, but I consume significantly less than you do. So it is only natural that I remain trim." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan found it bothersome and seldom engaged in it. "Should we keep the pig's heart?" Zhu Fei inquired aloud. "Yes," Zhu Yuanyuan replied. "Let's also keep the lungs. I will take care of them later and prepare a heart and lung soup for you all." In the cave, there was a sturdy stone pot that required a bit more time to heat up, but it would not hinder the soup from being cooked. Zhu Fei nodded vigorously, exclaiming his fondness for the soup. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to inquire about whether to keep the pig's heart. Do not be misled by the shared character of pig. They are indeed sentient beings capable of independent thought, unlike the mindless wild boars. Bai Li, an orc from the Flying Tiger tribe, was astonished, unable to close his mouth. With an abundance of prey available, was it truly necessary to consume the entrails? Moreover, using them for soup was bound to be replete with a strong odor. He certainly would not partake. Bai Li found great amusement in his internal monologue. But once the heart and lung soup was prepared, he took a sip at Zhu Fei's insistence and immediately found it delightful. Yet, he was quite astute and refrained from praising the dish outright, merely commenting that one sip of soup did not reveal much flavor. Zhu Fei, perplexed by the situation, enthusiastically suggested, "Why not take a few more sips and perhaps sample the heart and lungs? I assure you, the pig's lungs are delightfully tender and delicious. If we stew them with some radishes for 2 hours, the flavor would be even more exquisite." "All right, I shall heed your advice," Bai Li replied, eagerly anticipating these words. That afternoon, the heart and lung soup received unanimous praise from everyone, with some clamoring for more in the evening, only to be met with a retort from Zhu Chang. "If you wish to enjoy it, make it yourself. Don't burden my Yuanyuan." The one who was chided took it in stride, chuckling. "My culinary skills are barely sufficient for grilling meat, let alone making soup. If I could cook it well, I wouldn't need Yuanyuan's assistance at all." Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling somewhat bashful, said, "Father, preparing the heart and lung soup is not arduous. It merely requires some effort during the cleaning process. I am truly delighted to assist everyone." Seeing that his little daughter was so considerate, Zhu Chang felt he could no longer decline. With a stern expression, he replied, "If you wish to do it, then proceed. But do not overexert yourself." Of course, Zhu Yuanyuan feigned a proud demeanor. "I would never compromise my own comfort for the sake of others. The truth is, cooking the soup is genuinely not tiring. There is no need for her to act as if she is making a significant sacrifice." After lunch, Zhu Yuanyuan donned her large backpack and took a basket, preparing to gather herbs, when suddenly an orc dashed towards her, breathless and exclaiming, "The tide is coming in. Uncle Chang asked me to inform you." Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly altered her original plans, dashing towards the shoreline with unprecedented speed. She had only heard tales of the treasures that awaited after the tide receded, never having witnessed it herself. Now, with the opportunity before her, she was anxious that if she delayed, she might find nothing. Fortunately, the cave was located at the edge of the forest, and she reached it in mere minutes. arriving just in time to witness the retreating tide. Before her lay a bountiful sight of shells, sea snails, crabs, and more scattered across the shore. How wonderful! Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed with joy, finally able to indulge in the freedom of seafood, not acquired through labor and monetary means, but gathered from the sea's generous offerings. Zhu Yuanyuan beamed with delight as she dashed forward, eagerly bending down to commence her feast. Regardless of what she encountered, anything edible was fair game. She unearthed large crabs, seizing them with glee. When she stumbled upon clams and scallops, she swiftly gathered them up. Not even the exquisite sea snails were spared, octopuses, clams, small fish, and the tightly adhered oysters clinging to the rocks required tools for extraction. It wasn't long before her large bamboo basket was nearly half full, yet it revealed some challenges. For instance, the crabs, with their agile legs, could easily scuttle out of the basket. It seemed that the bamboo container was no longer adequate to contain them. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed around in distress, ultimately devising a solution to bind the crabs tightly with long strands of seaweed. Although this endeavor proved somewhat time-consuming, it was remarkably effective. After toiling for most of the day, she collected a considerable amount of seafood, and when the basket became insufficient, she appropriated a wooden bucket originally intended for collecting seawater. Coincidentally, a large pot had already been filled with filtered seawater and was simmering. The wooden bucket, momentarily idle, attracted the attention of the orcs, who eagerly joined in the effort to gather seafood. It mattered little which items were edible. Zhu Yuanyuan instructed them to place everything into the bucket for her to identify. As a novice in the art of foraging, her knowledge was scant, yet she was accompanied by Tongzi, her steadfast companion of 10 years. In matters of trivial significance, Tongzi was willing to assist, shedding the indifference of the past. After investing an hour in categorizing the seafood, she dedicated an additional 2 hours to meticulously cleaning each item, blanching those that required it and shelling others. Finally, she filled the pot with water and placed thin stones she had specifically sought out as a steaming rack. Indeed, for her inaugural seafood dish, she resolved to steam everything, intending for it to be enjoyed with dipping sauces once cooked. Her lack of confidence in her culinary skills was not the issue. Rather, she believed that high-quality ingredients deserve the simplest, most unadorned preparation to preserve their authentic flavors, ensuring a delightful experience for all. However, the initial plan to prepare a heart and lung soup for dinner was thwarted by the steaming seafood, leaving no room for the soup. Observing that there was still ample time, Zhu Yuanyuan ventured into the bamboo grove to fell 2 large bamboo stalks. Utilizing bamboo tubes to simmer pig heart soup would suffice, as its flavor would not differ greatly from that cooked in a clay pot. Each person could have their own bamboo tube, which she anticipated would be well received. Naturally, a single pot of seafood would not suffice to satiate the appetites of over 40 orcs. She would need to roast several hundred pounds of meat, a formidable task indeed. Zhu Yuanyuan moved aside the massive boulder that blocked the entrance of the cave, discovering the prey concealed in a shaded corner. Under the dim light, she carefully examined the catch before shouldering the half-grown mutated wild boar, which weighed around 400 to 500 pounds, and transporting it to the riverbank. The 2 individuals who had promised to assist with the prey in the morning had become preoccupied with activities at the seaside, likely having forgotten their earlier boasts. Alas, these young beastmen truly lack reliability. Fortunately, a river flows nearby, and later, everyone can gather to process the catch without consuming much time. Within her heart, Zhu Yuanyuan was fervently lamenting, yet her hands moved deftly as she meticulously prepared the mutated wild boar, marinating it for half an hour before placing it upon the grill. As the sun descended, it was time for everyone to return for dinner. The members of the cooking team were mostly seasoned individuals, having visited the seaside at least twice and sampled the delights of seafood, though their responses had been rather lukewarm. Ah, that was a euphemistic way of expressing it. Could seafood, washed clean and simply boiled with salt, truly be delectable? Thus, when Zhu Yuanyuan announced that the seafood steaming in the pot was ready to be savored, the expressions on everyone's faces bore a hint of reluctance. What's the matter? Does no one enjoy it? She inquired with surprise. In unison, they shook their heads. No? Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed, wondering why. Wasn't it delicious? To substantiate her claim, she personally served a few shrimp to her fellow food enthusiast friends, assuring them they would relish it. I don't want any, Zhu Fei fervently refused, stating, we have no grievances, so please don't ensnare me. Am I offering something delectable merely to ensnare you? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a scoff. I painstakingly steamed the seafood and prepared the dipping sauce, yet no one is supportive. She glared at those who had previously assisted in gathering the seafood, recalling how jovially they had collected it while she had spent half the afternoon cleaning and preparing, only to be informed that they weren't fond of it. "Does your conscience not ache?" she lamented. This felt rather excessive. After an exhaustive effort to promote her steamed seafood, Zhu Yuanyuan felt disheartened and decided to cease her endeavors. She took her small wooden bowl and sat by the stove to eat. "If you wish to eat, then do so. If not, so be it," she declared, dismissing any further concern. Should there be leftovers, she would simply discard them. After all, they were at the seaside, and with the sun shining brightly, she could dry some to take home, ensuring she could enjoy them later. As she contemplated her seafood stockpiling strategy, someone sat down beside her. "Yuanyuan, do you not wait for me when there is something delicious?" It was Bai Shi, who had returned after completing his tasks. "Shige," Zhu Yuanyuan called out. "I have leftovers in the pot. Serve yourself whatever you desire." Bai Shi, with a piece of roasted meat in his left hand and a bowl and a bamboo tube of pig heart soup in his right, calmly replied, "Perfect. It's fortunate that no one is competing with us for it. Is it all eaten with dipping sauce?" Indeed, the steamed seafood is fresh and flavorful. Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively promoted her dish. "Yuanyuan, could you serve me some?" Zhu Chang hurriedly leaned over, attempting to push away a certain malevolent beastman. "The pot is so large. Why are you crowding so close?" Bai Shi remarked. "There is a saying, isn't there? One who intends to plant flowers finds them not to bloom, while one who plants willows carelessly finds them flourishing." Zhu Yuanyuan has given up, yet one after another, those willing to savor the delicacies of steamed seafood emerge. Upon tasting, their eyes widen in astonishment. "Oh, how delightful! How is this so vastly different from what we have previously consumed?" Zhu Fei is moved to tears. Had he known this earlier, he would have indulged sooner. Now, it is too late for regrets. Although he could still gather some tomorrow at low tide. The few bites he misses today cannot be compensated. "You should refrain from eating. Otherwise, you'll accuse me of deliberately leading you astray," Zhu Yuanyuan remarks with an indifferent expression. No, Zhu Fei vehemently protests, "You are not deceiving me. Rather, you regard me as a true friend. This friendship he is determined to cherish." Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head vigorously, akin to a clapper, declaring her disinterest in forming a friendship. In the future, she would merely savor the aromas of her delicious creations, refusing to be the unsuspecting fool left at a loss. "Your disagreement matters little, for I have already made my decision." Zhu Fei chuckled heartily, contemplating her intentions to cultivate new friendships. With a mere steaming, she could transform the pungent seafood into delectable dishes, while the afternoon's heart and lung soup was remarkably fresh, and the evening's barbecued meat was succulent and juicy. With a slurp, unbidden tears trickled from the corners of her mouth. In less than a few minutes, an entire pot of seafood was devoured, with even the dipping sauce fully consumed, smeared onto the barbecued meat and relished. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked and nodded. "You are absolutely right. Cured meat can be exceedingly salty even when boiled in water. It is best when stewed with potatoes or radishes. Yuanyuan, I shall assist you in gathering seafood tomorrow," Zhu Qi said with a charming smile. "No, it would be too much trouble," Zhu Yuanyuan replied. "I need to go foraging for herbs tomorrow and simply won't have the time." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled sweetly and assured, "Father, do not worry, I understand." Zhu Qi, with a forlorn expression, lamented, "Oh, why must it be like this? Gathering herbs is not an urgent matter. I simply wish to learn how to prepare seafood deliciously. I never intended to burden my dear sister Yuanyuan." Zhu Fei, murmuring softly from the side, added, "It is your unclear words and lack of focus that nearly implicated me." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Qi was feeling quite dejected, turning to Zhu Yuanyuan with a pitiful expression. "Yuanyuan, look at me. I offended fat brother just to indulge in a few more bites of seafood." Shouldn't you offer me some comfort? With a haughty demeanor, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted. When I treated everyone to seafood earlier, you didn't speak up. Instead, you went on about how fishy and foul it was, declaring it unfit for human consumption. And now, those so-called inedible delicacies have been devoured completely, and yet you expect me to toil away tomorrow to prepare more. Not a chance. Zhu Yuanyuan is certainly not one to easily forgive. She will seize any opportunity for revenge. I was wrong, Zhiqi lamented. His face a mask of sorrow. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just concerned that the steamed seafood might taste as foul and fishy as the boiled kind I had before. By the end of his statement, he could hardly bear to listen to himself. Yuanyuan, who had busied herself throughout the afternoon preparing the meal, thought it was only proper to taste the food first before declaring it unpalatable. You all are quite unfortunate, Zhu Yuanyuan remarked with a sympathetic glint in her eyes. However, my journey was primarily to gather herbs, and this meal is merely a token of my gratitude for the care you've shown along the way. Feeding over 40 people is no simple task, especially without any assistance. She would not foolishly bear the burden alone. Moreover, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. One cannot allow the pursuit of culinary delights to hinder the quest for medicinal herbs. No worries, we truly haven't been of much help. A number of the beast men responded cheerfully. After the meal, everyone realized that seafood could indeed be delectable, leading them to pay closer attention to the ebb and flow of the tides each day. Zhu Yuanyuan expressed her intention to gather medicinal herbs and set off the following day, equipped with a bamboo basket and a woven backpack. Initially, she wandered around the vicinity to familiarize herself with the route before making her way directly to the cliff where ginseng was likely to grow. In her previous life, she harbored a slight fear of heights, but upon transitioning to the beast world, she bravely learned to climb trees, thereby overcoming this phobia. Perhaps due to the rarity of visitors, the forest was surprisingly abundant with medicinal plants. Without much effort, Zhu Yuanyuan stumbled upon several commonly used herbs, which instantly brightened her mood. As long as she could find medicinal ingredients in this area, even in modest quantities, she could purchase additional supplies from the system's marketplace. Being alone on this herbal expedition made it quite easy for her to gather the necessary items: wolfberries, safflower, sour jujube seeds, figs, and monk fruit, all of which were valuable finds. Notably, the wolfberries, when added to soups, not only enhanced the dish's appearance but also offered nourishing properties. By the time she reached the edge of the cliff, her bamboo basket and woven backpack were already brimming with her harvest. Coincidentally, it was lunchtime, and feeling accomplished, Zhu Yuanyuan decided to return home to process the herbs she had gathered, planning to dry those that could be sun-dried in a sunny spot outside the forest. However, a new challenge arose. Laying the herbs on the ground risked contamination and made collection cumbersome. She realized she needed suitable drying tools. Fortunately, the forest was rich in trees, including the giant leaf tree, whose leaves measured nearly 1 meter in length and half a meter in width. Zhu Yuanyuan adeptly climbed the tree and plucked a dozen leaves, which she then washed by the river and set to dry, thus resolving her dilemma. As she emerged from the forest, Zhu Fei, in his beast form, excitedly trotted on the beach, calling out to her, "Hurry back, Yuanyuan. The tide is about to rise." Zhu Yuanyuan's face turned wooden as she declared her intent to process the medicinal herbs, leaving her with little time to spare. She searched around for a suitable place to dry them, eventually standing still on the flat ground just outside the forest, yet not quite reaching the beach. "How should I dry them? I can assist you." Zhu Fei came rushing in, nearly colliding with someone clutching a large leaf. With great difficulty, Zhu Yuanyuan evaded the encounter and shouted angrily, "Keep your distance from me." Zhu Fei restlessly stamped his hooves, flustered as he stammered, "Well, you see, it wasn't intentional." Zhu Yuanyuan, composed and collected, replied, "I am aware that it was deliberate. Are you not cognizant of the form you have chosen for yourself?" Zhu Fei glared, letting out a whimper, feeling wronged. "Step aside, do not obstruct me from my work." Zhu Yuanyuan began to shoo people away. "Oh, no, not people, but pigs. How dare you claim to be of assistance in such a state? Do not ruin my medicinal herbs." The dismissed Zhu Fei was on the verge of tears when suddenly, not far away, the voice of Zhu Chong rang out. "Ah Fei, hurry and fetch the seawater. Do not disturb Yuanyuan while she works." Coming. Zhu Fei responded loudly, pivoting on his hooves and sprinting away, fearful of lagging and facing reprimand. Uncle Chong was quite merciless, seizing any opportunity to administer a lesson without hesitation. As for the task of collecting seawater, there was no rush. They still had nearly a month to spend by the sea, ample time to grind away at their duties. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. The image feels strangely familiar. Before she could ponder over it, Baishir unexpectedly appeared, inquiring whether she had a fruitful day. Although phrased as a question, it carried an air of certainty. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement, affirming that the abundance and quality of the medicinal herbs here were indeed remarkable. She felt fortunate to have come. Meanwhile, Baishir, with a brazen demeanor, insisted, since this idea originated from me, should I not receive your gratitude for its usefulness? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted. What else could it be? Baishir replied, if you let me know in advance, I will gather the seafood during the low tide. Teaching how to prepare seafood is not a significant matter if one provides the ingredients, and Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. All right. Well then, you go about your business. I shall take my leave, Baishir said, departing swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Zhu Fei, burdened with several buckets of seawater, felt a sense of frustration. Mumbling incessantly under his breath, his eyes filled with a melancholy that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld him. Why are you back again? Zhu Yuanyuan asked, furrowing her brow. Before Zhu Fei could respond, Zhu Chang's booming voice echoed from a distance, Zhu Fei, what on earth are you doing? I sent you to fetch water. Not to wander aimlessly. If you keep this up, I'll break both your legs. Wait, I simply took a wrong turn, Zhu Fei exclaimed in a panic. I'm coming right away. Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but chuckle. How could one possibly lose their way without a single curve or wall in sight? Nonetheless, considering their shared love for food, she chose to refrain from publicly criticizing him. Alas, Fat Brother has truly become increasingly erratic. After drying the freshly picked medicinal herbs, she glanced up towards the sea and was taken aback to find it at low tide, revealing a beach teeming with lively seafood. A sight that sent shivers down her spine. It was indeed a disheartening sight for the weak, the elderly, and the infirm. Zhu Yuanyuan lingered in her sorrow for a brief moment, but soon rallied her spirits. Armed with an empty bamboo basket, she rushed to the beach, meticulously selecting delectable treasures such as clams, shrimp, and abalone. In her previous life, she had hesitated to indulge in such delights, but in this life, she was determined to savor every morsel. And the seaweed and pork rib soup was quite delightful as well. She needed to gather a good amount of seaweed while the weather remained clear, so she could dry it for easy and worry-free transport back home. Zhu Yuanyuan initially intended to casually gather some ingredients to prepare a delightful soup, certain it would be both fresh and flavorful. However, as she continued to collect more, her excitement grew, nearly causing her to forget her original purpose. It was only when she discreetly glanced at her pocket watch that she realized the time had slipped past. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, which explained the slight hunger she felt in her stomach. Zhu Yuanyuan promptly gathered her belongings and returned to the cave, unsurprised to discover 2 orcs roasting meat. With a cheerful smile, she waved her hand in greeting, remarking on the delightful aroma of the roasting meat. The younger orc, Zhu Liang, chuckled, Yuanyuan is back. The meat still needs to roast for a while longer. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, raising the large bamboo basket she carried. I gathered some seafood to make a soup. She set the overturned stone pot upright, cleaned it, and added a small broken pot into it. Then, she ventured to the riverbank to wash the seafood she had collected. After blanching the seafood, she poured it into the pot, added a generous amount of water, and covered it with a wooden lid, waiting for the water to boil. Yuanyuan, Zhu Liang sighed, shaking his head. Soup takes a long time to cook. You could have saved it for the evening. I'm not in a hurry, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, glancing at the roasting meat over the fire. Unfortunately, my culinary skills are not particularly impressive. Nevertheless, she thought to herself, a little roasted meat and a bowl of seafood soup would soon satisfy her hunger. After a brief respite, Zhu Yuanyuan set forth once more, making her way towards the precipice while gathering herbs along the path. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, she unexpectedly stumbled upon several peculiar crimson fruits, their intoxicatingly sweet aroma wafting through the air. What manner of fruit is this? Zhu Yuanyuan sought the counsel of the Tongzi. After a moment of silence, the Tongzi eventually responded, revealing that it was the beast essence fruit. which aids in cultivation. Zhu Yuanyuan was astonished. Is there truly such a miraculous fruit? Of course, there is, the sovereign scoffed lightly. The host is indeed remarkably naive. Unperturbed by the retort, Zhu Yuanyuan strode forward to pluck the fruit. Such treasures must certainly be tucked away in her own pocket. At the moment when Zhu Yuanyuan reached out to pluck the beast origin fruit, a slender green serpent suddenly darted out from the side, lunging directly at her wrist. Ready to bite. It is said that where rare materials and treasures abound, spiritual beasts often stand guard, and indeed, this proved to be true. In an instant, as the thought crossed her mind, Zhu Yuanyuan swiftly retracted her hand and summoned the bone-cleaving blade from her backpack with her will, striking at the green serpent. The first slash missed its mark, and in haste, she delivered several more strikes, all of which the serpent evaded skillfully, coiling around the beast origin fruit tree. The serpent watched her intently, poised to strike. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a state of mild distress, as prolonged periods of intense concentration were beginning to wear her down. If this continued, she feared it might lead to her downfall. She realized she had two options, to take decisive action or to devise an alternative strategy. Over the years, in addition to her studies in healing and saving lives, she had discreetly acquired knowledge in the art of crafting self-defense powders, such as the intoxicating powder known as drunken dust and 100 steps down. Those affected by drunken dust would feel as though they were inebriated, losing control of their bodies, only to return to normalcy after 2 hours. Conversely, 100 steps down would result in a loss of consciousness after taking 100 steps, with recovery occurring 3 hours later. Both powders boasted no side effects and would not cause one to collapse, allowing for the immediate administration of an antidote in case of accidental self-harm. The activation of 100 steps down required a certain amount of time, whereas drunken dust did not induce unconsciousness. Each option had its merits and drawbacks, and her current consideration was which would be more suitable for her needs. Zhu Yuanyuan was uncertain of the little green snake's combat prowess. However, judging from the recent events, it seemed formidable. She could not guarantee her ability to endure until the effect of the Baibu Dao would take place. Thus, she promptly resolved to first disperse the drunken powder, followed by the Baibu Dao. After all, she had an ample supply of both defensive powders, and they had seldom been utilized over the years, so a little waste was of no consequence. With her decision made, the drunken powder materialized in her empty left hand. Remaining vigilant, she cautiously retreated a few steps and scattered the powder before the little green snake could make a move, then swiftly darted to her right. As long as her agility was sufficient, she would evade any bites. The execution of her plan unfolded seamlessly. The little green snake was coated in the powder, momentarily stunned before descending into a state of disarray, writhing chaotically in all directions. Zhu Yuanyuan was reluctant to grasp the slippery snake with her hands. Instead, she wielded a machete, striking 4 or 5 times, yet each blow met only empty air. The little green snake, undeterred and writhing uncontrollably, deftly evaded several lethal strikes with its agile movements. It seems my speed is insufficient, Zhu Yuanyuan muttered to herself, realizing she needed to summon every ounce of strength she possessed. Thus, she focused more intently, her strikes resembling flashes of lightning. Initially believing that speed alone would suffice to subdue the little green serpent, she soon encountered an unexpected challenge. The snake's slippery body eluded her blade. Each time the edge brushed against its skin, it merely glided away, thwarting her efforts. This left Zhu Yuanyuan exceedingly frustrated. How utterly unfair, she exclaimed. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a pair of tongs, dusting them with lime powder, chuckling to herself as she prepared to catch the snake. However, to her dismay, the little green serpent had vanished without a trace. Surely it couldn't have escaped so easily? Zhu Yuanyuan was momentarily stunned, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. No. Snakes bear grudges. If it manages to flee and returns to the cave once it has recovered, that would be disastrous. She hurriedly brandished the tongs and machete, searching the area. Fortunately, the effects of the powder were still potent. The uncontrollably thrashing little green snake rustled about, creating a distinctly audible commotion. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed and decided to inquire with Tongzi about the snake's identity, expressing her disbelief at never having heard of it before. Given her current strength, She could cleave even stone, so it seemed illogical that she couldn't handle a mere snake. This is a king cobra, Tongzi replied. Impossible. Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively refuted. The king cobra is black, yet this one is green. Wait a moment. She recalled from an animal encyclopedia. The king cobra can alter its coloration due to mutations, adapting to its environment for concealment. At this juncture, Tongzi responded, Indeed, the mutated king cobra can change color. I understand now, Zhu Yuanyuan, and blinked thoughtfully. I remember that the venom of a poisonous snake can be used to infuse liquor for treating rheumatism. Tongzi, discerning her intent, queried. Are you considering using it to concoct a medicinal brew? Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan admitted candidly. There are many elders in the tribe afflicted with rheumatism, and they suffer greatly during rainy days, although the beastmen are robust. Enduring a life in the stifling heat of summer and the damp chill of winter in their caves inevitably leads to various ailments as they age. With rheumatism being the most common, in severe cases, it can render even the simplest journeys impossible. The shaman could brew some remedies to alleviate the pain. Yet they merely address the symptoms without curing the root of the issue, leaving the pain to return when the next episode arises. The venom of the king cobra is not excessively potent. It could indeed make for a fine infusion, Tongzi remarked, before shifting the conversation. However, there is a particular liquor that is far more effective for treating rheumatism. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated her petite frame and resolutely declared, I shall opt for snake wine. Capturing snakes was a remarkably simple task. Even if the efficacy were somewhat diminished, she could enlist the assistance of her kin once its effects manifested. The sole concern that plagued her was the absence of spirits exceeding 50 degrees in this world. Indeed, the cultivation of grains proved to be of utmost significance. It had been over 2 months since she had indulged in a meal of rice. The Orcish realm was decidedly primitive, while cultivating sweet potatoes, and corn was manageable. The prospect of planting rice or wheat presented formidable challenges during the autumn harvest, from reaping to threshing. Of course, these dilemmas were not insurmountable, merely requiring an excessive amount of manpower, which seemed rather unnecessary. Were potatoes truly unpalatable, or did sweet potatoes and corn fail to satiate one's hunger? Nevertheless, the time had come to cultivate glutinous rice and sorghum. Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan insisted, Tongzi, procure some sorghum and brown glutinous rice seeds for me. I shall arrange for their planting upon our return. No problem, Tongzi readily acquiesced, assuring her that he would secure the finest seeds with the least expenditure of knowledge. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief, saying, Tongzi, you are truly wonderful. To which Tongzi, with a touch of pride, retorted, Of course, who else could be your host? However, you mustn't focus solely on farming tasks. First, deal with the diamond snake that you have pinned down with the fire tongs. It is merely stunned by your blow and not yet dead. Zhu Yuanyuan almost forgot about the little green snake. After she painstakingly dealt with the mutated metal snake, a new dilemma emerged: how to preserve this serpent. The system's backpack was not an option. While purchasing high-proof liquor from the marketplace to submerge it would indeed be feasible, where should she conceal it prior to cultivating sorghum and glutinous rice to brew the liquor? Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brows and asked, How many knowledge points are required to purchase the smallest space? The sales representative enthusiastically responded, It's quite affordable, merely 999 knowledge points per square meter. This space offers preservation and anti-corrosion features, allowing for immediate access and exceptional value. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled broadly, contemplating that with the money saved, she could acquire a premium genetic enhancement elixir. Was it not worth the expense? Indeed, the space was everlasting and offered opportunities for upgrades, whereas the elixir would be consumed and gone. This explanation, albeit peculiar, left Zhu Yuanyuan in a quandary, struggling to identify what felt amiss. Should she forego the preservation of the snake and wait until she could brew wine before capturing one? No, the voice of the system interjected urgently. Emphasizing the immense utility of the space, it alleviated the need for tedious journeys back and forth to gather medicinal herbs, and on rainy days, there was no fear of the undried materials spoiling. Zhu Yuanyuan was persuaded, so she decided to make the purchase. Concerned about potential regret, she enlisted Tongzi's assistance. This was indeed a wise choice. After all, the knowledge points earned are meant to be utilized. Tongzi acted swiftly, completing the deduction of knowledge points while conversing, and informed her that the purchase was successful. She could now check her system backpack to view the item. Zhu Yuanyuan opened her system backpack and discovered the final item, a rather inconspicuous icon representing space, a small black stone. How absurd that such a trivial stone cost me 9,999 knowledge points. Truly outrageous. Host, you must speak with a clear conscience. The system longs to sprout hands to assist you in shaking out the nonsense from your mind. Acquiring such a precious portable space for merely 9,999 knowledge points is indeed an extraordinary bargain for you. Zhu Yuanyuan pressed her hand to her chest, exclaiming in pain. My savings have suddenly diminished by 10,000. She lamented. Oh, how disheartening. The system urged her, noting that she still had over 50,000 remaining. The host contemplated expanding her space or purchasing advanced genes and body enhancement potions, perhaps even acquiring those two exceptional ones. In her previous life, Zhu Yuanyuan had been quite impoverished, which had ingrained in her a frugal mindset typical of a common citizen. She could hardly bear the thought of depleting her knowledge points all at once. No, I am quite poor. I must save them for future needs, she insisted. You are being short-sighted. The system reproached her, its frustration palpable. What do you mean by that? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, eager to learn. Storing knowledge points is merely a sequence of numbers. However, purchasing potions to enhance your abilities transforms those numbers into real strength. The system seduced her with its words. Do you not wish to become more formidable, even surpassing your father? Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan replied candidly, but suddenly becoming exceptionally powerful may not be wise. I cannot expect the beast god to take pity on me and bestow enlightenment, can I? Everyone must comprehend what enlightenment entails first. What nonsense! The system could hardly suppress a sigh. Why must your newfound strength be overtly displayed? You could simply conceal it for a time and unleash it in moments of peril. After all, you were a university student in your past life. Why do you seem so oblivious? It is widely acknowledged that human potential is boundless. Experiencing a significant breakthrough when cornered is quite normal. Zhu Yuanyuan's face turned pale with embarrassment. She felt she had brought shame upon herself as a university student. To be frank, the idea proposed by the Tongzi was quite sound and entirely feasible, as long as she concealed her true capabilities. Thus, she resolved to heed his advice and promptly purchased both the advanced and superior potions, seizing the moment to absorb them while the surroundings were devoid of onlookers. Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and made a determined decision. The Tongzi felt a sense of relief. It was truly commendable that she could devise such a plan. She must remember that strength is paramount. While she is still a minor, she has protection, but once she reaches adulthood, it will be impossible to gather herbs solely at her doorstep. Although a system mall exists where one can procure any herb, it is implausible for herbs to materialize out of thin air and be displayed openly. Zhu Yuanyuan understood this logic, and thus, despite her heartache, she purchased potions that would enhance her talents and refine her physique, consuming them one after another, only to endure excruciating pain, nearly rolling on the ground in agony. Tongzi. The host should space out the potion consumption. One must absorb the effects of one before drinking another, the Tongzi advised. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a mix of anger and sarcasm. What good is it to say so after the fact? The host has experienced gene optimization and body refinement. I assumed you would have some awareness of this, the Tongzi replied. Could you not anticipate the implications of concealing your abilities? Is that not a bit foolish? Feeling subtly slighted, Zhu Yuanyuan procured a packet of chew sticks from the emporium, extracting one to gnaw upon with considerable force, feigning that it was the system itself. She harumphed, for she was but a minor, and shouldn't the system, in its capacity as mentor, be more solicitous? Alas, pain had a tendency to erode reason, fostering capriciousness. 2 hours hence, the ache that had permeated her very bones began to dissipate, and Zhu Yuanyuan's once contorted countenance regained its former loveliness. Only a brow slick with perspiration and garments sodden with moisture bore testament to the ordeal she had just endured. With a touch of self-deprecation, she mused whether this could be deemed a panacea. Indeed, the system affirmed, further goading, pray, test the augmentation of your strength. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with curiosity, surveyed her surroundings and lamented the absence of larger stones to experiment with. Why must we move stones? Can't we uproot trees instead? Tongzi inquired. Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely replied. The trees are flourishing. How could I uproot them for my own selfish desires? Moreover, she added, uprooting trees often brings up soil, and she did not wish to soil herself in the process. If you are so devoted to preserving trees, then go find some stones, Tongzi retorted, exasperated. You spin tales so effortlessly. It is truly remarkable. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled foolishly. Rather ordinary, ranked third in the world. The tallest tree is the first to be felled. She need not be overly formidable, for concealing her abilities is a prudent strategy. Tongzi, she teased, are you breathless just because I called you plump? Never mind, never mind. I want to engage in such trivial disputes with you. Are we still going to scale cliffs to gather herbs? Let us go. The sun has yet to set. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled up her sleeves, for I possess a personal space now, allowing me to collect more herbs without fear of spoilage. Your diligence is commendable, Tongzi urged. Let us hasten our departure and not waste time. The more herbs we gather, the sooner the host will appreciate the power of her personal space and be more generous with knowledge points. At that time, persuading her to upgrade the space will become significantly easier. Zhu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to the system's intricate calculations as she poured all the herbs from the bamboo basket into the bamboo container, storing them within her spatial storage. With a convenient repository at her disposal, there was no need to carry an excessive amount of herbal tools. Oh, and she must not forget the little green snake. Shortly, she would soak it in a bucket of white liquor exceeding 50 degrees. Armed with a sickle in one hand and a small hoe in the other, she avoided the previous mishaps, significantly enhancing her efficiency, which kept a radiant smile upon her face. Indeed, one should not hoard wealth like a miser. Knowledge, after all, is something one cannot take to the grave, and spending it brings immense joy. Zhu Yuanyuan declared with bravado. Does this mean the host consents to upgrade the spatial storage? The system inquired opportunely. Yes. Wait a moment. Zhu Yuanyuan promptly halted. How does the upgrade work, and what is the cost in knowledge points? Clearing its throat, the system responded in a soft, childlike tone. It remains at the original price. For each additional square meter, it requires 999 knowledge points. The host may purchase 2 square meters. Zhu Yuanyuan, you prodigal child, are you determined to ensure I do not become destitute? The reputation has been tarnished, and the system is quite displeased. It is a meticulous and considerate entity, always prioritizing the well-being of its host. Yet, instead of receiving praise, it finds itself unfairly maligned. How can you treat me this way without a twinge of guilt? I feel no remorse, Zhu Yuanyuan replied without hesitation. The system fell into a state of silence, undergoing a reboot and maintenance, with progress marked at 1, 2. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Why on earth was there a need for maintenance? She attempted to summon them all with her mind, but the familiar interface was conspicuously absent. Upon checking her system backpack, she found it inaccessible as well, which left her feeling rather dispirited. Given the pace of the maintenance, it seemed unlikely that it would be resolved in a day or 2, rendering her unable to retrieve the items stored within her backpack. The system truly was a nuisance. Fortunately, her personal space was bound by a blood oath, thus remaining unaffected by the system maintenance. She could still access the beast essence fruits and herbs stored within. Otherwise, her inclination to expand her space would have diminished further. This situation could not continue. Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to upgrade her space once the maul and backpack became accessible, intending to transfer her more valuable belongings into the space, ensuring that the sudden disappearance of her master would pose no concern. With her current abilities, surviving in this world was not overly challenging. It merely meant enduring a more arduous existence. As for the present, she must attend to her herb gathering. There was no room for laziness. With the assistance of her space, Zhu Yuanyuan successfully reached the bottom of the cliff. She gazed upward for an extended period, contemplating the feasibility of scaling the precipice. Her skills were commendable, complemented by extensive climbing experience, particularly in tree climbing. Thus, ascending was not an insurmountable task when her strength was ample. However, having consumed 4 potions today, she was in considerable pain, and the subsequent herb gathering had drained her energy significantly, rendering a hasty ascent quite risky. She muttered to herself, perhaps I shall return tomorrow. In truth, there existed a more time-efficient and less laborious method, enlisting Baishir's assistance to carry her to the cliff's summit. Yet, she harbored secrets that she would inevitably need during her herb gathering, and she truly desired solitude. As she filled her backpack and began her return journey, Zhu Yuanyuan glanced at the system's maintenance progress. Goodness, it had only advanced to 7.5 an hour. This was becoming increasingly sluggish. The master's temperament was indeed formidable, and she would need to be more cautious in the future. As long as she did not cross the line, it was best to endure. The abundance of herbs in her space was overwhelming, rendering it impossible to dry them all at once. Extracting too many at once would attract unwanted attention, necessitating a gradual approach. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanyuan remained unhurried. With her space, she could manage her tasks at a leisurely pace. If necessary, she could clear a patch at the cliff's summit, where sunlight would surely be abundant. After a night of silence, she hurried out the next morning, claiming her purpose was herb gathering. It must be said, Zhu Yuanyuan's strategy was quite astute. She expended considerable energy at the cliff's peak, where few trees were present. And as soon as the sun rose, she could dry her herbs until it set. Most importantly, the area was expansive and flat, making it particularly suitable for drying her wares. The sole drawback was the absence of precious medicinal herbs such as ginseng or reishi. She found nothing of value. Having organized her herbs, she laid them out on the large leaves she had collected, completing her task. Without any valuable herbs, Zhu Yuanyuan did not intend to remain at the cliff's summit. As she turned to descend, she realized that while climbing up had been manageable, descending posed significant peril. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Oh no, am I destined to perish here?" she lamented. "If only I had a parachute." Suddenly, it struck her. She wondered if the system's maintenance was complete. If she could access them all, descending the cliff would not be an issue. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly summoned the system's maul. When the familiar interface appeared before her, she felt a surge of emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. "Master, you are truly my savior. I promise never to intentionally upset you again," she declared, though the system seemed to sulk, retorting, "Only when you need something do you remember me. How unfortunate for me to have such a host." Zhu Yuanyuan displayed an exceptionally good attitude in admitting her mistakes, softly saying, "I was wrong. Tongzi, you possess great magnanimity, please forgive me." However, Tongzi felt overwhelmed, pondering what it meant to have such magnanimity. If it were us humans, it would translate to being generous, yet you are not human. Zhu Yuanyuan, with her large, sparkling eyes, smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and cryptically remarked, "You know what I mean." "No, I do not comprehend," Tongzi insisted, sensing something amiss. "Are you implying that I am not human? How could that be?" "You were never human to begin with," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her demeanor submissive and innocent. "After all these years, you should know my nature." "Tongzi, it is precisely because I know that I feel something is off. You have gone too far." Zhu Yuanyuan's expression changed in an instant, her voice filled with indignation. "You cannot tarnish my reputation over a minor disagreement from yesterday." Tongzi believed that her host had developed a serious ailment, one that could not be cured with mere medication, requiring a long-term approach of tranquility and nurturing. "Very well, I shall refrain from casting aspersions. The marketplace is now accessible. Purchase whatever you desire. And spare me your incessant chatter. I shan't waste my breath on you," Tongzi declared haughtily, and thereafter remained silent, unresponsive to any summons. "Oh dear. It seems Tongzi is still in a huff." Zhu Yuanyuan promptly expressed her desire to purchase a parachute, one crafted from superior materials, priced affordably, and characterized by its simplicity of use. Most importantly, it must not malfunction during descent. Her specifications were meticulous. However, she lamented that voicing them was futile, as it was imperative to personally inspect the products and discover the most satisfactory option. Thus, she resolved to refrain from further discussion. After procuring a suitable parachute, she donned it as per the instructions and tested its functionality, which proved to be excellent. Unfortunately, she encountered an issue while attempting to retract the parachute, as it bafflingly eluded her attempts to pack it away. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with her gentle demeanor, quickly grasps new skills but falters when it comes to practical application. "You might as well purchase a new one," suggested Tongzi, offering a candid piece of advice. "After all, it's quite affordable, merely 20 knowledge points." "No way," Zhu Yuanyuan decisively rejected. "I have to scale cliffs daily to dry herbs, buying a new parachute each time. In just half a month, that amounts to 300 points. How can I waste the hard-earned knowledge points like that?" Upon hearing this, Tongzi fell into a contemplative silence and after a long pause, remarked, "There exists a fully intelligent parachute, which allows for effortless deployment and retraction, though it comes at a higher price." "How many points?" Zhu Yuanyuan responded with bold enthusiasm. "As long as it is for a worthy purpose, I shall purchase it regardless of the cost." Tongzi replied, 1,000 knowledge points. Zhu Yuanyuan, who could have seized the opportunity, surprisingly chose to bestow upon herself a parachute. Ultimately, she purchased a smart parachute with a 20-year warranty and leapt from the cliff unscathed. Indeed, the high price justified its value. and it was truly delightful. In the following days, Zhu Yuanyuan busied herself with gathering medicinal herbs, concocting remedies, foraging by the sea, and drying seafood. She was so occupied that her belongings overflowed her spatial storage, compelling her to expend knowledge points to expand its capacity. The system was astonished to the point of questioning its own existence. It advised her repeatedly, yet the miserly host remained unmoved. However, after it ceased its counsel, the host surprisingly experienced a change of heart. Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan expanded her spatial capacity, increasing it by 2 square meters in a single endeavor, leaving her with just over 3,000 knowledge points. Although she felt a pang at the depletion of her knowledge, she willingly embraced the expenditure, even contemplating further expansions to enhance her storage's capacity, thus prompting her to study earnestly. For more than half a month, Zhu Yuanyuan retired early each night, diligently applying herself, which revitalized the previously discontented system. Indeed, motivation surged only after her knowledge points neared depletion. This coastal excursion yielded substantial rewards. Gazing at her brimming storage, Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated returning for more visits. However, she lamented that the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes she had brought were insufficient, having consumed them all en route, leaving her to covertly supplement her meals. Recognizing that hoarding food was an unseemly habit, she sought fertile soil before her return to plant her favorite crops. Not only did she include the staples commonly consumed in her tribe, but she also added sorghum, corn, and pumpkins. It is worth noting that pumpkins are remarkably easy to cultivate. One merely tosses the seeds into the earth, though care must be taken to prune some flowers to prevent an overabundance of fruit that would hinder growth, perhaps due to a previous distaste for pumpkins. She had consciously avoided this prolific crop over the years. Now, reflecting on it, she realized that the soft, sweet flesh of the pumpkin is indeed delectable. Next year, she would return, proudly bringing back pumpkins. You must strive to flourish, Zhu Yuanyuan murmured to the freshly sown seeds. Then, calls echoed from the direction of the cave. Coming. Zhu Yuanyuan responded loudly, I'll be back shortly. She mused internally about her father's impatience, as they were not departing until tomorrow, and there was little to pack. Upon returning to the cave, she would undoubtedly express her grievances. After all, she was still young, and occasional immaturity was quite normal. The adult orcs generally did not hold such things against her. Of course, there were exceptions, as was the case now. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Fei wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging that Achi spoke the truth. In terms of sheer strength, you surpass the majority of the female orcs within your clan. Zhu Yuanyuan wore a sullen expression, fully aware of her considerable strength. Especially after digesting those 4 potions a few days ago, she could uproot a massive tree weighing over 1,000 pounds. However, she needed to maintain a low profile. If the shaman were to discover her true abilities, she would undoubtedly be conscripted as free labor. As for Chi Gu and Fei Gu, those 2 straightforward men, they lamented their arduous and winding journey in search of companionship. She was truly too kind-hearted. With a touch of self-praise, Zhu Yuanyuan joined the packing team, stuffing salt into newly woven bamboo baskets made from animal hides, then binding them together with dried vines in groups of 3. On their return journey, each adult pig beastman carried 3 baskets, while the flying tiger beastmen bore no burdens, tasked solely with vigilance and combat. Don't wander off on the way back, Zhu Chang chattered as he worked. Your uncles and brothers came here empty-handed, ready to protect you in case of danger. But on the way back, everyone will be laden with heavy loads, so you must be extra cautious. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes cutely, assuring her father, if we're in a hurry, I can ask Brother Shi to take me. What do you mean take? You can go by yourself, Zhu Chang retorted impatiently. Shi is the leader of the Flying Tiger Beastmen. He carries significant responsibilities and has no time to babysit you. You're not him. How do you know he has no time? Zhu Yuanyuan challenged defiantly. Because I am also a leader, Zhu Chang replied with confidence, as he wove a bamboo basket. If you don't believe me, go ask outside. You an experienced lad. Your abilities are inferior to his. How could you possibly divert attention from such an important task? It's inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated for a brief moment, her desire for idleness prevailing. She cast aside her tasks and dashed outside, calling out from a distance, Brother Shi, "Are you busy on your way back?" "Not at all," replied Bai Shi, deftly weaving a bamboo basket. "What, do you not wish to walk? Shall I carry you aloft? Is that possible?" Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Bai Shi readily agreed. "Certainly, I shall craft a smaller bamboo basket for your comfort shortly." In truth, even had Yuanyuan not inquired, he would have made the necessary preparations. "Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Shi," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, leaping 3 feet in joy before turning back to the cave to boast to her father. "I won't have to walk." Zhu Chang, alongside Xiao Fan, was industrious. So how could they possibly produce such a lethargic daughter? Ironically, this indolent girl has captured the favor of the beast god, becoming the cherished darling of the tribe. As her father, he finds himself compelled to discipline her in secrecy. The day of their return journey arrived swiftly. Zhu Yuanyuan was roused early, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she observed the tiger beastmen binding bamboo baskets onto the transformed pig beastman. They secured the baskets tightly to prevent any items from dislodging during their travels. Noticing the numerous indentations etched into her father's skin by the vines, she instinctively furrowed her brow. That must hurt, she thought. Yet, Zhu Chang merely grunted a few times, accustomed to the discomfort. In comparison to the injuries sustained from encounters with mutated beasts, this dull ache was hardly noteworthy. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed. Fortunately, her beast form was a miniature pig, no larger than a bamboo basket. Otherwise, she would have to share the hardships with her kin. It is no wonder that the flying tiger tribe is willing to ally with the black pig tribe, with wings sprouting from their backs. Transporting salt back home in such a manner would likely prove futile. Those who run on the ground handle the cargo, while those who soar through the skies are responsible for security, truly a golden partnership. Zhu Yuanyuan comprehended the rationale, yet a pang of sympathy lingered in her heart. The journey to this point had taken over half a month, and even hastening the return would still require nearly 10 days. Being bound each day, with her circulation stifled, was immensely uncomfortable. Had she not stubbornly followed along this time, she would have remained oblivious to the arduous nature of traveling in the orc world. If only there were a wooden cart, for orcs possess great strength. Whether in beast form or human form, they could easily haul thousands of pounds of cargo. However, that aside, merely having a cart would be futile if the paths were unmanageable. In the forest, there are no proper roads. One must navigate through the trees, often having to forge a path where none exists, which explains why the team leader spoke of detours. As for road construction, that is even less feasible. Any path painstakingly established this year would likely be overgrown with flowers and grasses by the following spring, unless one could lay down a road with large stones. Such a task remains elusive. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated inwardly that purchasing a bag of cement formula would be a wiser choice. The road paved with cement would be smooth and durable, and if it were made wider, even if traversed only once a year, it would be easy to maintain. However, it would be quite conspicuous, making it easy for other tribes to discern their movements and subsequently discover the secret salt production base of the flying tiger and black pig tribes by the seaside. Alas, there are pros and cons to consider, making the decision difficult. "Stop daydreaming," Zhu Chang urged with a grunt. "If you're tired, go back to your little bamboo basket and continue sleeping. You're nearly an adult, yet you still think of slacking off." Though he expressed disdain, he did not hinder her and felt a tinge of envy. The small and adorable beast form certainly had its advantages, unlike him, who had grown stout and robust within just a few months, earning no embrace from their mother until he transformed into human form. Zhu Yuanyuan rubbed her eyes and, in a daze, turned to seek out Bai Shi and the small bamboo basket awaiting her. It must be said that Bai Shi was a meticulous beast man. The bamboo basket he wove was neither too large nor too small, and it was lined with soft, dry sheepskin at the bottom, making it a perfect fit for Zhu Yuanyuan once she transformed into her miniature piglet form. What was most remarkable was that the basket came with a solid wooden lid. On fine days, one could lift the lid to enjoy the breeze and the view, and in case of sudden rain, it could be closed. The bamboo-woven basket was breathable, and the snug wooden lid left no gaps, ensuring a comfortable atmosphere within. Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but raise her thumb in admiration. "Brother Shi, you were truly clever." While she was only thinking of hitching a ride, she had not considered the need to craft herself a comfortable seat. Had it not been for Bai Shi's foresight, she would have likely been seated on an uneven rattan stool. "This inspiration also stems from you," Bai Shi teased with a smile. "Now that you are in good spirits, remember to include me in any future ventures." The Feiyu tribe and the Heizhu tribe maintained a close relationship, and there were whispers of Zhu Yuanyuan and being favored by the beast god. Zhu Yuanyuan felt somewhat troubled. She needed the chief's approval before proceeding, for she could not rashly divulge such information. As a member of the Heizhu tribe, she always prioritized her tribe's interests in all matters. While farming was relatively straightforward, leaking information could be problematic, especially regarding pottery. The exquisite and functional pottery was highly sought after by the orc community, with individuals from other tribes even willing to barter food for it. Just as you suggested. Let us obtain the Zhu Mountain Chief's permission first, and then you may include me, Baisha replied with a grin. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. Given that Brother Shi had always been attentive to her and had never attempted to deceive her, it was only natural for her to acquiesce. The two clans had always maintained a close relationship, and their collaboration in the salt-making endeavor had been harmonious. Thus, the chieftain's sentiments were likely to align with hers. Zhu Yuanyuan and Baisha exchanged casual remarks, and the team was soon prepared to set off. As Zhu Chang had mentioned, the team leader was quite occupied, bustling back and forth to attend to various matters. In truth, these were trifling issues, such as the front group flying too swiftly for those behind to keep pace, or the middle group veering off course and colliding with one another. The pig beastmen were equally restless as they ran and inadvertently crashed into one another, creating a thunderous cacophony as they tumbled to the ground. Zhu Yuanyuan was filled with questions, wondering why they had arrived with laughter and joy, yet on the return journey, there was incessant bickering. After observing the people around her, she felt utterly exhausted and decided to curl up and take a nap. It was not until noon, during the break, when Zhu Yuanyuan went to deliver jerky to her father, that she finally had the opportunity to voice her inner confusion. Zhu Chang sniffed delicately, offering an explanation with a hint of exasperation. After an entire month of relentless toil, the young lads had scarcely a moment to frolic. Now that their labors were complete and they returned home, it was only natural to seize the opportunity for some merriment. However, in their exuberance, they occasionally lost sight of moderation, necessitating the team leader to intervene and bring the overly spirited back to their senses. So, this is how Zhu Yuanyuan operates? It seems her experience is indeed limited. Of course, as adult beastmen, their exuberance has its bounds. By the second day of their return journey, everyone's spirits had mellowed, and they consciously quickened their pace. Subsequently, each day began with an early breakfast before embarking on their journey while the sky was still dim. They would sustain themselves with jerky for lunch, continuing their trek until nightfall, when they would finally seek a place to rest, unload their goods, and enjoy a warm dinner. Due to the warmth of the weather, there was no need to seek shelter in caves at night. Camping in open areas near water sources proved more convenient. After 8 or 9 days of continuous travel, Zhu Chang excitedly announced that they would be able to return home 2 days ahead of schedule. Previously, they would rest each day upon reaching fixed campsites, taking exactly half a month for the journey. Now, however, they rested wherever they were when night fell, making an earlier return to the tribe quite plausible. The crowd cheered, "Oh, wonderful!" Just as their joy reached its peak, misfortune struck. Thunder rumbled in the sky, followed by lightning, fierce winds, and rolling dark clouds. "This is bad. A thunderstorm is coming." Zhu Qi cried out. "Uncle Chang, is there a cave nearby? We need to take cover." While they were strong and resilient enough to withstand a bit of rain, the salt, even if securely packed in animal skin bags within bamboo baskets, would not withstand the onslaught of a downpour. If it dissolved in the water and seeped into the ground, their trip would be in vain. "There's a small cave ahead," Zhu Chang replied loudly. "Everyone, don't panic or rush. Quicken your pace and follow me. The sooner we get into the cave, the less we'll lose." None of them were young children who didn't understand the situation. They responded in unison, "All right." Everyone exerted their utmost strength, sprinting forward and finally finding the small cave just before the heavy rain began. Zhu Yuanyuan nestled in the corner near the entrance, her figure and the basket blending into the dim light as she surveyed the cave, quickly arriving at a conclusion. The space was indeed quite cramped, insufficient to accommodate their beast forms, compelling them to revert to human shapes to enter. "Stop dawdling," Zhu Chang spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. "Let's organize the bamboo baskets and stack them up, creating some room for everyone to sit for a moment." "Wait a moment, Uncle Chang," Zhu Fei panted, catching his breath. The recent sprint had nearly exhausted everyone's energy, and the task of unloading fell entirely upon the beastmen of the Flying Tiger tribe. Once the pig beastmen had offloaded their burdens, they could only transform into human form, staggering into the cave. "Don't rush," Baisha interjected. "Let's finish unloading everything before we tidy up." "Are there still several baskets left to unload?" Zhu Chang asked anxiously, glancing outside at the commotion, fearing they might run out of time. "Almost done," Only 2 more people have cargo left. Bai Shi hurriedly instructed, clear a path. The salt cannot be left at the entrance. With that, he turned and dashed out of the cave. Zhu Yuanyuan truly wished to transform into a human form to assist. Yet being female, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of publicly doing so. The rumbling sounds echoed once more, and the light dimmed to the point where one could scarcely see a hand in front of their face. Only the occasional flash of lightning offered a glimmer of illumination. The patter of rain resonated in their ears, prompting a cacophony of chatter. It's raining heavily. It feels as if the sky is pouring down. Even standing close to the cave entrance, I can feel the droplets. Come on, squeeze in. There are still some who haven't made it inside. This year hasn't been too bad. We only encountered the torrential downpour as we neared the tribe. If only we could have fewer of these downpours. Oh dear, could you shift your ample backside a bit? You're taking up too much space. The conversation inadvertently veered off course, and everyone entered a playful banter mode, casting aside thoughts of the raging storm outside. Regardless, the rain would continue its descent, and no amount of discussion would alter that fact. Make way. Bai Shi is leading the members of the Feihu tribe inside. We still have a few baskets of salt to secure. Ouch, you've stepped on my foot, exclaimed a familiar, hearty male voice. Be careful. Hey, watch where you're stepping. Zhu Yuanyuan bit her lip in amusement, for this unfortunate fellow seemed to be rather ill-fated. Could you please scoot over? Zhu Chong said irritably. There's such ample space here, yet you remain rooted to the spot. The unfortunate man, having endured several jabs from others' feet, could only accept his misfortune as he shuffled away, feeling rather aggrieved, only to be met with disdain from his companions. Don't crowd. You only know to shout when someone steps on you. You can't even dodge, so foolish, and yet you have the audacity to push against me. But really, what does my being stepped on have to do with you? After a flurry of chaos, the bamboo baskets filled with items were finally organized into a tall stack, granting everyone a modicum of space to sit and rest for a moment. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Chong, feeling anxious, raised his voice despite the discomfort in his throat, shouting, silence. Make sure to rest well. If the rain ceases early, we shall continue our journey. Uncle Chong concurred, adding, if you have something to say, do so quietly. We must not disturb others' rest. Instantly, the crowd fell silent as if they were chickens. Zhu Chong let out a soft sigh, returning to a normal volume. Yuan. Where are you? If you hear me, just make a little sound. Zhu Yuanyuan exerted all her strength, grunting, I am here. Uncle Chong. We are in the corner near the entrance. Bai Shi indicated the correct direction. Zhu Chong cleared his throat, inwardly murmuring that Shi Xiaozai was indeed up to no good, and he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Given the words he had just spoken, he refrained from saying much more and silently made his way toward the door, quickly locating the person he sought. How's Yuan? Are you hungry? Zhu Chong inquired in a hushed tone. I'm doing quite well, having had a hearty breakfast this morning. Zhu Yuanyuan responded in kind, lowering her voice. However, your voice seems hoarse. It would be wise for you to speak less. I have some honeysuckle tea here. Would you like to have a sip? API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Chong suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Why had he sought out this self-imposed torment when he could have remained in peaceful solitude? The 16-year-old female had already learned to be independent, and it would be best for him to refrain from unnecessary worry in the future. After Zhu Yuanyuan's persuasion, Zhu Chong eventually drank a bamboo tube filled with honeysuckle tea, which left him feeling utterly exhausted. I need to rest for a while. Wake me when the rain stops, he said, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes, slipping into slumber within moments. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled with her lips pressed together, remarking, Father, you weren't snoring at all. It hardly seems genuine. Moments later, Zhu Chong began to snore, a rhythmic and contagious sound that, after a while, caused those nearby to feel their eyelids grow heavy. Zhu Yuanyuan was unaware of when she had succumbed to slumber. She only realized she was suspended in midair upon waking. She stirred, rose to her feet, and stretched her neck to gaze outside. The foliage, glistening with the remnants of rain, was a vibrant green, evoking a sense of serenity and delight, even amidst the wilderness. The allure of such breathtaking scenery was irresistible. Awake now? Bai Shi remarked with a smile. Uncle Chong had wrapped a piece of roasted meat in leaves and placed it beside her head, urging her to eat if she felt hungry. Zhu Yuanyuan's face darkened. Her father had truly made a mess of things. No wonder she felt a constant warmth enveloping her head in her dreams, mistaking it for an illness brought on by the rain. Nevertheless, she could feel her father's profound love surrounding her. The roasted meat had long since cooled, a thin layer of white fat congealing upon it, its aroma far from appetizing. Yet she still savored every bite with small, deliberate morsels. Had the rain ceased for a considerable time? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired while sipping water to cleanse her palate. It stopped around noon, Bai Shi replied with a smile. Uncle Chang mentioned that the sun lingers in the afternoon, and it would be a waste to rush. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement, affirming that traversing a greater distance to return to the tribe sooner would indeed bring joy to everyone. Yes, we all wish to arrive home quickly, Bai Shi conceded. How delightful, Zhu Yuanyuan murmured to herself, contemplating their approach to the doorstep of her abode, hoping that no further incidents would arise. After 2 months of ceaseless back and forth, even she, who merely played a minor role, felt exhausted and longed for the tranquility of home, yearning to return to her cozy cave. Do not worry, we are many. And even if we encounter fierce beasts, we shall be safe, Bai Shi gently reassured her. His words brought her considerable comfort. Zhu Yuanyuan rested her front hooves against the side of the bamboo basket, leaning down to observe her kin, and noticed 21 robust black pigs frolicking joyfully, splattering mud all over themselves without a hint of discomfort, their short tails wagging incessantly, a clear indication of their merriment. Stepping in mud pits is indeed quite therapeutic. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed longingly, a tinge of envy in her heart. After turning 10, she felt too embarrassed to join her peers in splashing in mud puddles. And today, she had missed another opportunity to play openly. What a pity. No, that was not quite right. How could she harbor such thoughts? Such childish amusements were only favored by the native creatures of this land. Surely, she was still influenced by the lingering consciousness of the original owner. As if sensing the yearning in her eyes, Bai Shi suddenly inquired, "Do you enjoy jumping in mud puddles, Yuanyuan? Would you like me to let you down to play for a while?" "No, I do not care for that," Zhu Yuanyuan firmly declined. "I am not as childish and playful as my father and the others." Indeed, Bai Shi replied, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Our Yuanyuan is wise and exceptional, having already mastered the skills of the great sorcerer before reaching adulthood. Surely, she would not stoop to playing in mud puddles." Zhu Yuanyuan, in truth, there is no need to speak so definitively. If her companions extend a warm invitation, she ought to acquiesce and partake in the occasion, should she not? Never mind. Gu is not a brutish creature, unaware of her predicament. In any case, the two tribes are distanced, so it hardly affects anything. The following 2 days were spent in tranquil travel, and by the afternoon of the third day, they finally arrived at the small valley where the Black Pig tribe resides. Zhu Yuanyuan was brimming with excitement, fervently insisting on disembarking to run about. She could not allow the tribe's young ones to witness her idleness, lest it become a source of ridicule. However, Bai Shi declined her request, his voice grave as he said, "Wait a moment, something seems amiss." "What could possibly be amiss?" Zhu Yuanyuan replied, bewildered. They were at the threshold of home. What unforeseen event could occur? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a familiar figure suddenly dashed out from the side. "Father, something has happened in the tribe." Zhu Yuanyuan's pupils contracted. "Brother." Her heart tightened in an instant. With so many clansmen remaining, including a considerable number of able-bodied youths, how could something have gone awry? What has transpired within the clan? Zhu Chang inquired in a grave tone. Noticing that his elder son appeared neither disheveled nor injured, his anxious demeanor had calmed significantly, awaiting further details. A few days prior, torrential rains had relentlessly poured down, causing the valley to accumulate water. The clan leader, fearing the worst, had taken the initiative to relocate the community amidst the downpour. Zhu Yuanyuan recounted this with lingering trepidation. When the rain ceased, we returned to find our home submerged. Fortuitously, the clan leader acted decisively, quelling all dissent, and firmly insisted on the move. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After all, the clan is home to many elderly and young members, and in the face of danger, escape would have been arduous. "To where have you relocated?" Zhu Chang pressed further. "We are temporarily residing with the Feihu tribe." Zhu Yuanyuan scratched his head. The incident had occurred abruptly. The clan leader mentioned a lack of nearby caves for shelter, coupled with concerns of further rainfall. Additionally, he wished to wait until the waters in the valley receded before returning. Though the explanation was somewhat jumbled, the meaning was clear, and Zhu Chang expressed his understanding. It is often said that leaving one's homeland is no easy task. The Heizhou clan has established roots in this small valley for over a century, and they could not simply abandon it due to a single flood. Furthermore, relocating an entire clan is no trivial matter. One must first find a relatively safe and suitable place to reside, then laboriously excavate caves for shelter, and finally, tend to the fields of potatoes and sweet potatoes. After months of hard work, just as the harvest season approaches, who would be willing to forfeit their labor? Fortunately, the valley was small, lacking vast tracts of arable land. The elderly clan leader opted to cultivate crops outside the valley to prevent them from being inundated. In summary, relocating an entire clan is not a decision made on a whim. It requires careful consideration. The most likely outcome is that once the waters recede, everyone will return to their homes and the matter will be put to rest. Since that is the case, let us continue our journey, Zhu Chang said to Bai Shi. Shall we have dinner at your tribe? Certainly, Bai Shi replied without hesitation. The two tribes were not too far apart. Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to find an opportunity to transform back into human form, settled down obediently in the bamboo basket for the ride. Zhu Yuanyuan completed his urgent tasks and began searching for his sister. After a thorough search, he discovered her lying in a bamboo basket, draped over the shoulders of the leader of the Flying Tiger clan. He couldn't help but chuckle. Yuan, how could you trouble others like this? Come down and run with your elder brother to strengthen your physique. Zhu Yuanyuan remained silent, closing her eyes to feign sleep. It must be said that this tactic learned from her father proved quite effective, as her elder brother ceased his calls after receiving no response. However, there was a downside. In the act of pretending, she often fell into genuine slumber. When Zhu Yuanyuan eventually awoke, she found herself in the Flying Tiger tribe, still nestled within a bamboo basket, surrounded by a throng of people, relatives, friends, and numerous unfamiliar faces. To her astonishment, she had become a rare spectacle for all to behold. Yuanyuan has awakened. Zhu Xiaofan exclaimed dramatically. I have missed you dearly in these past 2 months. Not only did she speak, but she also took action. Scooping up a small pink piglet and cradling it affectionately while casting sidelong glances at others, exuding a rather smug demeanor. Nearby, some were green with envy, lamenting. Yuanyuan remains as adorable as ever. Why can't I produce such a delicate little female beast? Perhaps it is because both you and your partner are robust black pigs. Zhu Xiaofan retorted. Humph. Who doesn't know that the combat prowess of little piglet beastmen is rather lacking? A round-faced female scoffed. It is only because our great shaman has taken her in and taught her some herbalism skills. Otherwise, she would have to rely solely on males for survival. Baiwa, if you cannot contribute anything worthwhile, it would be best to remain silent, Zhu Xiaofan admonished, her expression darkening. We were all enjoying a cheerful conversation until you decided to disrupt it, truly more bothersome than a flea. How dare you insult me? Baiwa exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide. Let us not forget that we are in the Flying Tiger tribe. Indeed, we are in the Flying Tiger tribe, and we are merely staying here temporarily. Zhu Xiaofan replied with an exasperated roll of her eyes. However, you initiated the provocation. Thus, I merely retaliated. It is undeniably your fault. She had faith that the chief of the White Tiger tribe would not be so foolish as to be swayed by biased opinions. Baiwa, it would be wise for you to return home and attend to your duties instead of causing a ruckus here. Another female from the White Tiger tribe, Bailey, interjected. Your MNMN is a good child, and her reputation has suffered due to her mother's misdeeds. Do not be misled. While beastmen busied themselves with survival, they were indeed conscious of their reputations. After all, everyone desired a partner of good standing. Baiwa muttered, of course MNMN is good. She is far superior to certain lazy individuals who cling to males for sustenance. I wonder what affliction has befallen Shirtu. Though unspoken, her remarks were as accusatory as if she had pointed fingers. Zhu Yuanyuan waved her little hoof and declared, Humph. Mother, quickly fetch me a dress. Grudges must be settled promptly. To wait and seek retribution later would only mark one as petty and earn disdain. No need for your interference, Zhu Xiaofan said. Her fists clenched. Dare to claim that my Yuanyuan is lazy? You must be quite comfortable in your life. Baiwa scoffed. Oh, so now being lazy is off limits for comments? Then I shall assert that your MNMN is a long-tongued, indolent female. Zhu Xiaofan was not one to be easily intimidated. You lie? Baiwa snapped, raising her hand as if to strike. Dare to tarnish my MNMN's name, and I shall tear your tongue from your mouth. Zhu Xiaofan, while evading, let out a cold laugh. If you are capable of doing it, why should I be unable? I merely speak the truth, Baiwa exclaimed, unlike you. Zhu Xiaofan calmly seized the opportunity to speak, remarking, with a mother like you, how could the offspring turn out well? This statement resonated with many females present, including several from the Feihu tribe, who voiced their agreement. The fact that even her own kin had taken a stand against her underscored Bai Hua's profound failure in her role as a mother. Bai Hua was utterly unprepared for such an outcome and found herself at a loss. Just as the tension mounted, a gentle female voice interjected, and Xiaofan, please forgive my mother for her lack of eloquence. Bai Man approached with a soft smile, bowing to the assembly. We all regard you as elders, and I sincerely apologize on behalf of my mother. I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive her. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. To offer forgiveness felt unsatisfactory, yet to refuse would cast them as oppressors taking advantage of the vulnerable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan huffed. Don't seek out my father. Ask Brother Shi instead, as he is the one who assisted. All right, Zhu Xiaofan acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Bai Man's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal as she gently replied, there is no need to trouble yourself. It suffices to express your thoughts in this manner. Everyone can comprehend. With a playful grin, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, you misunderstand. I have nothing to say. I merely wish to transform into human form to demonstrate a few gestures. Laughter erupted among the crowd, though some were puzzled. We are all accustomed to battling in our beast forms. Why must Yuanyuan insist on changing into human form? A female member of the Black Pig clan explained, it is peculiar, for her beast form is petite and delicate, rendering her combat prowess significantly inferior to that of her human form. Yet, curiously, her strength in human form is not less than that of our beast forms. Is that so? The females of the White Tiger clan expressed disbelief, imagining her human form as a robust, sturdy figure. Indeed, regardless of gender, pig beastmen are typically quite robust in human form, exuding an intimidating presence. Bai Man felt a twinge of regret. If Zhu Yuanyuan were to appear unattractive, Brother Shi would surely dismiss her, rendering her mother's efforts futile. Fortunately, since it was her mother's words, the elders of the clan would not direct their ire towards her, limiting the repercussions. After weighing the pros and cons, Bai Man spoke again. Since Sister Yuanyuan insists on speaking in human form, I shall assist you in seeking Brother Shi. However, I must admit, I am still unaware of his whereabouts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Impatient. Zhu Yuanyuan could no longer tolerate the pretense of innocence. Rather than feigning ignorance to irritate her further, it would be wiser to remain silent. If provoked, she resolved to act decisively. With her formidable beastly form, she was more than capable of dealing with this seemingly delicate White Lotus. The thought spurred her on as she lunged towards the face of the unsuspecting White Lotus, her front hooves striking down with fervor before she swiftly retreated to the safety of her small bamboo basket. After a prolonged rest within its confines, she had grown fond of the comfort it provided, and it would henceforth serve as her bed, something she could not afford to abandon. You, Bai Man screamed, covering her face, utterly undone by the encounter. It was evident that the swine beastman was both uncouth and unreasonable. She could hardly fathom the chieftain's reasoning for temporarily sheltering them. Having suffered such a significant loss, Bai Man struggled to maintain her facade of gentleness. With a fierce glare, she transformed into her divine beast form, lunging towards Zhu Yuanyuan, and with a powerful swipe of her paw. The onlookers gasped in horror. Zhu Yuanyuan, quickly evade. Zhu Yuanyuan adroitly evaded the attacks, carefully protecting her small bamboo basket, mindful of the effort required to weave it. Hey, look at you, so dull-witted and malnourished. Zhu Yuanyuan taunted, her true colors now revealed. Let's see how you feign gentleness and kindness from now on. Bai Man gnashed her teeth in fury, vowing to end Zhu Yuanyuan's existence. She relentlessly pursued, unleashing a barrage of claw strikes. Is that all you've got? Zhu Yuanyuan effortlessly dodged each attack. Frustrated by her repeated failures, Bai Man, in a fit of desperation, let out a furious roar, flapped her wings, and soared into the air, swooping down towards the pink piglet. The commotion attracted a crowd of male orcs who gathered around, curious about the situation. What's going on? Zhu Chang approached his partner directly, inquiring, why is Yuanyuan fighting with the female of the White Tiger tribe? Some people have filthy mouths. Yuanyuan is just helping them clean up, Zhu Xiaofan casually remarked. Oh. Zhu Chang furrowed his brow in contemplation for a few seconds, then raised his voice. Yuan, be mindful of your actions. Don't kill or cripple her. After all, they were on the Flying Tiger tribe's territory, and they couldn't afford to be too ostentatious. Zhu Yuanyuan emitted a couple of soft hums, indicating her understanding. She was not foolish enough to resort to excessive force. It's fine, go ahead and strike. If you incapacitate me, it's on my account. At that moment, the leader of the Flying Tiger tribe, Bai Daniu, approached, his expression imbued with an icy demeanor. Upon hearing the leader's words, Bai Man felt her limbs weaken, the pent-up frustration within her dissipating instantly. She collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, as Zhu Yuanyuan retaliated with a fierce kick to her nose, blood gushing forth. Humph. It was you who suddenly stopped. I couldn't retract my hooves in time before I struck you. Don't even think about playing the victim. Zhu Yuanyuan retreated cautiously, silently commending her remarkable instinct to avoid being victimized. Bai Man opened her mouth to roar in protest, unable to comprehend why the leader favored an outsider, yet too intimidated to inquire further. Instead, she could only express her pent-up grievances through this outburst. Silence, return, Bai Daniu commanded coldly. They're guests. It's one thing not to host them properly, but to quarrel and fight with them shows a complete lack of hospitality. Consider yourself fortunate that I am not punishing you with confinement. Bai Man had no desire to play the role of a host. Her intention was solely to discipline that underdeveloped little pink pig from the black pig tribe. However, instead of exerting authority, she found herself ridiculed and beaten. Yet, with the leader's decree, she had no choice but to comply, albeit reluctantly. After Bai Man departed in a state of disarray, Bai Daniu turned to Zhu Chang and said, You must be exhausted from your long journey. Rest early tonight, and we can discuss matters tomorrow. Thank you, Leader Bai, Zhu Chang replied, bowing deeply, his right fist gently tapping his left chest in a gesture of gratitude. The White Tiger tribe had a limited number of extra caves, and with some single beastmen offering their own nests, the pig beastmen were left to squeeze together in a single dwelling, barely managing to settle in. Zhu Yuanyuan's family resides with her grandparents, Grandpa Zhu and Grandma Zhu, along with 3 other closely knit relatives. With so many individuals in a confined space, comfort is naturally compromised. Fortunately, all are forthright in disposition. Any disputes are addressed and resolved on the spot, precluding any treachery or backstabbing. However, the cave is cramped, forcing everyone to rest in a seated position. Lying directly on the uneven ground proves quite uncomfortable, necessitating the use of straw for a semblance of comfort. Yet the heat leaves them restless and unable to sleep. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan clambered out of the bamboo basket, rushing to the entrance of the cave to scrutinize her surroundings. She found a corner that was less prone to being stepped on and settled down, grateful to the beast god for endowing her with her mother's beastly form, which took up little space. She had spent her daytime idly lying in the basket while others took to the skies. Having completed her daily tasks, she could have easily rested, yet thoughts of the submerged tribe gnawed at her heart, leaving her in a state of unease. Even though the elders within the tribe reassured her that it was the first time the tribe had been inundated and that they would return home once the waters receded, she could not find solace. For reasons unknown, Zhu Yuanyuan harbored a foreboding sense that events would not unfold as everyone anticipated. Rather, a greater disaster loomed on the horizon. This feeling was peculiar, and she dared not voice it in front of her hopeful kin, for as a young female favored by the beast god, her words carried weight in the tribe and could easily incite panic. System, I call upon you. Zhu Yuanyuan communicated with her consciousness. Am I unwell? You are in perfect health, the system replied promptly. Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow, persistently questioning, why do I feel so unsettled? Surely, it cannot be due to my becoming neurotic? No, replied the system, the host is not ill. The system had merely changed its phrasing, yet the meaning remained unchanged. Something felt amiss. Zhu Yuanyuan tapped her head, pondering that perhaps the exhaustion of the past 2 months had taken its toll. With the daily toil of foraging and drying herbs, coupled with an increase in tasks, she should not have let herself be misled into depleting her knowledge reserves so recklessly. Had her stock of knowledge been more ample, she would not have to fret about affording necessary items. In summary, her discomfort was a consequence of the system's mismanagement. Oh, look at this hefty burden, dear system, she remarked. Such a large and round pot. Are you truly offering it to me for free? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to Tongzi's thoughts as the moon ascended to its zenith, casting its luminous rays into the cave. She basked in the silvery light, gradually dispelling her inner turmoil, and unknowingly drifted into a sweet slumber, even emitting soft, cheerful snores. During her stay at the Feihu tribe, Zhu Yuanyuan spent her days in seclusion, resting within the cave while attending to her daily study tasks. Though Tongzi had not voiced it, she harbored a vague premonition that misfortune loomed on the horizon, be it natural disasters or man-made calamities. Recalling her submerged homeland, Zhu Yuanyuan leaned towards the notion of natural disasters. As the saying goes, after a flood, a drought is sure to follow, should they encounter a parched season. The barren landscape would compel her family to migrate in search of water. Where they would relocate was beyond her concern. Speculating on natural disasters was mere conjecture. What truly mattered at present was the news her elder brother had brought. The floodwaters had receded, and they could return home. The tribespeople, upon hearing this, could not contain their joy, chanting, "Homeward, homeward." The days of living under another's roof were drawing to a close, and once they returned to their own territory, they would no longer need to ration their hunting yields. During this period, the boar beast men had refrained from extensive hunting. Their daily catch merely sufficed for roasting, ensuring they would not starve, but a satisfying meal remained elusive. Zhu Yuanyuan's system backpack indeed contained a plethora of items, yet she remained confined indoors, unable to conjure sustenance from thin air. Therefore, the prospect of returning home was the most delightful news. The eager pig beastmen swiftly gathered their belongings, exchanged farewells with their familiar flying tiger beastmen, and dashed off in the direction of home. The small valley, now free from the floodwaters, appeared particularly disheveled. Most of the flowers and trees were askew, some even exposing their roots. Only a few sturdy pines stood resolutely upright, while the ground was riddled with depressions, each step sinking into a pit. Zhu Shan's expression was serious. Although the waters had receded, the ground remained damp and treacherous, rendering it nearly impassable. Should we perhaps wait a few more days? Yet, one of the tribesmen chuckled, asserting that he had no fear of stepping into muddy puddles, let alone traversing a muddy path. Upon hearing this, the others readily agreed, proclaiming that the pig beast men were undeterred by filth or fatigue, and when faced with adversity, they would never retreat. "Chief, let us return home." Zhu Shan felt a sudden numbness wash over him, his complexion alternating between shades of pale and flushed. After enduring his frustration for a considerable time, he could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, "Silence." The atmosphere fell into an immediate stillness, leaving the crowd bewildered. Why had the chief erupted in such a manner? Surely, he must be fatigued from recent exertions. Perceiving the thoughts of his kin, Zhu Shan let out a derisive snort. "We dwell within the cave, and the mud steps leading home remain damp. What if one of us slips and falls?" He emphasized the necessity of waiting until the path had dried for a safe return. The assembly pondered his words and concluded that the chief's reasoning was indeed sound. Thus, they decided to postpone their journey home. One overly earnest individual inquired, "Shall we continue to seek refuge with the Flying Tiger tribe?" This suggestion was met with widespread dissent. "No," they chorused. The weather was warm, and with no rain in sight, they could manage for a couple of days outdoors without imposing on another tribe. Even with amicable relations, staying in someone else's home felt uncomfortable. It was far preferable to endure a couple of nights in the woods. Besides, their own territory allowed for hunting, ensuring at least a hearty meal. Most importantly, having hastily returned upon hearing the floodwaters had receded, it would be inconsiderate to now request to borrow shelter for an additional 2 days. With a consensus reached, the group expressed their willingness to camp in the forest, prompting a look of relief from Zhu Shan. It was gratifying to see them come to this understanding. With the hour still early, he instructed the first and second teams to accompany him for hunting, while the gathering team sought out mountain delicacies and wild fruits. The remaining members were tasked with establishing a temporary camp in the woods. In the forest, where vegetation flourished, care was paramount when igniting a fire for cooking, especially with a larger group, as the risk of forest fires loomed large. Time would need to be invested in clearing a safe area. The crowd responded in unison, adhering to their assigned duties. On ordinary days, Zhu Yuanyuan either followed the elder shaman for lessons or ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. She did not join the collection team, becoming one among the remaining group, busily uprooting weeds and cutting through thickets. The tools were rather unwieldy, requiring raw strength. and the pace of clearing the ground was indeed sluggish. It was no wonder the chief had left so many behind to toil. With a silent sigh, she wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and continued her diligent work. It is often said that many hands make light work, and this adage proved true. Despite the arduousness of the task, they managed to complete their work before the first and second teams returned, and were now scouring the area for dry twigs to construct a makeshift earth oven. Previously, they had relied on wooden frames for roasting meat, which often resulted in slippery mishaps or collapses. When Zhu Yuanyuan experimented with forming an oven from wet mud, she discovered its efficacy after firing it with kindling. Though rudimentary and less durable than cement, it proved convenient for roasting meat and boiling broth, and the villagers gradually became accustomed to its use, able to construct it swiftly when needed. As they prepared the roasting platform, the playful younglings squatted outside the potato field, salivating as they fantasized about the delectable taste of potato stew. A 2-year-old female, tilting her head, innocently inquired, "Is potato stew truly tastier than roasted meat?" Of course. The stewed potatoes are soft and glutinous, bursting with the rich flavor of meat, unlike the dry and tough roasted variety, replied a round-faced, chubby boy. The little female's eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, "Let us dig up the potatoes." The other younglings hesitated, knowing better. The elder chief was watching not far away. Anyone bold enough to disturb the potatoes would swiftly find themselves on the receiving end of a firm reprimand. The chubby boy patted his little bottom and tugged at the 2-year-old, urging her to flee quickly to avoid a beating, for the elder chief was indeed fearsome. The rest of the younglings nodded in agreement, sharing a mutual understanding that it was best to keep their distance from the elder chief, known for his thunderous voice and irritable temper, lest they attract his wrath. Despite their small stature, the younglings' voices were not to be underestimated, unrestrained as they were. Those nearby could not help but chuckle, save for the elder chief, who wore a grim expression, radiating a palpable aura of displeasure. Zhu Yuanyuan leaned closer, teasingly remarking, "Old chief, your authority grows more formidable with each passing year, to the point where even the young ones tremble at your approach. Impressive." She raised her thumbs in a gesture of admiration. The old chief, Zhu He, cast her a disapproving glance and retorted, "Get to work. Don't laze about here." Zhu Yuanyuan murmured softly, expressing that there was little work to be done and questioning the necessity of her involvement. "How can there be no work?" Zhu He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "The more firewood, the better. How can someone as young as you feel comfortable standing alongside us, the elderly and the frail?" "Oh dear." Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her face concealed in a gesture of modesty, "I am so small in my beast form that I cannot carry much firewood. My presence would only complicate matters. It would be better if I did not go." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu He's lips twitched slightly, admonishing the youth not to be overly delicate. If one is incapable of performing even the most laborious tasks, such as gathering and chopping firewood, what worthy male would take notice? In this world, survival necessitates diligence and skill. Should one seek a partner who is indulgent and averse to hard work, life would undoubtedly become burdensome. No worries. Zhu Yuanyuan proclaimed with utmost seriousness, "I possess the knowledge of herbal medicine and healing. Sustenance is never a concern for me. Once my master retires to the Fox clan, I shall ascend to his position, and my future will be filled with choices aplenty." As Huyin approached, she inquired playfully, "Is my little disciple plotting a coup?" Zhu Yuanyuan never anticipated that her casual remarks would be overheard by her master, leaving her in a state of acute embarrassment, nearly on the verge of bursting. Her master hesitatingly called out, "I can explain." She frantically racked her brain for justifications, desperately trying to summon her spirit companion for assistance. The thought of being expelled from her master's tutelage filled her with dread. Without the need for further explanation, Huyin replied nonchalantly, "You are my disciple. Once I return to the Fox clan, the position of great shaman will naturally be yours. At that time, numerous beastmen will indeed seek you as their partner." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. How reckless. If she were to wait for 40 years, she would become a mere 56-year-old cabbage, attracting only older swine. It would be far better to remain a lifelong noble single. In truth, one is not considered old in the orc world until they reach a century, Zhu He. Ever the instigator, interjected, Yuanyuan, your growth and strength is commendable. In the future, seek a partner of equal caliber. An older companion may not be a concern, for you might yet bear offspring in your twilight years. The old chieftain's words held merit, prompting Zhu Yuanyuan to display a smile more sorrowful than tears. Yet, as lighthearted as the jest may be, the pursuit of a partner must occur naturally. After all, I am still young and in no rush. She was not a stubborn individual and would not hastily declare a vow of lifelong singleness, for should the desire for companionship arise unexpectedly, it would only lead to self-reproach. Tongzi marveled. I have never encountered such audacious shamelessness in a host. That merely reflects your limited experience. It has no bearing on me, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, her thoughts laced with sharpness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan feigned ignorance, beaming brightly at the great sorcerer. Master, is there something you wish to discuss with me? As a devoted disciple, she was well aware of her master's temperament, a quintessential homebody, one who seldom ventured beyond his abode unless compelled by necessity. His sudden approach undoubtedly signified an important matter at hand. As anticipated, Huyin promptly responded, Did you not bring back a plethora of medicinal herbs from the seaside? Where have you placed them? Allow me to see. Right here, in the cleared space, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with eager hospitality. I will take you to them. Please feel free to take whatever you like. The herbs were intended solely for the use of their clan and held no commercial value, rendering their location irrelevant. Very well. Huyin replied in a measured tone. It was only upon his sighting of several bamboo baskets filled with meticulously prepared herbs that a flicker of vitality graced his otherwise stoic countenance. Well done. These will indeed prove useful. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled with satisfaction, remarking that her years of study under you had not been in vain. Huyin nodded in agreement, then shook her head. The summer weather was capricious, and leaving the medicinal herbs outside was precarious. They needed to find a place that could shield them from the rain. Master was indeed right, Zhu Yuanyuan concurred, but it seemed there was no suitable location here. Huyin furrowed her brows, stating that if there was no appropriate spot, they must devise a way to create one. If that proved impossible, she would consult the clan leader, whose wisdom was bound to be greater with age. Oh, I understand. Zhu Yuanyuan replied, nodding obediently. Once Huyin had conveyed her instructions, she departed, showing no inclination to assist further. Before leaving, she added, If you wish to become a great shaman, you must undergo more training. In the future, it will be your responsibility to heal the injured and the sick among the clan. Should you fail, you may seek my help. Zhu Yuanyuan, no, master. You should at least continue for another 40 years. Are you already handing over all your responsibilities to her? Alas, it is entirely her fault for her indiscreet tongue. She dares to make any jest, and it has led her to her own misfortune. The consequences of her actions are hers to bear. With a heavy heart, Zhu Yuanyuan approached the clan leader to discuss the matter of storing medicinal herbs. The master, concerned that it might rain again, sought a place that could provide shelter from the wind and rain. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Shan asked no further questions and called out to two strong young men, a Wang and a Fu. Please dig a pit and make it sizable. We shall lay some stones at the bottom for the great shaman's medicinal herbs. Uncle clan leader, Zhu Yuanyuan spoke timidly. If it rains, will water flow into the pit? This was indeed a pertinent inquiry. Zhu Shan, uncertain, hesitated before responding. Yuanyuan, do you have any suggestions? Zhu Yuanyuan pondered thoughtfully, gazing up at the towering tree not far away. Let us create a treehouse, she exclaimed. A treehouse, Zhu Shan echoed instinctively. Do you intend to hollow out the upper half of the tree for storage? That tree will not do. What if we damage it? The forest was filled with grand trees, yet Yuanyuan had her sights set on the largest and oldest one. If the venerable chieftain were to discover this, he would undoubtedly pursue them in anger. Let us choose another tree. If you find the others too small, we can excavate several from the neighboring ones. This is a fundamental principle that the chieftain must uphold. I am not suggesting we hollow out the tree, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. A treehouse simply means constructing a wooden dwelling upon the tree using planks, which will not harm it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded, fully aware. In her heart, She secretly mused that even if the colossal tree were to encounter some unforeseen mishap, the clan leader would still bear some responsibility. Hiki. It was imperative to remain discreet, ensuring that the clan leader did not sense anything amiss. Zhu Yuanyuan exchanged 200 knowledge points in the marketplace for the skill of constructing a treehouse. Seizing the opportunity while her two helpers were busy felling trees in the distance, she discreetly watched the instructional videos several times, memorizing the details and pondering over them. Lacking nails, she had to rely on the intricate joinery techniques of carpentry to build the treehouse, which proved to be quite complex. Merely watching the videos and explanations offered little clarity, so she decided to drag over a fallen tree to attempt crafting some small components. Due to the inadequacy of tools, only a bone knife and bone spikes at her disposal, she struggled for a considerable time before managing to produce a few rudimentary pieces. Although her efficiency was low, she achieved a semblance of success without floundering hopelessly. When her two assistants returned after chopping down about 10 trees, Zhu Yuanyuan quickly called out for them to halt their work. Wang Gu, Fu Gu, you need not chop any more trees for the time being. Please assist me in crafting some items. She meticulously explained the small pieces to them and demonstrated the process until they grasped the technique, finally allowing herself to relax. For the sake of a wooden house, she even had to learn carpentry skills. What a formidable challenge. The trio toiled diligently until midday, only realizing their hunger when they heard calls for lunch. They hurried to the riverbank to wash their hands before making their way to the stone pot, each seeking their own mother. Yuan, Zhu Xiaofan chided her daughter. We've been searching for you everywhere. Where have you been frolicking? My master instructed me to work. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a cheerful smile. What work? Are you not tired? This was a concern emanating from a mother's love. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head, asserting that constructing a treehouse was not particularly arduous. She took the opportunity to elucidate what a treehouse entailed. It is often said that youth equates to a lack of rights, rendering many endeavors cumbersome. Zhu Yuanyuan had personally validated this notion. Despite brandishing the banner of divine favor from the beast god, she approached tasks with a degree of trepidation, hesitant to overstep boundaries. Typically, she would articulate the tasks at hand, which were then executed by the adult orcs. Aside from foraging for herbs, her newfound ability to independently lead the construction of a treehouse marked a significant advancement. Not only did she feel a sense of joy and view it as a promising beginning, but Zhu's mother also recognized its profound importance. The chieftain's willingness to allow her to spearhead the treehouse project was a testament to his esteem for her. Zhu Xiaofan earnestly advised her to work diligently and avoid sloth, reminding her that should any issues arise, she could rely on her two elder brothers. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan delivered several resounding slaps on Error's back, exclaiming, What's the matter? You little rascal? Are you itching for a beating? Zhu Yongming felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Mother, am I truly your flesh and blood? Why is it that my elder brother and younger sister receive such tender care, while I am perpetually the one subjected to punishment? He lamented his plight with a heavy heart. Zhu Xiaofan regarded him with a gaze akin to that reserved for a simpleton. If you were adopted, you would have been cast out on the day you came of age. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yong nodded in agreement, saying, All right, I will accompany you shortly. What do you mean by this? Are you conspiring to exclude me? Zhu Yong's anger intensified. That's not the case at all, Zhu Yuanyuan replied sincerely. With the help of Brother Da, Wang Gu, and Fu Gu, there is truly no need to trouble you. Zhu Yongming regarded her with suspicion, exclaiming, Something is amiss with you. Oh, it's merely that I am concerned about exhausting you, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with an innocent smile. Humph, Zhu Yongming retorted, rolling his eyes dramatically. Once I finish this barbecue, I shall accompany you. With my remarkable intellect, there is nothing I cannot master. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was elated. She exerted some effort to give a gentle push and even bounced around a bit in the treehouse. Indeed, next time, she should craft a sturdy bone latch, so that inclement weather would pose no concern. Sister, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed proudly. How about it? Isn't second brother impressive? Indeed, you are quite remarkable. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a beaming smile as she glanced at the surplus wooden planks. However, she shifted the conversation, expressing, there are simply too many people. Your talents cannot shine through. Why don't you assist me in constructing a smaller treehouse, just for myself? Her petite figure required little space. Just a few extra windows would suffice, allowing her to avoid sleeping on the ground at night. As she approached adulthood, it felt increasingly awkward to share a cramped space with her parents. What? You want me to build it alone? Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively protested. No way. That would be too exhausting. Let me handle it. Zhu Yuanyuan bravely volunteered. I am older and stronger. I can finish it by nightfall while second brother helps mother chop firewood. Zhu Yuanyuan instantly changed his mind, exclaiming, Brother, this simply won't do. My younger sister sought my assistance, not yours. But weren't you complaining about fatigue? Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a simple smile. Rest assured. I've already chopped most of the scavenged firewood. You'll only need to finish up the task, and then you can rest. I'm not tired. Zhu Yuanyuan declared loudly. I can complete the task before nightfall. Brother, you should depart promptly. Allow me to undertake this task. Nay, my sister specifically requested my assistance. The brothers remained steadfast, neither willing to concede, resulting in a temporary impasse. The onlookers, Zhu Fu and Zhu Wang, having indulged in the spectacle, finally interjected with a suggestion, since there's nothing pressing. Perhaps we could all collaborate to expedite the process. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Fu Gu, Wang Gu, this is what I need. I really cannot trouble you. It's nothing, Zhu Fu replied, nonchalantly waving his hand. You are our little great shaman. You often assist us with medicine and bandaging wounds. Helping you build a treehouse is hardly a burden. With that, he called out to Zhu Wang, Come on, let us get to work. After carefully clarifying which tree the treehouse would be built on, the two of them embarked on a new round of industrious activity. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Yuanyuan and Zhu Yuanyuan immediately ceased their quarrel and hurriedly joined in to lend a hand, casting aside the task of chopping wood into the farthest reaches of their minds. After all, they had prepared an ample supply of firewood for the day. There was no urgency to return home, as it would not be exhausted in one night. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a sigh, almost forgetting that his younger sister was far more formidable than him. The elder brother. He had been overthinking. Haha, who knows? She might just be cursing you for meddling in her affairs. Zhu Yuanyuan boldly incited. Who says that? I know my elder brother cares for me, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, rolling her eyes at her second brother. What kind of brother is one who opens his mouth only to become irksome? Sister, your words are rather excessive. Zhu Zhangmang responded with a stern countenance. I am your own brother. How can there be any distinction in treatment? Zhu Yuanyuan widened her eyes, feigning innocence. Is that so? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yang bravely raised his hand and delivered a slap to his younger brother's nape. How can you speak like that? He exclaimed. I knew it would turn out this way. Frustrated, Zhu Yong sighed deeply, declaring, "I can no longer indulge in this futile banter. I shall take my leave." With that, he hurriedly retreated, akin to a dog being chased away. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan wasn't exactly anxious. He simply hadn't found anyone who captured his heart. Preferring to remain comfortably at home rather than venturing out to establish his own dwelling. Surrounded by his parents and younger siblings, he felt no sense of solitude. Were Zhu Chong privy to his eldest son's thoughts, he'd likely evict him post-haste, lest he remain perpetually without a daughter-in-law. That evening, Zhu Yuanyuan rested in the treehouse, its floor covered with a straw mat, accompanied by a petite 2-year-old female. The treehouse was a novelty, unseen before by the villagers. While the adult orcs merely circled it, content with a fleeting glimpse, the younger ones harbored desires of claiming it for themselves. Of course, seizing what belonged to another was out of the question. Anyone daring to lay a hand would face Zhu Yuanyuan's firm reprimand. The youngsters, frustrated, darted about, and the adults, unable to pacify them, conceded to building them their own the following day. After all, the forest was replete with trees. All that was needed was some effort and time. The elder children, appeased by the promise, quieted down, but the 2-year-old, too young to understand, continued her fuss. Zhu Yuanyuan, opting for a direct approach, invited the little one to sleep with her. Once she had her own little treehouse, she surely wouldn't covet hers any longer. The most crestfallen of all was Zhu Xiaofan, who had already concocted a plan to use concerns for the little female's well-being as an excuse to join her in the treehouse that night. Alas, another's little female had usurped the spot that should have been hers. Alas, how distressing. The next morning, the hunting party was replaced by a fresh group, and the gathering team set off as usual, while the remaining orcs were far from idle. Having learned the methods and techniques from Zhu Yuanyuan, they enthusiastically began constructing treehouses. Zhu Yuanyuan wandered around, unable to suppress her admiration for the efficiency of others, which far surpassed the pace of their efforts the previous day. As she passed by, Huyin scoffed, remarking, "Yesterday, there were hardly any workers. Just look at how many are laboring today. If the speed were slow, that would indeed be concerning." "Ah, I understand," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a cheerful smile. "Master, what brings you here? Are you here to observe the commotion?" Huyin retorted with a glare. "What are you talking about? I am not as idle as you." Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan quickly conceded. "Master is always busy. Your presence here must surely signify an important matter." "That's right." Huyin's expression softened slightly. "I notice the sky looks ominous. It may rain in the next couple of days. I am uncertain when we will be able to return to the valley. I intend to have someone assist me in constructing a treehouse, as I have many belongings that could be damaged by moisture." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan firmly believes that age should not preclude one from indulging in delightful pastimes. She even volunteers to take on tasks herself. "Everyone is busy, yet I possess ample experience to assist our master," she asserts. "You plan to do this alone?" Huyin inquires. "Indeed," Zhu Yuanyuan replies with a nod. Huyin furrows her brow, recalling that just yesterday several individuals lent their aid. Today, however, Zhu Yuanyuan declares her intention to construct a treehouse solo. "When will it ever be completed?" "Ah, master, just watch," Zhu Yuanyuan responds, brimming with confidence. "I am quite strong, and after yesterday's practice, my efficiency will surely improve. Besides, my second brother is available. If necessary, I shall call upon him for assistance." Zhu urged, drenched in sweat while tending to the fire, sneezes twice, glancing around suspiciously. Has someone discovered his secret endeavor of pilfering potatoes for roasting? Soon, he realizes his misinterpretation. It is not his clandestine snacking that has come to light, but rather his younger sister's insistence on assigning him more tasks. Zhu Yong, scowling as he chops wood, occasionally casts a glare in his sister's direction. "Oh, dear brother. Do not be like that," Zhu Yuanyuan says, her smile unwavering despite the circumstances. "We are siblings, after all. My master is your master. Surely, assisting in the construction of a treehouse is a reasonable expectation?" Zhu Yongming. "Is it possible that this can be counted in such a manner? What is there that cannot be?" Zhu Yuanyuan, dragging a tree with one hand, walked back, not forgetting to remind him to hasten, as Master S abode must be spacious. He possesses an abundance of belongings. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded foolishly. Clanging and clattering, they busied themselves for an entire morning, and the necessary small components, as well as planks of various lengths, were nearly prepared. Huyin had already come to linger around 4 or 5 times. Zhu Yuanyuan longed to utter, "Master, do not be anxious," yet the facade of her elder brother's cold and composed countenance compelled her to swallow her words. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that both she and her second brother toiled diligently, without resorting to shortcuts, and thus had no fear of scrutiny. To their surprise, the formidable presence of the Grand Sorcerer caused Zhu Urge to feel an uncomfortable pressure, prompting him to hasten his work. The wooden cottage, initially expected to be completed only before sunset, was astonishingly finished by a little past 2 in the afternoon. This was not a mere estimation by Zhu Yuanyuan and based on the sun's position, but rather a confirmation obtained discreetly by consulting a watch. Indeed, her second brother was quite astute, often holding back his efforts during routine tasks. Yet, this was of little concern. Zhu Yuanyuan vowed never to forget her brother in future endeavors. Zhu Yuanyuan had spent 2 consecutive days laboring for his sister, and the resentment he harbored had accumulated to a mountainous degree. He felt he had suffered a significant loss and resolved to find a way to reclaim what was rightfully his. The most effective solution, naturally, was to construct a treehouse of his own, enlisting his sister's assistance in the endeavor. The plan was set. After selecting a suitable large tree, Zhu Urge set out in search of someone. However, after wandering through the forest for several circles, he found no one, and his mood quickly soured. Upon inquiring, he discovered that his sister had accompanied the hunting team. What? The clan leader allowed her to go? Zhu Yuanyuan's already dark complexion darkened even further. What could possibly be the cause for concern? Zhu Qi, yawning as he praised someone, remarked that Yuanyuan was exceptionally capable, able to effortlessly lift stones weighing 400 to 500 pounds, and could even hold her own against a fae. Why shouldn't she join the hunting party? Truly, she was the female he admired, not only intelligent and attractive, but also possessing formidable combat prowess. The unrestrained pride displayed on Zhu Qi's face was almost blinding, and Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to contain himself, delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, "That is my sister. She has nothing to do with you." Aware of the gravity of the situation, Zhu Qi narrowly evaded the blow, unfazed and with a playful grin, replied, "I would never consider Yuanyuan as a sister." Zhu Yuanyuan's expression grew increasingly grim as he admonished, "Do not entertain any misguided notions." Zhu Qi, with a tone of righteous indignation, replied, "Oh no, not at all. As an honest person, how could I possibly harbor any ill intentions?" Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled coldly, turning to head towards the area where the collection team was working. "Hey, Mengzi, where are you going?" Zhu Qi inquired. "I am off to find my mother," Zhu Yuanyuan replied from a distance. "Yuanyuan has yet to reach adulthood, and some shameless fellows have already set their sights on her. I must ensure my mother remains vigilant. If anything seems amiss, she should drive them away with her bone knife." "No, that may not be necessary. As long as she does not express any feelings, it shouldn't affect Yuanyuan," Zhu Qi said with a conciliatory smile. Zhu Yuanyuan, relentless and unyielding, insisted, "Who says it doesn't matter? My sister is destined for greatness, surrounded by those with ulterior motives. How could she possibly be in good spirits? As for her mood, it is a question best posed to her directly." Zhu Qi replied tersely, "Let us wait until she returns to discuss it. There is no need to inquire. She will undoubtedly be upset." Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely affirmed, "I am her elder brother, and I am well aware of her thoughts." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Qi's smile gradually faded as he sighed, lamenting, Round is already 16. Must she truly wait until adulthood to contemplate matters of companionship?" Zhu Yuanyuan, with utmost seriousness, replied, "She intends to wait until the great shaman returns to the fox tribe for retirement before she seeks a partner. You must consider carefully whether you can wait all those years." A friendly reminder. The great shaman himself stated he could still serve for at least another 40 years. This was a statement made directly by the individual involved. Although he was not present and merely heard it from others, can it truly be deemed deceitful? Zhu Qi, deceived and disheartened, departed in a daze, likely in search of a secluded spot to shed his tears. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to her elder brother's efforts to clear her romantic entanglements, as she accompanied her father deep into the forest in search of extraordinary creatures. This area was the territory of mutated wild boars, which typically ventured out in family groups. Thus, it was ill-advised to hunt alone, Zhu Chang earnestly cautioned. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Chang expressed his astonishment, questioning how the mutated wild boars could be compared to them. They do not transform nor possess intelligence. Their resemblance is merely superficial. Ultimately, they remain beasts, lacking the qualifications to be considered akin to them. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. As the father and daughter conversed, they continued to search the surroundings. Suddenly, Zhu Chang made a gesture for silence. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to her father and whispered, "Have you found the mutated wild boar?" Zhu Chang responded almost inaudibly, bending down to examine the hoofprints on the ground. After a few moments, he straightened up and silently gestured, "Follow me, but be quiet." He then proceeded to tread lightly along the trail of hoofprints. Zhu Yuanyuan also observed the hoofprints. Aside from identifying them as those of a pig, she could discern no further clues. Thus, it was indeed the imprint of a mutated wild boar, rather than remnants left by her kin in their beastly forms. A hint of melancholy washed over her. She realized that learning the art of hunting could not solely rely on the wisdom imparted by others, but required ample practice to avoid mere theoretical discourse. The father and daughter pursued their quarry for nearly a quarter of an hour, and indeed, they discovered the mutated wild boars, 2 adults and 3 young ones, totaling 5. Zhu Yuanyuan's excited little face flushed with crimson as she swiftly drew the bone staff from her back, ready to charge forward, only to be intercepted. "Do not rush," Zhu Chang urged in a voice barely above a whisper. "We must wait for the opportune moment to strike a devastating blow to those 2 formidable foes. Only then can we conserve our strength for the ensuing battle." With that, he crouched down, concealing himself further. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded repeatedly, emulating her father as she concealed herself, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. To become a proficient hunter, one must possess unwavering patience. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged. 3 diminutive mutated wild boars began to scurry about, 2 of them playfully tussling, gradually drawing closer to the thicket where Zhu Yuanyuan and her father were hidden. Perhaps having strayed too far, the mutated sow grew uneasy, grunting as she approached, nudging the little mutated boars back with her snout. Now was the moment. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled broadly, then turned to pursue the small, mutated wild boar that was darting about in fright. At that moment, the most robust mutated boar sensed something amiss and charged fiercely towards her, its large eyes filled with hostility. "Be careful," Zhu Chang called out loudly. Yet he did not move to intercept the aggressive boar. He was there to guide the young female in her training. If he thwarted all dangers, the intended outcome would remain unachieved. The educational approach of the beastmen is rather straightforward and brutal, akin to that of wild animals, though they stubbornly refuse to acknowledge this truth. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan has been enduring her own hardships. She was trampled by a wild boar, leaving her calves swollen and forcing her to walk with a pronounced limp. It is no wonder that her father repeatedly cautioned her against venturing alone into the territory of the mutated wild boars. They indeed proved to be formidable adversaries. Had it not been for her father's diversion of the female boar and his swift resolution of the 2 younger boars, she would have been left to confront 5 on her own. After considerable effort, Zhu Yuanyuan finally vanquished the mutated male boar, leaving her utterly exhausted, as she collapsed to the ground, disregarding the blood that stained her body. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Chang swiftly delivered a fatal kick to the gasping mutated female wild boar, then hurriedly rushed to his petite female companion's side. "Are you all right? Have you been injured?" he inquired anxiously. "I'm fine," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a grimace. I always believed that mutated wild bulls were far more formidable than mutated wild boars. But now I realize I was mistaken. Both are indeed quite powerful. It's just that the former is larger in size and somewhat clumsier, while the latter possesses sharper and more formidable tusks. Seeing this, Zhu felt relieved. He turned around and transformed back into human form behind the bushes where he had been hiding. After adjusting his leather skirt, he stepped back out. We should hurry up and return with our catch. If we linger too long, we'll miss mealtime. Father, how did you change back into human form? Zhu Yuanyuan asked in astonishment. The two large wild boars and the smallest one weighed around 300 pounds. Could they truly carry them back in human form? Regardless of whether it was feasible, the journey through the muddy terrain and rocky paths would surely mar the pristine quality of the game, resulting in a considerable waste. If you wish to prove to everyone that you can participate in the hunt as a human, you must find a way to transport the game back yourself. You cannot rely solely on others, Zhu replied, already busy with his task, as there was no time to assist him. With that, he gathered some vines and bound the mother boar to the two piglets, effortlessly lifting them above his head. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan circled around the two pigs several times before finally cutting some branches as thick as her arms. She skillfully bound them together with vines, securing her catch atop, and fashioned a makeshift rope from a few more vines to drag it back, stumbling along the way. Despite the pain in her shoulders and arms, she successfully transported her prize back to her temporary lodging. Before she could boast to the onlookers, the sky suddenly erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder, unleashing a torrential downpour that left no room for reaction. The crowd hurriedly shielded their heads and dashed towards a nearby wooden shed, with Zhu Yuanyuan hastily following suit. Once inside, she sought out her mother. This wooden shelter was inspired by the chieftain's treehouse, built by the idle elder orcs. Having a place to escape the rain is quite splendid, Zhu remarked. No doubt the chieftain's intellect surpasses ours. They had constructed numerous tree houses, yet none had considered the efficiency of erecting a roofless shed beneath the trees, saving both time and effort. In the future, it would serve as a resting spot for agricultural tasks or when passing through while hunting. It was my sister who conceived the tree houses. Otherwise, the chieftain would never have thought of it, Zhu Yuanyuan declared with immense pride. Zhu pursed her lips. Observing you as if you were about to float away, one might mistakenly believe your achievements were solely yours. She is my sister, and our family need not distinguish ourselves so rigidly, Zhu Yuanyuan asserted with an air of entitlement, claiming that I too have a share in this accomplishment. It is rather shameless, indeed. The companions were taken aback, wondering if your parents are aware that your audacity surpasses even that of a mutated wild bull. Hey, how can you speak like that? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted. If it were your sister who brought glory to the tribe, would you not feel a sense of pride? The crowd nodded in unison, affirming that indeed, when one person achieves honor, the entire family shares in the glory, a truth that has endured through the ages. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head and sighed. If this continued, the wooden shed would surely collapse, as if foretelling the impending chaos. A crisp cracking sound soon echoed in her ears. Zhu Xiaofan, standing nearby, changed her expression and swiftly pulled her little female companion away. Fearing they might be caught up in the turmoil, they had positioned themselves at the edge of the shed, making their escape quite convenient. Once the mother and daughter departed from the wooden structure, they were immediately drenched by the torrential rain, which chilled them to the bone. Zhu Yuanyuan wiped her face and said, Mother, shall we wait in my little wooden cabin until the rain ceases? Very well, Zhu Xiaofan replied with a cold smirk. Once the rain stops, we shall see the spectacle of a group of brutes, lacking in intellect, and observe how the clan leader deals with them. Such a fine wooden shelter, yet they insist on causing a ruckus, and while the adults can endure a bit of rain, they are dragging the young ones into this mess. Zhu Yuanyuan could not agree more. It was nothing but a senseless commotion. To elaborate, all three males in the household became embroiled in the fray. The second brother was one of the instigators of the chaos, while their father, fearing the festivities lacked sufficient fervor, took it upon himself to join in. The eldest brother, intending to mediate, found himself inadvertently caught up in the fray, and in his indignation, resorted to physical confrontation. The outcome was indisputable. Everyone was implicated. Within the treehouse, two pink piglets, one large and one small, gossiped about the unfolding drama, while the patriarch's face contorted in anger, unable to escape the pandemonium. Poor father, Zhu Yuanyuan, with little sincerity, offered a wishful prayer that he might endure fewer blows. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Zhu Xiaofan. Although her partner was a source of concern, had her fair share of worries. Upon hearing the words of her little female companion, she could no longer remain still. With a swift motion, she sprang up and opened the small window, peering out towards the direction of the wooden shed. "Oh dear, mother, the rain is coming in," protested Zhu Yuanyuan. "Be quiet," Zhu Xiaofan signaled with her left front hoof, urging silence. "Let me listen to the commotion over there. If your father is in trouble, I must rush to his aid." Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large, expressive eyes and asked timidly, "Are we going to join the commotion?" Zhu Xiaofan playfully reproached her. "What are you talking about? Of course, we must assess the situation. If the clan leader becomes too furious, I must intercede on behalf of your father and 2 brothers. We absolutely cannot afford to suffer any humiliation. We are already rather unfortunate in appearance." Zhu Yuanyuan was unaware of her mother's inner thoughts, and she nodded in agreement. The clan leader had a notoriously bad temper. The mounting pressures of recent days had only exacerbated his ferocity, so it was indeed necessary to offer him some counsel. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she could appeal to her master on his behalf? The influence of the great shaman could prove advantageous. However, Zhu Xiaofan firmly declined, deeming it a trivial matter that did not warrant troubling the great shaman. Zhu Yuanyuan could only nod in agreement, just as she had surmised. Zhu Shan was already burdened with the sorrow of having no home to return to, and the sudden downpour only intensified the weight of his worries. As the clan members remained a source of concern, under the immense pressure, his temper flared, and he seized a thick wooden stick from the collapsed shed, swinging it towards the troublesome group. Those who had caused the ruckus dared not resist, and could only flee in panic, shielding their heads. The dire reality was that they could not escape too far. Regardless of their strength, survival within the tribe necessitated adherence to the chieftain's authority. Those who dared to be unconventional would find themselves ostracized, though some stubbornly tried. Zhu Chang, however, did not dare to rebel, with a family to care for. Where could he possibly go after leaving the Black Pig tribe? While evading the blows of the stick, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings and, in a moment of distraction, thought he heard the familiar voice of his partner pleading on his behalf, which brought him to the brink of tears. Yet, when Zhu Chang finally comprehended the content of the plea, his heart